Chapter 241 Praying for Blessings and Fainting. After being separated for several days, the second prince's nose was a little sore with sadness when he saw Lin Lian. Empress Lin has lost weight. There was also more than a hint of worry in Sister Du's eyes. Indeed, when they came back from the palace, Lin Wani was being raised very well. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so bad that she had only just returned to the palace, and she had been given sour words by the palace concubines. But now, the original full face was widowed, and the auburn under her eyes was deep, and the white skin set off, but also appears to be poor spirit. So opened his mouth and said, "Slave girl heard that servant Lin has been sent back to his home. Your highness should not worry too much, or to take more care of your body." Lin Lian knew that Sister Du meant well, so she nodded and said, "Well, don't worry, sister. I will take care of myself." Then patting the second prince's shoulder she said, "These days, your care is a little less. After the New Year's festival will be fine. When the time comes to make a few spring clothes and riding clothes for you. In the spring is not going to enter the school. There is no need to be too stressed. Just do your best." Lin Lian never had any idea of expecting a son to become a dragon, so she didn't force the second prince to become a genius. Everything depended on one's own perseverance and ability, which at this point did not put so much pressure on the second prince. "Don't worry, Aunt Lin. My son will definitely work hard and live up to himself, as well as the careful care of Aunt Lin and Sister Du." Lin Lian was sleepy at the moment, but she still couldn't help but be happy when she heard this. After chatting with the second prince, she rested. Indeed, as Sister Du had said, she needed to take more care of her body. Otherwise, there were many things to come. It would not be good to get sick. Now it's only a few days to the New Year's Eve banquet, so the previously agreed enthronement ceremony is almost ready. Lin Wanyi's change in status from nobleman to concubine came too suddenly. Even though the internal court department had prepared for it, it was still in a bit of a hurry at the moment. The person in charge of the preparations was still Qinan. The palace dress was modified from the dress that was worn by concubine Ying when she was appointed as a concubine, so it still fits. The meaning of this dress is very good. I think that when Lady Yingfei also wore this to promote the concubines, and then successfully gave birth to the fourth son, and then promoted to the consort position. The queen is also a blessed person. I think that the future of the future is also great. Qinan is now on the same page as Lin Wui. Therefore, his words were a bit more biased than before. But he was also right. How many people had made it to the position of noble concubine without having to spend some years? But in Lin Huai's case, everything was so smooth and proper. After Lin Wanyi tried on the dress, there was no need to change anything. And then she changed back to what she usually wore. Then she asked Xiaoan to move a round stool over and let Qinan sit down to drink tea. Qinan knew that this was something Lin Evening he had to say to him, so he didn't push back and took his seat. Eunuch Qin. If this concubine is grounded, how will she be able to come out? Qinan thought that Lin Evening he was going to ask about some matters concerning the concubines, but he didn't expect her to open her mouth and ask about this first. After turning his mind twice, he immediately understood. "Does your highness mean to say that noble concubine Bian Chui?" These two young masters were both offended by the emperor, so they were grounded, but also did not say the specific day. Therefore, if it is through the New Year's Eve feast to lift the ban, there is also a precedent. Just, they and the mother are not quite deal with. Let them out. Sure will not give the mother to add blockage. The palace wants them to add to the blockage. Otherwise the green cloud straight up the road is too good to go. The dark killing machine will be difficult to prevent. Once Lin Lian said this, Qinan came to a realization. To be honest, Chui and noble Lady Bai's brains are not very good. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been grounded. Thus those tricks of theirs could be defended against in Lin Evini's case. Or rather, Lin Evening he would intentionally let them out of the bag. In this way, it would approximately reduce some of her excessive outbursts in the palace. Otherwise, a group attack would be too much for her to handle right now. Therefore, releasing these two people to use to deal with herself is not a good way to retreat as a way to advance. Most importantly, even if they were known in the future, they could still show goodwill to concubine Yi. No matter what. These two were once the minions of Yifei. Now that she was the most honorable person in the harem, it was only a matter of time before she had to release the two of them. Instead of letting her do this, why don't you give yourself a push? It is also good to weigh the situation in the harem. Thinking of this, Qin smiled and said, "Your Highness's mind is meticulous. I understand. I will go and make arrangements." It had to be said that Qin skills in the palace were still not to be underestimated. Soon, news came from that Chengning palace that the two young masters had both fallen ill from exhaustion over the New Year's Eve good-night prayer. Yifei took this excuse, deliberately went to the Qianan palace a trip, for the two to plead for mercy. New Year's Day in the front. The emperor did not bother to stop more. So the two were finally banned after many months. Both on the day of the 29th ban. This unbanned, the two people missed not work. On the afternoon of the same day appeared in Yifei's Lintou palace. Chu promised to be grounded for a longer day. But she looked more energetic than by Guiran. The whole person is permeated with a kind of excitement that has just been released. Look like it is still the same as before. After all, the age is placed there. These days confined to Chengning Palace did not really suffer much aggression. On the contrary, that white nobleman, 2 consecutive grounding, coupled with the demotion, but led her as if a lot of less energy in general. People looked no longer as proud as before, but more Jiangnan women's worries and concerns. However, she still got up and thanked concubine Yi for saving her. Otherwise she still didn't know if she had the chance to come out from Chengning Palace in her life. Concubine thanks the Empress for her saving grace. Yes. It's still the method that your Highness sent someone to hand and that was good. Otherwise, the maidservants and the others still don't know how to get out of the trap. The two of them said this, making concubine Yi listen with some confusion. However, she was slightly worried in her heart about this credit that she got for nothing. What method? This palace has never let anyone pass in any method. Chu promised to hear the words full of surprise. Eyes through the incomprehension. We heard the palace people say that the queen has prepared a lot of blessing lanterns for this New Year's Eve. That's why we have this idea. Is it not true? It turned out to be the matter of praying for blessing palace lanterns. So it seemed that the duo's brains weren't completely shut out of their heads. So they frankly accepted the credit. Slightly 3 times proud. So, you could understand the mind of the palace. Then in the future, do less stupid things. Do not think on the head. Must know that before the emperor. If he likes you the head, naturally will give you face. If not, waiting for you is never turn over the day. Chapter 242, The Difference Between Clouds and Mud. When Consort Yi said this, Chu Promise was listening carefully. However, Bai Guiran felt very embarrassed, as if she had been struck through inwardly. After all, how she had fallen in power. Everyone was watching. It was as if this was deliberately said to her own ears. So her face was a bit unsettled. Her constraint was Yifei in the eyes. She felt displeased. This Jiangnan woman is weak and can't take care of herself. Grounding so little thing can make her so scared and afraid. Then look at you promised. This is their Northwest women should have the appearance. So what if it is difficult? Always keep the courage to start again. So, she didn't bother to talk to Bai Guiran, and said, Chu Promise, your father and brother sent a family letter. Stay and read it with this palace. Yes, your Highness. Chu Promise squinted at Noble White for a moment. The smugness on her face speaking for itself. Even if at one time this Bai Guiran had appeared in front of concubine Yi. So what? In truth, the one who was closest to concubine Yi had to be her. Bai Guiran is not stupid. Yifei's words through the expulsion order. She has heard and understood. So she got up with an embarrassed face and retired. Your Highness. Maidservant concubine leaves. After she left, Chu promised to speak with disdain. Jiangnan women with no roots. Just know that warbling swallows and swallows seduce the emperor. Now losing favor is the same as losing your life. It's really uninteresting. Okay. Let you out is not let you as in the past that reckless. Curb your temper. And think about how to regain your position. Chu promised to fall from a nobleman to a promise. All thanks to Lin Evening Yi and her brother. So she has been holding a grudge. Humph. Your Highness is right. Lin Evening Yi that bitch. Also don't know what pillow wind is blowing to the emperor. Surprisingly let me be trapped for so long. If not your Highness help. I'm afraid that New Year's Eve can't come out of it. How does concubine Yi not know what she is thinking? Immediately said in a contradictory manner. Lin Wan Yi is now a concubine. And even you have to call her your Highness when you see her. What? Noble concubine? Your Highness. That surname Lin how to climb so fast. This is only how long days. Words full of disbelief. As well as 100 kinds of cynicism. To say that the surname Lin is indeed good luck. The emperor's favor does not see what. But the ability to climb the seat is to let the palace are somewhat impressed. First of all, borrow the opportunity to save the Yingfei in the Dragon Boat Festival from the promise to change the standing. And then is borrowing the second prince and the second princess of the pretext from the standing in the inn to a nobleman, originally thought almost to the end, who had thought to make a assassin thing too. So led her and stepped on the Lin guards, Merit jumped into the noble concubine. It's really a storybook that doesn't even dare to be written like this. Learning about the process of Lin Evening Yi's promotion, Chu promised to gnash her teeth even more. Obviously, when she entered the palace, she was a nobleman. She was just an end-of-the-line promise to be rubbed by others. But when she was in the trouble of being grounded, she would take advantage of the power and go up. Became the main position of a palace. Yihua Palace. She once also lived. Did not expect that the flowing main hall has become her bag. This called Chu promised how not to be angry. Humph. The ones sent by the civil minister's family are the ones who can play tricks. Chu Yisen had been taking pride in her status as the daughter of a military general for many years, and had never felt that the peace of the world was all thanks to the military generals. And those civil ministers can only play smart and fight with the heart. Now in the harem is also the same. The daughters of these military generals' families are being squeezed out by the young ladies of the civil ministers' families. This is something she can't tolerate. Looking at her face of dissatisfaction, concubine even felt that she had made the right decision to go and asked to release them. But on second thought, something is better than nothing. Consort Ying side Mu Chengzai is a strong-eyed person. Although Lady Jinxiu is not bad, but her status is there. She can't climb much higher. That's why she took Chu Yixing under her wing. But her ability to show her anger and joy on her face is too easy to be reversed. So Yifei sank her face and said, "Less here in the yin and yang. If you are a scheming, should know. The emperor in front of even pretend also have to pretend like some. If there is the next time, this palace may not care about your death or life. Whether you want to die of old age in the palace. It all depends on yourself." Yifei's words were very heavy. Chu promised to be really scared. Even if there were 10,000 more unwillingness in her heart. She didn't dare to show it at this moment. Concubine knows my mistake. Your Highness, don't be angry. Looking at Chu Yi's lowly appearance, Concubine didn't feel that she really knew her mistake at all. So she glanced at Wanming beside her, and then said, "Serving you those slave girls. All do not know what rules. The palace let Wanming for you to choose too good. Later with you back. If you have what is not right. Also advise 2 sentences. Isn't this equivalent to finding someone to spy on her?" Chu promised not to be happy. But there was nothing to say. He could only nod his head and agree. When she left, she really brought a palace maid and eunuch back to Chongning Palace. The two looked like they were one match for the other in terms of stability. Courageous but not resourceful. More impulsive than her old man. The person in Consort Yi's mouth was Chu Yi's father, Chu Yido. He also served in the Northwest Army for many years. With their own skills is in the army to break out some fame. Just a pity, because too reckless, cannot take much responsibility. This Chu promised and her father. Really a mold carved out. Both are able to be used, but not to be used deeply. Your Highness, don't worry. Ing Fang and Huang Baoli are both stable people. With them advising, I think Chu Yixing will also be more careful, Rui said in relief. Concubine Yi, however, felt that this Chu promise was only a temporary response. Still need to look at other things. So she opened her mouth and said to Rui, "Send the news home. Properly pick a few suitable women. And wait for the time of the draft and send them into the palace together." Yes, Your Highness, don't worry. What consort he was seeking now was not the emperor's favor, but the absolute solidity of her position, as well as the future prospects of the third prince. Therefore, sending more women into the palace would do her no harm. As long as they are good enough. Then it is a sharp weapon in her hands. At that time, when the third prince in the dynasty situation is also solid, feel free to regenerate the next 2 followers of the prince is also no harm. This is what consort he has in mind. Are all the enthronement rites ready? Your Highness, don't worry. Everything is ready. This time to be promoted to the palace concubines a total of 6 people. All will be auspicious clothes and treasure books sent. As for the enthronement ceremony, it will take place tomorrow morning. That's good. Chapter 243, Enrollment Ceremony. For Consort E, this was a rare good thing, without mentioning anything else. The fact that she took the lead in this enshrinement is a recognition of her status. So tomorrow, there is no room for error. Soon, this New Year's Eve's enthronement ceremony will be held as usual lineup. This time the 6 people in the enthronement. Originally was Tiqian nobleman as the highest. But now it is Lin Wanyi, this newly promoted Yi Ning noble concubine. When learning of her title, Lin Wanyi had a moment of dismay. The double character title was something she had never heard of before. She was thinking of not standing out so much. But then she thought, this is the future that her brother has earned for her with his life. If she backed out, I am afraid that other people will not appreciate her low profile. She would also feel that she was deliberately making an appearance. Therefore, instead of making an effort to not please, she simply accepted it with peace of mind. The eunuch responsible for presiding over this enthronement ceremony was Dong Yuzhong. In theory, it should be Jiang Hiching's. But he is now staying with noble consort Lin. And he can't be rushed back. Wan Ming, according to the rank, is not enough. So it can only be Dong Yuzhong on behalf of this act. The emperor sat high above the dragon chair in Qianan Hall. Today wearing a bright yellow dragon robe. The dragon's eyes are dozens of embroiderers with a new technique embroidered from. So extraordinarily bright. It also set off the emperor's entire person with vigor. Nobleman Lin's diligence and suppleness. Temperate and good nature. Quiet and gentle. And hereby enthroned as a noble concubine. Given the title Yi Ning. Living in the main hall of Yihua Palace. Respectfully. With Dong Yuzhong's voice that is not humble and not overbearing. Word by word after the fall. This Lin Evening concubine identity is considered to be the real. Now she is on this position. Also deserved to be called by the people of the palace a mother. If she can be promoted again, she will be the youngest concubine in the dynasty. Therefore, it was a moment of honor. Concubine. Thank you, Lord. Following her were noblewoman Qian, noblewoman Ming, noblewoman Yi, noblewoman Mu, and the lady with the golden embroidery. One by one, they also issued the holy decree of enthronement. When they heard the imperial decree, the faces of the 5 people were different. Some of them were overjoyed, while some of them were unperturbed. Lin Lianyi was still consistent. Just like before. Her expression was light with some humility. Concubine Yi and Concubine Ying were sitting on the left and right sides of the emperor. And when they looked down, their gazes fell on Lin Evening Yi's body. Sister Lin is so talented and humble. She really deserves the position of a palace master. This palace just got a set of moonlight cups a few days ago. So I will gift it to my sister as a gift for promotion. The one who opened her mouth to speak was Consort Yi. She was still quite satisfied with Lin Wanyi's performance today. When one is promoted at first, the most feared thing is the complacent face of one who has gained power. Instead, she took it lightly, without the slightest hint of arrogance. I thank the Empress for the reward. This blandness of Lin Wanyi was more than a little scornful in Consort Ying's view. One must know that the more calm and uninterested she was, the more likely she was to hide some unknown thoughts behind her. Therefore, she had to pay more attention. However, she still had to put on an appearance on her face. Especially this Lin Wu once saved her. Naturally, she had to be a little bit more intimate than the others. So she raised her smile, and said in a generous and decent manner, Yi Fei's sister said yes. Lin's sister's character and talent are my sisters of the model. Now you look at the body is also very good. Also hope that you can give birth to the emperor as soon as possible. For the royal family more to spread the leaves only good. Said, let someone take a jade goddess of mercy up. Then he explained, this jade goddess of mercy is when my concubine was pregnant. Your Highness gave it to me. Without her compassionate blessing, I still don't know if my concubine can successfully give birth to the 4th prince. So I purposely passed it on to my younger sister. It's also considered to be a borrowed flower to offer to the Buddha. And I hope that my younger sister can accept it with a smile. What kind of bad intentions could Consort Ying have? It was only that the jade goddess of mercy that her sister had gifted to her had been given back to Lin Evening Yi, her younger sister. Even if something went wrong in the future, it would still be noble consort Lin's business. Instead, she gave herself a clean slate. I have to say, after this Princess Ying took the throne, it was really different from before. The good thing is that Lin Wui didn't have any deep friendship with her, and she couldn't talk about any betrayal or not. So she also raised a smile in a good temper and said, I thank Empress Ying for her reward. The rituals were done as usual, but the words were not said one more word. Consort Ying seemed to have sensed Lin Evening Yi's faintly rejecting attitude, and did not force herself. After letting the Jade Goddess of Mercy be sent down, she did not say another word. Instead, Consort E, who was on the side, suddenly opened her mouth and said, "These days go by really fast. In the blink of an eye, my concubine has been in the palace for several years. Another March. Again is the day of the draft, when the head of the palace can be lively again. Also do not know this year will enter a few sisters. Think it must also be lovely it." Her words. All the original good intentions have become a little reluctant. Yes, today's they are still the palace of the delicate. Wait for a new batch of showgirls into the palace. They can become yesterday's yellow flowers. The promotion of the few okay. At least struggled this year. Up 2 steps. But those who did not get this grace, and even be demoted face will not look good. By Gyron's self-hatred, Chu promises indignation and dissatisfaction, as well as those who are not in favor of the harem transparent indifferent. All fell in the emperor's eyes. The corner of his mouth hooked out a trace of ridicule, then cleared his throat and said, "Regarding the matter of the draft, I have something to say." The emperor opened his mouth, and everyone naturally washed their ears, only to see that he did not slow down and said, "Since I succeeded to the throne, this draft is quite a big deal. A year selection. Not only consume the national treasury, along with the civil marriage is always delayed situation occurs. This year in the Taishan ancestor. Auspicious light at first glance. So that I feel the burden is quite heavy. As the emperor. For the people's strategy. For the dynasty is what I should do. So this draft changed to once every 5 years. As for the age of women, and maturity of their own marriage is. No need to wait for the court of the draft." When these words came out, everyone was shocked. The happy ones were naturally those concubines who had the intention to move up the ladder, not expecting that they would have such an opportunity. 5 years was enough time for them to move up the ladder for a long time, without a newcomer to get involved. They had many more opportunities. Therefore, they were all smiling and happy. But this news was a bolt from the blue for a concubine like Consort E, who wanted to consolidate her power and position. Yesterday she also let people send a message to her family. Said to pick some good out waiting for the draft. "I did not think that today will change the sky." So frowned and said, "Your Majesty, the rules of this draft are set by the ancestors. Rashly changing the system. I'm afraid it's out of fashion." Chapter 244 Concentrated Cannon Fire. Consort E originally wanted to dissuade the emperor from easily changing the timing of this talent show. Unexpectedly, her words were a bit heavy. The emperor's face instantly sank, looking over at Consort E. Very unhappy. "What do you mean by rashly changing the system?" Consort E but want to talk to me in detail about the year when the Northwest Marquis strongly advised the military to change the system. Consort E was so frightened by the emperor. Her face immediately became bad. Immediately kneeling down, she said, "I have made a slip of the tongue. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." When the grandfather for the Wei military reform, but hard to the emperor ate a number of flat. She didn't know much about the exact reason. But after this incident, grandfather never returned to Shengjing City. This is undoubtedly. Therefore, the emperor mentioned this matter at this moment. At first glance is angry. She also regretted that she hadn't thought too much about what she had said. Looking at Consort Yi's softened appearance, all the concubines also followed and knelt down. Not a single word was uttered. The emperor suppressed his anger for a long time, before leaving a sentence. "This matter according to what I said to do," and then whisked his sleeve and left. Everyone looked at each other. Today is the New Year's Eve, but also the good day of the harem. This kind of time to cause the emperor angry. Really is. But the person who caused trouble is Yifei. No one dares to say a word. Can only obediently wait in place. Listen to the arrangements of Yifei. Perhaps in front of the crowd lost face. So Yifei's face is not good. But still patiently said, "Let all sisters see the joke. Since the emperor has an order, then the next few years of the draft will be called off." And then after thinking about it, he opened his mouth again and said, "Tired all morning? Everyone go back to rest." And so on before the palace banquet. This palace will send someone to call all the sisters. "Thank you, Your Highness. My concubine maidservant will leave." This was the Qianan palace. If they were to leave, concubine E would have to leave as well. She was not the empress, who could have the privilege of staying here. So she was dissatisfied but could do nothing about it, and could only leave with her people. Lend evening observation sigh. Do not know what the emperor was stepped on the scales. Think these 2 days or hide a little good. so as not to lose their own city gates. The fish in the pond. Dinner time. All the palace concubines are waiting early in the side hall. Unfortunately, after waiting for nearly an hour, did not see the emperor over. Yi Fei's face on some can't hang on. This is not to give her a horse credit. It was because she had upset the emperor in the morning that he had made things difficult for her at the New Year's Eve banquet. Let's say that the hour had passed early. But there was still no one else to come. If he didn't come, everyone couldn't move their chopsticks ahead of time. So they all just sat and waited. Although Lin Lani had been promoted, he was still the same as before, and rarely spoke. Today, the second prince and the second princess also followed the attendants. And she did not sit in one place. There are other halls and pavilions next to the side halls, and there is a special place for the second princess to feed and breastfeed. So there is no worry that she will be starved. Today is the first time she formally met with the concubines. She behaved differently than she usually did in Ruiyang Xian and Yihua Palace. Especially quiet. Concubine Yi glanced at her, and felt a twinge of regret in her heart. In the end, it was Consort Lan's thought that harmed the child. Otherwise such a big child should be more lively to be normal. This kind of quiet what is going on. Think of the Lan family also expect to send a new showgirl into the palace. There is to snatch back the second princess it. Now look. It is also the chicken and egg situation. So opened his mouth and said, the body of the second princess is still not good? How to not see her send a word? Back to your highness. In winter the second princess sleepy. So not much love to make a sound. It's normal for children to be sleepy. But such a big child is exactly the time to move. How is it that she also looks not very smart? Lin Lianyi also felt strange in her heart. Obviously come. This second princess is still noisy. How to enter the side hall not long. People will wilt it. Raised his eyes to the second prince there. Also is not a good feeling. As always, his face was gloomy. As if he had eaten something dumb. What's wrong with this brother and sister duo? One by one, they are all listless and powerful. Lin Wani had the intention to ask, but felt that the occasion was not appropriate. So she could only wait until she got back. Who knew that Chu promised to open her mouth? And the moment she opened her mouth, it was directed at Lin Evening Yi. The maidservant concubine has been grounded for many days. I haven't yet had the chance to congratulate your highness. Congratulations to your highness on her green cloud. After saying that, she got up and bowed down to Lin Evening Yi. He looked much more disciplined than before. But this look was dangerous in Lin Evening Yi's eyes. Who knows what she has in mind? So she smiled and replied, Sister Chu is polite. More words also did not say anything more. Anyway, she now belongs to say more wrong more. Do more wrong more. Might as well not say not do good. Seeing that she didn't see the trick, Chu promised to smile. And had a plan in mind. Turning to concubine Yi, she said, Your Highness, this palace banquet's time has passed for a long time. The emperor is not delayed by any political affairs. Or find someone to invite please? Concubine Yi frowned. Her heart was very dissatisfied with Chu promise to mention which pot is which pot. Who knows, she said next. I think that among these sisters, it is the most appropriate for your concubine to go. She is the first among the newly promoted palace concubines. And I think that she must be deeply favored by the emperor. So I wonder if your concubine would be willing to move and go to ask the emperor to come to celebrate the New Year's Eve together. The moment she said this, several people became the face of a joke. Knowing that the emperor was in a bad mood at the moment, she still let Lin Evening Yi rush up to invite him. Wasn't this clearly giving her trouble? What's more, everyone knew how she got to the top. And previously the emperor never had any special care for her. So everyone was waiting to see Lin Huai's joke. Have to say, this release Chu promised out. Really as Lin Evening Yi expected. Her stubble is really late, but sure to arrive. Face pretending to be a surprised and worried look, then said, Chu's sister, hi sister. Although I just promoted the concubine. But with Lady Yi Fei and Lady Ying Fei compared to. Or not worth mentioning. Even if you want to go to invite His Majesty. Also should not be me. Is not it? The difficulty was thrown back on the heads of the two high-powered concubines. Consort Ying smiled, and then humbled herself. Sister Lin is also lift this palace. The whole palace up and down. Who do not know that now sister you are most loved by the emperor. Lin guards die to protect the driver. Sister has this situation. Is for this. Should also be you to invite, is not it? Everyone's fire was really focused on Lin Evening Yi. Consort Yi and Consort Ying were rarely on the same side. So they smiled and pressurized. Chapter 245 New Year's Eve Palace Banquet. Concubine Ying's words are reasonable. Then it will annoy Yi Ning Gui concubine to go on a trip. Also don't live up to the emperor's title given to you. Yi Ning. Isn't it necessary to have the ability to put things to rest? Consort Yi's words have been said to this point. Lin Lianyi also cannot refuse. Luckily, the emperor had looked at her differently on weekdays. Otherwise she didn't have a full grasp of the tiger's whiskers at this time. She could only go on with her head. So she got up and excused herself. Took a deep breath and headed towards the main hall. The determination of the back. So that the people present have stored a few points to see the meaning of jokes. Instead, that Qian nobleman looked at. Feel a bit wrong. But she is lowly. Not good to hastily with so many people on the opposite side. And the seat on the surface of the two neighboring Ming noblemen and white noblemen. At the moment is also on the surface of the quiet very. Since the release of the ban out, Ming noblemen on the day are a little worried. Fear that the white nobleman cynical about the previous things. And will come to find fault. But now, she is quiet and weird. Even more so. Ming Dairen's heart is worried. Who knows what bad ideas she is secretly holding back. Since the matter of the draft was already on the table. She would have to focus on winning the emperor's favor. 5 years of time. Enough time for her to rise to the head of a palace. The heart is also full of motivation. So the hand stroked on the temples of the rocking star. Unbeknownst to this action, but let the white nobleman more and more low face. The loathing in her eyes flickered. The main hall was empty. Lin Wanyi did not find anyone. After asking around, only to know that the emperor in the warm residence. And then Lin Wanyi rushed over. When he saw Dong Yuzhong at the door, he raised a smile and said, "Your Highness, finally came over. The emperor has been waiting for you for a long time." Lin Lianyi was puzzled. Could it be that the emperor had counted on the fact that they would turn on him? So he deliberately made this series of moves? But it was useless to be suspicious. She still had to enter the house. The cold winds of winter did not leave a trace in Wengu residence. The place was burning with an underground dragon. So it was as warm as if they were still in Ruiyang Xian. Lin Lianyi a glory dress into the warm residence. But saw dressed in regular clothes of the emperor. Sitting in front of the rosewood table. On top of which placed in Ruiyang Xian had ate that mutton cooking pot. With a smile between his eyebrows. He said, "I don't want to see them. So for the New Year's Eve palace banquet, the two of us will eat alone." Lin Lianyi was somewhat in tears. Dare the emperor to make such a mess just to have a separate meal with her? Thanks to her worrying and worrying before she came. "Your Majesty, this isn't right. The sisters of the harem are all waiting in the side hall. If you and my concubine don't go for a long time, I'm afraid that, since they dare to call you here, naturally they have the intention of calling you here. Would you not know? Since one or two of them are not with the right intentions, why should I care about them?" Lin Lianyi then understood. The emperor is deliberately testing? If he didn't come, he would still end up going. But if he came, he knew that the concubines were deliberately messing with him. What he wants is for the emperor to be furious and let Lin Huai go and touch this nail. So thinking of this, Lin Evening didn't squirm anymore. In fact, with so many of them spending New Year's Eve together, Lin Evening was also uncomfortable. It's just that their identities were here. It wouldn't do to stay in the palace all the time. That's why she followed the emperor back. But the second prince and the second princess. Don't worry. I've already asked people to tell Sister Du, and the others, that a few of the imperial sons and princesses will just go back first after their meal. That's good. Hearing that the emperor had taken the trouble to arrange all of this. It would be false for Lin Wanyi to say that she wasn't touched. In fact, when the emperor suddenly appeared at the palace, she was slightly shaken. Or maybe it wasn't shaken, but rather willing to let go of her heart a little deeper to accept the emperor. It was true that it was impossible for him to be with only himself forever in this life. But to be able to do so, it did move Lin Evening. So she said, "I'm a concubine of this gorgeous dress. If it is stained with flavor, I'm afraid to let the other sisters to see out. Your Majesty here can still have the regular clothes. I'll change." If it was in the past, the emperor was afraid to be shocked by this heavenly mind of hers. But now, he could clearly feel that after Lin Wanyi came back from the palace, she had more and more trust in him. As well as from time to time, she would show a petulant appearance in front of him. This was a good thing. Therefore everything she proposed could be satisfied. When Gu residence was originally the bedchamber where he slept on weekdays, so the regular clothes were naturally there. It was still made by Lin Evening E herself. Across the screen, she removed her fancy dress and put on the Emperor's regular clothes straight after rolling up the sleeves and trouser legs. Obviously nothing is exposed. In the Emperor here is more than what is exposed, but also want to get into some. When she came out, the Emperor could not help but let out a light laugh. Hair bun and clothes don't match at all. You have time to make yourself a few suitable regular clothes. Both men and women. Make that for what? Naturally. There is a use for it. Let's say, following me on a private visit. When the words private visit were said, Lin Lian's eyes were filled with light. It was like going back to the old days when she followed her grandfather's family around. It was the most free and comfortable. At that time, for fear of her identity being exposed, she also pretended to be a man. Originally, the age is small. This male and female characteristics cannot be seen much. So she was as if she was a rich little prince with red lips and white teeth, following her family around to play in the mountains. Is what His Majesty said true? Naturally. Then I must properly make a few bodies for myself. Well, also make a few more bodies with your Majesty, using some less eye-catching materials. Otherwise the flamboyance of this material will instantly give away our identities. And it's not safe at all. She was quick in her planning, completely not noticing the crying and laughing on the Emperor's face. And then the two of them sat down and ate the cooking pot of that mutton. This time, it seemed to be even more delicious than the last time. In the Wendover residence, the two of them lived a warm and sweet life. Is the poor side of the hall in the concubines. Everyone is waiting anxiously. How can this Lin Evening E not come back once she is gone? Just when Consort E was wondering if she should find someone to take a look, she saw Dong Yuzhong come over in a hurry. Rushing over, he greeted Consort E and Consort Ing. Slave Dong Yuzhong greets Consort E, Consort Ing, and all the young lords. Seeing Dong Yuzhong show his face, everyone looked outside, only to not see the person they were hoping for. Consort E, sitting high at the top, was also filled with curiosity. So she opened her mouth and asked, "Why did eunuch Dong come over?" "Back to your highness. The Emperor's political affairs have not yet been dealt with. So this New Year's Eve banquet will not come over. Specially decreed to let the Imperial catering room to make some more festive dishes, given to all the little masters. But also please little masters slowly use." Chapter 246, Eating a Reunion Dinner. As expected, many little eunuchs soon appeared behind him. All of them were holding the 8 treasures food box in their hands, and served dishes to the concubines' tables one by one. But again exquisite things, at this moment also fall not in the eyes of the crowd. They look forward to the stars, look forward to the moon. It is not easy to bring the Emperor back, but they couldn't even see him a few times. A good New Year's Eve banquet would have been happy to celebrate together. Now but, many people are in the heart of Ife quite blame, if not for her inappropriate words in the morning, angered the Emperor. The Emperor will not be such a challenge. But angry to angry, no one dare to show. Yifei's majesty is not something they can challenge at will. Disobedience? Can. Then be prepared to accept the end of death. But who would feel tired of living? Therefore, they can only keep their anger in their hearts, and not say a word. Yifei's face is quite embarrassed, but at the moment still have to pretend to be calm. Next to her, Consort Ing was also unhappy. So she asked a question. "Eunuch Dong, didn't Sister Gui concubine go to invite the Emperor? How come we don't see her coming back?" It was only with this question that everyone's minds went back to Lin Evening E. On the contrary, it was Dong Yuzhong, who had served alongside the Emperor for many years, and had never seen any scene before. Immediately, he acted out the drama. With a sigh, he said, "Your concubine is not the time to go. The Emperor is worried about the affairs of state. So ask your concubine to go back to the palace first," Dong Yuzhong said euphemistically. But it is this euphemistic so that everyone unanimously think what please her first back to the palace. Must be scolded badly. Their own face back again just. Worse still, the Emperor is grounded. Thinking of this, Chu promised a face cannot hold down the excitement. Other people will not come to the Emperor's anger out of the mouth here. They felt that she deserved it. Who let her make such a big show? Should let her know what is called virtue is not worthy of the position. Ing Fei faced with bitter said, "Ai, all is this palace's fault. If not, I propose to let your concubine's sister to go. Also not to." Her words just fell. That Mu Chong and immediately comfort up. Your Highness, today is the New Year's Eve banquet. All should be happy. Otherwise the next year's luck is affected. How to do? Just after her words were uttered, everyone felt that it was very reasonable. Especially since the Emperor had only said that the 5-year selection was in everyone's favor. Anyone who wanted to be lucky enough to be instantly spotted by the Emperor, wouldn't they also be able to rise up the ranks like Lin Evening E? Therefore, everyone had a smile on their face. Well, since this is the case, then let us sisters over. The first cup of wine for this New Year's Eve banquet will be to the Emperor and Great Wei. Consort E opened her mouth, and the other palace concubines naturally followed suit. So in the absence of the Emperor, they ate this meal with laughter. The inside of the palace was cozy, and the outside of the palace was no less lively. Thousands of families are early to close the door, lively cooking a lot of food, just for this reunion day. The Dong family is so is the Xiangfu. Without the participation of the big house, this reunion dinner is Rongkong County Princess ate the most comfortable one. The table full of dishes, each is auspicious and festive. And today, sitting around the table in addition to the second Master Lin, the second wife of Wang in addition to Lin Guangji in the Imperial College back to study. He is now 18 years old or so, but looks not mature at all. He is tired of being beside the Rongkong County Lord, and still loves to ask for rewards as he did when he was a child. For this grandson, Rongkong Sheriff is held in her heart. Naturally, she can't allow him to make any mistakes. Just this appearance so that Lin Xiangshang Master look more or less feel a bit of mercy ancestor more defeat grandchildren. So he opened his mouth and asked, you in the state prison into the school also 5 or 6 years. How not yet seem to get a merit back? Is not all day in the head only focus on play? In the past few years, Minister Lin had been away from Shengjing City most of the time. Therefore, he knew very little about his grandchildren. When he opened his mouth like this, then Lin Guangji's face did not look too good. Smiling sarcastically, he said, labor grandfather is concerned. Grandchildren body bones have not been very good. So every time near the examination, always get sick. Originally those will answer. But the result is, so that, the words were stammered, and it looked like a fake. Prime Minister Lin never had any expectations for this grandson, who had never been very successful. Therefore there was no talk of much disappointment. On the contrary, it was second Master Lin who was more in line with Minister Lin's expectations. He was not too old, not even 40 years old, and was already the left minister of the Ministry of Revenue. In time, his own position as minister might also reach him. Therefore, the grandson does not matter, as long as he can give birth to a first grandson for the Lin family. Then he also retired from the dynasty. He personally teaches. He will be able to protect the Lin family for several generations. So he said to the Lin second master and second lady, Guangji studies if it has been so. Then do not mix in the state crown prison. Out to find an idle job to do. You do parents should also be for his life event to consider. After all, over the year to go. The virtual age of 19. And then delayed. I'm afraid that not pick a good family. Hearing this, Rongkong County Princess smiled. Master, don't worry. Guangji is just a weak body. More conditioning. Must be able to have a good career. Besides, this marriage is also a phase to look at it. Several families' wife has handed over the post with me. To Guangji is also satisfied with the very. But I'm still paying attention to it. Hearing Rongkong County's words, Minister Lin just gave a hum. He wasn't too worried about the marriage. From the way she chose her daughters-in-law, she could tell that they must be from good families and easy to handle. So this grandson's daughter-in-law was about the same. So he didn't say anything more. Guan saw Lin Guangji as the only male grandson in the family. So valued. Heart cannot help but sneer. As an aunt herself, she could only stand and serve. Although her daughter sat with everyone at dinner, who looked at her more than once at the table. Except for the occasional second Master Lin, who would twist some dishes for her. Everyone else treated her as transparent. She couldn't swallow this breath, no matter what. So while everyone was laughing and joking, she suddenly pretended to be dizzy and fell to the ground unsteadily. The second Master Lin originally favored Aunt Gua. Seeing her like this, immediately went forward to help her get up. Anxiously, he inquired, "What's wrong? How did you suddenly faint?" Aunt Gua looked like she was too weak to take care of herself and pretended to be innocent as she said, "Nu also doesn't know why. These days I can't always lift my spirits. And I always feel a terrible tightness in my chest. This symptom of hers might sound like exhaustion to Second Master Lin. But it suddenly changed in the case of Rongkong Sheriff and Second Lady Wang. You're not pregnant. Are you? Chapter 247 Late Congratulatory Gift. Wang's sentence caused everyone present to be shocked for a moment. Second Master Lin naturally had joy on his face. But the faces of the others didn't look too good. Let's say Second Lady and Lin Guangji. As for Master Lin Xiang and County Lord Rongkong, they didn't make any big movements. And then it was still County Lord Rongkong who sent the sister beside her to say, "Go and call the house doctor over to give Aunt Guo a look." Yes. Aunt Guo had already confirmed her pregnancy. The reason why she chose to reveal it at this time was just to give herself and her child more life preservers. Otherwise, in the back of the house, if she wanted to lose her child without knowing it, there were many ways to do it. Especially this time. She has already found a holy hand outside to assert that it will definitely be a male child. Therefore, she had to be even more careful. The doctor came in a hurry during the holiday season. I thought there was something big going on. But as soon as I entered the door, I was summoned by Second Master Lin. Quickly, give Aunt Guo a good look. Why did she suddenly faint? Fainted? The doctor felt a little strange. This aunt is usually in good health. How could she suddenly fainted? He immediately took her pulse. Everyone held their breath and waited for the doctor's answer. And in no time, the doctor smiled. Congratulations to Master Xiang. Congratulations to the County Lord. Congratulations to the Second Master. Aunt Guo is pregnant for more than 4 months. What? Really? Both Second Master Lin and Aunt Guo were in disbelief. Only the former one was really not expecting it, while the latter one was faking it, hearing that she was pregnant for more than 4 months. This Wang clan hated her with a passion. So many years. Have not heard of her pregnant again. Thought it is not will not have again. Who knew that such a thing could happen at this moment? Simply make people angry to the point of no return. The Second Master does not know. Is sure. The first thing I want to say is that I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to do this. But I'm sure I'm going to be able to do it. But whether or not Aunt Guo really didn't know, it's not certain. She never had a good impression of Aunt Guo, so she naturally thought the worst of her. When Minister Lin heard the news, he glanced at Princess Rongkong. Seeing that she was also stunned, he coughed twice and said, "Since you're pregnant, don't stand. Sit down and eat. Make up for what you need to make up for. Giving birth to a child safely is the most important thing. Thank you, Father. Thank you for your compassion." So Lin Ershi helped Aunt Guo to sit beside him. And that careful appearance made the second wife Wang very unhappy. But what could she do if she was unhappy? Her father-in-law and mother-in-law were all there. If she showed excessive jealousy, wouldn't she be giving them something to talk about? She could only remain silent. On the contrary, Lin Guangji, who was on the side, looked at Aunt Guo with great disdain. Along with that, he didn't have a good look for the concubine's sister next to him. Lin Jingshu was sandwiched between all the people. It was neither right to be happy nor wrong to not be happy. It was Aunt Guo who sensed her daughter's uneasiness and reached under the table to pull her in as a sign of comfort. In other people's eyes, they might feel that their sons were more important than their daughters. But she was different. In her case, her daughter was the same as her unborn son. Her own heart. It was someone that she had to protect with her life. Lin Jingshu felt the compassion from her birth mother, and that uneasy mood gradually calmed down, and then cast a faint smile. The family ate again. But some were happy, while others did not know what to eat. Compared to the sweetness and bitterness in the Xiangfu residence, there was harmony in Wen's residence. When Dong Yuzhong came to report, Lin Wani burst out laughing. "Your Majesty, are you sure this won't be discovered by the others?" The Emperor squinted at her for a moment, then added, "What are you afraid of?" Dong Yuzhong could have arranged a play. Right now, the noble concubine who was scolded and saddened has long since returned to Yihua Palace. And for fear of being humiliated, she even purposely covered her face with a handkerchief, and hurriedly returned in her step carriage. Lin Lianyi glanced at Dong Yuzhong in surprise. So seeing him, he smiled back. Miss Chuanqi's figure was similar to that of the Empress. So she took her place for a bit. "So the cooking pot we just ate, was it made by Chuanqi? Well, you girls' craftsmanship is indeed extraordinary. You've only seen it once, and you can make it much better than the Imperial kitchen. You're a blessed one." Lin Lianyi came to a realization. No wonder. Just now a familiar taste came out of that cooking pot. Only, She didn't think that it would be Chun-Chi who came over to get it. So she said flirtatiously, "Your Majesty wouldn't be thinking of asking Chun-Chi to serve in the Imperial court, right? What nonsense. If I want to eat it, I'll just go to your palace. Why do I need her?" The Emperor was clean. He likes Chun-Chi's craftsmanship, not Chun-Chi as a person. If he offended Lin Wei because of such a small matter, wouldn't he lose more than he gained? So he immediately explained. Seeing him say this, Lin Evening smiled, laughing sincerely, and with a hint of flirtation. The Emperor coughed twice before saying, "Previously in the palace, I asked you what you wanted for your congratulatory gift. You only said it was to listen to me play a song. That counts for what congratulatory gift. So today's specially prepared other about you will like." Lin Lian was completely unaware that she had not only been able to spend New Year's Eve alone with the Emperor, but also received a belated congratulatory gift. So curious, she asked. "What has His Majesty prepared?" "You'll know later." So he winked at Dong Yuzhong, only to see him turn around and leave the house of one, leaving behind a sellout Emperor and a bewildered Lin Evening. It wasn't long before there was a commotion from outside. Rumbling like thunder, Lin Evening was filled with confusion, only to see the Emperor push open the window and let her look out. "It's fireworks." Every year on New Year's Eve, Shengjing City would shoot off a fireworks display to show that the country was at peace and everything was peaceful. This year was no different. In the past, Lin Wani had watched from outside the palace. This year, she watched it together with the Emperor at the Qinan Palace. I have to say, this location is really excellent. Even if they just stood in the room, they could see it clearly. It was just that these fireworks were obviously every year. So why would the Emperor say that it was a birthday gift for her? Turning back to look at the Emperor, he only saw him hugging Lin Evening right from behind. The Emperor's body was warm. She knew that from before. Wrapped up in his warmth, Lin Evening did not feel the cold wind outside the window. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a stream of golden fireworks rushed up like a dragon, followed by a stream of cyan fireworks, blooming like a lotus. When the two kinds of fireworks bloomed in the air at the same time, Lin Wani was surprised and speechless. At this time, the Emperor said faintly beside her ear, "I remember that you love lotus, and like to wear lime green clothes. So earlier ordered people to prepare. Now the dynasty is still unstable. In the harem, I cannot always for you to do security. So a good number of love cannot be revealed in front of outsiders." Chapter 248 Sincerity. Fear is that you are looking for trouble, and I can't protect. So wait again. When I will be the matter of the former dynasty to take care of. Immediately will be enthroned you as a queen. I want you to do with me together overlooking the mountains and rivers of Wei Empress. The Emperor's words. For Lin Wani, the degree of surprise was no less than fireworks. Empress? That was a distinction and position she had never thought of. Your Majesty, I know you don't like all this external fame, but I want you to become an Empress. You can live with me in the same bed and die with me in the same hole. This life I have my destiny. It is impossible to be the only one. In the next life, I will definitely go to look for you, and will be sure to be with you for the rest of your life. Lin Lian listened to the Emperor speak like this. Her heart was not a little moved. If the Emperor's feelings towards her once upon a time, it was about a kind of possession that he was bound to get. Now also so. But he has a few more tenderness that should not belong to the Emperor. He would consider the situation of the harem for Lin Wani. He would defend her interests in a dignified manner. And now he has even thought about the next life. How could Lin Evening not be touched when she heard all of this? With a deep sigh, she turned back and hugged the Emperor. Even though she still had some concerns in her heart at the moment, she would no longer restrain her feelings like before. I know. She did not take a stance on these words from the Emperor, because there were many aspects involved. It was not something she could get involved in. The Emperor also understood that this was about the best reply she could make, and thus did not force her too much that she had to swear an oath with himself. Anyway, the large palace? Long days. They will be able to live slowly. Compared to the sweet words and oaths, he preferred the present days. Plain and reassuring. That night, Lin Wani was resting in the Wengu residence. Anyway, outsiders thought that this newly promoted concubine had been wronged by the Emperor. So it wasn't surprising that she couldn't stay behind closed doors. As for the Emperor, it's only right that he sleeps more because of his political labor. Looking at Lin Wani in the arms of the sleeping look, the Emperor is like a greedy leopard. He ate his fill, and then revealed a cozy and satisfied expression. On the contrary, Lin Wan-yi but was tossed. She didn't think that she would be unable to get out of bed for 3 days before she came to Wengu residence. If she had known, then there was absolutely no way she would have set foot in here. From New Year's Eve to the second day of the new year, the Emperor and she hadn't left the door. When she woke up, the Emperor was waiting to dress her and wash her. And when she was full, the two of them had to start chatting about human nature and the way of heaven from poetry and songs. Lin Lianyi's mood is like a paper kite. Up and down, ups and downs. A moment of worry, if it is spread out, will not be bad reputation of the two of them. A moment later, she was tossed around by the Emperor and became dizzy. In the end, she didn't even have the strength to hammer him, and was completely at the mercy of others. There were 2 times when she just couldn't bear it anymore. So she hugged the Emperor's head and said with tears of desire, "Your Majesty, there was an emperor in the previous dynasty who had 72 women at night. Guess what? No guess. Your Majesty, without moderation will hurt your body. I'm not afraid. Your Majesty, you haven't gone out for 3 days. The ministers and consorts will be worried. It's New Year's Eve. Who would bother? Your Majesty, are you taking elixir?" Lin Lianyi's face was lifeless, and all that was given to her in reply were rounds and rounds of waves and shocking waves. Waiting for the night of the second day of the second lunar month. A windy and snowy night. The Emperor seemed to be angry, so he went to visit the concubine who hid in the palace. Thus, all the talents in the palace began to move the heart of the lively again. Started the flowery dress, and all kinds of to the Imperial stuffed things. Some stuffed scented pouches. Some stuffed food. Some in the Imperial garden head wind singing. Some in the Emperor's night returned to the road deliberately fall. In short, the consorts were in an unprecedented emotional high. Only here in Lin Wan-yi, the smell of the medicine pot was starting to get strong again. Xiaoan worriedly looked at Lin Wan-yi, pouring medicine into her stomach bowl after bowl. Her heart was impatient. Opening her mouth, she said, "Your Highness, didn't you say before that you didn't want to be pregnant? How come you've been taking birth control pills for the past 2 days?" Lin Wan-yi let out a long sigh. "Do you think I want to? But I've been by His Majesty's side for 3 days. And you're not here. So I'm afraid that I would have already taken that medicine only now. It's definitely not going to work. If this time really pregnant, then I must nourish my body. I don't want to be like Consort on that. The child descends not long after the death of the world. Blah blah blah." Quickly touched the wood. It's not auspicious for the Empress to say this in the new year. Xiaoan immediately went forward and pulled Lin Wan-yi's hand, knocking on the wooden table. Lin Wan-yi was also a little weak, so she didn't stop it, and even took the initiative to knock on it herself. For the child, her attitude has always been to put it off if she can. So it has always been Xiaoan who has been regulating and controlling it for her. There had never been a mistake in the past half year. But this time, it was indeed out of her expectation. God knows how many times she and the Emperor fooled around while they were at the wine house. And Xiaoan wasn't there either. So a lot of things couldn't be said anymore. If the child really came at this time, then all she had to do was to get well and have a smooth birth, as well as take care of herself in order to protect him for the rest of his life. Lin Wan-yi had never wanted her child to compete for anything, so she didn't expect her child to be gifted. She just needed to be healthy and happy. Just be an idle prince or a free princess with a smooth life. Hearing Lin Wan-yi say this, that Xiaoan's expression was also corrected. Then he said with a firm gaze, "Don't worry, Your Highness. With the slave girl here, I will make sure that Your Highness will give birth peacefully." Lin Wan-yi couldn't help but cry and laugh. "Don't be in a hurry. It's not a sure thing." Unfortunately, Xiaoan couldn't listen at the moment. Her mind was already bursting with countless recipes for dietary and medicinal supplements. Just waiting for Lin Wan-yi to get pregnant. It had to be said that what this loyal servant of hers was doing was truly extraordinary. If Lin Wan-yi didn't want to get pregnant, then she wouldn't let accidents happen. If Lin Wan-yi wanted to be pregnant, then she would definitely protect a peaceful birth. The person specially picked by the Dong family was not only loyal, but also thoughtful. So for the next few days, Lin Wan-yi noticed that the dishes were a little different. There seemed to be more nourishing things. Lin Wan-yi looked at Chun-Chi with curiosity, and before she could ask, Chun-Chi said righteously, "Winter days should be tonic, so that spring can body good. Annie, don't worry, have slave girl in Must give you eat white fat. At the end of the heart to add a sentence. To ensure that during your pregnancy, the skin is thin and stuffed. Mother and child are safe. Unfortunately, Lin Lianyi did not know that Chuanqi had hidden this thought. Chapter 249 Intense Vomiting. The little girl has grown up and knows how to love her frail and sickly master. As a result, the Yihua Palace again wafted a burst of warm fragrance. In the next half of the month, Lin Lianyi continued to live her own quiet days of deep seclusion, accompanying the second prince to read and study, teasing the second princess with jokes and laughter. Of course, the needlework in her hands didn't stop. After all, she had to make spring clothes and riding clothes for the second prince, and also had to make ordinary cloth clothes for herself and the emperor for private visits. Naturally, her hands were busy without stopping, and the emperor was not idle either. A moment is under the escort of the fourth prince. Climbed the city tower to see the people rich. A moment is a big palace banquet. Invited the civil and military officials out to dine together. The last also deliberately went to the nearest military camp to reward the army. The entire first month of the head has not been idle. Therefore, not to mention the harem, is the Yihua Palace, he has only come twice. And the name of the outside world, or visit the second prince and the second princess. In this regard, the palace concubines do not think. After all, the third prince in the Yusho Palace, the fourth prince in the invitation to the Moon Palace, as well as Princess Mingruo in the Lento Palace, the emperor have to go. So, everyone is looking forward to their own can also have a son and a half-daughter. In this way, the emperor will also think of visiting them. Winter and spring turn into February. The second day of February, the day of the dragon's head, the emperor is finally free. So in the Qianan Palace in the head to rest. Looking outside, the wind and rain has been eliminated. Slightly traces of early spring. The corner of the mouth also sketched a smile. Another new year. At the same time, it was also the 18th year of his ascension to the throne. In these days, he felt that he had achieved a lot as an emperor. The 4 clans had submitted to him, and the country was at peace. Just as he was thinking, he heard Dong Yuzhong walk in with soft footsteps. "I see, your majesty." "What is it?" "Wutai Mountain side of the news," said the Empress Dowager departed. "When will it arrive?" "About April. The journey is not far." But the fear of the Empress Dowager, her old man, suffered bumps. Naturally. To be slower. Well, then we'll pass the order down. Let the officials around the good care. Must let the Empress Dowager return journey comfortable. Yes. Dong Yuzhong was about to go out, when he heard the emperor commanded again. Set up a meal at Yihua Palace at noon. I want to eat mutton cooking pot. Yes. I will send someone to deliver the message. The emperor stood with his arms folded, looking at the scenery outside the window, his mind calculating something else. Meanwhile, in Yihua Palace, Lin Lianyi was not surprised to receive the news that the emperor was coming for lunch. She was only slightly dissatisfied that he was going to eat a mutton cooking pot. Your Highness, what should we do? You're quite serious about this harming your mouth. The emperor is going to eat this meaty thing again. If you vomit again. Xiaoan was at the side to smooth her breath. Sure enough, this emperor's dragon son and grandson really made her a little unable to withstand it. About 7 or 8 days ago, Xiaoan diagnosed her. It is indeed heaven bless his way. Lin Lianyi is pregnant. But somehow, the body was still fine. But one day after she came to her senses, she fell into a state of endless vomiting. Smell more flowers and plants. Also vomit. See more food. Also vomit. Even sometimes fall asleep and turn over the wrong way. Also vomit. As a result, she lost a lot of weight in just a few days. After rinsing her mouth with clean water, Lin Lianyi leaned on the couch in front of the bright window and said breathlessly, "Prepare it for His Majesty." "I can't eat it either. So set the mat in the side room and come back when His Majesty is done eating." "Your Highness, if His Majesty knows that you are pregnant, how can he still eat the food himself?" Then make it according to the ones I can eat on weekdays. And also let him, as a father, see how hard it is for my mother. Lin Lianyi has been vomiting for the past few days. She was more and more impressed by this mother. Once upon a time, she didn't know that a pregnant person would vomit like this. She remembers that when her mother was pregnant with her brother, she ate well and slept well. Where does she seem to suffer like this? But Xiaoan has been carefully adjusted. According to her body, recovery is also good enough. So why vomit like this? She is not clear. Therefore, in her heart, she felt that the dragon's son was too powerful. So it was not something that she, an ordinary person, could afford. Thinking like this in her heart, she was much more comfortable. I want to eat dried meat. Lin Lianyi didn't want to eat anything these days, and couldn't eat anything. It was rare to hear that she was interested in something. So naturally, she had to serve it. It's just that Chuanchi didn't make the dried meat before. So she has to get it now. It was too late to eat. So I had to wait with a hungry stomach. As she waited, she fell asleep leaning against the bright window. Xiaoan looked at his own mother was tossed. Heart is also worried than happy. I am afraid that it is not because I am not good at learning medicine. Seeing her shallowly sleeping over, she had to cover her with a lamb blanket and gently go out the door. Straight to the small kitchen. Chuanchi received the news that the emperor was coming to have a meal. Naturally she was getting that lamb cooking pot. When he saw Xiaoan come, he still had a curious face. The empress said that she wants to eat dried meat. Ah? Right now. Even if I make it now, it will be 1 or 2 hours before I can eat it. It doesn't matter. The empress hasn't eaten much in the past few days. It's rare for her to ask for it. So do it. Make some more. So that the next time she suddenly wants to eat it, she won't have it again. Okay. Then this time I'll make some pork, beef, and chicken. I can't say that the queen's tastes have changed, and she wants to eat differently. Good. Then the emperor this mutton cooking pot? Don't do it. When the emperor comes, it's not allowed to follow the empress to eat dried meat. The two looked at each other and laughed, and were looking forward to the emperor's reaction when he learned of this news. At midday, the emperor deliberately arrived a quarter of an hour early. Before entering Yihua Palace, he still had a serious imperial face. After entering the palace, it was springtime. On weekdays, if he comes, Lin Lianyi will wait at the door early. But today, not to mention the door no one to come. Even the door of the main hall is closed tightly. So the emperor's heart a burst of suspicion. These 2 days, I have made your concubine angry. Your majesty said something last time we met. Wasn't your concubine still happy? Dong Yuzhong's reply did not make the emperor relent. Instead, he quickened his pace and ran towards the main hall, pushing the door in. The commotion woke up the dozing Lin Evening. Who? It's me. When the emperor lifted the curtain and entered, he did not expect at all that only half a month had passed since he had seen the previously round and white Lin Evening had changed greatly. The face that was still a little apprehensive was instantly uneasy. Sick? Why did no one come to report me? As he spoke, he was about to get angry when he happened to meet Xiaoan coming over. Chapter 250, Really Pregnant. Hit the head and angrily rebuked. How do you serve your concubine? She is sick like this. Also don't see you send someone to tell me. For the emperor's anger, Xiaoan also felt innocent. It's just that there are some words that it's better for the empress herself to say. So she could only kneel down in fear, looking like she was admitting her mistake. All right, your majesty. Don't scare the maids around my concubine as soon as you come. If you scare them out of their wits, let's see how they can still take care of us with care in the future. The emperor obviously didn't understand the us. So he said with a cold snort, they dare. Besides, the second prince and the second princess also don't need them to take care of. So many people just staring at you as serving. Also don't do their best. Keep what to do. The emperor's anger was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Lin Evening opinion usually shrewd and capable emperor seems to not understand the meaning of her words. Simply intentionally vomit a. Who knows this vomit does not matter. Who knows this vomit does not matter. Really vomit out. The emperor was still furious. In a few moments to turn anger into worry. Said anxiously. Sick like this. Not past the doctor. Dong Yuzhong. I'm here. I'll let someone go find a eunuch. Eunuch Dong. Lin Lianyi immediately stopped it. Only she wanted to speak. But she couldn't help the nausea. So for a while, Dong Yuzhong was also in a great dilemma. Should this imperial doctor be invited? Seeing this, Xiaoan couldn't care less about the emperor and immediately came up to smooth Lin Evening Yi's qi, and then took the warm water to give her mouth rinse. After tossing and turning for a little while, she was able to get her breath back. His Majesty should not find a doctor for the time being. There is something to wait for second auntie to come to the palace. In the first month, second Lady Dong did not enter the palace. For one thing, The second princess's condition had improved. And for another, the palace rules were such. Therefore, it was changed to the beginning and end of February to come into the palace again. Lin Lianyi said so because she didn't want to be known in advance. Her fetus is not even stable. If the eunuchs are invited, then the whole palace will probably know soon. Why? The emperor became more and more puzzled. Seeing him with this expression, Lin Lianyi couldn't help but cry and laugh. Pulled over his palm covered in his own stomach. Although there is still flat peace. But Lin Evening faced penetration of motherly thoughts. Has been revealed. The emperor is not a fool. But also a person who has been a father. If she was still unable to understand this kind of meaning, then this brain of his was really just confused by concern. You are pregnant? The night of New Year's Eve? About yes. Actually, Lin Lianyi wasn't sure. But it was always those nonsense days. And anyway, there wasn't much difference between before and after. So defaulting to New Year's Eve didn't seem excessive. For a long time, the emperor didn't say anything. He just stared blankly at her stomach. Somewhat lost in thought, Lin Lianyi could understand his elation. After all, he himself froze for a moment when he found out. But the emperor was the emperor. And he was not surprised by his words. Quite proudly, he said, "It seems like it's still necessary to do it more often. Doing it more often makes it easier to get pregnant." Lin Lianyi was speechless for a while. She thought that the emperor was immersed in the joy of being a father. Who knew that he was in this frame of mind? At once, she slapped the emperor's back of the hand and said poutingly, "Now my concubine cannot serve you. Or you move. Change a place? Nonsense. If not for the fact that your body is now weak, I will definitely hit you with a board." Lin Lianyi ate and laughed twice. In fact, her words, although they looked like a joke, they were actually translucent with a few points of seriousness. The emperor's words and his affection for her were true. This she no longer doubted. But at the same time, she also understood that as an emperor, it was a normal thing for the royal family to spread their wings. If she was pregnant and couldn't serve, someone else would naturally take the throne. It was only because the emperor was concerned about her body that he had opened his mouth like this. Therefore, even if he really went to other concubines in the future, Lin Lianyi did not feel anything. At most, it's just jealousy. Not allow him to enter the door. One life. One pair of people. If in the ordinary family, she will have this hope. But in the emperor's family, she is the one who came to the top. So to seek exclusive favor, or even exclusive favor, is to go against oneself. Although Lin Lianyi did not say anything, but the emperor could see her mind. So said in a very light tone, "Since you entered the palace, I have not touched anyone else. Today is like this, and will be like this in the future. Although I don't have many heirs, but there are enough. If you are able to give birth, then give me a few more. If your body is too deficient, then after giving birth to this one, then no more." Lin Lianyi was stunned. Didn't even know how to reply to the emperor's words. Compared to those lifelong vows, this faint sentence, more than anything else, moved Lin Evening. She didn't say anything and pulled the emperor to sit beside her. She then leaned her body up for a moment before faintly saying, "Good." The fact that Lin Evening was pregnant could be hidden from the people outside. But there were still people within Yihua Palace who knew about it. Let's say Chuan Xixian. Let's say Qiuming Xiao Luzi. Let's say Sister Du and Sister Ji. The second princess was still young. Even if she was told, she wouldn't be able to understand. As for the second prince, Lin Lianyi still felt that she should speak frankly and openly with him once. She didn't want her own child to come, only to have the other two children centrifuged from her. Especially the second prince. He had experienced enough suffering since he was young. If she made him feel like he was going to be abandoned again, Lin Lianyi would blame herself. After thinking about it, she told the emperor about the idea. The emperor hadn't thought about it before. But now he felt that Lin Evening had a point. So he opened his mouth and said, "Good. Summon him here. I will speak with you. Your Majesty, or don't open your mouth. My concubine will say it." Lin Evening's slightly disliked tone made the emperor have that brief bit of sub-displeasure. But given Lin Evening's immediate health, the emperor's little bit of unhappiness at being contradicted quickly disappeared. The lunch was set out simply, and there was no mutton cooking pot that the emperor wanted to eat. He didn't mind, but also righteously commanded, "In the future, your concubines can eat whatever they want. There is no need to be concerned about my tastes." Xian and Chun Chi replied yes. But in reality, they really didn't have to care. The poor lamb cooking pot stopped halfway through, and there was no telling whose stomach it would end up in. When the second prince arrived, he was accompanied by only Sister Du. Although they moved back to Yihua Palace, the entire palace is still similar to Ruiyang Qian. Idle people couldn't get close to them, and the second prince and second princess never pretended to be taken care of by others. Those palace maids and eunuchs are still doing some rough work in the outer courtyard. Upon entering the door and seeing the emperor, they were slightly shocked. "My son greets my father. Long live my father." "Well, get up." "Thank you, Father Emperor." And then he said to Lin Evening E, "Son's servant greets Empress Lin. Bless peace to Empress Lin." Chapter 251, Difficult to Adapt. His tone was a little more intimate than when he was inviting the emperor. Seeing him like this, Lin Wani had a moment of hesitation, thinking about whether or not to sidestep him. Afterwards, she still felt that it would be more sincere if she said it directly. So she softened her tone and said, "Second prince, move forward a little closer. And Lin has something to say to you." The second prince was full of doubts. What word still had to be said closer? But without any doubt, he still moved forward. And then he heard Lin Evening E say, "I'm pregnant for a month now. Although I haven't asked the Imperial doctor to determine it yet. But it's not far from 8 or 9. When he heard this news, the second prince's brain was staggered. Lin Lian Yi and the emperor's consternation was that they hadn't expected it. The second prince's consternation was that he didn't like it. All of a sudden, the face that was still raising a smile suddenly had a few more points of loss and anger. But it was quickly hidden by him, turning to reveal a not-so-sincere smile. "My son congratulates Empress Lin. And congratulates father. He has got what he wanted. This child will definitely be a healthy and intelligent imperial son." When he said this, he should have been in high spirits. But in Lin Evening Yi's ears, he felt very uncomfortable. At just 6 years old, he had experienced things that many people had never experienced. Losing his mother, foster care, taking favor, poisoning, bullying by unruly slaves, and unfriendly siblings. To be able to grow into what he is today is entirely because of Lin Avini's appearance. But now, Lin Avini has her own child. About can't be far away from him. Thinking about this, his heart was as sad as anything. It was hundreds of times sadder than when the fourth prince was born. After all, at that time, he only thought that he would lose his father's love. But now, it was likely that what he would lose would be Lin Evening Yi's love. For a moment, his face was filled with a false smile. The emperor could see it. And so could Lin Avini. She was most afraid of this kind of appearance. So she didn't plan on having a pregnancy in the beginning. But when a child came, it came. She could only go and do her best to appease the second prince. "I know that no matter how much I say now, you will be uncomfortable in your heart. But does the second prince still remember? When you called me that mother? At that time, I told myself that if you are willing, I will be your mother for the rest of my life. And I won't change because of anyone, including this child." Lin Lian Yi spoke in a very light tone. But the second prince was a little surprised to hear it. Once upon a time, Consort Lan had also said this kind of thing a few times in order to gain his trust. But what was the result? It wasn't like she kicked him away after she got pregnant. Sometimes he even felt that he was not as good as the second princess. At least she wouldn't be a stone in anyone's way. Wouldn't she? The second prince didn't answer Lin Lian Yi, but instead hung his head low. The emperor had wanted to say a few words, but he saw Lin Huai shaking her head. He couldn't say anything else. This lunch, the three of them were not very happy. There was even some burden. The second prince was worried about whether he would be abandoned. Lin Lian Yi was worried about whether she would have a grudge against the second prince in the future. The emperor, on the other hand, was worried about even more. Let's say that Lin Huai used too little, which was extremely unfavorable for a pregnant person. So he kept giving Lin Avini dishes. The rice bowls were piled high, but the emperor still didn't stop. In the end, it was Lin Avini who said, "Enough, Your Majesty. The bowls can't even fit anymore." Only then did the emperor control his chopsticks from continuing to clot the dishes. Seeing the second prince on the side, his eyes became more and more lost. After hurriedly finishing the rice in the bowl, he said, "Father and Aunt Lin eat slowly. My son also went back to practicing his calligraphy. My son excuses himself." Lin Lian Yi glanced at the second prince's moody appearance and wanted to speak. Instead, It was Grandma Du who cast her a reassuring look before following the second prince away. After all, it made the child uncomfortable. Lin Wani had a few moments of self-blame. The Emperor looked at this and didn't immediately pick up on it. Rather, he felt that he should give the second prince some time to digest it on his own. Otherwise, if he relied on others for everything, he would end up harming himself. In the rear hall, the second prince went back sulking. The whole person fell into the bedding, his eyes penetrating with incomprehension and sorrow. Sister Du at the side did not open her mouth to console him. Instead she asked, "Did the second prince have enough to eat for lunch? May I need the slave girl to serve you some more?" The second prince shook his head, originally wanting to stay by himself. But when he saw Sister Du's loving eyes, all of a sudden he became even more upset. "Sister, am I not pleasing to the eye? How come? Originally I thought that Empress Lin really wouldn't give birth. That's why she took my second sister and I under her knee to teach us. But now that she has her own child, are my second sister and I going to be sent away not many days from now?" When he spoke, there was a sobbing tone in his voice. If it wasn't for the fact that at the beginning he had inquired about Lin Evening Yi's difficult pregnancy from poisoning, he wouldn't have let go of his heart so quickly. Nowadays, he was treating Lin Evening like his own mother. Unbeknownst to him, she would have her own son or daughter in the future. Just thinking about this, he was so sad that he couldn't contain himself. With a long sigh, Sister Du walked over to the front of the bed, and then she began to ask, "How does second Imperial Prince feel that your concubine Empress treats you?" "Naturally. She is good. Then why do you think that she won't treat you well anymore when she has a child of her own?" The second prince was silent. There were some words that he was unwilling to say out loud. It always felt like that way. He would still be able to deceive himself a bit. Unfortunately, he was facing Sister Du, a person who couldn't tolerate a bit of sand. Seeing that the second prince did not speak, Sister Du continued, "Is it that you also believe that in the royal family there is exploitation of the bond between parents and children? Are you worried that if your concubine mother gives birth to a royal son, you will lose the value of utilization? That's why you're so repulsed, isn't it?" Sister Du lifted this layer of shaming cloth, and the second prince immediately felt embarrassed. "And yet," he said in a terse manner, "isn't it? Consort E to the third prince, noble consort Lin to Ming Rua, and consort Ing to the fourth prince. Isn't it all the same?" He was as if he was a wounded young beast at the moment, filled with defensiveness, even if the other party had been someone he trusted. At this moment, he had bared his fangs to Sister Du. Seeing this, Sister Du's expression was obscure. Only after a moment did she slowly say, "Since the slave girl was transferred to serve the second prince, she has never seen your concubine mother ask you to do anything, such as when you were your age." The third prince was already studying hard day and night, including today's fourth prince is the same, even if he is still a milk doll in swaddling clothes. But the slave girl has heard that concubine mother Ing has already begun to choose a companion reader for him. But what about the second prince? When you were recuperating from your illness, Lady Concubine Gui took medicine with you. When you liked to do woodwork, she found handwritten journals. And when you wanted to read and practice writing, she varied the way she let you read the talking books. Chapter 252, Taking Turns to Enlighten. If she really saved to use you to fight for a momentary position in the harem, then she should have urged you, so that you can be well versed in both literature and martial arts, so that you can show your face in front of the emperor. But look at the bow hanging on the wall. Since the emperor sent it, has she ever forced you to use it once?" Sister Du said as she recalled. These words hurt in the ears of the second prince and instantly made it difficult for him. The slave girl is not afraid to speak from the heart with you. The slave girl has served the emperor for 2 dynasties. What kind of human ghosts and snakes have not seen? All this that you are worried about is simply your own overthinking and overthinking out of the problem. Every time you see Dotai Doctor, your concubine always want to ask one more sentence of the second prince's physical condition now. Fear is that your body is still weak. Can't cope with the spring after the entrance into the school. She never asked you to make a name for yourself. And now you're blaming her for the fact that you shouldn't have a child of your own? Second prince, listen to yourself. Is this appropriate? Sister Du's tone was a bit heavy, but in her heart, she was doing the second prince a favor. Going into a bullseye like this, he wouldn't gain any happiness in the end. Instead, he would fall into endless pain. The second prince's face turned red as he was irritated by this burst of her words. He gritted his teeth. but refused to open his mouth to say another word more. Think about it. Second prince, is it true that your concubine is the same as those you once knew? The slave girl will go and heat up some rice for you to come over. It's the time to grow. You can't starve your stomach. The second prince didn't answer, so Sister Du didn't force her. So she got up and left the back hall. When he traveled to the Moon Gate, he met the emperor. Slave servant has met the emperor. Please have a good day. Sister need not be polite. Please rise. Is the emperor going to see the second prince? Well, your concubine has a lot of worries in her heart. I want her to get well. So I'm going to see the second prince. There are some knots in his heart. About how I can untie them for him. Sister Du smiled. And then she took a step back to make way. Then the slave girl will first go and prepare the meal for the second prince. He has eaten a lot these days. He must not be full today. Good. Thank you, sister. Sister Du nodded her head in greeting before standing respectfully next to the Moon Gate. Only when the emperor lifted his steps and left did she head towards the small kitchen. In the middle of the rear hall. After the second prince was enlightened by Sister Du for a while, the energy that was not in his heart dispersed quite a bit. But he was still sad. As if his favorite thing had been taken away from him. More than a little unhappy. When the emperor came, he was lying in bed sighing. My Yuan family's offspring. When did they learn to feel sorry for themselves like this? Father? The second prince climbed up from the bed in a single bound in fright. With a shameful face and still a bit of constraint. He muttered. I didn't know that my father had come over. I'd missed the welcome. Please forgive me. His words were no better than just congratulating Lin Lian-yi on her pregnancy. The emperor stood with his arms folded, looking down at him. Then feeling that he was a bit too majestic and forceful, he settled down on a stool. And then straight after opening his mouth, he asked, Your Lady Lin is pregnant. Are you unhappy? The second prince shook his head. To be honest, I don't like people who lie at a young age. The second prince raised his head to look at the emperor, and then lowered his head again. Not a word was spoken. But there was no nodding or shaking of the head. I come today. Ask you, these is not to make things difficult for you. Just hope you don't let your Lin Yanjiang sad. That is, I don't accompany you day by day. Also can see her heart for you. You leave in anger. Your Lin Yanjiang in the main hall vomited. Even last night's food are vomited out. Ah? Is Auntie Lin alright? I didn't mean to do it. I just couldn't accept it for a moment a little bit. The second prince couldn't even speak well in his anxiety. He was a bit annoyed about Lin Wanyi's sudden pregnancy. But when he heard that she was vomiting in the dark, he was involuntarily concerned. I have never been an elder brother. There are only 2 elder sisters above me. They are the Empress Dowager's direct daughters. They have been favored since they were small. One has a pretty good relationship with me, but the other is very much at odds with me. At that time I heard the most. Is that she said my life? But is relying on the Empress Dowager's mother's family, and the Empress Dowager's mercy to be the crown prince. If there is no Empress Dowager, then I have long known where to die. When the second prince heard these words, his heart was shocked. Although he was young, he knew how valuable the status of a crown prince was. For an idle princess to dare to make such a fool of herself. Did she not want to live? But on second thought, wasn't his father's situation the same as his? If he is still raised in Lan Fei's knee, I am afraid that the second princess grew up, then he is also valuable. It is to take words to disgust him a few words. Seems to be justified. So opened his mouth and asked. Then what did Father Emperor say? The Empress Dowager? She also did not take out the anger for Father Emperor. Children want others to take the heat for themselves. I am the future son of heaven. No need for the Empress Dowager to do. I personally take care of it. Then how did Father take care of her? With horse urine in her ink. So she thought she wrote a good ink treasure. In fact, all have a smell of horse urine. The second prince was speechless. It had never occurred to him that someone as steady and serious as Father Emperor would engage in this kind of tone-deaf behavior. So are you thinking in your heart that I must be a person who is vindictive? The second prince smiled awkwardly, shaking his head back like a rattle in an attempt to show his inner thoughts. The emperor laughed coldly at this. There is no harm in thinking about it, because I am such a person. But at the same time, I also know that the grace of a drop of water should be repaid by a spring. Indeed, the situation back then, without the Empress Dowager's single-minded support, coupled with the deterrence of the Empress Dowager's mother's clan, I don't see how this emperor can be so secure and peaceful. Especially after my wedding. The Empress Dowager handed over the power of state government. These years is like to stay in the Wutai mountain head of the Buddha, and also restrain their own mother's family people. Never give me trouble. So for the Empress Dowager, I am in the heart is very respect. The second prince listened to the emperor's words, and the lump in his heart was much less. Your concubine in you. Then when the Empress Dowager in me can be intimate and warm a lot. If you even this point of things are not clear, hurt the person who is really attentive to you. That is your fault. I also do not force you. If you really feel uncomfortable, then wait for the spring into the school after. We'll move to the prince of the bar. Then with your concubine too do not see. Naturally there is no problem. But think about it. If you really move out, the door of this Ihua palace will no longer open for you. I can do what I say. Do you understand? The second prince shook his head repeatedly. Moving to the Imperial residence. Is it hard to face the third prince's false smile day in and day out? Chapter 253. Being an elder brother. He was upset for a moment. But now that he was being talked to by Sister Du and the Emperor, if he was still squirming, wouldn't he be going against himself? Still angry or not? Not angry. Are you not twisted? No. Then you Lin Yang there. My son will definitely greet you 3 times in the morning, midday and evening, and accompany Yang Lin to have a good meal, not letting her get upset, and at the same time take care of the second younger sister, not letting her jump towards Yang Lin, and be a good elder brother. The second prince's statement received a nod of approval from the emperor, with some smiles in his eyes. He then said, for this year's autumn hunt, I will take you along, and follow the riding and shooting master in the beginning of spring to practice properly. Understand? Thank you, father. In fact, the emperor could also see that the second prince was merely lacking love since childhood. So there was such a little bit of awkwardness in it. Instead of speaking softly and pleasantly to enlighten him, it would be better to go off the beaten track and find something for him to do. People have things to do. Naturally have no time to think about things. At this point, the emperor is more thorough than the few of them. After Sister Du returned with the food, the second prince really feasted. In a short while, he downed another bowl of rice. He also yelled for more. Grandma Du gave him another small half bowl. This time it was finally enough. After eating and drinking enough, he called for Xiao Luzi. Empress Lin is vomiting heavily now. So if I can see a few red plums, I might be in a better mood. Xiao Luzi, go with me and fold a few more branches, so that when the time comes to stick them in a white porcelain vase, they'll look the best. The road outside is sprinkled clean. Then the second prince wear more. The slave will take you to the plum garden to take a look. The plum blossoms over there are the best. Okay. Turning to Sister Du, he said, Sister is old. Just rest more in the house. It's freezing outside. You shouldn't go. What is second prince saying? The slave girl is not old enough to be that old. Nowadays, Sister Du is not at ease with anyone. It's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists in this palace. Everything is still better to be a little more careful. So greeted 2 eunuchs, 2 palace maid, together with the second prince out of Ihua Palace, straight to the plum garden. Xiao Luzi in the palace to serve a long time, so everywhere is more familiar. Took them a shortcut. Not long before the crowd came to the plum garden in front. This was the first time the second prince had come to the plum garden. When he saw the scenery of hundreds of plum blossoms blooming, he was slightly surprised. He looked at this branch and liked it. And looked at that branch and liked it too. In the end is a small road carry him. I pick a few branches after. This only smile to see the face too. Bringing it under his nose for a sniff. The second prince said happily. Aunt Lin must like it very much. The plum blossom is mixed with some snow's lightness. Folding to his good. The second prince quickly come down. Carefully fall. Sister Du was carefully watching from the side. Was not relaxing at all. Straight until he landed on the ground. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. The plum blossom has also been folded. Let's go. Let's go back and find a nice-looking porcelain vase to match. The second prince nodded heavily, and then followed Sister Du back together. As their group walked, they didn't notice the other group behind them. Princess Mingrua stood on the other side of the plum garden, and when she saw this scene, her eyes were complicated. There was a time when she never put this second brother in her eyes. It was always felt that he wouldn't live long. Coupled with his gloomy character, he was indeed unpleasant. So she ignored him most of the time. But just now, She clearly saw the second prince's happiness emanating from the bottom of his heart. This happiness, once upon a time, she had also had. But now, Mother Consort was left in Taishan Palace like this. And it was not clear when she would return. And the Empress Dowager's Phoenix Drive has already departed. Meaning that it won't take long for her to go and stay at Xianing Palace. For this very unfamiliar grandmother, she was scared in her heart. Listening to some older sisters had said, the Empress Dowager was very strict with her father. And she thought that she would not be lax to where she was. Thinking of these, her former bright naivety would no longer appear, but instead was permeated with a sense of bitterness and hatred. Princess, it's too cold outside. Let's go back to Lin To Palace first. Speaking as the princess sighed, serving for many years of the pool grandmother. She is truly for the good of the princess. Is a pity. In the past cannot persuade this some bossy her. Princess Ming Ruo stood in place. Waited for a while. Straight felt that her hands and feet were a little cold. Before she said, go. On the way back, the tiny figure seemed as if it was going to be swallowed up by the towering palace walls. In the Yihua Palace, Lin Wanyi's originally somewhat sleepy mind was awakened by the second princess being so. The second princess was still as fond of drooling as before. But what surprised Lin Evening was that she had grown teeth. Although it was just a white bit. It made Lin Evening really curious. Now that it's sprouting little white spots. Is it going to grow out together? It's still early. At the moment, only one has sprouted. If you want to grow all of them in one bite, it's about to be 2 years old. I see. She had experienced all the care after the second princess was born. So she had given herself a peace of mind in advance. A child. It's hard to say it's hard to take care of. But it's really fun to say she's fun to take care of. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but reveal a loving heart. Then she touched her stomach, looking forward to the birth of the child. Empress Lin. Empress Lin. The second prince's voice came from far away, and soon came in from outside. Listening to the voice, it seemed like he came jogging. Sure enough, like a whirlwind, the boy rushed into the main hall with a few chills. The second princess didn't know if she was startled or if it was just a coincidence. Suddenly she sneezed. Lin Lianyi frowned and immediately said, it's not the cold. Is it? The others were fine. The second princess was originally snatched back from the hands of the king of hell. Her body was much better than before. But she couldn't withstand the wind and cold. Therefore, they took care of her very carefully. It was Sister Ji who took a closer look before smiling back. Your Highness is overly concerned. The second princess just has an itchy nose. No harm done. Hearing her say this, Lin Lianyi's heart relaxed. Turning to look at the second prince, she caught a glimpse of the white porcelain vase and red plum in his hand. You folded them? Well, my son thought that Aunt Lin would like it. So he purposely went and folded it. Lin Lianyi saw with just one glance that the second prince was no longer as unhappy about her pregnancy as he was at noon. Therefore, in her heart, she said rather comfortingly, like, as long as it's from the second prince. I like it. After saying that, he also gestured for him to come forward. Xiaoan was a little worried that her own mother smelled that plum blossom fragrance and nausea, and was about to stop it. Chapter 254, Suspicion. He was waved away by Lin Evening. The second prince did not know the reason for this, and put the vase directly over. It was really strange. Lin Evening smelled it, and had a feeling of relaxation. It was about the fact that this plum blossom was still stained with the color of snow. So there was a feeling of translucent coolness. It smells really good. I like it a lot. If the liking just now was out of recognition of the second prince, then the liking now was from the heart. The second prince had stayed by Lin Evening's side for almost a year now, and he could still see this thing. So he smiled and said, just now it was my son who thought left. Aunt Lin, don't worry. In the future I will be a good elder brother, and give an example to the second younger sister, and the younger siblings in Aunt Lin's womb is. Good. I believe in you. After that little gap between Lin Wanyi and the second prince dissolved, Yihua Palace returned to its previous warmth. 3 days later, when second lady Dong Yun came into the palace to diagnose the second princess's pulse and look at her, she incidentally confirmed the pregnancy to Lin Evening. Your mother originally wanted to come into the palace, but lately she has to take care of Xingji, as well as prepare for Muji's trip to the state scholarship. So she's a bit distracted. So when the end of the month comes, she'll come with me again. Second aunt, let mother be relieved. Everything is fine here with me. Everything is fine. This is just Lin Evening Yi's one-sided words. Yun was originally a healer. How could she not see that Lin Huai had suffered greatly this pregnancy? Not to mention, her face didn't even have 3 or 2 pounds of flesh. So after giving her a fine pulse check, she said, "Your body is not easy to conceive. But the Bodhisattva has blessed you. And you are pregnant. Only, I feel that the fetal phase is not quite right. So it's better to adjust it carefully." Not quite right. Second auntie. Is the baby not good? Lin Lian was now vomiting in the morning and at night. Basically at all times. Sometimes when she vomited so much, people were dizzy. She wasn't afraid of her own difficulties. But she was afraid that the child was not well. Only to see the second madam shaking her head. She opened her mouth and said, "What I said is not quite right. It's not that the child is not good. But your body is not very good. So it's hard to withstand this pain. And this is about the reason why you have repeated pregnancy vomiting." Yun's originally specialized in women's and children's illnesses. And the patients she came into contact with in the folklore were many. So it was reasonable that she was able to put out the crux of Lin Yuan's problem in January. Then second madam, how should the slave girl adjust to the Empress? Don't panic. I prescribed a prescription. You watch your mother drink it in the morning, noon and night. About 3 to 5 days you can see some effect. Nowadays, your body base is weak. That's why it's hard to get pregnant. Make up your body. And the labor will be smoother by then. Lin Lian nodded. She had 10,000 trust in her second aunt's medical skills. Xian next to her was also listening carefully to Yun's arrangements and instructions. Not daring to be sloppy at all. It's only been a month now. And the fetal phase is still unstable. So bed rest is necessary. Lin Lian pregnant matter is not good to spread out now. So had to use the second princess as an excuse. She said that her condition was recurring in the winter. So the whole Yihua palace was worried about the second princess' illness. Naturally, Lin Huani also had to take care of her. When the news reached Consort Yi's palace, she was not surprised. At the previous palace banquet she had felt that the second princess was not well, which was why she was so quiet. Now it seems that her own guess was also correct. So sent people to send a lot of tonic medicine over, but also does not care much about the things of Yihua Palace. On the contrary, in the inviting Moon Palace, Consort Ying was somewhat unconvinced by the news. You say, this Ning noble concubine, could it be pregnant? That's why she's hiding in the palace and not coming out. She had done this kind of thing before. So she was naturally suspicious of concubines hiding in the palace and not going out. Mu Chongzai, in response, but said with a cold snort, "Has your highness forgotten? She is Do Doctor personally said the future heir difficult. And then again, did not see the emperor summoned her. How can have a pregnancy? Since returning to the palace, the emperor has not summoned any concubines. For those who already have an heir, this is a good thing. But for those without an heir, it's a bad thing." Mu Chongzai was one of those left out. So she didn't believe that Lin Lian would get pregnant without the emperor's call. It was not even recorded in the residence notes. That's why she didn't believe that Lin Huani would be pregnant without the emperor's call. So on this point, she wasn't worried at all. When Consort Ying heard her words, she was still not completely at ease in her heart, always feeling that her instincts might be right. The starting note that is used in the palace. Have you forgotten that the emperor made a trip to the palace when he went to pick up the second prince and the second princess? But rested for a night. If it was really there at that time. Now counting exactly 1 month out. Hearing Consort Ying's words, Mu Chongzai was not as sure as he was before. Well, not really so lucky. Just this one night. Can pregnant? It won't be that coincidental. Isn't there someone in charge in the palace? If your concubine really went to bed, there will definitely be records. Let's find someone to ask about it. It was Chinan who was in charge of the palace at that time. So not long after, Chinan was summoned to the Moon Palace. He initially thought it was a bit strange. He did not have much dealings with the 2 masters of the Moon Inviting Palace. So how could he suddenly be called to go over for questioning? Also asked some inexplicable. Only later did he hear that he was actually here to probe the emperor and Lin Wui's personal affairs. He was loyal to Lin Wui now. So he wouldn't talk nonsense. So he pushed all the questions onto Dong Yuzhong's head. What your highness is asking about? I am indeed not sure. There are no markings on the residence notes in the palace. But I don't know if eunuch Dong can remember them. When his majesty returned to the palace, he only stayed for 1 night. And most of the time, he was looking at the second prince's homework. So, about the time he spent with your concubine is not much. He didn't say the words to death, only lifting out Dong Yuzhong. It was only necessary that when the time came, Dong Yuzhong would take on this bitter task and say that he had forgotten and would be able to muddle through. Hearing this, Mu Chongzai had an expression of I told you so. But it was Consort Ying's brows that were still slightly knitted. But at the moment, it's not good to ask more questions. So the topic was sidetracked elsewhere. And there was another half a moment of small talk before Qin was allowed to leave. Fear is to let outsiders perceive her mind. After all, the rising note could only be viewed by the consort in charge of the harem's common affairs and the emperor. Her status was not qualified. Your Highness, don't worry. Even if there is really a call for honor, she doesn't have that fortune. Mu Chongzai's words made Consort Ying relax a little. But she was cautious. So after a moment's reprieve, she said, in a few days, let's go see the second princess. She has been sick since she was born. I don't know how the situation is. Chapter 255, Fire at the Door. These words clearly meant that they wanted to go and see Lin Wanyi's condition with their own eyes before they could do so. So Mu Chongzai answered with a bang. On this end of the inviting moon palace. Before the two of them could even land on their feet, Qin backhandedly sent the news to Dong Yuzhong. He has been in the palace for many years. What lifeblood has not been touched? The best way to deal with Consort Ying was not to have Lin Evening take action, but to have the emperor take action. Dong Yuzhong naturally knew about Lin Eveni's pregnancy. He also knew that both the emperor and the noble concubine wanted to hide the news for the time being. So he knew exactly what Consort Ying meant. He handed the news directly to the emperor. Hearing this, the emperor was initially a little unconvinced. After all, concubining had never been a person who was jealous or made waves with him. What was the point of inquiring about this? But soon, he also understood. She was also someone who had a fourth prince nowadays. So perhaps that was why she had changed. Thinking of this, his eyes deepened. Then, he said, send Gum Kaiyu over. Yes. In the middle of the Imperial study, Gum Kaiyu quietly knelt on the ground. The emperor commanded with an expressionless face. Spread the news of 3rd Duke Lu's escape from prison last time. Find someone to do it in a more covert manner. Don't let people find out about the Department of Canonical Schools. Yes. And then, he respectfully retreated. Dong Yuzhong stood by the side, and quickly understood the emperor's intentions. If Consort Yi knew about this news, she would definitely think that it was the Ling family that had spread it out without keeping their word, and would naturally have to deal with it. The Pei family and the Ling family are also related by marriage, so it's not good to escape. At that time, where does Princess Ying have the time to check Lin Evening Yi? The fire in front of her own door can't even be taken care of. I have to say, the emperor really knows how to hit a snake to find 7 inches. As expected, Dong Yuzhong guessed correctly. A few days later, the news of 3rd Prince Lu's previous escape from prison was spread. Although he is now staying in jail, the Lu family can be excused to say that he was defamed. But this dirty water poured on the head of their own door. Who cannot swallow this breath? Lu family old lady to send the news to the palace head. Yi Fei in Yushu Palace in a rage. Good. A district Ling family also dared to sow against the palace. I thought they were all mute. But I didn't expect them to flip out now. Gauging the emperor's return, so they can find someone to take charge? The originally ordinary appearance was now filled with anger. If that person who spread the rumor was present, I'm only afraid that she would have to be pierced through the heart with her chest. Your Highness, don't worry. We've already set up all the people and things. Even if it goes to the Imperial court, it's just a rumor. And in the end, the one who suffers won't be the Lu family. Wan Ming said calmly. His face was very unperturbed. After hearing this, Consort Yi's anger subsided quite a bit. That's right. Just dare to the Palace of the Sun. The Ling family really think that Consort Ying has the 4th prince. They can follow the days of the people? After saying that, the corner of his mouth smiled mockingly. And then, he instructed Wan Ming. Get someone to go and give them some lessons. This palace wants to let everyone in this palace and outside of it know that no one can think of a good time if they mess with the Lu family. Yes. After another 2 days, bad news came from that Pei family. On his way back from the court, Lord Pei's carriage collided with a rival carriage on the side of the road. And the horse got frightened and threw the person out of the car. Not only did he fall and hurt his leg, but the wheel of the carriage also pressed right through his injured leg. Lord Pei fainted directly from the pain. When sent home, to find a doctor to see, said the leg bone broken. Even if he can get well, he will become a cripple. After hearing this, Mrs. Pei fainted in a moment of sadness. When the news was sent to inviting the Moon Palace, Consort Ing was also planning to go to Yihua Palace. So heard. We're still bothered at Teslin Wani. Directly ran to the Qinan Palace, kneeling and begging the emperor to send a doctor out to his father to see the injury. The emperor remembered her filial piety, but also specially allowed her to go out of the palace to take care of 3 days. Ing Fei tearful. With the doctor rushed back to the Pei family on the same day. Pei house. Ing Fei home in accordance with the reason is a great honor. But now there is not even a person in front of the door to welcome. For the safety of Consort Ing, the forbidden guards also came with more than 100 people. The entire Pei house was surrounded. The uninformed people thought that something big had happened, and Consort Ing and the Imperial doctor hurriedly rushed towards the main courtyard. When she saw her half-dead father and her mother, who was crying and couldn't catch her breath, Ing Fei's heart was also saddened to death. Father! Father! Ing concubine couldn't care less about her concubine status at the moment and ran straight to Lord Pei's bed. She would like to make her father wake up through her vocal calls. Unfortunately, Lord Pei had no response other than his face turning white and his forehead sweating. Nyang Nyang? Why are you here? Lady Pei's face was astonished, teardrops still hanging on her face, startled by this sudden appearance of her daughter. My daughter heard in the palace that my father had an accident, and specially went to beg the emperor to allow the eunuchs to come out of the palace to diagnose and treat my father. And the emperor also granted my daughter an extra 3 days to come out of the palace to take care of 1 or 2 things. Pei family has no son, only a daughter. Therefore, right now to have a daughter back to support. Mrs. Pei is also very grateful. Your Majesty's great kindness. After saying this, she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Originally, she still felt that the sky had collapsed, but at this moment, it was as if she had a backbone. Much better. Consort Ing took a deep breath. Her time is not much, so it is not good to delay. So she opened her mouth and said to the eunuch doctor following behind her, Imperial Dr. Fong, please also take a look at this palace's father's leg injury first. Yes. Imperial Dr. Fong came forward and lifted the quilt. The first thing that came into his eyes was a leg with blood. And looking at it, Consort Ing immediately took a handkerchief and covered her mouth, fearing that if she cried out, she would make her mother feel bad with her. Seeing this scene, the color of Dr. Fong's face is also not good. He heard about it before he came, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. Rather, he was not afraid of blood, and directly wiped away those traces that had been slightly treated, and then carefully checked up. Injured is the thigh bone, more troublesome than the calf bone. Even if you recover well in the future, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave the wheelchair. Therefore, he didn't dare to hide it, and turned over to Consort Ing and said seriously, Your Highness, I am incompetent. Pei adult's injury is too serious. This leg is afraid it cannot be healed. I can only do my best to keep Pei adult's life. In the future, if you still want to walk, should be impossible. Once he said this, the mother and daughter of Consort Ing hugged and cried. It seemed to go back to those years when their son died of illness, and the house was filled with a sad atmosphere. Consort Ing was crying hard, but she also knew that if Imperial Dr. Fong couldn't cure it, she was afraid that no one under the sky could. She could only grit her teeth and agreed. All thanks to the Imperial Doctor. Do your best. This palace and family are grateful. Chapter 256, A Stroke of Failure. It took Imperial Dr. Fong 9 cows and 2 tigers to save that injured leg of Lord Pei. The broken bones were connected, but whether or not they would grow back on their own in the future was another matter. The whole process. Pei adult is the pain woke up fainted. At his age, where can he stand this kind of tossing and turning? Without a few strokes, it was as if he had lost half of his life, lying there weak and incomparable, letting Consort Ing look so heartbroken. Mrs. Pei is also dead. Cover the handkerchief. Afraid of their own pain, cries scared husband general. Mother and daughter 2 eyes cry like peaches. But Pei adult's pain, they are not able to help at all. Well, it will take half a year at least for this broken bone to get well. And at Lord Pei's age, it is unlikely that he will be completely well. And in the future, when it is cloudy and raining, he will have to suffer. Hearing this, Consort Ing for a moment actually didn't know whether keeping the leg was good or bad for her father. Mrs. Pei was also out of ideas. The house leaks and it rains all night long. The Pei family is still under dark clouds here. And the Ling family is even more in a mess. Ling Yan is lying on the bed in a weak state. His face is blue and his lips are purple. The first look is poisoned. Next to the Ling master is anxious face or red. Immediately out of the voice said, "Doctor, you can give my son a good look off. This poison." The words have not finished it. Was invited to the doctor to interrupt. "Master Ling, I am incompetent. This poison is really overbearing. I'm afraid that Lord Ling he will not be able to return to heaven." His words were tantamount to sentencing the entire Ling family to death. They had absolutely no way of accepting this bad news. But when they turned their heads to look at Ling Yan, whose lips were purple on the bed, they also knew that the doctor was not exaggerating. So Mrs. Ling burst into tears. The remaining members of the Ling family were also saddened. Their Ling family was not a powerful family in the imperial court. It was not easy for them to produce a child with some prospects. And Consort Ing was also flourishing in the palace. Looked at the future of the family are going to soar. Now they are lying in bed waiting to die. How could they bear it? With a bang, his fist hit the table next to the bed, where the teacups were placed, shocking the teacups to fall and break. But right now, no one could care less about a broken teacup. Master Ling gritted his teeth and shouted to the outside, "Where's the poisoner? I want him to pay for his life." Soon the family twisted the poisoner up. His mouth was stuffed with rags, but there was no sign of regret in his eyes. Twisting around, he seemed to still want to curse. Master Ling stepped forward and gave him a kick in the chest, itching to kick the man to death right away. So he used all his strength. The man ate the pain, and the rags in his mouth spat out with him. So with a vicious look in his eyes, he said, "Serves you right. The people of the Ling family are all full of benevolence and morality. But privately, they never treat us as human beings. Humph. Today, using my life to exchange away the Ling family's most accomplished Ling Yin. It's worth it." Saying that, he laughed out loud. "Where's the antidote? Bah! If I dared to put down this poison, I wouldn't be able to leave your family with a descendant? What kind of dream is that?" With some madness in his eyes, before the others could react, he bit his tongue and killed himself. When he died, his eyes were wide open. Master Ling clenched his fists and kicked his corpse hard a few times, and only then said, "Chop it up and feed it to the dogs." Yes. After disposing of this place, he suddenly heard his wife howl with a wow sound. Master Ling's heart tightened, and he immediately lifted the curtain to enter. As expected, Ling Yan on the bed couch struggled and spat out a mouthful of black blood. And then his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, covered in blood. The words were not even finished yet. The person broke off. The Ling family cried their eyes out. Master Ling even fell to the ground, crying for a while and laughing for a while, making people almost think if he was mad with anger. "Go. Find his family. I want them to be buried with him." Burial. Master Pei was now in a fit of anger, so he couldn't care less about anything else when he spoke. Master Ling's official position in the dynasty wasn't as high as his son's. It was merely used to spend his days in idleness, and was considered an official family when all was said and done. Therefore, he didn't have much power of life and death. Even if these people are found, if they are of good nationality, they cannot be killed easily. But the butler did not dare to talk too much at this time. Can only first agree to this matter, later to do the words. Seeing that there is no one in charge of the family, the housekeeper had to pick the beam. Firstly, he arranged for his family members to go to the homes of their relatives and friends to report the funeral. And then he ordered his subordinates to set up the funeral hall. Ling Yan had some close friends before he was born, so they had to report to them as well. When the housekeeper finished dealing with these things and returned to the house, the cries hadn't stopped. He couldn't help but sigh. The young master of the family was a bit straightforward, and his nature was also a bit stubborn. But by no means did the poisoner say that he didn't treat them as human beings. It was obvious that this person must have been bribed to act like this. But the Ling family has never been at war with anyone. Who could it be? To lay such a cruel hand? For a moment, all the incomprehension surged through the housekeeper's heart. When the news of Ling Yan's violent death was delivered to the Pei family, concubine Ying's mother and daughter also found it quite unbelievable. How could it be that only after their father was crushed and his leg broken, The Ling family had an unruly slave do harm to their master, especially when it was the Ling family's most promising cousin who was harmed. Really dead? Mrs. Pei held a white matter post in her hand, and her entire body froze, thinking back on her life. First, both of her parents died when she was a teenager, and then she lost her son in middle age. It was not easy for her to survive until the time when her daughter had made her mark and had a grandson to rely on. But then, the family suffered a sudden change of heart. My husband broke his leg and my nephew died. Dare I say that the King of Hell is cutting off the lives of this family? For a moment, she was creeped out. Consort Ing was thinking much the same as Mrs. Pei, but she was more certain in her heart that so many coincidences together would not be coincidences. It must be someone doing this on purpose. But who would it be? So opening her mouth, she asked, "Mother, has the family offended someone recently?" Consort Ing knew a little about the imprisonment of the Lu family's third son. However, she didn't know that Consort Yi had used this matter to threaten the Ling and Pei families. Hearing her remind her of this, Mrs. Pei came to her senses. Emotionally, she said, "It's the Lu family. It's definitely the Lu family." They were dissatisfied that Yinner knew about 3rd Duke Lu's escape from prison, and that's why they poisoned him like this. It must be them. Escape from prison? The Lu family? What does that mean? Concubine Ing was answered by her in such a way that those paranoia in her heart began to sprout again. After hearing her mother speak slowly, she didn't even need to ask or look into it. She was able to make a good guess. So Consort Yi and the Lu family have declared war on us. Yes? Chapter 257, Injustice and Grievance. Her originally clear and lovely face was currently filled with sulkiness. If it wasn't for the fact that she was at home, while her father was still on his deathbed, and her mother had no backbone at all, she would have vented her anger long ago. Mrs. Pei knows this matter. Also from Pei Big Mouth heard in bits and pieces. The specifics are not detailed. So immediately sent people to the Ling family to ask about the situation. Originally thought that let them send a person in the know over. I didn't expect that the person who came was actually Master Ling. Look at Uncle Face Pain. Only just half a daytime. See on the old a lot. He was suffering from the pain of losing his son. And his hatred for the person who had poisoned him had reached its peak. And Ning Fei sent the news after. Before and after a pondering. Also understand over. What harsh treatment of subordinates suffered retaliation. Completely is the poisoned person's excuse. But it is to the outside world a little bit of sub-account just. The real thing is that Ifei turned her face to be merciless. When he thought of this, he could not wait to rush into the Lu family and burn their whole family in order to eliminate the hatred in his heart. Your Highness, you must do right by Yinner. He is still so young and the most promising child of my Ling family. But now he has died. Consort Yi and the Lu family are so rampant. We must make them pay. Uncle, don't worry. If this matter is really done by the Lu family, this palace will definitely make them pay for my cousin's life. Hearing this, only then did Dada Ling burst into tears and cried again. He was so really sending his son away in vain. The pain in that heart was simply too much to tell. On the contrary, it was the Lu family, who were secretly happy in their hearts at the moment. The old lady of the Lu family said rather painfully, "It's still the Empress method that's good. A single move solves the trouble in the future. Since that Ling Yin dared to expose my grandson's release from prison, he should know what will happen if he messes with the Lu family." In her heart, she had originally been quite critical of Consort Yi for not disposing of Ling Yin. But now, she felt that it was still her granddaughter's method that was good. Firstly, the Ling family was pacified, and then all evidence was wiped clean. Finally, when the dust has settled, then take action to resolve the matter. In the future, no one would believe those windy rumors anymore. It's just that your Highness is still a bit soft-hearted, thinking that poisoning and dumbing down a Ling Yin to teach the Ling family a lesson will be fine. But I don't know that this cutting off people's lives requires a ruthless heart. Therefore, she had directly replaced the mute poison with a blood-on-the-throat poison. The death of a Ling Yin was not only done to the Ling family, but also to other people who were not dealing with the Lu family. In the Great Way, if one wanted to go against the family of their Northwest Marquis, then they had eaten their hearts and eaten their guts. There is a price to pay. In a good mood, he said, "Command down. Well, spring feast preparation are ready. I can't wait for March. Just this 1 or 2 days. The post should be sent to send. Our Lu family should also show their face in front of everyone." "Yes, old madam. To say that this old madam of the Lu family, she was also of vindictive nature. It was only in the front foot that the Ling family had died, and in the back foot, her post inviting all the powerful ladies and gentlemen of the city to a banquet was scattered everywhere. The Ling family and the Lu family. The Ling family and the Lu family are the ants and the elephants. Who is heavier and who is lighter can be seen at a glance. As a result, the number of people who had accepted the Lu family's spring banquet post was not small at all. The poor Ling family's upper and lower ranks are so painfully powerful, but also to the Lu family specially sent to trample on them, that dog-faced slave girl do not dare to easily get angry. Yeah, the slave girl does not know the Ling family out of white. Still thinking of sending post to Mrs. Ling and the Ling family's young lady. This spring banquet scene can be bigot, if it can be in the banquet into the eyes of what madam, the Ling family's young lady can be blessed to enjoy. Everyone in the Ling family stared at that Lu family's slave girl in death, daring to be angry. Ling Yin died. Why he died? They knew in their hearts that they hated it. But now was not the time to be able to tear their faces off with the Lu family. With Ling Yin gone, their Ling family's hopes collapsed. But there are other children in the family, and their future cannot be ignored. Moreover, Princess Ing had also told them early on that they should not act rashly. So even if the other party has come to their own head bullying, they can only be tolerated. The person who came was the old lady Lu family's beloved sister. Seeing this scene naturally secretly happy, but on his face, he still had to pretend to be unaware of it. So she deliberately wrinkled her brow and said, "It's a pity. Now that Miss Ling has the white filial piety in her body, I'm afraid that she won't be able to find any good marriage in the next 1 or 2 years. AI. It's really a pity. It was not good to mess with anyone, but to mess with the Lu family's head. Isn't this killing a chicken to show a monkey?" After casually saluting, he turned around and left. Not a bit of leeway was left. Lady Ling pinched the red post in her hand, and her heart was filled with hatred. The Lu family. The Lu family. She must make third Duke Lu pay for his life. Pay for his life. This thought lingered in her heart, taking root and sprouting. She didn't have Master Ling's regard in her heart, and originally only had a son and a daughter. Her son was murdered, and if she, as a mother, could not avenge her son's death, she would have no face to see him again in hell. So she pretended to be heartbroken in front of the rest of the Ling family. But secretly, she had already begun to plan how to kill the Lu family. Let's say, the third Duke Lu who was in prison. Everything had happened because of him. If he hadn't escaped from prison on his own, then Ling Yin wouldn't have discovered it. If he didn't find out, naturally, he wouldn't have offended the Lu family and concubine Yi, and he wouldn't have incurred this horrible disaster. Therefore, Lady Ling's heart's hatred towards third Duke Lu was already to the extreme. Without thinking about it, she ordered her men to cover their faces and buy rat poison. If this thing is eaten, it is also to die. Clutching the poison powder in his hand, what also disregarded straight to the Ministry of Penal Prison and go. Ling Yin was in the Ministry of Justice when he was alive, so he had more chances to come to the prison. When the jailer learnt that Mrs. Ling had come to collect Ling Yin's belongings, he did not have any suspicions, so they let the two of them in. Lady Ling's condolences. What happened to Lord Ling was really surprising. How did he suddenly fall ill and die? The Ling family didn't say to the public that Ling Yin died from poisoning, but rather that he died violently from an acute illness. Otherwise, it would have stirred up another wave of controversy. Hearing the jailer say this, Lady Ling's eyes reddened again. After a flash of murderous intent, she said to the jailer in a grateful manner, "When Yinner was still alive, he often said at home that everyone in the prison took care of him, and originally said that I would invite you all to sit at home. But I didn't think it would happen." They walked inside while talking. They stopped when they traveled to the location of the cell office. Lady Ling. All the things that the Lord used during his lifetime are here. Would you like me to help pack them together? In that case, thank you very much. Ling Yin didn't have many things, but Lady Ling had to cry bitterly for a while with each item she packed. So time passed especially slowly. Chapter 258 Attempted Poisoning. It just so happened that it was time for the evening meal to be served again. Mrs. Ling was waiting for this opportunity. So with her eyes closed and her heart crossed, she gave a wink to the maid next to her. And then she said to the jailer, "This little brother, can you let me see what you eat on a regular basis?" My son, this violent death thing. Also do not know whether it will be related to this meal. The jailer was half numb with fear when she said this. It can't be. Lord Ling hasn't eaten with us a few times in total. It shouldn't be. However, he still had the meal brought up. Simple 2 dishes and 1 soup. The stuff wasn't anything exquisite. But it was better because the portion was large. But it didn't look like it was enough for many people to eat. So Mrs. Ling feigned curiosity and asked, "Are these meals enough to eat?" "Enough is enough. It's enough for just the 2 of us. Brother, you and I. To eat? What about the other people in the prison? Don't they eat with you?" "Che. They are all criminals. It's good enough to have something to eat. How do they deserve to eat with us?" The disdainful attitude immediately made it a little difficult for Mrs. Ling. She had thought about it before she came, thinking that 3rd Duke Lu's meal would be delivered separately. But who would have thought that it wouldn't be delivered together with the jailers? Just as she was thinking about what to do, she saw another person walk in from the back. The box containing the meals was obviously a bit bigger than the one the jailers were eating. And with a tight heart, he pretended to be curious and continued to ask, "Who is this box for again? Who else can there be? There is an ancestor living in the prison. Every day big fish and meat. Eating better than our brothers. It's really unfair." The man who carried the food came up and patted his shoulder and said, "Who made you not as good at reincarnation as others?" Ha ha ha. These words fell on Lady Ling's ears, and she quickly understood. The contents of this box must have been sent to 3rd Duke Lu. So with a hard look in her eyes, she conspired with the maid beside her. The girl deliberately pretended to be not long for the eyes. Straight into the dishes in the hands of the person who delivered the meal. It was to take advantage of the opportunity to poison. Unfortunately, that the jailer a hand support but steadily caught the body of the girl. And then also in the waist more touch a hand. The girl angry face red. If outsiders don't know, they still think that she threw herself at him. Hey, this little lady can stand firm. The ground in the prison is slippery. The girl was furious and glared viciously at him, only to be rewarded with a lustful look. Indignantly disgruntled, she hid behind Lady Ling. Seeing that the opportunity had been missed, Mrs. Ling was no longer dissatisfied. But she couldn't use the same trick twice. She could only laugh. Then hugged her things and left the prison. On the way out, she slapped the girl so hard that the corners of her mouth bled. But it was also this slap that calmed down her somewhat crazy and paranoid nature. She was able to disregard her own death. But there was still her daughter. If she poisoned Lu Sangongzi, then her daughter would not be a family reunion in hell. So the eyes stared deathly for a while at that Ministry of Punishment's prison, and then reluctantly took the carriage and left. Originally thought that the plan just failed. But who would have thought that on the 2nd day, when his husband returned, there was an inexplicable complexity and hidden anger in his eyes. "You went to the prison yesterday?" "Well, concubine went and packed things for dinner." "You poisoned 3rd Duke Lu?" A hint of panic flashed through Lady Ling's eyes. She really wanted to. But unfortunately it didn't work. This expression fell into Master Ling's eyes. But it became an admission. So he raised his hand high in the air to slap down. But in the end it landed on his face. Mrs. Ling was shocked by this move of his, and hurriedly said, "Master, what is this for? Do you know that Lu San's death is not worthy of pity? But for you to go in such a grand manner is a clear declaration of war with the Lu family. If the Northwest Marquis knows that his grandson died at the hands of a woman from my Ling family." My Ling family. At this moment, Elder Ling couldn't even speak properly, because he knew that this meant that the destruction of the Ling family was going to begin. Not to mention the Northwest Marquis. But even if it was Consort Yi's wrath, they might not be able to withstand it. But before he could finish his words, Lady Ling's eyes stared even wider than his. "Dead?" This look of disbelief on her part made Master Ling feel very strange. "Didn't you put the poison in? Is it hard for you not to just want him to have diarrhea?" "Master, my concubine swears on her own life that I wanted to poison him. If it wasn't for this business of his, Yinner wouldn't have died. But my concubine's poison didn't go in at all. So how on earth did this Lu San die?" Hearing this string of explanations from Lady Ling, Master Ling also went mad. He had cursed his own wife 100 times before he came. But when he actually met her face to face, he still couldn't find the heart to blame her. But now after hearing her say this, it dares to say that this family of theirs is being used as a sword? But the situation today is that his wife has actually been to the prison. And not many hours after she went, that Lu Sangongzi died of poison, saying that she had nothing to do with it. Even her own is not necessarily believed. let alone the Lu family. All of a sudden creepy. Feeling that someone in the dark is manipulating. But just use them as a knife against the Lu family. The Ling family was still in a state of fear. And the old madam of the Lu family was at the moment as if she had given away half her life. Her favorite grandson, the one she had brought up since he was a child, had just been poisoned and killed in the prison. This breath. How could she swallow it? When she first heard about this, she nearly fainted. But now, she only wanted the entire Ling family to be buried with her. Go. Send this message to Empress E. Also send it urgently to the army again. If the Marquis and Chunner know about this matter. Before the words were finished, the person cried until she couldn't catch her breath. She has 3 sons. In addition to the old big family gave birth to an extra daughter. That is, the current Ifei maternal grandmother. The other 2 houses are also only a son. Now this little grandson died for no apparent reason. Not to mention, the 3rd house of the flame can be completely broken. Thinking of their own sons that temper. The old lady of the Lu family is getting more and more angry and heartbroken. I want Ling's whole family to be dead through to the end. This revenge when the play has not yet played open it. Consort Ing had to return to the palace early. Because the palace is responsible for taking care of the 4th son of the sister, let someone hand out the news. Said the 4th son of the recent bad. It is about Ing Fei personally with many days. This rashly leave more than non-adapt. Ing Fei hard worried about his father's injuries. But also missed the son's situation in the palace. Although inviting the Moon Palace up and down are she sifted and sifted. But in her absence, she always felt that the 4th prince was still not safe enough. And because Ling Yan was poisoned and killed, she was worried in her heart. Chapter 259, returning to the palace early. Since Consort Yi was able to buy off the Ling family's subordinates, she could have bought off the people in the Moon Palace. If the 4th prince has any, she didn't dare to imagine it at all. Quickly go back. Your father here has Imperial Dr. Fong watching over him. It's not a good idea for you to stay outside the palace for a long time. Besides, the Ling family's business. And your father's leg injury. It's still up to you to make the decision. Right now, the only one who can make decisions at home is her daughter. If she does not return to the palace, I'm afraid I can't do anything. So this kind of persuasion said. Consort Ing glanced at her father on the bed with a heavy face, who had not yet woken up. After thinking about it, she said, if there is anything here with father, mother must have someone inform her daughter as soon as possible. Lady Pei nodded. It was that if Consort Ing didn't explain, she would do the same. Consort Ing found Imperial Dr. Fong again, and after explaining countless words, only then did she depart back to the palace. Before and after. Obviously just past 2 days and nights. But it seems like a few years like that lively. The Pei family broke a leg. The Ling family died a person. The Lu family also died a person. If it was just the Pei family and the Ling family, it wouldn't be a big deal. But the Lu family's 3rd son died. The Lu family's old lady caused the entire Ministry of Justice is not peaceful. How could this news be concealed? Now it was strung together by the people outside who had the intention to do so. The fabrication of that is called a god. The emperor listened to Geng Kaiyu of the Department of Canonical Schools, and bit by bit, reported back all the events of the past few days, before revealing a trace of a talent-shy expression. It's a pity. That Ling Yan is a straightforward one. But he just landed in the Ling family, and messed with the Lu family. Ling Yan was just a small sesame official. The emperor had no impression of him at all. The only time he had ever heard of his name was when he found out that 3rd Duke Lu had escaped from prison, and wanted to report it upwards. Unfortunately, it was impossible to argue with his family. I have to say, this princess is also really ruthless. A piece of news just, you can do it to get a dead, disabled one. Such a vicious and unforgiving attitude. The emperor naturally will not spare the Lu family. Even if Mrs. Ling doesn't take that trip. The 3rd son of the Willow in prison has lived long enough. How could the emperor allow him to stay in the world and flaunt his power, after daring to escape from prison after killing people like this? Therefore, the poison was given by the colonel. And the order was arranged by the emperor. It was just that Lady Ling had coincidentally crashed into this matter. So she couldn't avoid being the one under suspicion. Thinking about the Ling family's ability, if they wanted to withstand the Lu family's wrath, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to do so. So the emperor specially instructed, let someone secretly guard the Ling family. They are innocent in this matter. Yes, Your Majesty. This end of the things the emperor commanded only just fell into words. the other end of the Yusho Palace. After hearing the news that third Duke Lu had died, Consort E had a completely stunned expression that refused to believe it. For this cousin, she has not liked for a long time. But no matter how unproductive he was still a descendant of her Lu family. To die in prison in such an unexplained manner, would it not be ridiculous if she, as the eldest sister, could not avenge his death? What on earth is going on? How did a good person stay in jail and die? The news sent by the old madam said that it was poisoning. Poisoning? Who is so bold as to dare to poison the descendants of the Lu family? Consort E had never stored a few moments of pride in her heart for her own family. Thus, she was completely unable to believe who would have such guts. The jailers of the main prison were forcibly taken away by the old madam. And after a flogging, they said that Lady Ling had been to the main prison before the third prince's violent death. Lady Ling? Just that one woman and child could have the ability to poison her cousin. Concubine E was a little unconvinced. But the back and forth was just too coincidental. She had gone to the prison to pack up her things. And not long after she left, her cousin died of poison. At this point, whoever was watching would be suspicious. But were the Ling family really that spineless? One moment she had made a move against the Ling and Pei families. And the next moment, they dared to counterattack? Is it certain that the Ling family made the move? People can't come back from the dead. She didn't lose much of her temper at the moment. But instead, the bigger things got, the more calm and self-possessed she became. At this point, Ruan Ming and Consort Yi's viewpoints were in agreement. Your Highness, there is one more thing that the slave has to report. The old madam changed the mute medicine into poison. And that son of the Ling family died. What? The reason why Consort Yi used the dumb medicine was just to teach the Pei and Ling families a lesson. To make them scrupulous. But with such a stroke of the grandmother's hand, she had completely driven the Ling and Pei families to their deaths. It would be strange if they didn't tear their faces off with the Lu family. Today, they are unable to defeat the Lu family. But what if they join forces with others in the future? Concubine E felt that her grandmother's move was completely stupid. Grandfather has a great reputation. Father and uncles are also guarding the border. How come grandmother is here to ruin the reputation of the Lu family? Cousin is the one who can't help himself. Grandmother is no better. Your Highness, right now, the old madam's actions are still a minor matter. If there is really someone who has borrowed the Ling family's hand to deliberately assassinate the Lu family, then that person is the one who really needs to be on guard. Ruan Ming's analysis was right. Consort E was thinking the same thing in her heart. Command the grandmother to release the people. The jailers of the Ministry of Justice's prison are not the Lu family's household servants. So if she says she'll arrest them, isn't that giving people something to talk about? In addition, let people first do the cousin's funeral properly. The rest this palace think about it. Yes. On her side, she was still thinking about how to follow the clues to catch the possible culprits behind the scenes. When she heard that something had happened again. When Consort Ing returned to the palace, the first thing she did was to go see the fourth prince. The fourth prince was not easy to see their own mother consort. Of course, is to pounce on is a burst of tears. Can't wait to cry out these 2 days of longing. Ing Fei heartache and more comfort. In the end is their own children. Is with their own to intimate more. The sister standing at the side said, Your Highness came back is good. Otherwise our fourth prince do not eat properly. The whole day is humming difficult. Humming? If these words were in past days, she would have thought that children were just children. And there would always be times when they were uncomfortable. But after experiencing so many things, her vigilance was at its highest. So she asked, How long has the fourth prince been unwell? The sister was asked this by Consort Ing and then frowned. Only after thinking carefully did she say, He was fine when your highness first left the palace. And it seems to have started only after using the chicken paste. The fourth prince now also has 7 months' size. And is a strong prince. So eat the paste in the head, has long begun to admit. Chapter 260, Increase Suspicion. I'm just saying that the addition is not a lot. Every 2 days to change a kind. Give him a taste of fresh flavor. Chicken paste. The fourth prince had eaten it long ago. It would not be until now that the symptoms of discomfort appeared. So he became suspicious. Where is the chicken? Was it sent by the Imperial kitchen? Well, when it was sent, the people in the small kitchen were carefully checked. The fourth prince's meal slave girl also doesn't dare to fake other people's hands. They are all boiled personally. There is absolutely no problem. Boil process no problem. Does not mean boil chicken no problem. Yi now in charge of the 6 palaces. If you really want to do something and the thing sent is not impossible. So she said to the sister. The same chicken paste. You go to boil another copy. Tell the outside world that it's the 4th prince who wants to eat it. And then find a remote corner to see if there's a problem if a rat eats it? Yes, Your Highness. This suspicion of Consort Ing made the entire inviting Moon Palace feel worried. It was really not easy to raise a child in this palace. There could be problems everywhere, especially when it comes to imported things. It's most important to be careful. Looking at the 4th prince in her arms, who was gradually behaving himself. The motherly love in Consort Ying's heart was overflowing. Emperor's son, don't worry. With Mother Consort In. Will not ask you to be harmed by a bitch. She wasn't Empress Su. And thus her own son wouldn't be the eldest prince. A ruthlessness in her eyes that she hadn't had before. And her heart was very scornful of Yi and Yushu Palace. Inviting the Moon Palace and Yushu Palace. The surface and gas. Inside is already gradually incompatible. 2 tigers fighting. But let Yihua Palace become a safe place. Lin Lianyi these days are taking the second Lady Dong Yun's left behind the formula. So the situation of pregnancy vomiting is better than before. There were only occasional moments of discomfort. But it was no longer a case of wanting to vomit at everything she smelled and vomiting at everything she ate. It had to be said that this Yun's medical skills were indeed formidable. And once again, Xiaoan admired it to the core. It's fortunate that the second madam is here. Otherwise, if the slave girl was really the only one taking care of the dragon fetus, I'm afraid that the Empress would have to suffer. Hearing her words, Lin Lianyi hurriedly said, no matter how good second auntie's medical skills are, she can only occasionally help me with consultations. It's still you who really takes care of my body. These days of toil and labor. I've seen it all in my eyes. You and Chuanchi have worked hard all these days. The matter of Lin Wanyi being pregnant. They covered it up very carefully. So it took a lot of effort to both keep people from finding out and to condition Lin of any well. Especially Chunchi. These days it was as if she had grown up in this small kitchen. Day after day, she was either studying this or that. Some of the curious cooks found it strange, but were fooled by her saying that the people from the Imperial catering house were coming to spar. They are cooks, but also from the Imperial kitchen. They also knew a lot about what was going on over there. So they sincerely admired Chuanchi's craftsmanship and ingenuity. She didn't think much of anything else, and even helped to prepare a lot of things. This, Chuanchi was also very grateful. The entire Yihua Palace was filled with an air of tranquility. Except for the second princess, who was a little unhappy. Because Lin Wanyi couldn't hold her. She was only 8 months old now. With 2 white spots coming out of her teeth. And was just the right time to be active. In Sister Ji's arms she was still making a lot of noise. How could she be put in Lin Wanyi's arms? So after being rejected, the second princess got upset and cried. Sister Ji said in a comforting manner, Princess, good girl. Aunt Lin can't hold you now. When it's stable after some more days, you can hold it. Where did the second princess hear all this? Crying more and more. As if Lin Wanyi ignored her. It was called a sadness. Lin Lianyi was helpless and spoke out to comfort her. No more crying. No more crying. Aunt Lin will tell you a story. Okay? As soon as the words fell, the emperor walked in. As soon as he entered the room, he saw the second princess reaching out towards Lin Wanyi, either showing a sad expression. Nonsense. How can you toss your Aunt Lin at a time like this? Hearing the emperor's voice, everyone in the room immediately rose and saluted. My son has met my father. Please be at peace. Slave servant has met the emperor. Please have a good day. Your Majesty. Lin Wanyi's movements weren't too big, merely standing up. But the emperor took 2 steps forward and pressed down and said, You sit down well. Is it still hard to vomit? Not uncomfortable. Second aunt's medicine is very good. Lin Lianyi smiled. The emperor saw that her face was indeed better than before. And only then did he put down a lot in his heart. Turning to look at the second princess still crying, he then took the second princess from Sister Ji's arms. He usually have fewer chances to hold the child. The technique is not very comfortable. So the second princess is even more crying, heartbreaking. The emperor had a tiger face and just wanted to reprimand a few times. He was stopped by the second prince next to him. Father, give the second sister to me. I'll try. The second prince was holding a talking book with quite a few patterns on it. Sure enough, the second princess was attracted to it. The round eyes boned around. Seeing her with such an attitude, the emperor couldn't help but frown and say, A young age does not kiss the father emperor. Kiss the talking book? In the future can still be? With these words, he was close to giving the second princess a reputation for preferring pleasure. Lin Wanyi heard his words, and couldn't help but laugh. If your majesty continues to be this intimidating, the second princess will be even less close to you in the future. The emperor snorted coldly, obviously dissatisfied with his daughter preferring talking books, but did not utter another word, quietly listening to the second prince telling her stories in a colorful manner. Only the more he listened, the uglier his face became. What kind of books are you showing them? How come it's all about warblers and swallows? Hearing this, Lin Lianyi puffed and laughed. This is something you have to ask your majesty. Why doesn't Wei have any talking books for children to listen to? If there were, it wouldn't be so difficult for my concubine. Lin Lanyi's words, which seemed to be spoken in jest, actually caused the emperor to suddenly think quietly. Wei's books for children's enlightenment were either the 3-character classic, the 100 surnames, or the 1,000-character classic. Seems to be never heard of any enlightenment with words book. So he opened his mouth and asked, "What do you want to say? My concubine has not entered the palace when at home boredom to pass the time are also reading some words. But the content is too adult, as a child cannot understand. Pestering my brother to explain to me, and so grow up to see the understanding. But easy to give birth to the side of the mind. Women are not like sons and daughters, who can serve the country in the future. So all their thoughts are invested in the imperial examinations and studies. Women have never been able to read many books, either women's morality or women's training, or else these books." Lin Wanyi's words. But it reminds the emperor of what the Empress Dowager had said before. After the emperor's reign, the Empress Dowager had gradually removed herself from the control of the court. Chapter 261, Treating All Equally. Her mind was focused on Buddhism. So once said to the emperor, the Buddhists once said that the world is equal. But in the opinion of the mourning family, it is not so. There are some things that men can do, women are not allowed to do. So most of the world's boxes and circles are also around women. When the emperor becomes the lord of the world in the future, he must understand that the women of the world are also your subjects, and should be treated equally. Suddenly, Lin Lianyi's face overlapped with the Empress Dowager's. The emperor was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "These ideas were all worked out by yourself?" "Well, when I was idle and bored at home, and casually thought of playing. I had even thought about it at that time. If there could be a female husband and a female student in the academy, I would like to go and read it. Female teachers? Female students?" This was a situation that Wei had never seen before. But it had to be said that this idea of hers coincided with what the Empress Dowager had once mentioned. So lightly smiled and said, "Originally I was still a little worried. But now there is no need to rush. The Empress Dowager, her old man, must like you very much." Empress Dowager? Lin Lianyi suddenly remembered that the emperor had mentioned it to her. The Empress Dowager is returning to the palace. What did this mean? With eyes dripping with doubt, she looked at the emperor, who returned her glance with a doting look. "I'm afraid that if the Empress Dowager sees you with this appearance, she'll say that you're a demon consort who wreaks havoc on the country and harms the people." Lin Lianyi was instantly speechless. She hadn't dressed up in a grand manner since she entered the palace. Besides, she wasn't the only beautiful person in the palace. So why was everyone staring at her mother's face? "All right. I'm hungry. Do you still have the dried meat that I ate last time at your place?" The emperor was not polite. However, when he thought about it, he had recently been finding reasons to come over to visit the second princess every now and then. Lin Lianyi then felt that he was also having a hard time. So she gestured to Xian. "Yes. But what flavor does His Majesty like to eat? Isn't there only one flavor?" Chuanqi was afraid that my concubine's appetite would change a lot. So she recently changed several flavors. My concubine's favorite nowadays is the sour plum flavored one. Would your majesty like to try it? Good. Soon, Xian brought over the box of dried meat. The emperor shot a glance, and saw that there were indeed a bunch of new flavors. He picked the ones he had never eaten before, and tasted them in his mouth. This just eat not feel. The more you eat the more taste. Finally, most of the box was the emperor down. The poor second prince looked at the emperor with sad eyes, as if to say, "How did you use up all of the rations of the Empress Lin?" Lin Lianyi apparently also underestimated the emperor's fighting strength. This time, she somewhat regretted taking out all the ones in a box. So muttering, she said, "Chuanqi will be busy again." The emperor glanced over, and saw the expressions of Lin Evening Yi and the second prince. This mother and son were really petty. Alright. I'll compensate you with a better one. Lin Evening Yi raised her eyebrows and looked at the emperor, waiting for something awesome to come out of his mouth. As a result, she heard him say, I've heard that folk have the custom of trekking in spring. So when your fetal phase has stabilized, then follow me on a private trip. Really? Lin Lian Yi originally thought that she was pregnant, and this private visit thing was afraid to be impossible. Who knew that the emperor would even take the initiative to mention it? Excited? She didn't know how to reply at once, but soon frowned again. But my concubine's clothes are not ready yet. What are we going to wear? Don't worry. It's just ordinary ready-made clothes. Just ask Dong Yuzhong to prepare a few outside when the time comes. Lin Wanyi was clearly much happier than just now. On the contrary, it was the second prince who became more and more resentful. Father's words obviously didn't include him. Obviously, he also wanted to follow along. But why did Father Emperor not give himself any chance at all? However, on second thought, this was a rare day when Father Emperor and Empress Lin were alone. It was better not to disturb. So he put his mind back on the second princess. And the brother and sister duo played around, adding a lot of fun to Yihua Palace. The comfort they have here does not mean that the other palaces are also comfortable. Lintou Palace's noble consort stayed in Taishan and couldn't come back. Yushio Palace's consort died a cousin and made a big fuss. Invitation to the Moon Palace of Yingfei Father Pei Squire broke his leg. Even the Imperial physician, our resident in Pei family, temporarily not come back. And Yihua Palace in the second princess's condition is also back and forth powerful. These things are letting Chu promise to have a use. Immediately in the palace head gossip set up. To servant girl said, this palace is afraid to need to do a spell. Otherwise why everywhere is not good. In Yushio Palace? She spoke from the sidelines. And Lady Jinxiu chimed in. Sister Chu, this is reasonable. Servant girl's home once upon a time when there was something wrong. Father and mother also invited a magician to come to the home to do the magic. Indeed, the luck will become better than before. When Consort Yi heard these words, she more or less believed them. After all, it was the family of a military general. So there were many taboos about gods and ghosts. Then summoned Master Ziyuan from Baolin Temple to the palace. Anyway, in the past, these spells were also done by them. Yes, Your Highness. Chu promised to see that concubine had been much annoyed by things at home lately. So she furtively then said, Your Highness, why don't you leave this matter to the maidservant? There's nothing the maidservant won't do. She is now worried about not having the opportunity to show her face in front of everyone. If she can do a good job on this errand, the whole palace up and down can everyone be grateful to her. Such a good errand. It would be strange if she didn't rush to do it. Concubine looked up at her and understood what Chu promised to think. At the moment, she has a lot of things to do. She is too lazy to care. Then she instructed her. Give it to you to do can. But be sure to do it properly. Otherwise in front of the emperor, this palace will not give you the head again. Your Highness, don't worry. This little thing. How can I still let the emperor and Your Highness worry about it? The servant girl will definitely get it done. Only after hearing her repeated assurances did concubine release the power of this matter to Chu Yi. When Chu Yi-san left Yushio Palace, she was so full of energy. Lady Jinxiu also has eyesight. Immediately went forward and said curtly, Sister Good Ability, I think in the future to return to the position of nobility. Just around the corner. Hearing this, Chu promised that expression became more and more condescending. Noble only. I still don't see it in my eyes. Even if I am a concubine or a consort, I can afford it. That stance and appearance made Lady Jinxiu secretly mock in her heart. A concubine or a consort? With her brain, she is not afraid of offending others, and not even knowing how she will die. All day long, she would just daydream here. But on her face, she still looked like a disciplined and obedient person. Soon, this treasure forest temple presided over Ziyuan Master will be ordered to enter the palace. At the same time brought more than 300 disciples. The palace has a special place to do puja. So Chu promised to just according to the old calendar for everyone to arrange on the line. Chapter 262 Twin Fetus Pulse. But the sky is not willing. Chu promised to death did not expect their original good intentions, but did a bad thing. Ji Yuan presided over the palace when it happened to be the 22nd of February, waiting for the half-month ceremony chanting finish. Then into the beginning of March. Grass grew and warblers flew. and everything was renewed. The arrival of spring once again reminded Lin Wei of many interesting events at home. On this day, Dong Clan dressed up as a granny as before and followed second lady Dong Yun into the palace. As soon as she saw Lin Evening Yi, her eyes were filled with thoughts of her daughter. Thinner. Much thinner. Much thinner than the last time I saw you. Dong already knew about her own daughter being pregnant and vomiting heavily. So her heart and eyes were filled with anxiety. In her eyes, the heir was certainly important. But her daughter was also important. Hearing that she was throwing up and vomiting, Dong was also anxious at home. It was not easy for Lin Wani to meet her mother. She didn't want all the conversation to revolve around her pregnancy and vomiting. So comforting Dong, she said, "Mother, don't worry. My daughter is really much better now. If you don't believe me, just ask Xian. Madam, don't worry. The Empress has used the second madam's medicine and is indeed much better. The slave girl is watching it. Will definitely raise the Empress white and fat is." Only after hearing these snide words from Xia and did Dong turn her worries into happiness. "Alright. Mother doesn't talk about me anymore. How is brother? The body is much better, isn't it? The medicinal herbs that His Majesty asked to be sent to him are all used. Right? In fact, in terms of medicinal herbs, most of what was stored in the Imperial family was still supplied by the Dong family. Therefore what the Emperor sent was not necessarily better than what the Dong family had themselves. But it was a token of appreciation. So Master Lin's family was still grateful. I've used them all. And with your second uncle looking after them, they're getting better faster than Muji. If it wasn't for your second uncle looking after him closely, I'm afraid he would still be going to the sword dance." More than 3 months of recuperation had healed Lin Xingji's injuries by 80 to 90%. With the Dong family's second master and the Dong family's second madam joining forces, apart from the scars, there was no after effects left at all. In fact, the scars are not afraid. You can adjust the medicine to get rid of it. But Lin Xingji felt that he didn't need to go through the trouble. A man is a great man. And scars are sometimes a symbol of honor. So everyone just let him be. Brother is also right. If you don't recuperate properly, why are you doing this agitation? The fourth prince had someone send a message to say that he was on the list of forbidden guards for the Emperor's autumn hunt. So, Dong's face was helpless. But there was more hope for future life in that helplessness. A year ago, their family was still the aggravated big house in the Sungda. But now it was all much better. Her husband had become the deputy supervisor of the Qin Tian supervisor, and she had become an ennobled wife. Her eldest son had become a meritorious official in defense of the emperor. Her daughter had become a concubine and was pregnant. And her youngest son had been admitted to the long-awaited state scholarship. Along with her mother's family, Dong's family is also like a fish out of water. All of this, it seems to be from the daughter into the palace after the beginning of the changes. So alongside then said, at the time, also did not want you to enter the palace at all. Did not expect you to enter the palace, but became an opportunity to help a family have turned over. Shallow. We can have today's blessings. All because of you all. Mother, don't say that. Daughter is relying on her brother to fight for his life in exchange for this future. Brother is the backbone of our family. Lin Lian Yi is still haunted by the fact that her elder brother was stabbed to this day. She was afraid that if her brother died, she would blame herself for the rest of her life. Yes. Hsong is also really. Not to mention you. Even mother's name of this ennobled wife was also earned by him with his life. Said the moving place. Dong wiped her tears. Well, mother, you into the palace trip is not easy. Let's not say these unhappy. My daughter's pregnancy is now more than 2 months old. And in a few more days, it will be announced to the public. And by then, with your status, you can come to the palace in a dignified manner to visit. And you don't have to be as aggravated as you are today. Well, you in the palace, everything to be careful. This is my in the Qinglong temple for you to seek the peace talisman. Remember to bring day by day. To ensure that you give birth to a safe no? I know. Mother, don't worry. My daughter will definitely carry it well. After Dong finished gossiping with Lin Evening Yi, it was Yun's turn to check her pulse. Lin Evening Yi's mind was much more relaxed than at the beginning. So she wasn't that scared. On the contrary, Yun's frown grew more and more furrowed. And finally looked at Lin Evening Yi with worry. Lin Evening Yi was originally still laughing and joking happily with her own mother. But she didn't expect to see this expression on her second aunt. Immediately, she became a little anxious. Second aunt, is the child bad? How come you? Yun shook her head and made another detailed diagnosis. Only at the end did she say with a certain tone. You're going to suffer in the future. What's wrong? Dong was also anxious. She looked at her own daughter from the outside, and she was fine. It's a double birth. She's pregnant this time. It's a double birth. Twin fetuses? Lin Wani never dreamed that she would be a twin fetus. But her stomach, it hadn't grown much noticeably. Reaching out, she stroked it up, her loving mother's heart becoming more and more obvious. Twin fetuses? At this moment, Dong's excitement of being a grandmother was gone for a bit. Her face was white as she looked at Lin Wani, the sadness in her heart overflowing. What to do? If you were in the folklore, being pregnant with 2 children would naturally be a great joy. But this is in the palace. How have you ever heard of the joyous news of a double birth in the royal family? The moment her words came out, everyone's faces looked unsightly. Yes, if it was a boy and a girl, it was naturally a good thing. This was the dragon and phoenix presenting good luck. But if it was 2 princes, then one of them would not be able to survive. If it was 2 princesses, perhaps one could still be sent to the palace. But now, the original joy of being pregnant, everyone's excitement, had all turned into thick worry at this moment. Yun was wonderfully skilled. But it didn't mean that she had that ability to make Lin Evening reduce her pregnancy. She didn't really see how much she cared about these folk remarks. She was only worried about one thing right now. And that was whether or not Lin Wanyi's body could withstand the hardship of being pregnant, as well as whether there would be any emergencies when she gave birth in the future. These were what she was considering. Dong saw Lin Avini's expression, which became much bleaker. Immediately, she said, "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. There are always other methods." Lin Hui smiled with difficulty, attempting to use this smile to relieve others. Unbeknownst to others, in the eyes of others, this smile of hers was really a bit of a cover-up. The emperor came over during the evening meal in order to find out about Lin Wanyi's fetal phase. Nowadays, it's still hidden from the public, so it's inconvenient for Imperial Dr. Do to come to see him day after day. Therefore, if they wanted to know about the child's condition, they would have to wait for Yun to enter the palace. He looked from the sidelines, but felt that Lin Wani looked much better than before. But once he entered the main hall, he felt that the clouds of sadness were terrible. Chapter 263 Hush Hush Treatment. What's wrong? Is the child not well? The emperor saw their expressions, and followed suit with worry. He hurriedly walked over to Lin Evening Yi's side and asked. He couldn't even care about Xian and the others' greetings. Lin Evening Yi had been sad all afternoon, and had been holding herself together. At this moment, as soon as she saw the emperor, her eyes immediately filled with tears, and she cried in aggravation. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." If the child was really bad, then it was also because their destiny with the child had not arrived. Although he was saddened, he still put Lin Evening Yi's body as the main focus. After all, she had once been poisoned. But Imperial Dr. Do had also said that having a pregnancy was difficult. "Your Majesty, my concubine," Lin Lianyi wanted to say, but she didn't know how to speak. Being a parent, she believed that the emperor must have the same thoughts as her. After her mother left, she even summoned Sister Du to inquire. Sure enough, there had never been a case of a twin-born imperial son in the imperial family. It wasn't because no concubine had ever carried a twin child, but because after it was born, only one would remain, and the other, not even allowed to be on the royal jade disc, would have to be disposed of. Both children are their own flesh and blood. Give up which one cannot. But right now, to make a difficult choice, not only her, there is also the emperor. Finally gritting her teeth, she still spoke. "Your Majesty, second auntie said that I have a twin child in my womb." The word twin fetus was bidden with extreme difficulty. The emperor was also stunned when he heard it. With such a weak body and bones, how could she? After a moment of silence, the emperor spoke. "Did the second madam say whether your body can withstand this double birth?" Lin Lianyi shook her head, then nodded. "I'm not sure. Second aunt only said that it's going to be more suffering. But the child should be fine. It's good that there is no problem. You can rest assured that you will be able to nourish the fetus. If there are really 2 emperors or princesses." Lin Lianyi's heart tightened when she heard this. The emperor's attitude towards this matter was still unknown to her. If he really felt that it was also unknown, then wouldn't one of the children be? "I will make sure that they are safe and grow up peacefully in the palace." Hearing the emperor's tone of such certainty, Lin Wanyi's heart gradually got better after an afternoon of sadness. She even thought that if it was not possible, she would ask herself to leave the palace, although this was a pie in the sky. But as a mother, she really couldn't bear the idea of her child being disposed of, just for the sake of this unsettling reputation. Therefore, inwardly, she hoped that it would be best to have a son and a daughter, so that the two children would not have to leave her. Well, even if it's for the sake of the children, you still need to eat well. Thinking a lot hurts your body. Don't make a mistake when it's time to give birth. Well, my concubine knows. Giving Lin Evening an affirmative answer, the emperor's mind was thinking about how to deal with this matter. The most convenient and easy method was to have someone else pretend to be pregnant on a date similar to the day Lin Evening gave birth. Then it would go from a double birth to one for each of them. When the child grows up, they will find a reason to raise it under Lin Evening Yi's name again. But this candidate, in theory, it is best to be her side of the maid. So with her is also considered a nostril out of the air. Cannot be lost. But in this way, Lin Evening Yi does not see will agree. After all, after becoming the emperor's nominal palace concubine, later want to leave the palace is impossible. Once Lin Wanyi also said with him, to let these two girls to find a good marriage, go outside to live their own days. Now, that's why the emperor didn't rashly bring up this idea. It had to be said that the emperor's promise was still very effective. Lin Evening Yi didn't have the same kind of tension and anxiety that she had at noon. And even her appetite was a little better. Perhaps it was because she knew that now one person was eating and 3 people were sharing. So she forced herself to eat a few more bites. It wasn't time for the baby to be big enough to top up her stomach. So she didn't feel too bad. The emperor accompanied her for the evening meal and then spoke. I'll accompany you for a walk. It looks like you've eaten a lot more at night. Lin Lianyi smiled, but did not refuse. Good. In order to travel safely, Lin Evening Yi changed into a pair of shoes with non-slip soles. The path she took was all tried and tested by Qiu Ming step by step in front of her. So naturally she couldn't make any mistakes. Qiu Ming did not know about the twin births. He just thought that this is not an easy birth for his own mother. And he didn't know if he would have another chance to give birth in the future. So he should be extra careful. It was the first time that the emperor supported Lin Huai. Lin Evening Yi was a bit flattered. So she said shyly, Your Majesty, it's too exaggerated. My concubine's stomach is not even visible yet. It's good to be careful in everything. With me holding you up, you walk steadily. I also feel at ease. For a moment, Lin Lian even had a thought that he was not treating herself as the Empress Dowager. I have to say, this supporting posture is really standard. Counting the days, you will be born at the end of September. I don't know if it will be on the same day as me. The Emperor's birthday is in September 21st. This time last year, he is still on the road to Taishan running around. Where to care about what birthday? But this year was different. If he was lucky, in the future, it could not be said that the 3 of them would have the same birthday. But this is too much of an eyesore. Lin Lianyi did not want her child to attract so much attention as soon as she was born. So with a light smile, she said, Your Majesty, Second Auntie said that twin babies don't necessarily make it to the end of September. So I can't say when they'll be born. Hearing this, the emperor frowned. The child is so delicate. A full-term birth is still not seen to survive, let alone this premature birth. His heart was worried, but he couldn't show it on his face. I am afraid that Lin Wanyi will think too much. So after the news can be announced, he still wants to find the Doe doctor and Yuan to ask together. In the end, there is a foolproof method to ensure her safe and smooth delivery. That was the most important thing. That's no matter. If you give birth in advance is also good. By the time you get out of the month, you can still live with me together with the birthday. By the way, there is this breastfeeding things. You don't have to worry more. I will let the Dew Mama look at. Pick a few more good prepared. Then choose his. Spring is comfortable, but you don't want to be cold. Carefully cold too. Also, this month I have more things. Can't see that I can have time to often come to accompany you. You have to relax yourself, no? The emperor assisted her to walk while explaining in bits and pieces. It was just like a husband and wife in an ordinary people's house. Warm and affectionate. Lin Lianyi was grateful to have such a person by her side. Now, she was a little more grateful for her being able to enter the palace at that time. Dong Yuzhong and Xian, who accompanied her at the back, glanced at each other and were also full of smiles. Chapter 264. Entering the State Prison. Spring is one of the most vibrant days. Inside and outside the palace, there were many more spring colors everywhere. However, the bustle of these places could not compare to the state eunuch. Once a year in the spring into the school, the state prison crowded, waiting to see this year's students or some of the skills at this enrollment. A total of 36 people. In terms of identity and family status to rank, Lin Muji, since the path of the Lin family's big house naturally is not as good as the front of those, and therefore stood in the 24th position. Dong Kuli was still a bit behind him, standing at 33. Though they were both hanging on at the end, the faces of the two of them showed a vibrant wanting to test their mettle against the heavens. The state prison is my Wei dynasty's highest academy. All of you can get in, naturally have the ability to get in, but whether or not you can leave from here smoothly will end up depending on your personal ability. The one who spoke was the head bookkeeper of the state prison. Lord Liu looks about 50 years old, although not called immortal style, but the body of the scrolls of the atmosphere is still very strong. Then let the scribe behind him hand over the list, one for each hand. Continue to say, this is your class schedule after enrollment. 3 years later you can start taking the Imperial examinations. If you can win the list, you will naturally be able to leave from the Imperial College. Lord Liu, what if we can't win the examination? We have to stay here all the time? The one who spoke was a somewhat arrogant eunuch. Lord Liu didn't even look at him, and said straight away, well, your family doesn't lack the cost of this bundle of cultivation anyway, doesn't it? Hearing his words, several sons of powerful nobles, who had originally come here to fool around, all laughed away. Only Lin Muji was very disgusted with this system in his heart. How many cold students in the world wanted to get the opportunity? But in the end, it was occupied by people like this. It's really a pity that these teachers and books are worse than talking to a cow. After entering the Imperial College, this accommodation allocation is also a bit tricky. Although Lin Muji and Dong Kelly did not have a high status in the Imperial College, the dormitory where they both lived was not bad. Even 2 people in the same room, but also more convenient. All of this, I have to say, there is the Emperor's credit. Lin Wani was now pregnant, so naturally she couldn't think of any of this. So the Emperor in one day suddenly remembered that her brother and cousin to be enrolled in school together, then let Dong Yuzhong go to make a point. It was not to give the 2 of them any privileges or support. It's just that if they can live in one place, they can more or less take care of each other. The past year, one person 17, one person 14. It is the time of the young and vigorous. So if they can calm down and study well, there will be a wide world waiting for them in the future. The schoolhouse is not big. The location is also a bit remote, compared to those students who use their family names and rights to gain access to the Imperial College in a dignified manner. The Emperor's favor to them was nothing. The 2 kings against the wall were connected to each other. The cousins had been getting along very well in the past few months, so there was no harm in living together. In front of each of the 2 windows in the house, there was a wooden desk. Dozens of freshly printed books were placed on it. The duo didn't even pack their bags much, so they picked them up and flipped through them left and right. The more they looked, the more excited they became. No wonder everyone wants to get into the state scholarship. These books, in the outside world, it is 10 gold and 100 silver cannot be bought. It's not that the book itself is so expensive, but in this book is a lone copy down. As the highest school of Wei, the state prison naturally has 2 brushes. One of the most envied was the book collection building located on the northeast side. It is said that there are 10 million books, are never to the public. Just want to get in to see the qualifications of borrowing, but at least have to be the status of a scholar. If the 2 of them were in the situation of a white scholar, it would be better if they didn't think about it. Cousin is right. Since we can get this chance to enter the Imperial College, we should live up to ourselves and our family. The cousins were all very ambitious at the moment, but they had never thought that there were also rules of the state elementary school even after they had entered the state elementary school. And they obviously didn't stand in line on their first day. Lin Guangji stayed in the middle of the one-room schoolhouse, and a few of his friends were rolling dice for fun. When he heard about what happened after Lin Muji and Dong Kelly enrolled in the school, he pulled the corners of his mouth in mockery. A lowly person is a lowly person. The good state prison is also going to be stinking by them in the future. If anyone can enter here, then why do we still need to pay a lot of money to stay here with stupid people? As soon as he finished saying this, several people beside him responded, with Lin Guangji's status. He also belonged to the first person in the state prison. After all, princes had princely houses, and the descendants of worldly princes and county kings wouldn't come to the state scholarship to crowd the crowd. He is the first grandson of the Lin Sheng master, and is the treasurer of the Roncong County princess. Naturally, there were not a few people who followed him. Many times, they were not even able to attend classes. Master Lu once reminded him of this. But he was disliked. Since then, he rarely cared about the few of them. That's right. The most annoying thing is that those who are not good at home, but still want to jump the dragon gate, do not look at their own so capable. As they spoke, several people laughed more and more freely. Second son, I heard that one of the newly promoted is your cousin, the son of the big house. Why don't you go and say hello to him? Humph. What is his status? What is my status? I go to see him? Isn't this a disgrace to myself? Just watch. In less than 3 months I'll be cleaning up my arse. And then I'll make my great uncles regret sending their son in. You still want to compete with the god of heaven? It's simply a big dream in the middle of the day. And then he shook the dice in his hand again, drinking and placing bets at the same time. The people who passed by had heard of this unethical behavior, but no one has ever reported it or come in to say a few words. So you can imagine how rampant they are. In contrast, in the Royal Army barracks 30 miles outside of the city, the rules were much harsher. Lin Xingji had been lying in bed for several months. Not to mention his hands were raw. Even he was a bit stiff. His injuries were now fully healed, only because he had neglected to exercise for a long time. So when he first lifted his sword, there would be some hidden discomfort. It seemed that the wound would still hurt in general. Seeing his frowning and covering his shoulder movements, Jiang Huanqing, who accompanied him to practice, said anxiously, "Is it all right?" "It's fine. Come again." "Adu, my master, you just peacefully recuperate another 2 months, not? Anyway, the autumn hunt is also a matter of August and September. What's your hurry?" Jiang Huanqing was sincere in his treatment of Lin Xingji. After all, he almost lost his life in the first place. What's the point of showing off at a time like this? Chapter 265. Spending money to ransom yourself. It's all right. I've been lying down for too long. My hands aren't even my own. If I rest for another 2 months, I'm afraid I'll forget how to swing a sword. Saying this, overcoming a bit, he began to dance with the sword again. Compared to before, it was a little less flowing. But for someone who had just recovered from a serious illness, it was already a very good recovery. The fourth prince stood by the side and watched for a while. When he saw Lin Xingji's sweat flying down from his forehead, he still refused to stop his hands. There was relief between his brows. Indeed, a good seedling. Old Ji, this person will be handed over to you in the future. Whether or not there will be another commander of the Forbidden Guards that can hold down the field will depend on your skills. The old Ji in the fourth prince's mouth was none other than the new commander of the Forbidden Guard standing beside him. He was once one of the best in the Imperial Army. He was more suitable to stay by the Emperor's side than his ability to strategize on the battlefield. After all, not everyone had the ability to see 6 ways and hear all directions. Being the commander of the Forbidden Guards was not at all simpler than being a general leading troops into battle, especially after what happened to Cui Shishio. The entire Forbidden Guards army is basically equal to a major blood change. The fourth prince took 5,000 men from the Imperial army to replace the guards. All of them were bloodthirsty men. Loyalty is unparalleled. And the original Forbidden Guards are all sent down to the Royal Army to practice. One is to give them a wake-up call. The second is that the Forbidden Guard's job is overly good. Many people even forget the real skills. It is also time to go back to the furnace. When the news came out, many people complained. After all, in the Imperial Guards as an errand, the chances of leveling up are all a bit more. And in the Imperial Army, that is to rely on their own skills in a practical way. Many people cannot eat this bitter. Have to think of folding how to politely express their own not into the Imperial Army. Jiang Huanqing is a brain. A word of advice. This time the replacement of the Forbidden Army. At least there are 10,000 people. Most of them are the sons of the family to mix the merit. They do not want to enter the Imperial Army. The fourth prince not if you let their families to pay for ransom well. 500 taels of silver for one. It's not too much. 500 taels of silver. in an ordinary family is enough to eat for many years. But for those powerful families, it was simple. Compared to the lives of their own sons and nephews, 500 taels of silver was simply a plaything. So when the news first came out, everyone was skeptical. They were afraid that this was not a deliberate test for them. So everyone waited to see. Who knew that when the fourth prince opened his golden mouth, he said that at most, he could organize the departure of 1,000 people from the camp. Those who are greedy and afraid of death. The sons of powerful families have generously donated. So much so that at the end of the day, in order to get their own children out of the sea of misery that is the Imperial Army, the threshold of the fourth prince's residence is going to be trampled through. Today is this to beg. Tomorrow is that to cry. It's been a big mess for the fourth prince and the fourth princess. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. But I'm going to be able to do that. And I'm going to be able to do that. In the end, the fourth prince pretended to have a headache and left things to the following people to do. Naturally, this mouth unknowingly stretched. Developed to the end. 5,000 taels of silver ransom, also more than one person. After the vast whole army thing passed, the fourth prince received a total of 684,000 taels of redemption money. After reporting to the emperor, half of this money went into the national treasury. Half of it was used as pay for the Imperial army. The soldiers were given new armor and weapons. Not to mention that there were even more oil stars in the soup. This matter kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Both the Imperial army and the Forbidden Guards got a significant boost. And those male children, who had no desire to move up the ranks and couldn't afford to suffer, were also smoothly expelled from the core of power. For this reason, Jiang Huanqing was promoted 3 levels in a row, directly becoming the deputy chief of the fourth prince's personal guards. But it brought hope to the Rongcheng earldom. Don't worry, Your Highness. Just with this determination of him blocking the sword with his body before the imperial court, the last general is also admired, and will definitely teach him properly to live up to the emperor and Your Highness's heart of cherishing talent. The fourth prince nodded in relief. Then he dropped his gaze on Jiang Huanqing. This child. He had somewhat underestimated him before. It had to be said that the brain was indeed agile. It had given him another idea. Only that he would have to wait and see. They are only young people in their early 20s. And it is not good to be honored with glory without enough experience. If the foundation is not stable, the building can also collapse. This point, everyone understands. Therefore, it is better to take your time and not be in a hurry. Lin Xingji and Jiang Huanqing practiced for a few more moments, until both of them were sweating profusely, before they saw the figure of the fourth prince and Commander Ji. Immediately walking over, they kneeled on one knee and said, "My subordinate has met the fourth prince, and I have met Commander Ji. Well, get up." "Thank you, Your Highness." The two are both iron-boned strongmen. If said before or some just out of the hut of tenderness. After this year or so of training, hidden some of the general style. Only, the road ahead is still long. Can really come to this step. It is still unknown. Is your injury clear? Just here desperately practice? Carefully hurt the body base. The king, don't worry. If the subordinate is not good all, the second uncle at home will not let me out. This is true. One could tell by looking at his aura and body shape nowadays. He had indeed recovered well during the months he spent recuperating in the Dong family. Well, that's good. But it's better to come gradually. Don't rush in this moment. Understand? Yes. Thank you for your Majesty's guidance. My subordinate will bear that in mind. Hearing him reply like this, the fourth prince and Commander Ji glanced at each other. Both exuded a satisfied look. All right. You can recover in the army for 2 months. And when you're almost done, you can follow Commander Ji into the Forbidden Guard. Enter the Forbidden Guard. He remembered that he had clearly stated before that he still wanted to return to the Royal Army. How could he now be sent to the Forbidden Guard? So he opened his mouth to refuse. Who knew that the fourth prince added, "This is the emperor personally under the decree. Promote you as a first-class Imperial Guards. And the Imperial gift of the yellow waistcoat Way since the dynasty. The Imperial gift of the yellow waistcoat on a total of 7 pieces sent out. Everyone is in way meritorious ministers. Aside from the not to say, the king remembered that the G commander has a. Right. Your Majesty has a good memory. The last general does have one. The significance of the yellow waistcoat. Lin Xingji didn't quite understand now. But he was more than a little shocked when he heard that only 7 people had one. a first-class chief of the Imperial Guards. This position was also formidable. Not to mention, the entire Qianan Palace's Imperial Guards would have to listen to his commands. A year ago, he was still an unranked guard. But now, he has become a red man in front of the Emperor. This speed? Really, the next person can't catch up. However, the people present felt that they should. Chapter 266 People are different. After all, this honor was something Lin Xingji had exchanged his life for. Therefore, even if there were some red-eyed onlookers, they couldn't say anything more at the moment. Hearing this, Lin Xingji couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. So after fixing his mind, he said, "I will do as I am told. Squire Lin, practice well. You will definitely have a great future in the future." "Yes, Commander Ji." After saying what they had to say, the fourth prince and Commander Ji left. Jiang Huanqing, who was left behind, excitedly patted his shoulder and said, "Luck comes. It's really unstoppable. Brother Hasong, congratulations." He was genuinely happy for Lin Xingji. Perhaps it was because they had both been at the mercy of others, so they were extraordinarily sympathetic. Hearing Jiang Huanqing say so, Lin Xingji could only smile and reply, "You're not bad either. Didn't you say you've been promoted 3 levels in a row? Do well in the future. Your future in the Imperial Army must be greater than mine." He still preferred the simplicity and ease of the military than the deceitfulness of the palace. But now there was no room for maneuver, so he accepted it. Seeing his worry, Jiang Huanqing smiled and said, "Don't worry. Those moths in the Forbidden Army have all been cleared away. You are in the Forbidden Army, surrounded by our former brothers." Lin Xingji knew very little about the whole army. Therefore, he did not understand. It was only after Jiang Huanqing finished explaining the situation to him that he came to a realization. So he had a few more expectations for the next days of the Forbidden Guards. Lin Xingji's life here was smooth. But those sons and daughters of powerful nobles, who had been expelled from the Forbidden Guard and could not join the Imperial Army were not having such a good time at the moment. For example, Chu Xian, the brother of Chu Sun. He was originally in the Northwestern Army, has already emerged. But since the dragon boat after the incident, it is not like the former that can stand the prestige. After all, his disgraceful mind revealed itself. Therefore, everyone was watching, and his promotion was not optimistic. In the end, it was with the help of the Liu family that he was originally enrolled in the Forbidden Guards. But after this change of hands, he originally thought of the richness and glory in the twinkling of an eye and gone. How can he endure? Intended to climb up in the Royal Army. But everyone knows that he used to come from the Northwest Army. Therefore, there are many defenses, not to mention training. Is to eat, sleep, bathe, and so on will not bring him. Over and over again. His life in the army is also difficult. So he exchanged money for freedom, and left the Royal Army. But nowadays, being at ease is at ease. But there are no more things to do. Compared to those who walk the cat and tease the dog dude, he more or less also has 2 points of real skills. So more and more eyes high and low up. Through the previous relationship, thinking about still want to fold back to the Forbidden Guards to go. But people go tea cold. Now the Forbidden Army with iron bucket. How can he insert it into? When his mind turned, he thought of the Liu family. In the past, the Liu family, now all up and down, is permeated with a dead air. Liu San Duke in prison, no. Liu family old lady also sick in bed for many days. The entire courtyard is a strong smell of medicine, so that people do not even have a good mood. Chu Xian was guided into the courtyard by the butler, and his face did not look good. In the Northwest, the Northwest Marquis of the prestige of how big, outsider's idol is not dare to have a bit of trouble. I have never seen such a depressed time in the mansion. The heart is full of emotion. It looks like he walked this way today. I'm afraid there is not much chance. Old madam, the Chu family's son has come over to see you. The Chu family had always been dependent on the Liu family for their livelihood, and had many contacts in the past. So it was not surprising that Chu Xian had come to the door today. Chu Xian has met old madam. Old madam Xian. Ahem. You're here. Chu Xian had never thought that one day he would see an old madam who looked like this. A sense of decrepitude permeated her body. One must know that she used to be a resounding figure in Shengjing City. Whether it is to participate in the table or attend the royal activities, are eye-catching very. But today look. And that old crone is not different. Lu family old lady in front of the people outside is more than a show of force. The Northwest Army faction of people is more than a few points of politeness. Therefore, Chu Xian came to see her. And she was grateful in her heart. Old Madam's condolences. If 3rd Duke Lu were to know in his grave, and know that you are so hung up on him, he would also be unsettled. Hearing others speak of her grandson, her tears, which had long since dried up, filled with stinging pain. It was impossible to cry. But the air that was pent up in her chest was still in the pit of her stomach. It was hard to bear. My poor grandson, ah. The voice wailed terribly. Chu Xian, as a faction of the Northwest Army, also had a few regrets about the loss of Lu Sangongzi. Originally, this 3rd Duke Lu was raised in the family to renew the incense. Now that he was gone, it was like an ominous omen. It means that the Northwest Marquis line is going to have problems. About the old lady of the Lu family was also thinking of this, which was why she was devastated and powerful. Chu Xian hesitated to open his mouth yet, but was stopped by the old madam opening her mouth. You came today, not just to see me, right? Chu Xian's face was more than a little embarrassed by her question, but with his future at stake, he couldn't help but make an effort. So with a cross heart he said, Old madam, the late generation would like to ask you to think of a way to send me to the palace to be a forbidden guard. Nowadays the wind and clouds outside are stirring up a lot. If there is also no one in the palace to take care of it, I'm afraid that Lady Ife will have a lot of difficulties. I would still care about her death or life? At this moment, the old madam was much to blame for this granddaughter of Consort E. If she hadn't been so bent on twisting her cousin back into the prison, how could this have happened? Raised in the head of the family for so many years, there has never been any poisoning. Now, Ling family she hates. Pei family she hates. Even Ife she hates. Poor this Chu Xian. Talent just entered the door, then was sent away in cold words. When he left, he didn't even think, why this old lady and Ife will flip. They are all members of the Lu family. Originally thought to take her this road can go through it. Hey. Just as he was sighing longingly, he saw an unfamiliar face standing in front of him. Master is annoyed. Don't get in the way. Said a hand is going to push people away. Straight away. But he ended up being startled by the man's outburst. If Duke Chu wants to enter the palace as a forbidden guard, there are plenty of ways to do so. Begging the Lu family is better than begging my master. The voice was sharp and thin. A eunuch at first listened. Who are you? And who is your master? Chu Gongzi bold words. Just follow the slave to go to the place. See the people. You naturally know my master is who. Chu Xian had no doubt. But right now, besides believing, there didn't seem to be any other way out. So he crossed his arms and followed along on the carriage towards the outskirts of the city and go. Not knowing. This go will never come back. Chapter 267 Private Visit. The concubines knew that Lin Wanyi was pregnant at the reception banquet for the Empress Dowager's return to the palace. After that, her days of comfort came to an end. But just before that, the emperor had promised her to take her on a private visit. The opportunity came. At the end of March, the Qinglong Temple to catch the temple fair. The most lively time. This Qinglong Temple's temple fair and other temples are different. Not only is the ordinary temple fair, but also have the saying of marriage. Because of the location of the Green Dragon Temple in the back of the largest peach forest in the city of Xinjiang. Peach blossom. Lovers come. Don't know from where to say. So every year Qinglong Temple fair are extraordinarily unprecedented grand. Because basically the people of the whole city, especially unmarried men and women, would go to join in the fun. Instead, the head of the main city seemed to be much more empty. Lin Wanyi woke up early and was excited for half a day when she learnt that she was going out today. Changed into ordinary women's clothes and simply coiled a round bun, pinned a mahogany hairpin, then followed the emperor quietly out of the palace. I thought they were going to join in the fun at the Green Dragon Temple, but the emperor took her around the city. After knowing the truth, Lin Wanyi was greatly disappointed. Master, is this what you call a private visit? There are so few people in the city. What are we going to see? The emperor was not stupid. If she was not pregnant, she could have gone to Qinglong Temple. But now, he deliberately picked today, because there are not many people in the city, so they can sit in a carriage to stroll around. Really cannot also go down to walk. All in all, it was both clean and fulfilled his Lin Evening Yi's promise. How nice. It was this Lin Evening who was more than a little unhappy. Now that she is pregnant for almost 3 months, she occasionally smells something she doesn't like, and only then will she vomit. Other times she eats and sleeps quite normally. So the person has also returned to her former healthy appearance when she was still in the palace. The only difference was that her belly was slightly bulging. But the clothes she wears on weekdays do not show her figure. So she can't see that she is pregnant at all. She just had an excellent complexion. Sitting on top of the carriage, Lin Lianyi looked at the lively scene outside. Although the heart also felt some cheated. Maybe out of the palace has been good. Thinking about when they left. The second prince of the grudging eyes. Lin Lianyi couldn't help but let out a light laugh. What's wrong? The emperor cast a curious look. Nothing. It's just that I'll see if there's anything interesting to bring to our second brother's son later. Otherwise he's afraid that he won't be able to sleep soundly tonight. The emperor's heart was fine. And he actually noticed the second prince's expression. He just thought that he would take him out with him during the autumn hunt. But Lin Yuanyi would be staying in the palace for the next few years. So he thought of just taking her out. Okay. If you can't buy anything fun, go to 8 Treasure House and buy lotus leaf chicken back. He will definitely like it. Lin Yuanyi looked at the emperor with slight surprise. I didn't think that master would know about this too. Your brother ran dozens of miles back and forth. I just don't want to know nor line up. Lin Lianyi looked at the emperor with an expression of so. No wonder. So. Master brought concubine out today. Just to eat lotus leaf chicken? Well, I'll let you eat enough today. Lin Yuanyi had wanted this flavor for a long time these days. Actually, Chuanchi used to eat it. But she just couldn't make this flavor. It was probably because the shop had a secret recipe in place. So it couldn't be made. Next to her, Chuanchi was eager to try it out, and couldn't wait for her to get to 8 Treasures House right away. This time, not only did she want to taste it, but she also wanted to bring a few more back to study it. She didn't believe that her own clever hands wouldn't be able to make a lotus leaf chicken that the queen would love to eat. When the group of people arrived in front of the 8 Treasure House, it was not eye-catching. Ordinary carriages and horses. Ordinary clothes. There were also only 2 maids and a steward with them. But the fellows in front of the door, to welcome the guests, still saw the difference. After all, the temperament was placed there. Even if they wanted to pretend to be ordinary people, it was not quite like that. Besides, they were all skinny and tender. And even the maid behind them had a more relaxed temperament than a rich lady. It's not like that fellow's eyes were blind. Several nobles. Inside, please. Following the fellow who led the way in front, the group of people followed up to the first floor. What they entered was a private room location with a window. And then they were served tea. The aroma of the tea smelled good. But for the emperor, who was used to drinking famous teas, it was ordinary. Lin Yuanyi is now pregnant and has long stopped drinking tea. Next to her, Xiaoan said, serve our lady some warm water. Okay. What would a few guests like to eat? The most famous thing in our small shop is this lotus leaf chicken. I wonder if your guests would like to try it. That's what I came for. The shopkeeper can match it himself. Bring up all the ones you think are signature. And give my master and madam a taste. Good. Nobles, wait. I'll make sure you like it. After the maid went down, Lin Yuanyi said flirtatiously, Master, you can put away this disgusted expression. Otherwise, if it continues like this, our identity should be exposed. The emperor wasn't actually disgusted, but rather a calmness of having seen the world. This kind of attitude. In fact, let these day-to-day used to seeing the people of the fellows look. Know that the identity is not ordinary. Just guess what the identity will be. The emperor heard. Patiently took another sip of tea in front of him. And then pushed the cup far away. The meaning is more than clear. It's not that he won't condescend. But he tried. And felt that he couldn't do anything about it. Lin Lianyi took a look at his twisted appearance and laughed her head off. The dissatisfaction she had just felt was swept away. It was lunchtime. The sunlight outside the window was bright and clear in the whole private room. The emperor and Lin Wei were sitting opposite each other. And when he saw this scene of her, there was more joy in his heart. It was rare to see her so happy. And this seemed to be something that had never been seen in the palace. You like the days outside a lot, don't you? Well, it's free and easy. The main thing is that I don't have to worry about my concubine angering the master that day. Then the hand knife near the neck. This action instantly made the emperor's face black. Is master such a heartless person? Lin Lianyi watched as he became more and more pleased with the way he was angered. I don't know if it was because she was pregnant, but she was a lot more childish than before. Especially her recklessness towards the emperor, which she wouldn't have dared to do in the past. No. Master is the most affectionate. Oh no. The most affectionate person under the sky. Concubine. Likes it very much. Her pair of eyes looked at the emperor with affection. Even if he knew that she was deliberately saying these words to flirt. The emperor was not angry. It just quietly looked at her. Full of doting. Chapter 268 Playing music cozily. Coughing twice. Lin Wanyi was a little embarrassed by the emperor's stare. She had originally gotten up and deliberately teased the emperor. But she didn't expect to be teased right back by the emperor. So she smiled back, intending to excuse herself to say something else. Just saw that the maid had already greeted the people serving the food. This 8 treasure house's serving speed is really surprising. They sat down there as not a quarter of an hour. Will be served all the dishes. 4 meat and 4 vegetarian dishes. Plus 2 soups. There are many things. But the portion of each dish is not large. That fellow explained with a smile. You want to taste the flavor of the people. So the small shop specially on the small portion. First to the people taste. If you like. And then give you to add is. This kind of attitude. Lin Wanyi liked it very much. The shop is not bullying the customers here. But will stand on the perspective of the customers to think about these. It's no wonder that the business of the 8 treasure house is so good. I've eaten their 8 treasures chicken before. But I haven't tasted anything else. Therefore, Lin Evening was foolishly eager to do so. It was rare for the emperor to see Lin Huai with such excitement. And in his heart, he felt that the decision to go out of the palace this trip was correct. So he waved his hand. Seeing this, Dong Yuzhong deliberately roughened his voice and said, well, go down. If there are other than call you is. Okay Lu. Noble slow use. Small farewell. When leaving. Also will be the door of the private room closed up. This mate's eyesight is good. Dong Yuzhong went forward a little bit of test dishes. Drug testing. Only after determining that there was no mistake did he proceed to serve the emperor and Lin Wui. Although there was a moment's delay. The food was still hot. The first thing to eat is naturally the lotus leaf chicken. Lin Evening took a bite and felt that it still had the same flavor as before. And all of a sudden, her whole body and mind stretched out. All of a sudden, she felt that all the things about having a pregnancy had become more joyful. One can imagine how much she liked this lotus leaf chicken. The emperor looked at her so satisfied look. Accompanied also used a piece. After chewing and swallowing slowly, he opened his mouth and said, indeed good. It was rare to hear that the emperor would have a comment on any food. So after that, Chuanchi was even more determined to make it. The portion of that lotus leaf chicken was not large. And the duo didn't eat a few pieces before finishing. It was more or less unfulfilled. But thinking that they still had to eat other things, they didn't ask for more. The chopsticks twisted along once. The duo tried all the dishes. In the end, they felt that apart from the lotus leaf chicken, the other dishes were not as good as Chuanchi's. They didn't ask for more. So they didn't ask for more. Instead, the lotus leaf chicken was rushed to be served again. After Lin Wanyi had a full meal, she didn't forget to pack some more to take away. In addition to those for the second prince, she also thought to bring one each to Chiu Ming, Grandma Du and Grandma Ji in the palace. As for Qin An's, she was not in a position to order it straight in front of the emperor. But Xiaoan gave her an affirmative expression. So she smiled with relief. As for the remaining few, it was entirely for Chuanchi to pack them back to steal the craft. It saved her from having to make more trips outside the palace the next time she wanted to eat. After eating and drinking her fill, Lin Wanyi couldn't move her feet. The view from the window of this 8 treasure house was also good. So she simply had someone pack up and stay here to enjoy the outside. The emperor did not have a single objection to this move. Originally was planning to go back after a short stroll outside. Now staying and sitting in the building was always a bit more secure than walking outside. It's a pity that my concubine doesn't know how to play music. Otherwise, if someone could play a song in this situation, it would be very comfortable. The emperor raised his eyebrows and glanced at her, feeling that she meant what she said. You really want to listen? Go. There are flutes in the car. Just bring them up. As you wish. After saying this, Dong Yuzhong went out and went downstairs. And not long after, he came up with a jade flute in his hand. This flute looked like an excellent product. Although Lin Wanyi was not able to understand music, she was not blind. The emperor took over the hand, then played a song. The tune was also very appropriate. It was March spring. Along with a melodious melody, Lin Wani seemed to see a peach forest in front of her eyes. It was called a comfortable, although the private room blocked the people outside to look inside. But it could not block the sound. Right next to the 8 treasure house, with the face of the head of the music in the Huiyu princess, all of a sudden sat up. She remembered this melody very well. But this was outside the palace. How could there be such an identical tune? Is it hard to be out of the palace? The head of the face that was wrapped around her next to her, with red lips and white teeth, delicate as if it was boneless, was still teasing her waist at the moment. What did the eldest princess say? How come you don't have a good time with slave? A few words said all the ridiculous things of the two of them. The daytime prostitution. Even if it is not in the princess's residence to hide a little. Running to this tea house to fool around. She pushed away the uninterested head of the face, put on the clothes and stood to the window to listen carefully. Originally there was still some lust in the eyes, gradually clear up. The corner of her mouth smiled. Indeed it is her brother. Looks like it is a private visit. Opened the window a little. Carefully looked around. Did not see people. But the vendors in front of the door suddenly more. All eyes are staring around. Seeing this, Princess Huiyu's heart has already counted. At a glance, it was the forbidden guards pretending to be. And then looked up. 8 treasure house. So purposely going out of the palace was to eat lotus leaf chicken. 8 treasure house's lotus leaf chicken is very famous in Shengjing City. So elder Princess Huiyu has also eaten it. Just in her perception. The emperor is not a glutton. How could he come out on a whim to eat? There must be something fishy inside. So sank his mind. Stood in front of the window and waited quietly. After a while, only to see someone walked out. Sure enough, once she saw that familiar face, Princess Huiyu's eyes deepened and deepened. Her dislike for him was felt even by the face beside her, who didn't dare to say another word. As for a woman following behind the emperor, it made Huiyu frown. She had never seen this woman before. Look at her appearance, is not too old. It is difficult to be last year's new into the palace showgirls. She had been fighting with the emperor for a long time, so she didn't bother to go to many palace banquets. Anyway, the Empress Dowager is not in the palace. No one in the world would dare to fight her. This time is to arouse her interest. The emperor with the people of the harem. The dignified go out to eat. If this offense is to run to the Empress Dowager in front of a complaint, the emperor will have to receive a lecture. Not to mention the accompanying palace. Not to mention the accompanying concubines. To be able to give the emperor's favorite people to find fault. Eldest Princess Huiyu was more than happy to do so. Looking at the carriage clattering away, a plan took shape in her head. At the moment sitting in the carriage, the two of them do not know that they are actually being watched by Huiyu. If Lin Liani knew that the next smooth days were all thanks to the princess, she wouldn't have gone this way. She didn't want to let anyone catch her in the act. Chapter 269 Tranquility Before the Rain. After eating, the emperor originally said to take Lin Evening E for a walk. The downtown area naturally cannot go. But also driving the carriage in the city randomly around just. Lin Wani just ate enough. This carriage upside down people are not much comfortable. After thinking about it, she opened her mouth and said, Master, let's go back. Your status is precious. It's safer at home. Dong Yuzhong gave Lin Yui a grateful glance. His heart clearly satisfied with her knowledge and understanding. He had been the emperor's lackey for so long. And he was most afraid of those concubines who were proud of their favor. If he were to say, this private visit was not deserved. Although the forbidden guards have disguised guards along the way. But still not as safe as in the palace. Just before the assassination. So it is better to return to the palace. The emperor also understands Lin Evening intention. So he nodded and said, then go back. Wait for the next time. Master will take you to Yunzhou. Good. Concubine will wait. The two looked at each other and smiled. In the palace outside the head of this small, half a day of time, both got great satisfaction. A broad heart naturally makes the body fat. So after returning to the palace Lin Evening he was the one who didn't vomit anymore, and her appetite got better and better. Plus Chuanqi spent nearly half a month's time. Used the Imperial kitchen to send more than 100 to more than 10 chickens. Finally the essence of this lotus leaf chicken to catch. And add a little secret ingredient of their own. The lotus leaf chicken can be said to be this thing should only be on the sky. Where on earth a few times heard. Fortunately, the small kitchen of Yihua Palace is not at the entrance of the palace. Otherwise this fragrant smell must cause people to stop. Lin Wanyi's stomach now more than 4 months old, was a bit more rounded than when it was slightly protruding in 3 months. Yun had specially prepared some condensation for her that would not harm the fetus. The fear was that it would leave a tattoo on her stomach. During her visits to the folk, Yun had seen the flowery bellies of some folk women. Although it doesn't hinder anything, every time she sees it, she still feels that it's not easy for women, especially when she was still in the palace. Most of this emperor's favor was based on beauty. If Lin Wanyi really left a tattoo, would it not be bad in the future? The baby was conceived in October and was delivered at the same time. Either one is very hard. It would have been difficult for Lin Wanyi's body to take the risk of a double birth, so it was better to pay more attention. Every morning and evening, Xiaoan would gently rub this condensation all over her body. Therefore, nowadays, Lin Eveningyi looked much better than when she was first pregnant. This afternoon, Lin Eveningyi had just napped and was still a little tired. She saw the emperor walk in from the outside. There was some rare excitement on his face. When he saw her, he couldn't hold back and directly kissed Lin Huai on the face. Xiaoan saw this and immediately followed Dong Yuzhong out the door with a calm expression. What's wrong with His Majesty? You look very happy. Tomorrow, the Empress Dowager will be able to return to the palace. It should have been earlier. Who knows that the road was delayed for a few more days. So it was delayed until now. No wonder His Majesty is happy. The weather was gradually getting a little hotter. Because Lin Wanyi was pregnant, she was a bit hotter than the others. So when she was idle in the palace, she was already wearing summer clothes. Looked very cool. The emperor also bid her summer. If not Lin Wanyi pregnant not to give up her labor. At the moment would like her to do a few more summer clothes for himself. She did. Always that embroidery to be more attentive. Therefore, it is particularly comfortable to wear. Sitting up from the bed, the emperor came forward to help her. And the two of them went to the couch next to the bed and sat down again. Afterwards, Lin Lianyi opened her mouth. This belly of my concubine. I'm afraid I won't be able to cover it up in another month. Can your majesty think of how to tell the public? The emperor was asked by her, and also felt that it was about time. About half a month ago, Imperial Dr. Do had already personally checked Lin Eveningyi's pulse. He wasn't a gynecological expert, so he didn't find any twin fetus pulse. He only said that the child in Lin Eveningyi's abdomen was fine. In fact, just by looking at her complexion, one could tell. After all, Yun's was trying her best to regulate her. So Lin Lianyi's body, which had some deficiencies before, was much better now. I intend to report to the Empress Dowager first, and then choose a suitable opportunity to come to your palace to go, and then spread the news. But the news set out. You have to be more precautionary. Who knows what those people will do to my child again? When mentioning this, the emperor's eyes flashed with disgust. The second prince? The second princess? Which one hadn't suffered the calculations of these women in the palace? Therefore, the emperor was worried about Lin Wanyi. Your majesty, don't worry. Eunuch Qiu and sister Du guarded the palace like an iron bucket. The house up and down all the things have been thoroughly cleaned once. Outsiders want to make means. Very difficult. That is also should be said here, as if remembering something. So opened his mouth and continued. By the way, your brother has reported the news. Said the body to recover as usual. Want to return to the palace as a businessman. Can I temporarily transfer to your palace? Lin Lianyi was already aware of the matter of the emperor's enthronement of his brother. So this imperial chief of guards was already eye-catching enough. If it was also sent to her palace, wouldn't it be giving all the palace concubines cynicism? Therefore, after thinking about it, she still avoided suspicion and said, Brother is His Majesty's royal guards. Or guard in Qianan Palace is better. Eunuch Qin 3 days ago said 2 will some Kung Fu palace maids over. If there is really something, or can withstand 1 or 2 palace maids who knew Kung Fu. This was actually authorized by the emperor. It wasn't that the palace would be in danger to the extent that it would require a palace maid to fight someone. Just say, will Kung Fu palace maids really run up to report? The speed is faster than the other people. Then the speed of the emperor to put out the fire can also follow faster. Mentioning these, Lin Lianyi's heart is already incomparably satisfied. It's not good to really exaggerate too much. Alright. If you say so, then your brother will stay in the Qianan Palace. And when your body is more stable, you can go to the Qianan Palace to give me some food. And in the meantime, take a look at your brother, the emperor said flirtatiously. Lin Lianyi put a smile on her face, and said to the emperor then, Okay. Then my concubine will definitely go to send it every day and see my brother in passing. The word, by the way, was bitten extremely hard, teasing the emperor back. Outside, the sky was exactly the time when the sun was shining. Only the sun was a bit big. The emperor asked, "Can you walk along the corridor? I am free today, but I can accompany you to eat the evening meal." Since returning from his private visit outside the palace, the emperor still stepped into Yihua Palace for the first time. On the one hand, he is afraid of excessive publicity, causing everyone outside to know. Secondly, he is really busy. That Cui Shirshio assassination thing. All the relevant people have been arrested. But trial to trial. But there is no result. Chapter 270. The Empress Dowager returns to the palace. As a result, things in the former dynasty were also a messy mess. Adding to that, King Zhan and noble consort Lin's investigation of the Su family in Taishan had basically come to an end. Every so often, they would receive letters of invitation back from them. The emperor had the intention of delaying until after Lin Yuanyi gave birth, but now it seemed to be a bit difficult. Therefore, today's dinner was the first time the two of them had eaten after entering April. It's fine. Walk around more. My servant will be able to eat more later. Your Majesty doesn't know. Chuanchi made that lotus leaf chicken even better than the 8 treasures building. You must like it. The emperor raised his eyebrows and glanced at Lin Evening Yi, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. He said, "If this girl were to change her mind of delving into dishes to taking care of you, she must be a bit more attentive than Xian." The emperor had actually discovered it. He had come so many times, and many times it was Xian who was serving, and Chun-Chi basically hid in the small kitchen. At first, he thought that Chun-Chi was just used to being in the kitchen, but later he realized that she was Lin Evening Yi's personal maid from the very beginning. The reason why she hid in the kitchen was because she was afraid of saying the wrong thing in front of him and getting Lin Wui into trouble. So he thought that this maid was a loyal one. Nowadays she's the meat and potatoes in the eyes of the chief steward of the Imperial kitchen. Saying so, her hand of out-of-this-world cooking. Who wouldn't be envious after seeing it, and not wanting to steal the master? Two people get up. The emperor and Lin Evening Yi side holding her waist. He was afraid that she might slip up a little. In fact, Lin Lianyi wanted to say this a long time ago. The emperor's behavior is too careful. Just think of the emperor's love of the house. Natural heart, a burst of sweetness. Before the storm comes, it is always peaceful and quiet. Early the next morning, Lin Lianyi received the news that the Empress Dowager's Imperial chariot is almost to the door of the palace. So the people, including the emperor, are waiting in front of the Taiching Hall. This is the place where courtiers meet the emperor. The ceremony to meet the Empress Dowager is placed here. It can be seen that the emperor has a high regard for this. Lin Lianyi didn't arrive too late. There were already people standing in 2s and 3s. Before she came, she ate and drank a bowl of medicine to calm the fetus. Therefore, she was in good spirits. Your concubine's palace clothes were whiter, so if she had her hands folded in front of her abdomen, she couldn't see much. But this pregnant people, in the end, will be a little different. Fortunately, the birth of concubine Ing Fei has not yet arrived. So she looks like this. No one can see what is strange. Just a little more concerned about the situation of the second princess. After all, she was also ill-fated, and had been sick since childhood. Lin Lianyi spoke one by one, and everyone was relieved. The princes and princesses stood in a separate position from the concubines. When the second prince appeared with the second princess, Lin Evening saw the siblings at a glance. Nowadays, the two of them were almost 7 years old, and one was almost a year old. They looked so different than last year when Lin Yuanyi had just met them. At that time, the second prince was gloomy and indifferent. Now he has been in school for more than a month. Although, and into the school for several years of the third prince cannot be compared. But compared to last year's open-eyed blindness is too much better. The emperor also said yesterday, his schoolwork was praised. Therefore, the second prince has more confidence in the appearance. The second princess is now 9 months old, and has become more and more adorable. Every stitch on her body was made by Sister Ji, and the others under Lin Evening Yi's guidance. Therefore, whether it was the color scheme or the fabric, it was all extremely comfortable. It set her off as pink and elfin. On the other hand, Princess Mingruo on the side wore a red embroidered gold peony patterned long-tailed Chinese dress, which was gorgeous, but also a bit old-fashioned. A child of about 5 years old. Hard to look more than a dozen years old. She was more and more similar to noble consort Lin. Lin Lian-yi did not have a good impression of her mother, grandmother, or great-grandmother, so she did not find this Princess Ming Ruo cute. Just as she was about to withdraw her eyes, she saw Consort Yi and Consort Ing walking over. Between the two of them, there was a hidden tension. Lin Wanyi had heard the Emperor mention the feuds outside these days, so she still knew a lot about their two families. To appear together at this moment, this was somewhat strange. Consort Yi was concerned about how the ceremony for the Empress Dowager's return to the palace was going, so she paid more attention to her surroundings. On the contrary, Consort Ing saw Lin Evening-yi at a glance, and her suspicious eyes immediately settled on Lin Evening-yi's stomach. Lin Evening-yi wasn't stupid and looked back at Consort Ing without any concealment. It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a curse that can't be avoided. If this was really the time to shake out her pregnancy, she wasn't afraid. Ing Fei saw her this appearance. Heart already understands 7 or 8. It seems to be a character, but will hide very well. These days, her mind was on her mother's family. That's why she didn't notice. Seeing Lin Wu like this, at least it must be around 3 months. Therefore, she intended to open her mouth to make trouble. But unexpectedly, the Emperor came. The Emperor has arrived. Long live the Emperor. All the people respectfully bowed to the Emperor, including Lin Lian-yi. Her current stomach was slightly squished from squatting, but it wasn't a big deal yet. Soon after, they heard the Emperor calmly reply, "Flatten yourself." "Thank you, Your Majesty." And then the crowd was busy standing on their seats, with the Emperor in front and Consort Yi next to her. This Consort Ying's desire to make a scene naturally rested. Lin Lian-yi's eyes firmly looked at the distance. But she was very frank. For the mother is just. This point she these days is more and more understand. So even if the future is bloody and stormy, she is not afraid. She will definitely do her best to protect the 4 children. Thinking of this, she glanced towards where the second prince and second princess were, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. Obviously, the second prince also saw it. Feeling Lin Evening-yi's firmness, the second prince also reported a reassuring look. As the Empress Dowager's Imperial chariot came step by step towards the Tai Ching Hall, everyone stood upright. They didn't dare to overstep the mark for a single moment. This is the most powerful woman in the Wei dynasty. That is, Empress Su is still there. See the Empress Dowager to be extraordinarily respectful, compared to these women who circle in the harem all day long. The Empress Dowager is the person who protects the young emperor for more than 10 years. She had to stabilize the dynasty and teach the emperor at the same time. No matter which aspect, she was the best. Therefore, Lin Lian-yi was also full of expectations for this Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager arrives. The somewhat older eunuch, who accompanied all the way beside the Imperial chariot, gave a long shout. Except for the emperor, everyone knelt down respectfully once again. Even though Lin Lian-yi was pregnant, the rules of kneeling were not bad at all. Only when attaching herself, the amplitude wasn't quite enough, falling in Consort Ying's eyes. It even corroborated her suspicions, and a pang of irritation ran through her heart. Chapter 271 First Time Greetings. My son has met my mother. Please, mother's compassionate peace. The emperor clasped his fists and bent over, and his attitude was also respectful. Immediately after that, a kind voice came out from inside that Luanghao, slowly and forcefully replying, "The emperor need not be polite. All of you also leveled off. Thank you, Empress Mother. Thank you, Empress Dowager." When Lin Evening-yi rose, Xian supported her in vain. Only the crowd's mind fell on the Empress Dowager's Imperial chariot. No one noticed. The curtain lifted, and a woman wearing a bright yellow embroidered bird and phoenix dress appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This is the first time Lin Evening-yi see the Empress Dowager. Perhaps it was the many years of praying and practicing at Wutai Mountain. So the Empress Dowager's body had a few more points of peacefulness that ordinary people did not have. One step at a time, she walked towards the emperor with dignity. The emperor with all the concubines and princesses went up to meet. Waiting to walk into the look, Lin Wanyi found that the Empress Dowager is really young. According to reason, the Empress Dowager should now be more than 50 years old. But young so that Lin Evening-yi felt that the Empress Dowager, as if the emperor's eldest sister in general. Once upon a time, she felt that Ronkong County Lord's maintenance was good enough. But compared to the Empress Dowager in front of her, she is still a bit small. It is not that looking young is good. Rather, the Empress Dowager exudes a calm and unafraid, but very intimidating authority. As for the pretty face, Roncom County is spent intentionally maintained. But the Empress Dowager seems to be favored by God. From the inside out. Through the restrained and frankly young. Mother. Hard work. The Emperor said were words. For the Great Way blessing. Is the mourning family wish. So there is no hard to say. But the mourning family in the Wutai Mountain when I heard. Taishan's sky drop wonders. This is the top of the great auspicious signs. It looks like the Emperor will be the Great Way governance is very good. Everything is due to Mother's teachings. The Sun Minister dare not take credit. The Emperor is being modest again, isn't he? After saying this, Mother and son smiled at each other. Previously, Lin Lianyi had heard Grandma do talk about Lady Xianfei. So she thought that the Empress Dowager would be like noble consort Lin. Quite scheming. But now it seems, is very kind. Perhaps she felt the gaze of Lin Wui. So the Empress Dowager also looked over. When the two of them looked at each other, the Empress Dowager's eyes had a few more measurements. That's right. It's a measure. Lin Eveningyi's face was calm and unafraid. Standing calmly in place, she respectfully looked at the Empress Dowager, letting her take her measure. On the contrary, Consort E has a few dissatisfaction with the limelight was Lin Wui to steal away. A few steps forward said, Empress Dowager, this journey is tiring. It's better to go back to Xianing Palace to rest first. Only after hearing her voice did the Empress Dowager withdraw her eyes, and then glanced at concubine E and said with a calm expression, You are filial. Let's go. Yes, Empress Dowager. Afterwards, graciously walking to the Empress Dowager's side, taking over the position of the sister who had originally supported her hand. Once upon a time, the one standing here was still Empress Su. But now there was no noble consort Lin, and the biggest in this palace was Consort E. Therefore, she and the Emperor's left and right support. But will be her position to raise and solidify a lot more. Everyone is guessing. If Lin Guifei can't come back, I'm afraid that Yifei is going to be one step closer to that phoenix position. And then followed by Consort Ing. Followed by Lin Eveningyi. The rest of the concubines followed according to their status. It's the princes and princesses that follow in much the same position as Consort Ing. Xining Palace. Everything is still as before the Empress Dowager went out of the palace. Refined in the Confucian elegance, without losing the nobility and majesty, but also through a dusty temperament. Or is the reason for the perennial ritual Buddha? So Xining Palace up and down burning our sandalwood incense. This flavor in the past, Lin Wani still like. But after she got pregnant, she cut off all the spices. So at this moment, smelling it, her chest was a bit stuffy. She wiped her nose with a handkerchief without any trace. And a sense of coolness came up. Instead, the stuffiness was dispersed quite a lot. The Empress Dowager's eyes are sharp. Immediately saw her action. I don't know if she was dissatisfied, but she suddenly named her. This one has not been seen before. Is the Emperor's newest? Well, she is Yining noble concubine. Entered the palace last April. Oh! Hasn't gone through the list of the draft? The person who was selected for the draft entered the palace in March. She was in April. A month late. There is naturally a situation inside. The Emperor thought about it, and said with deliberation, At the time of the draft, your concubine was sick. So the latter was personally recommended by noble consort Lin before entering the palace. No wonder. So soon it was a noble concubine. Or a double character title. It looks like the Emperor likes it very much. The Empress Dowager's tone was flat. Nothing special. But here in the Emperor's place, it sounded as if it was a warning. To be promoted to a noble concubine in a year's time was unprecedented. Coupled with the double character title, it was also something that had never been heard of before. So the Empress Dowager's meaning was obvious. Lin Lianyi was as respectful as ever. She couldn't control whether the Empress Dowager liked or disliked her. And at this time as the Emperor and the Empress Dowager is talking, she rashly interjected. Also inappropriate. So it is not awkward. Not in a hurry to explain. Just so quietly stood in place. This charm, but let the Empress Dowager high look at a glance. Ing Fei Heart can't wait for the Empress Dowager to make trouble right away. So some of them look at a good show to see. She is now really not like the former that stoic. So the emotions revealed on the surface more and more times. The Empress Dowager glanced. See her this look, said with a cold snort. All right. I'll retire. Stay the Emperor and mourning family to talk is. Once she gave her word. The others just wanted to stay but didn't dare to stay. So all of them said with respectful faces. My concubine made servant leave. When all the people went out in a line, the Empress Dowager loosened her shoulders. Her eyes signaled the sitting bed next to her, and the Emperor sat down. Although they were not mother and son, they had been together for more than 20 years. This little bit of heart was still in common. After waving her hand and letting the surrounding waiting palace people retire, the Empress Dowager also did not hide anything, and said straight away, "The Emperor likes her?" Such straightforward words made the Emperor freeze for a moment. But after a moment, the Emperor did not hide it. Nodding his head, he said, "She is the person chosen by my son. Not just liked, but treasured by the heart." His words caused the Empress Dowager to gently frown. As an emperor, being ruthless was the best. This was because it would allow the rain to fall evenly, thus implicating the previous dynasty and the harem. However, if there is love in the heart, it is a weakness. This Lent evening he now is only calm and relaxed a little. In the view of the Empress Dowager, is still far less than to the point of the Emperor's heart. Seeing the Empress Dowager's silence, the Emperor did not rush to explain. Instead, he said, "She is now pregnant for more than 4 months. Pregnant with a double child. If it is a boy and a girl, it is the dragon and phoenix of our dynasty. If it is 2 emperors, there the minister is also another arrangement. We'll tell them to be proper." Chapter 272, The Empress Dowager's Suspicions. When these words came out, it would be false for the Empress Dowager to say she wasn't surprised. No wonder she just covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief. Just this twin fetus. It is also unavoidable. But look at the Emperor did not have the heart to cover up. The Empress Dowager's heart also understood a general. If just think the Emperor just talk. At this moment has been clear. He has really put this woman in the heart. The fact that he could even ignore good and bad fortune made the Empress Dowager feel more than a hint of sulkiness. The Emperor is saying this to me today. But is he afraid that I will take action against her? Mother jokes. The child in her womb is also mother's own grandson. Which in this world do grandmothers harm to their grandchildren reasoning. The son said these. Only do not want to hide mother. This news I have not yet spread out. First with the mother queen to say, it is always better. After hearing this, the corners of the Empress Dowager's mouth only slightly raised. She squinted at the Emperor, who she hadn't seen for several years. But he was still as sincere as before. Thinking of this, the Empress Dowager did not say anything more. Only commanded a sentence. In a couple of days, let her come and greet me. I would like to see what this concubine is capable of, to attract such attention from the Emperor. Yes, my son will definitely go back and tell her to come and greet Empress Mother properly. You're not afraid that Mourner will turn on her? I know clearly what kind of person the Empress Mother is. And I also know clearly what kind of person your concubine is. So, I am not worried. When he said this, his eyes were clear. He was not disrespectful to the Empress Dowager. And he was also very confident in Lin Hui. Suddenly, the Empress Dowager's ears rang with the words that Hui Yu had said to her yesterday. The Emperor has a demon consort with him. That day, I personally saw the 2 of them having a meal in the 8 Treasures house. But no one in the palace knows this news. It must be the demon consort coaxing the Emperor out of the palace. All of a sudden, to Lin Evening Yi's mind, but also a few more points of uncertainty. After a moment of silence, the Empress Dowager waved her hand and said, Go. Wait for the mourning family to see her before saying anything else. Yes, the son's minister excuses himself. The Emperor left Xianing Palace. After thinking about it, he still went to Yihua Palace. Although going there now was a bit eye-catching, since he had already told the Empress Dowager. He wasn't afraid that the other palace concubines would know about Lin Wanyi's pregnancy. Therefore, he didn't try to hide it much. In the main hall, Lin Wanyi was not much surprised that the Empress Dowager wanted to see her. Just for the Emperor to reveal his heart so bluntly. Slightly worried. She wasn't sure what kind of person the Empress Dowager was. Everything was heard from the Emperor and the sisters and eunuchs who served the old man. So she still had to feel it out herself to know. Then did the Empress Dowager say when she would summon my concubine? It's just these 2 days. When the time comes to find an opportunity to spread the news by checking the pulse at Xianing Palace. That's fine too. Lin Lianyi nodded. Suddenly remembering the way Consort Ing looked at her, she said to the Emperor without hiding anything. Consort Ing is about to have guessed. After all, once upon a time she was also so hiding her pregnancy. Well, I know. The Emperor was not surprised by this news. Ingfei has never been a stupid person. If she did not move her mind to the pile of chores outside the palace, I'm afraid that she knows even earlier. But these? The emperor did not tell Lin Wanyi. He only briefly mentioned some of the things that happened outside the palace. As for the force he used behind the scenes, he didn't mention a word. After all, there are too many people and things involved. Lin Wanyi is now pregnant. It is better to think less and worry less. So he continued to comfortingly say, there is no harm in knowing. Just know. Around but also these 2 days of things. Everyone will know. After simply talking for a while, they received the news sent by concubine E. She said that the palace banquet had already been prepared. It was just waiting for the crowd to attend. The Empress Dowager's words of reception were much more grand than the one when the emperor returned from Mount Tai. At that time, only the concubines of the harem participated. But today, it is all the royal family members who are attending. The last time they had gathered this neatly was the Dragon Boat Festival banquet, when the fourth prince appeared with the fourth princess. Lin Lianyi saw it. It was only due to the special circumstances that she could only nod slightly in greeting. Seeing this, the fourth prince also smiled back frankly. The fourth Wanfei had rarely seen the fourth prince would have such an attitude towards the emperor's concubines. So after taking her seat, she asked curiously, Your Highness and your concubine knew each other before? The fourth prince shook his head. Not really acquainted with your concubine, but rather quite impressed with her brother. Also right. This Lin Xingyi had become famous in battle. And now who in Shengjing knew about him? The fourth prince had always cherished talent. And this person had come out of the Imperial Armor Army. So he definitely knew a lot. So the fourth princess smiled and said, This Minister Lin's eldest grandson is a meat and potatoes nowadays. I heard that there are already a dozen matchmakers on the doorstep to propose marriage to the ladies in the city. Oh! The fourth prince obviously didn't expect it. However, it was normal for him to think about it. He has now a bright future. This time those hungry wolves do not pounce on the strange. So smiled and said, It's a pity that this king doesn't have a daughter. Otherwise this Lin Xingyi is really good. Fourth Wanfei slanted a glance at him, and then calmly said, Forget it. My concubine already has a husband who loves soldiers like a son. If she really has a daughter, we'll find her a husband who sticks to her side day after day. Not to have a mother and daughter sighing at the window together. Obviously, the fourth Wanfei was very dissatisfied with his behavior of staying in the barracks so often. Seeing that his old wife was angry, the fourth prince immediately smiled and said, Wait for another 2 years. When these sons and daughters are able to take charge of their own side, this king will definitely retire and accompany you to swim in the mountains at that time. Really? More real than the imperial gift of gold. Being stirred up by him, the fourth Wanfei's anger that had just come up subsided. In fact, the two of them have been married for so many years. What kind of person the fourth prince is? The fourth Wanfei knows it all. Therefore, it is just a few words to tease him. They were laughing and joking here. But on the other side, Consort Ing took the lead on Lin Evening. I haven't seen my sister going out of the palace for a long time. It must be hard for her to take care of this second princess day after day. Saying that, she took a glass of wine and said to Lin Evening, Sister, toast to you. Sister can give me some faces. This palace concubines live in harmony with each other. This is a good thing. Unnecessarily, Lin Evening Yi's current body was not suitable. So she politely refused. I'm not a good drinker. So I'm afraid I won't be able to enjoy myself with your highness. If it was once upon a time, Lin Avini might have even said something softer. But now? Chapter 273 Princess Hostile. She didn't like Princess Ying's virtue of setting people up behind her back at all. It was obvious that she already knew she was pregnant. But she deliberately pretended not to know and said so. She just wanted to let Lin Evening expose herself as pregnant. This is the Empress Dowager's reception banquet. If the protagonist in the limelight is changed to her, it will not cause all the people in the harem to be jealous. Not to mention that the Empress Dowager will also be unhappy with her. I have to say, once upon a time, I didn't see that Consort Ing still had this kind of mind. After being rejected by her, Consort Ying's face paused slightly. She didn't think that Lin Wanyi would be so prickly in her retaliation. Just as she was about to open her mouth, she heard the emperor sitting on the dragon chair and said to the people below, Come! All of you raise your glasses together to celebrate the Empress Dowager's return to the palace. Yes! The emperor took the lead and drank it all in one go. and the people below were not in a position to say anything more. Especially Consort Ying's eyes swept between the Emperor and Lin Evening E, seemingly wondering if the Emperor's move just now was maintenance or coincidence. The song and dance started, and the banquet began. I have to say, Yi Fei in arranging the palace banquet is not the least bit inferior to the former Lin Guifei when she was in power. There are even a few more clever ideas. Let's say that the Empress Dowager's mother's family is Suizhou. So she specially presented a Suizhou local song and dance. Look at the Empress Dowager full of smiles. Yi Fei see also consciously pleased very much. And through the figures of those dancers, Lin Lianyi also saw the two daughters of the Empress Dowager for the first time. Princess Hui Xian and Princess Hui Yu, as well as the prince consort next to them. Both of them are full of princess style, because of the age of similar, but also a mother and siblings. So there are still a few similarities in appearance. But if you look closely, Hui Xian eldest princess is more gentle, but Hui Yu eldest princess adds a point of severity. Seems to be aware of Lin Wanyi look over the eyes. That Hui Yu elder princess also looked over, between the two of them inadvertently staring at each other. Hui Yu's eyes were filled with a probing meaning that was more than obvious. This made Lin Evening E wonder. Obviously the two of them had never met before. Why did she show such a look? It was even a little bit unsavory. Thinking that she had once heard the second prince mention those old childhood stories of the emperor, she quickly understood. It seemed that the one who was at odds with the emperor was this Hui Yu elder princess. About all the people who are close to the emperor, she does not like it. Thinking of this, Lin Wanyi corrected his eyes. The slightest fear to meet her looked over. The corners of her mouth seemed to be smiling, but there is no smile in her eyes. The emperor does not like the person. How will she like? At this point, she is a woman who follows her husband. Feeling Lin Wui's unyielding and a little provocative, Princess Hui Yu's stubbornness came up. After sneering, she stood up and interrupted the song and dance. And then said, "Mother, this song and dance can be seen every day. But this period of time you are not in the capital. But a lot of interesting things have happened. If mother is interested, the son of the court can say." The crowd was watching the song and dance are very enjoyable. Did not expect to be Hui Yu princess to interrupt. In their hearts, there was much displeasure. But then they heard. This seems to have something to say. Naturally is scattered just that point of unhappiness. Concentrate on waiting for the eldest princess Hui Yu open it. On the contrary, the Empress Dowager looked at her own youngest daughter. In her heart there was a trace of impatience towards her. She was born at a time when her position as Empress was not quite secure. So she didn't have much heart to look after her. All circling around in the harem and the former dynasty. When everything is stable later, she only moved the heart of a loving mother want to take care of. Unfortunately, has long been the palace people spoiled is lawless. A few times down, the child is converged a lot. But the affection between mother and daughter, but also thinned a lot. For example, she went to the Wutai mountain in a few years' time. Hui Xian eldest princess is every year to go back to visit once. Each time to accompany her stay for a month or two, in order to pay tribute to filial piety. But Hui Yu elder princess has never been there. At the moment she returned to the capital. This is to feel that more honored Buddha blessing? So only rush to say these? Empress Dowager heart some disappointment. So she opened her mouth and said, "What do you say? Later with my family back to Xianing Palace to say it. Now look at the song and dance." You interrupt for what? Empress Dowager's words have been obvious enough. Hui Yu eldest princess, how can not understand? But she grew up as a stubborn kind of temper. The more she is not allowed to do things, the more she wants to do. So without the slightest regard for the others and the occasion, she said straight away, "Mother does not like Children's Court said." Children's Court also said, "Su Queen has been gone for 3 years. Now the position of the palace has been idle for a long time. Although there has been Lin Guifei and Yi Fei in charge of the common people. But in the end some of the name is not justified. So many of the people in the harem on the storage of a different kind of mind. Measuring is to be a scourge of the way dynasty it." Once she said this, everyone whispered. The fourth prince frowned and looked towards this niece that he had always disliked, and said with a cold snort, "Hui Yu, everyone is happy today. Don't talk nonsense after drinking 2 more glasses of wine." This warning intention has been very obvious. Unfortunately Hui Yu can hear this. Also do not know so many years have lived so domineering. So irony back then said, "Niece is not the fourth king's uncle. Old, greedy cup 2 mouth can be drunk. My liquor, that is to drink again a night also no harm." She is really not shocked by her words. Humph. As a princess, this king doesn't see you doing anything of merit. But the amount of alcohol is well practiced. Is this something to be proud of? The extra horse harness by his side was bashful, and his face was a little red. But he didn't know how to persuade the princess to sit down for this kind of thing. After all, he was just a name in the princess's mansion. If you really talk about it, I'm afraid that it's not as much as those few heads of the face in the boudoir to see the princess. Therefore, he could only lower his head and not say a word. How dare you? Even your fourth royal uncle dares to contradict? Seeing this, the Empress Dowager immediately spoke out and chided. This sound, in turn, caused those who were whispering to hush. They shut up and looked at the Empress Dowager, only to see that her face was more than a little disgruntled. And she looked at elder Princess Hui with a sense of authority. Hui Yu's heart was thumping when she was so frightened. Seeing that no one stepped in to help her, she could only sit down silently. When she looked at the emperor again, he looked at herself with a face of mockery. That look seemed to be saying, "Don't think for yourself." Hui Yu gritted a mouthful of silver teeth in hatred. If it wasn't for the emperor's appearance, taking away the favor of her father and mother, she would have been the most favored person in the harem. That was why she had hated this still infantile crown prince's younger brother since she was a little girl. Now is even more so. Why he can borrow the power of the mother's family into a million people praise the emperor. But they are just a princess. I have to live this kind of husband and mothering life. Chapter 274, Clip the gun and stick. She was unwilling to do so, which is why she deliberately made those ridiculous things. The purpose was just to get everyone's attention on her. It was a pity that she was wrong from the start, if not for her status as a princess. If such absurdities fell on the head of any woman in the folklore, most of them would end up dying a miserable death. Indignation took over her heart, and what little sanity she had left was gone. The emperor's mockery fell in her eyes, as if she was a clown. How could she tolerate such an insult? So she directly projected her gaze back to Lin Evening Yi, with a mocking smile at the corner of her mouth. She opened her mouth and said, "This is concubine Yi Ning, right?" Lin Evening Yi was suddenly named, and when she looked up at elder Princess Hui Yu, she only saw that her eyes were filled with a fish-out-of-water attitude. However, the eldest princess's status was a bit higher than hers, so she couldn't help but get up and show her respect. "My humble servant has met elder Princess Hui Yu. Born good-looking. Speak well too. No wonder coax this imperial brother of mine is even the emperor's danger are not concerned. Just do not know this 8 treasures building's food is delicious?" As soon as she opened her mouth, other people naturally did not know why. Only the emperor and Lin Wui's faces were not good. So, the matter of their private visit was known by Hui Yu. It was no wonder that she had just looked herself up and down. So this was the problem. The emperor disliked this 5th princess not for a day or two. At this moment, seeing her glare at Lin Wui, he opened his mouth and wanted to press it down, but was interrupted by Lin Wui's words, only to see her frankly smiling, while still pretending to have a puzzled look on her face. What does the eldest princess mean by this? What is the intention? Eldest princess Hui Yu snorted coldly, and continued to speak at Lin Evening Yi. That look, that attitude, it was simply called condescension. Don't pretend that everyone is blind. You coaxed the emperor out of the palace, not to mention playing outside, but also privately went to the 8 treasure house to eat. Such a thing the whole palace up and down, but no one knows. Yi Ning noble concubine is really good ability This is to everyone as a fool? As soon as her words came out, Dong Yuzhong's brows furrowed slightly. This matter was personally arranged by him, so it was logical that there shouldn't be any mistakes. Then the only possibility was that when they were outside the palace, they were accidentally discovered by this Princess Hui Yu. But they were very careful all the way, including into that 8 treasures building. Also is the left and right up and down carefully checked. Only after making sure that there was no mistake did they let the emperor and Lin Wani get off the carriage. So where did Princess Hui Yu learn the news? This is a little puzzling to him. Joke. I went out of the palace privately, and even brought Yi Ning Gui concubine with me? How dare you take out such a stupid news for fun? I look at your side of those ear news god. Also should be replaced. Blind and deaf how to take good care of our ways most capable of the princess it. The emperor was clearly angered by her words. Originally, he had been at odds with Hui Yu since they were young, and he didn't know what was wrong with her. She always liked to pick fights. Thus, since childhood, the conflict between the two had not subsided for a single day. If it only involved himself, The Emperor might not have been so angry. But when it involved Lin Evening, he didn't want to endure it anymore. Seeing the Emperor's obvious denial, Hui Yu thought for a moment that she had misread him. But when she looked at the trace of anger in his eyes, she knew that it wasn't just the way he looked after being caught with his pigtails. So her heart felt a great joy. Looks like she has considered to find the Emperor's life door. Ming noble concubine. Is it? Just a concubine with no family backing. Dealing with her is much simpler than dealing with the Emperor. So she ignored the Emperor's challenge and aimed her spearhead at Lin Huai once again. The authority of a princess radiated around her, attempting to scare her with this attitude. It doesn't matter if the Emperor doesn't admit it. Your concubine doesn't admit it either? Do you dare to gamble with the lives and prospects of the people in your xiangfu? Unfortunately, Lin Huai was now one person, but had 3 hearts. Even the Empress Dowager scowling dared to look straight at her. Let alone just the eldest princess Hui Yu. Why wouldn't I dare? But the problem is that if I make a bet the princess can believe it. The Lin family's big house has long been separated. And now it is not a member of the Xiangfu family. This Hui Yu eldest princess want her to swear. Also not find the right person. If she really took those people in the Xiangfu house, who are not going to die with their big houses as a bet, Lin Huai would not be soft. Her expression fell in the eyes of others, but became a frank and open. Especially the 4th prince, who was already very protective of Lin Xingji. So he had a good impression of his family. And since this noble concubine had entered the palace, he had never heard of anything that caused trouble. So he opened his mouth and interrupted Hui Yu's pressure. He said with an angry look on his face, "This king sees that Princess Hui Yu is eating drunk. Come on people, send the princess down to sober up the bar." Yes. Nowadays, the forbidden guards have all been removed and replaced with the former Imperial Armor Army. These people could be much more alert than the original forbidden guards. Therefore, as soon as the 4th prince spoke, they immediately answered yes. The Emperor and Empress Dowager didn't say anything to stop them. So it was obvious that they had acquiesced. After all, this Hui Yu's timing is also too bad. Pick what time is not good. Pick the Empress Dowager's first day back to the palace. Originally there are 7 or 8 points of good mood. Now all unhappy. Who can be happy? The forbidden guards came forward 4 people. All of them face black as carbon. Look determined. Princess. Please. They didn't care who the other party was. As long as it was an order from the Emperor and the 4th prince. All they had to do was follow it. Thus, Hui Yu stood in place and looked viciously in the direction of the 4th prince, completely losing all sense of reason. I actually don't know where your concubine is good, but also can get the 4th prince uncle this kind of protection. Is it? Eyes deliberately surveyed between Lin Evening and the 4th prince. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Murder kills the heart. But in the palace, putting trumped-up charges on people can also get people killed. Let's say, the question of the concubine's innocence. Seeing that she meant what she said, Concubine E sat at the top and raised her eyebrows at Lin Huai. She hadn't found any special affection between Lin Huai and the Emperor. Only that it did rise a bit faster. So this Hui Yu Rapunzel out to shake things up is also a good thing. On the contrary, it was Princess Ing, who had been kind-hearted before, who had a burst of happiness in her heart at the moment, waiting to see the good show of Lin Evening. As a result, the good show is watched, but not Lin Evening, only to see before the 4th prince and the Emperor angry at that the 4th princess picked up a cup of wine went straight to the front of Princess Hui Yu. A splash over. 1 cup was not enough. And the wine pot that was originally placed on the table was also splashed on. Now, Hui Yu completely lost her face. She hadn't been treated like this in her entire life. Immediately screamed up and raised her hand viciously at the 4th Wangfei. Chapter 275 Invite yourself to the hall. She made a gesture that she was going to slap the 4th Wangfei on her body. Unfortunately, the 4th Wangfei was not something to be messed with. With a backhanded block, the other side was slapped over. Snapping. In a row. Left and right slapped a dozen times. The 4th princess only managed to stop. And then with a grave face and with a few points of unquestionable, she said, Hui Yu, are you only growing older and not growing your brain? Rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. You dare to maliciously plant evidence in front of the Empress Dowager and the Emperor? You really have a lot of guts. Don't you just want to know why the 4th prince spoke out in defense of your concubine? Then he swept his eyes over the faces of the other people watching, and then fixed his eyes on Lin Evening E. It's because the fourth princess and your highness are very close at first sight. And it just so happens that we don't have any daughters at home. So we took your highness as our goddaughter. Understand? Everyone's jaws dropped in shock when the fourth Wenfei opened her mouth, including Lin Lian E herself. But she quickly understood that this was the fourth Wenfei giving her a step down. Immediately, she half squatted and curtsied and said, "It's all my daughter's fault for being ignorant. I didn't want outsiders to know about this matter and affect godfather and godmother. But now I'm tired of your reputation. It's my daughter's fault. Please don't be angry, godmother." Once her words came out, the faces of those watching the theater could not look good one by one. The status of Yining noble concubine was not heavy to say the least. But this fourth Wenfei's personally recognized goddaughter is really precious. If you just casually open the mouth to joke, that's better. Can be interspersed with the slap Huiyu princess of this matter. That will not be allowed. Visible for Wenfei for Lin Wani is extremely love. Even offend the royal princess are not afraid. In the future, they would have to pay more attention in the harem. I bah. What godfather godmother said good sound. Just want to cover their own ugly just. You one by one when this princess are blind? Mother. Mother. Child minister was slapped for no reason. Lost the face of Wei. You do not care? Huiyu princess is like a peacock. Screaming. But no one dares to approach. This like crazy appearance fell in the eyes of the Empress Dowager. Both pity and hate iron not steel emotion. See, the Empress Dowager did not speak. But the emperor was angry. Dragged down. Directly sent back to the princess house. And then sent 100 forbidden guards to the princess house to be surrounded. When the princess sobered up, do not talk nonsense. And then put out. Yes. Now the forbidden guards are also lazy to break up with it. Go forward, a hand knife cut, stunned, directly dragged away. That appearance can be scared of the side of the emperor's son-in-law. Eyes trembling look at the emperor on the dragon chair. See, he did not involve too much. This only relieved. But the princess was dragged away. This extra horse harnessed by the side of a team to stay here is also very embarrassing. So he also didn't know whether he should retreat or not. Just then, he saw the fourth Wenfei kneeling down in the direction of the Empress Dowager. But her back was straight. My wife has sinned. I shouldn't have slapped the princess because of my own emotions. The princess is right. This matter is about the face of Wei. I still ask the Empress Dowager to chastise her. My wife would like to invite herself down to the hall to calm the public's anger. Invite herself to the court? Wouldn't that leave the fourth prince without a daughter-in-law? Upon hearing this, the fourth prince couldn't sit still. Immediately getting up, he said, "Wenfei is also for the old minister, and your concubine's reputation will have this action. If the Empress Dowager has anger in her heart, just to the old minister is, but also please the Empress to spare Wenfei one side." The fourth prince this rise. Many relatives cannot sit down. Especially with the fourth prince's house, usually close to the few. Also have to speak out to help speak. For a time, the entire palace banquet from the previous joyful atmosphere has become a bit gloomy. Lin Liani is not a person who is wise to protect herself. In the end, this matter was just a disaster caused by her and the emperor's trip to the palace. How can you let the fourth prince and the fourth princess to resist the crime? So got up and also walked to the side of the fourth Wenfei. Also do not care whether it will offend the Empress Dowager. And followed the kneeling said, "Everything is due to my concubine. But also ask the Empress Dowager not to blame others. My concubine is willing to self-request grounded in the palace for 3 years. Calm the anger of the Empress Dowager and the princess. Self-imposed confinement? Still 3 years. Even if Lin Wani was willing. The emperor was not happy. So his face did not look good. And he opened his mouth with the intention of defending 1 or 2. But then, he heard the Empress Dowager finally open her mouth. Still so gentle and calm in her tone. But the words that came out made everyone raise their hearts. "Fourth prince and fourth princess, get up. It's not a big deal. It's just Huiyu, that girl who drank too much and talked nonsense. Since the emperor has already sent her back to sober up, then there's nothing wrong." Hearing this, everyone eased their breath. Before they could even say the words of thanks, they heard the Empress Dowager turn and say, "However, your concubine's words do have 3 points of truth. But whether you want or not, this farce is ultimately due to you. So a small punishment should also be 3 years. It's a bit long. Let's just be grounded for a year." And then raised his voice to the people present, then said, "Pass the mourning family's decree. Yihua Palace main seat Ning noble concubine impertinence in front of the Imperial court. Bumped into the mourning family and the princess. The penalty is confined to the palace for a year. Anyone who has a plea for mercy. The same crime and punishment. Yes. I thank the Empress Dowager for her chastisement. I will be sure to stay grounded and think about it. Ying bowed once. And this farce came to an end. The veins on the emperor's temples were protruding down. Protruding down. Originally wanting to defend Lin Evening, but instead, after she finished these words, even the room for him to defend back was blocked. Under the anger, then said to the Empress Dowager, Empress Mother, I'm a little unwell, so I'll leave first. I'll go to Ning Palace to ask for peace another day. The emperor is not feeling well. I am also not feeling well. So this palace banquet is dispersed. Each manage their own people. I don't like to hear what gossip. If someone dares to privately rumor, caught immediately caned to death. Everything follows the Empress Dowager's decree. The palace banquet was scattered like this. When Lin Wani got up, her legs were a bit numb. She almost stumbled, but was held up by the fourth Wangfei on the side. Is the Empress alright? Nothing. Thanks to fourth Wangfei's concern. The fourth Wangfei had only had a couple of polite words with Lin Evening before, and was not very familiar with her. If it wasn't for the urgency of today's matter, she wouldn't have hastily fabricated this news of recognizing her godparents. However, Lin Wu's responsible behavior just now had impressed the fourth princess from the bottom of her heart. Adding to the fact that she heard the fourth prince praising Lin Xingji day after day, her heart did have a few more points of closeness to Lin Wu. So with a smile, she replied, Your Highness, since you have recognized me as your godmother, there is no need to be polite anymore. In the future you can call me your godmother on private occasions. No formalities. Lin Liani asked to be grounded in the palace for a year. If it was someone else, I'm afraid that she would have run away. Chapter 276 Spring Breeze and Fine Rain. The fourth Wangfei is an unusual way. Like to be grounded with the out-of-favor concubines involved. The fourth prince also came over, and said to Lin Evening in a rather pleased manner, In that case, in the future, call this king your godfather, and I'll see which one dares to bully you. His eyebrows were raised and his mustache curled. That look was both fierce and vicious, but also a little bit cute and amusing. Lin Liani puffed and laughed, and didn't push back any further. My daughter thanks godparents for their defense. Good. A good child. Now that the palace banquet is over, the fourth Wangfei and the fourth prince are not in a position to stay in the palace much longer. While chatting with Lin Evening, they saw someone waiting outside. Fourth Wangfei frowned and whispered beside her ear to remind her. That's the Empress Dowager's side. Be careful. Although Wei Yu is not her favorite, but no matter what, it is also a daughter born in October. So it's possible to give her an outlet. If it's too hard, pretend to faint. Lin Liani nodded. Her heart was incredibly grateful to the fourth Wangfei. Obviously, the two of them had only known each other for less than a quarter of an hour, and they had spoken only a few sentences. But it was as if they had known each other for a long time before. Such a thoughtful reminder. Lin Wani was touched. Godmother, don't worry. I will deal with it myself. Looking at Lin Wanyi's calm and relaxed appearance, fourth Wangfei was really relieved. How to say it? She just had a knack for convincing people. Sure enough, after the fourth prince and the fourth Wangfei left, the eunuch walked over. Your concubine mother. The Empress Dowager has an invitation. Xiao behind Lin Wani was a little worried, but she wasn't afraid at all. Sooner or later, the Empress Dowager would have to pass this hurdle, so there was no harm in going now. Anyway, the worst outcome was already there. She couldn't be grounded and beaten again. Eunuch, lead the way. I will follow you there. Your Highness. Please. Lin Wanyi's calmness made the eunuch give her a high look, as if she wasn't afraid at all. Strange. This is a person with some guts. Lin Wani thought that the Empress Dowager had summoned her to go to Xianing Palace, but she didn't realize that it was in the side hall of Qianan Palace. Coincidentally, or Lin Xingji that day to recuperate the place. Only now a water of furniture has been replaced with a new. Even with the shape is different. About the palace has taboo it. So this big change. Into the inner room. Only the Empress Dowager, and close to serve her grandma. The rest all retired. At this moment, the Empress Dowager's face has a lot of anger. Looking at Lin Evening but not moving. On the contrary, Lin Huai kneeled down and saluted without any hesitation and said, My concubine greets the Empress Dowager. Humph. One's own power to stir up the Emperor and Princess discord. The clansmen do not get along. You are good at it. Upon hearing the Empress Dowager's difficult words, Lin Lianyi did not make a move to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Instead, she sank her heart, straightened up and said, My concubine thanks the Empress Dowager for her intention to defend me and my children. Hearing this, Xiaoan behind her frowned. Her own mother wouldn't have been scared silly, would she? And at this time, she still wanted to thank the Empress Dowager for her defense? She didn't see where the Empress Dowager was defending. Just as her mind still couldn't turn the corner, she heard the Empress Dowager sitting above her laugh lowly, changing from the harshness and anger she had just shown. She turned into a spring breeze. It's a smart one. No wonder the Emperor put it on his mind. Originally, I still have the intention to test you a bit, but this time to see down really good, in and out of the degree. Know the etiquette, no grace. The most important thing is not to let the Emperor difficult. This is very good. The palace is not lack of long love and favored concubines. My Wei also do not need those all-day sad spring and autumn only know how to protect themselves in the palace of the Lord. Evening noble concubine. Understand? For the Empress Dowager, she actually didn't like Lin Evening much. There were even a few scruples. After all, the late Emperor favored Xinfei's deep love. She had also experienced it. There is not much jealousy twisting acid mind. Just feel pity. Such a good mountain said to leave behind. So the long love of the Emperor, and too much favor, but only remember the concubines of small love is the most disliked by the Empress Dowager. Now look. Lin Wanyi himself took the charge. Gave enough people present under the table. Although the Emperor's heart was displeased, he also restrained himself well. At this point, both of them did not live up to the Empress Dowager's intention. As a result, Lin Lianyi had instead landed a good impression with the Empress Dowager. I understand. I will nourish the fetus properly during the days of confinement. And I will definitely give birth to a healthy heir for His Majesty. No matter whether it was a princess or a prince, it would be a treasure of her heart. The most important thing was that after being grounded, it would help her well to block out some hostility. Let's say Consort Ing, who had already learned of her pregnancy and was deliberately making things difficult for her. And let's say Princess Huiyu, who was thinking of revenge against her. There were also the schemes from the shadows after the news of her pregnancy was spread. All of these could be blocked out by the grounding. It was just that it would be a bit of a hassle for her and the Emperor to meet. Thinking of this, there was still that tiny bit of sadness in her heart. However, everything was still focused on the big picture. At least her grounding, on the surface, looked like a punishment. But in reality, it was a protection for her. So Lin Lianyi believed that the Emperor would also be sympathetic. And then she said to the Empress Dowager, My concubine still has an unkind request. Shall I cooperate with you to put on a show and spread the news of your pregnancy? Talking to smart people just doesn't require much effort. Lin Lianyi nodded her head. My concubine's foundation in the palace is not much stable. Although the palace is full of people with heart and soul, but still need to be more careful to prevent. If this child is not loved by the Empress Dowager, about can also be less cynical cause. Got it. You will still use people more than the Emperor. The Empress Dowager couldn't help but tease. Lin Lianyi didn't know what kind of person the Empress Dowager was before. But after today, she understood one thing. That is, in the Empress Dowager's heart, there is nothing more important than the power of the Great Wei Kingdom. The careful teaching of the Emperor, the vigorous restraint of her mother's clan, the strict treatment of the concubines in the harem, as well as the moderate attitude towards the powerful ministers of the clan. All starting points were for the stability of the Great Wei's kingship. But from this point of view, Lin Wanyi consciously admired it. Then, there was also some small celebration. Fortunately, he is not a person who is deeply involved in love. Otherwise fall in the eyes of the Empress Dowager. I'm afraid to really buckle a scourge of the country and the reputation of the demon consort. Two people here privately reached a consensus. Soon, the play was staged. Qianan Palace, in the residence of Wengu. The Emperor's face was unhappy. At this moment sitting on the couch, listening to Dong Yuzhong's detailed report back. That fist was loosened and tightened. Tightened and loosened. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in tune with Lin Yuanyi, and knew that most of this had to do with theater, he still couldn't help but worry when he heard the key points. Chapter 277, Secretly Crossing the Position. I heard that Ning noble concubine and the Empress Dowager clashed. In the middle of the side hall. The voice of the Empress Dowager's anger. And then your concubine fainted in a hurry. The doctor diagnosed and said that your concubine is pregnant for more than 4 months. Heard here? The Empress Dowager is not happy. Sent Ning noble concubine back to the Ihua Palace. And did not send out what unblocking of the saying. Only to let the doctor to go to ask for peace every day pulse. And then nothing else. It happened right in the Qianan Palace. And they naturally knew about it the fastest. As for the concubines in the other palaces, it would only take some time to know this. Where is the Empress Dowager? Furious back to Xianing Palace. I heard also smashed a lot of tea lights. Now the palace people are still in the side hall to clean up. The emperor understands that this is a play. But the play is not too true. If it has hurt her feudal chi what to do? Want to go to see Lin Wanyi. But now the Empress Dowager's decree is placed there. He is not good to overstep. Otherwise, if the Empress Dowager is displeased, then Lin Wanyi's life will be really difficult. After all, he knew the Empress Dowager's methods. Since he was a child, no one in the front and back of the palace could compete with the Empress Dowager. Thinking of this, the emperor's heart became even more irritated. Tell Qianan and Dr. Do to take good care of your concubine and the child. If there's any mistake, I want their heads. Yes, Dong Yuzhong replied dryly. But at the same time, he also relieved the emperor and said, Your Majesty, don't worry too much. The news from your concubine's place. All of them can be passed out. If your Majesty wants to pass the news inside, the slave will go and arrange it. This was what he was most upset about. He couldn't see Lin Wanyi for a year. But of course, when her child was born, he naturally had to visit. So it would only be about 5 months full time. But the emperor was still upset. Before, when they went to Taishan, the two of them hadn't seen each other for several months. Now you have to be grounded again. Obviously the road is only a few steps away. But people cannot see, when it really is not good to see anywhere. He was sulking here, and heard someone coming from outside. The slave Feng in Hai by the Empress Dowager's decree. To the emperor to send something to. But also asked the emperor to meet the slave. This Feng in Hai. Is the Empress Dowager serving the old man in front of her? How could he be asked to appear today? Can it be that there are other commands? Pass. Yes. When Feng in Hai entered the door, he held a food box in his hand. Seeing this, the emperor could not help but frown. Empress Dowager thought that the emperor didn't eat much at the palace banquet, and was afraid that you would be hungry. So she specially asked her servant to send something to suppress your stomach, and also said that you must like this thing. So don't lose it. The Empress Dowager said this, as if the emperor was still a brat who smashed things indiscriminately. So the displeasure just now collected a little. Then said, Let the Empress Dowager rest assured. I will use his. In that case, then the slave will leave first. After saying his words, that Feng and Hai retreated and left. Dong Yuzhong took the food box and carried it, but it was a bit light. Taking it in front of the emperor, he said, Emperor, how much do you submit? At least it is the Empress Dowager's intention. The emperor's nostrils were a few points thicker. A few moments later eased down before saying, Open it. Yes. Once the box was opened, what was placed inside was not any food, but a small box that was not big. Seeing that the look was somewhat ancient, it seemed to be some years old. Curious, the emperor reached out to take it, but was stopped by Dong Yuzhong. Your Majesty, the slave will do it. What was inside this box? No one was sure. In case there was a danger, then the emperor would be able to avoid it. Taking a deep breath, Dong Yuzhong purposely turned the boxes back to himself and gently opened it for a while, before realizing that there was nothing else moving. Only then did he present it to the emperor. Inside lying quietly a map made of cowhide. But what exactly? Dong Yuzhong did not see. The emperor picked up and unfolded it. At first, he frowned a little. But the more carefully he looked, the more he felt enlightened. I know. The Empress Dowager will have arrangements. And then turned from anger to joy, and said to Dong Yuzhong, Go. Will Lin Xingji to meet a call. Remember to be careful. Do not let the bystanders found his trail. Yes. Lin Xingji is going to return to the palace to work. But the original plan is just May. Now that it was more than half a month ahead of schedule, it wasn't too much trouble. Especially now that the sky was dark. Wearing the clothes of a forbidden guard, with his face lowered, no one would be able to find out. So after waiting for nearly an hour, Lin Xingji appeared in front of the emperor. My humble servant Lin Xingji has met the emperor. Well, level off. Thank you. Your Majesty. Lin Xingji was very puzzled as to why the emperor had suddenly summoned him to the palace. And the biggest worry in his heart was whether or not it could be his own sister who had problems. As expected, he inquired from Dong Yuzhong. Lin Wanyi offended the Empress Dowager and the princess. So she was grounded. But she was still pregnant. So Lin Xingji thought about how to plead for leniency in order to get the emperor to be lenient. Before he could say anything, the emperor told him to get up and walk to the desk. Just now the cowhide made of the map handed to his hand. Lin Xingji did not know the reason for this, and looked carefully for a while before asking in a low voice. Is your Majesty asking me to reopen this underground secret passage? Well, the others can be put on hold. Let's first open up the one leading from Qianan Hall to Yihua Palace. Once the emperor said this, Lin Xingji was a fool who understood. Dare I say that the emperor was going to put on a dark show here? But would this work? If the Empress Dowager knew about it, wouldn't it be another hatchet for her own sister? After all, since ancient times, the emperor cannot be wrong. The fault will only be those who are the scourge of the red face. He did not want his sister to embark on this road of being reviled. So he opened his mouth and said, Please think twice. This matter is related to the country's capital. The emperor cannot be for a little love and nonsense awe. The emperor was speechless. How come everyone was worried that he would turn into a dim king? Lin Evening he was like this. The Empress Dowager was like this. And now even Lin Xingji was like this. This map, since the Empress Dowager would have someone send it. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Repair must be the entire Imperial City underground culvert to be repaired. But the first to repair which? Or he as the emperor says so. Lin Wanyi from the birth of only a few months. Cannot in this period to repair the dark road are not certain. How was Lin Xingji said? As if they want to do something bad like. So after sinking his thoughts he said, Lin guard overthinking. I do this is also for the sake of the whole royal family. In case of trouble, there is also a place to hide. First repair the road to the Yihua Palace. It's toward some selfishness. But Shallow is now pregnant more than 4 months. More than one road. Is more than one point of life. You do not want to? The words have been said to this point. How can Lin Xingji refuse? Chapter 278 The news spreads. Immediately said, I will do my best. He then looked at the map in detail, making sure that he had written it down, and then returned it to the emperor. The emperor looked at him curiously. Can't forget it? Your Majesty. I'm flattered. It's just that when I was a child, my father taught us some ways to remember the map. Hearing Lin Xingji mention his father in this way, the emperor suddenly thought. From the time he spoke with Lin Evening Yi about his family, he had learnt that Grandmaster Lin was a capable person. In particular, he was quite talented at doing those carpentry jobs. So after thinking about it, he opened his mouth and asked, Does your father have any knowledge of dark tunnel organs? This, I have never known about it. But my father is really good at craft work. Well, then you open the passage first. And when it's finished, then ask father to design it properly. Since it was a passageway for survival, naturally it had to be patched down with some organs. Otherwise, if outsiders were told to discover it, wouldn't it be a passage that would capture them all? Therefore, since this dark passage is there, it should be handled properly. And there can't be any mistakes at all. The emperor was making arrangements here. And the people in the other palaces weren't idle either. The news that Lin Wanyi was grounded hadn't made them happy for long. And then the fact that she was pregnant became known to everyone. In the inviting Moon Palace, Consort Ing was quite dissatisfied with this. If I had known that she was such a scheming person, I should have punished her before her wings were full. But now, she's seeking refuge for herself. And when she says she's grounded, isn't it just so that she can raise her baby in peace? Mu Chongzai, who was sitting beside her, was also puzzled by this matter. When in the world did this concubine queen become pregnant? It's only after more than 4 months that she said it. When it's really possible to hide it. Counting the days down. And we guessed well. About that night in the palace have. Humph. She was lucky. So she can get pregnant. Dr. Do's words were not allowed. Didn't he say that it was difficult to get pregnant? How long has it been? Mu Chongzai could not understand. But Princess Ing was worried about something else. The palace always feel that this is not so simple. Will not the emperor on her more maintenance? So to hide down so long. She was able to conceal it because she had been in the palace for a number of years. And she wasn't a standout. So not many people were paying attention to her. But everything that she had gone for years to get seemed to come easily to Lin Evening E. Don't look at the fact that she was now grounded. But in reality, it was a good opportunity to nourish her fetus. No one could disturb her. If she were to give birth to an imperial son, wouldn't she have another rival for the fourth prince? The most troublesome thing was that now that her family had lost several people one after another, her power in the dynasty didn't even have a chance to climb up the ladder, which would not be good for the fourth prince. That was why she was so scornful of Lin Evening E and her child. Your Highness, don't be overly concerned. Look at today's palace banquet. If the emperor had the intention to defend it, your concubine would still be grounded. You were immediately promoted as soon as the news of your pregnancy was announced. And then look at her. Even if she gave birth to a child peacefully. So what? Empress Dowager is not pleased at all. The matter of Lin Wani contradicting the Empress Dowager was spreading like wildfire. Thus everyone knew that the Empress Dowager disliked Lin Evany. Coupled with the fact that the fourth princess slapped Princess Huiyu at the palace banquet just now, the Empress Dowager had dumped all her anger on Lin Evening E. So what if she gained the favor of the fourth prince's house? She now had many more enemies. Without mentioning the others, that Huiyu princess is the first one who is not on the same page with Lin Evening E. After Mu Chongji spoke in this way, Consort Ying's heart was also a lot more cheerful. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. So Ying Fei had a plan. Think here. The corners of the mouth cannot help but rise a few points. Yusho Palace. Consort Yi's attitude towards Lin Lian's pregnancy is puzzling. Such shallow favors can also be pregnant. It's really a deep blessing. Around the time, there was little interest in the emperor. So Consort Yi had little scruples about Lin Lian's pregnancy. Once upon a time, she was at odds with noble Consort Lin, purely because of her person and the Sangha. However, she was more or less aware of the Lin family's big house. So she really didn't have much hostility towards a woman like Lin Lanyi, who was forced to enter the palace and was not allowed to be a favorite. In her eyes, she was only concerned about the future of the Lu family and the third prince. After all, looking around, among all the emperor's princes, the most honorable and promising one was her third prince. Therefore, compared to Consort Ying's little bit of mind, Consort Yi appeared to be a lot more open. Both pregnant, that should eat and use the degree also don't withhold. This palace jurisdiction of the harem can't tolerate those who go around trampling. Don't by then cause this palace to fall into a mean and unforgiving reputation. Know it? Your Highness, don't worry. General Manager Quan Side's slave girl has already greeted him. He will be attentive. Well, anyway, this child is not the Empress Dowager's favorite. So don't worry about it for the time being. But for the third prince to find a companion, readers, how is it? Your Highness, this news has only been released. There are already several families of ladies to pass the news to see Your Highness. The slave girl has carefully sifted through. The booklet of the 6 male sons are good. Your Highness, please look. Rui took the pamphlet and handed it over. Yi Fei then looked at it carefully. Indeed, they were all good families. Only that they needed to look at the children themselves again before making a decision. Well, the errand was well done. This palace remembers that there is a jade rabbit hairpin with a good color. So I'll reward you. Thank you, Your Highness. All right. Wash up. After tossing and turning this day, this palace is also tired. Rest early? Yes, Your Highness. This night, apart from Consort Yi's palace, where she slept more peacefully and solidly, most of the other palaces had a long night of sleeplessness. Lin Lanyi, the person who had entered the palace the latest and had the toughest time getting an heir, was unexpectedly pregnant. And they have no movement. Not to mention the movement is not even the opportunity to serve the bed. How can carry the air? Compared to Chu Yi's jumping and cursing. It was by Gyron's place that was peaceful and quiet. And Ming Guiran also missed the night rush to Qing Gyron's palace. To the time, Yi Chongzai has been seated in it. When she saw Ming Guiran, she couldn't help but sneer. Ming Guiran served the emperor so long, also did not see you have movement. Look at others. Gui concubine not only climbed fast, now the child is pregnant. The future position in this palace, I am afraid that no one can shake. This is the children. And now also pregnant. Although it is under the order of the grounding. But individuals with brains know. The child was born. About this ban on the ground will also be solved. Full reckoning is at most can be grounded for 5 months. Terrific. which let the people present are all unhappy powerful. Ming Guiran heard here. If it was in the past, I'm afraid I would have opened my mouth and sarcasm back. But now it's a sad thing. Chapter 279 Bold Speculation. Noble person Qian is a good-natured. Looked at that Yi Chang's eye a glance, then comforted noble person Ming said. Sister, relax your mind. This child's destiny has not yet arrived. Naturally cannot be forced. You see, since the emperor's wedding, how many concubines? But the heir is not much. So sister, do not worry too much. With your favor today, there is always a chance not. Mentioning this favor, Ming Guiran's face was even more sad. If she had, she would naturally not say anything. But now, as outsiders think she has. Actually, she does not have is the most terrible. She is once pregnant. Also cannot pregnant, She also had to be trampled on and mocked. This is what makes Ming Guiran most upset. But these, she is not good to say to outsiders. Or that does not want to say to Yi Chengzai. In this harem, if there was anyone who could give her a little more trust, it would be noble Lady Qian. Seeing that she wanted to speak again and again, noble Lady Qian understood that this is something to say to her, and is alone to say. So after casually placating a few sentences, she said, the two sisters or first go back to rest. This hour, more crying is useless. It's better to first recuperate and make plans later. Yi Chang, and this is to say some gossip out of bad temper. Now the modest noblemen are out of the expulsion order. Naturally it is not good to say anything more. Getting up, she said. Sister said yes. Then sister first go back to rest. After saying that, she also glanced at Ming Guiran. Originally wanted her to go along with her. But seeing her like that, she was tired of it. So she didn't say anything, and went straight away. Seeing her leave for a while, noble person Qian resumed comforting and said, don't take her words to heart. She and I have both suffered in the palace. So it's inevitable that our temperaments are a bit radical. It's you. Is there anything you want to say to me? Elder sister's chrysanthemum quality and orchid heart. She can see through sister's meaning in a moment. Actually, this kind of word she is also difficult to say very much. But at the moment do not say no line. In fact, my sister has never served in bed before going to accompany the driver, but is just a front. The emperor did not touch me. After saying this, with a handkerchief to cover the face, crying difficult to self. For this news, noble Lady Qian was shocked. She had also been summoned twice, but accompanied the emperor to talk for a while. The rest of the time is not to the emperor's ink is to serve some tea or something. She also always thought that she was not favored because she was old and yellow. Unexpectedly, Ming Guiran also so. Since this batch of showgirls into the palace, although the favor is not much, but a month or two will always be summoned time. So everyone thought the emperor was the same as before, just busy with government. So will not spend too much thought on the harem. But now, how this movement made a noise with a special purpose. But why is the emperor doing this? All of a sudden, a bold idea leapt out of her head. She was originally the most meticulous person in the palace. Before and after such a connection, about guessed an idea out. So, this seemingly favored is not favored. Seemingly disfavored maybe is really favored. It is her. Lin Lian Yi Ning noble concubine. Thinking of this, the more and more I felt that all things could be linked together. Since entering the palace, Lin Yi was either sick or fell into the water, or else she stayed in the palace. And now she is grounded. How to see how bumpy it cannot be. But in reality, she not only got a son and a daughter. Now she is also pregnant. The position is also far more than her earlier than a month to come in the showgirls even if. And even these palace head of the old man cannot be compared to them. Indeed, from nobleman to concubine, most of the reason is Lin guards to save the life of the emperor. But this Yi Ning two-word title, plus the imperial heir. But the emperor personally arranged. The more I think about it, the more I feel that I have cleared the clouds. Just for a moment some sighs. It turns out that the emperor is not sentimental or ruthless. Only this love has never been used on them. Unconsciously envy Lin Lian can get the emperor so loving treatment, and even go so far as to deliberately arrange so many things, in order to let the harem women less against some Lin Wan He. It's really a very good intention. Only, these are just her guesses, and who will not talk nonsense. The most important thing to save your life in the palace is not to talk too much. This is something she knows well. So, thinking of this, She could only look like she was surprised, and comfortably said, "It's about that the emperor is too busy with his political affairs. That's why he doesn't care about the harem. Sister, don't think too much about it. Now that your concubine is grounded, it's also a good thing to do. With your talent, you can surely get the emperor to be more favorable to you." Although the words were said, but noble Lady Qian did not recognize it in her heart. With the emperor being able to do so much to Lin Evening, it was evident that the love root was deep and powerful. I'm afraid that no one else would be able to get into his eyes. Therefore, she reminded herself that it was good to mess with Lin Huai less. And when necessary, showing more goodwill was the best plan. Ming Guiran listened to these comforting words for a long time. The palace maid pair has been chanting day after day. But it's not much use. Thinking about this, it is not good to stay longer. So she said, "Sister, words. Sister, remembered? It's getting late. Sister, rest early. Sister will come back some other day to bother. Well, be careful on your way back." Waiting for noble Ming to leave. Only then did noble Qian pick up the tea on the table and fiercely took a sip. The tea was a bit cold. But at this moment, for noble Lady Qian, it was most suitable. It wasn't that it was defeating the fire. It was just that discovering a secret that had been hidden made her a bit moody and complicated. The night went on until dawn. In the middle of Yihua Palace, the doors were locked tightly. It would only be opened when the second prince went in and out of school. When the news reached Yihua Palace yesterday, all of them were shocked by the news of the grounding. Especially the second prince. He didn't understand. It was clear that Empress Lin had worked hard to become pregnant. So why was she still grounded? Anxious in the back of the hall is walking around, not stopping for a moment. Straight waiting for Lin Evening to come back to explain clearly. The worry in his heart only let go. Since father has made arrangements, then I am relieved. Aunt Lin, just take good care of her fetus. And I will take care of the rest for you. Lin Wani looked at the second prince, who had taken charge at a young age. Her heart was a burst of relief. Sometimes she really felt incredibly lucky. Compared to the second prince's unconditional trust and defense of her, she always felt that she hadn't done enough. So the only thing she could do was to treat him better. The fact that she was pregnant had already spread, so she didn't need to worry too much. Anyway, Yihua Palace can also open up a small garden too. So daily walks and what not a problem. It is this summer is coming. She is now even more afraid of the heat very much. Can't go to the palace to avoid the summer heat. Unfortunately is a bit of a pity. But compared to the child can be born peacefully. Less outside the disturbance. This bitterness is not bitter. Chapter 280 Grounded Days. For other concubines, being grounded may be the hardest part. But for Lin Liani, this is the most comfortable time for her. Compared to carrying a belly outside to be guessed. Or hiding in the Yihua Palace to some comfort. After entering June, this summer weather is more and more unbearable. The sun hangs high. The sun is so high that people walk quickly 2 steps or sweating profusely. Yihua Palace. Early with ice. But in addition to the house head cool, this courtyard is still a heat wave rolled awesome. On the consort couch under the bright window, Lin Wani was resting with her eyes closed. Xiaoan used a fan to fan her one after another. But looking closely, between the broken hair on her forehead, she was still a little sweaty. Lin Yuani disliked the stickiness of her body the most. Therefore, every day, she had to bathe in warm water to remove the smell of sweat. It was because of the twin births. So her belly, which was only 6 months old, looked as big as an ordinary person's 7 or 8 months. Under Yun's careful conditioning, a long fetus doesn't grow meat. Therefore, her limbs are still very slender. But her face looks a bit rounder. But it is not very obvious. Rarely sunbathing. Even if it is a walk is also picked in the morning and after the evening meal. So the whole person is more and more white. Summer clothes to wear also cool. So far from a look. As if it is wearing a veil of white jade pill general. Very lovely. When the emperor came out from the dark passage, he happened to see the scene. Xiaoan was afraid of startling Lin Evening, so she did not make a sound, but just saluted nicely, and then retired. I have to say, this Lin Xingji seems to have a talent for unclogging the palace's secret passage. The secret passage was originally left behind by the previous dynasty. Only that no one had used it for many years. So it needed to be completely renovated and cleaned up. Like a labyrinth. It is not an easy thing to organize. But he had a strong sense of direction. Not to mention that he also cooperated with Jiang Huanqing to make some dark rooms that ordinary people simply could not find. He drilled some holes for ventilation and stocked up on water, food, bedding and medicine, in addition to dim and narrow sum. And ordinary people live in the house is not much difference, and comply with the emperor's instructions to repair the Qianan Hall to Yihua Palace of the Dark Tunnel. The time consumed only more than 50 days. So one night, when the emperor suddenly appeared on top of Lin Lianyi's bed, he almost didn't scare her into fainting. Fortunately, the moon was bright enough that the emperor's face was clearly presented in front of Lin Eveningyi's eyes. Otherwise, Lin Evenyi would have had to cry out for help. The emperor still remembered Lin Evenyi's expression that night. Firstly, she was terrified, then puzzled, and finally rejoiced, and even jumped into his arms and sweetly said, "I miss your majesty." If this was in the past, the emperor wouldn't even think that Lin Wanyi still had such sticky moments for himself. So he wrapped his arms around her and talked for most of the night. Poor Xiaoan was also startled when she woke up the next day to bring Lin Evenyi warm water. Therefore, in the entire Yihua Palace, other than Xiaoan, Xiaoming and Sister Du, who were close to Lin Evenyi, the rest of the people no longer knew about it. Most of the time, the emperor came to accompany Lin Evenyi at night. For one thing, the government was really busy, and for another, they all slept quietly at night. So it was better to hide the fact that the emperor wasn't at the Qianan Palace. For this reason, Lin Xingji and Dong Yuzhong are also day-to-day to do cover. Therefore, the two private meeting are more than half a month. And no one found. Just one night when the heat is terrible, Xianing Palace and the Empress Dowager heard a cat outside. Casually said, "In the summer, this cat is also in heat?" Everyone who heard it was puzzled. Taking over the bushel fan in Xiaoan's hand, the emperor took over the chore she had just done, fanning Lin Eveningyi one by one. About the strength is different, so the wind force of the fan is also different. Lin Eveningyi woke up from her nap, and when she opened her eyes, she saw the emperor. "Your Majesty? Why are you here?" To say that the emperor's cultivation of this dark path was also really impressive. Straight out of the cabinet in the study. And this study was connected to Lin Eveningyi's bedchamber. So there was no worry at all about being discovered by outsiders. Seeing that Xiaoan retreated, he gave a wink to Qiaoming who was standing at the door. He instantly understood, and then found an excuse to send away those courtiers who were watering the flowers in the courtyard. As a result, in the large main hall, there was the emperor and Lin Eveningyi inside the room. Under the corridor were Qiaoming and Xian, who were in charge of the guards. Seeing Lin Huai awake, he helped her get up. "There are not many court matters today, and after I finished approving the folders I had nothing to do. So I came over to keep you company." Lin Lianyi knew what the emperor meant. Originally at this time, they should have gone to the palace to avoid the summer heat. The original is for her, only to stay until today. This day pushed left and right also useless. 3 days later, or the same to depart. Well, then these days if there is nothing, His Majesty will often come. And when we go to the palace in a few days, then we really won't be able to see each other. It was about being pregnant. And her pregnancy this time around had more than its share of troubles. Therefore, Lin Lianyi loves to stick to the emperor more than before. The Empress Dowager suffers from summer, so the summer palace must go. I will send the Empress Dowager over to arrange a good, and then find a reason to come back is. The second lady said that the double baby is easy to premature birth, especially after 7 months. To be careful to guard against. I'm not by your side. The heart also remembers very much. Or guard you. Rest assured some. After saying this, he covered his palm over Lin Eveningyi's stomach, seemingly sensing the emperor's strength. The belly suddenly jumped a little. Lin Eveningyi let out a Z sound. And then she smiled and said, "This child is definitely very naughty. In my concubine's stomach it always doesn't rest properly. Especially before lunch and dinner. It always has to make a fuss for a while. And will only give up when it's full of food and drink." When she said this, her eyes were full of love. The emperor was also happy to hear this. Not for the first time, he was a parent. But he always had to love the house a little more. There was more favoritism towards Lin Eveningyi. And along with that, there was also a lot more love for the child in her stomach. You let go of eating is. The body is well nourished to have strength when giving birth. Well, my concubine eats a lot. Chuichi changes the pattern day by day. Look, is this tummy much bigger day by day? After saying that, she pulled her dress to the side, revealing a round tummy. Her tummy nowadays was incredibly smooth. Not a single line was visible. It's just that sometimes it would feel hard. And it's a bit hard to hold it up. There was also the fact that her waist hurt easily. If she sat casually, she would have to get up and walk for a while. Otherwise it would be unbearable. Xian has to give her a press from time to time. But afraid to press to the wrong place, affecting the child. So careful and cautious. Chapter 281 Joyous Events in the Palace. It's quite a bit bigger. The child is growing really fast. Day by day, you can see some difference. I heard my mother say an old saying. Children are worried about birth, not worried about growth. Right now is still in my belly. The child cannot open hands and feet. And so unborn. That growth is called a fast. Your Majesty, look at our second princess. Now pulling the hand of Grandma Ji can stand firm it. Mentioning the second princess. The corners of Lin Wanyi's mouth couldn't hide a smile. It had to be said that second aunt's golden needle technique was really powerful. Coupled with the fact that Imperial Dr. Do had also been attentively regulating the situation. So the second princess's state was getting better and better. Not only can't see any difference with normal people. Even Lin Lianyi also felt that her body bones are very strong and sturdy. She will be 1 year old in January. And now she looks not only smart and clever, but also lively and active. The two of them, Sister Ji and Nurse Maiden, were feeling a bit overwhelmed by taking care of her. Therefore, at the behest of Lin Eveningyi, Xiaoming picked a stable and solid big palace made to go to the Idlewild Hall to serve. 20 this year. Her name is Yunxiang. Last year's full moon I didn't accompany the second princess. This year's weekly birthday must be made up. The emperor for the second princess's birth date. There is so a little avoidance. But after all, it is his own child. And once experienced so much, so has long been relieved. Turned more to put his mind on Lin Eveningyi's stomach. Did not open his mouth. But Lin Eveningyi knew that the emperor was still more or less a little worried. Originally, a double birth was unlucky in the royal family unless it was a boy and a girl. So the emperor had even prayed silently in his heart. However, even if it wasn't, he wasn't in a hurry. Because what should be arranged had been arranged. Lin Lianyi was in confinement. So some news didn't come in. The emperor, however, felt that there was no big deal. Not to mention that there would be use to this matter in the future. So he spoke with her. Noble Lady Bai is also pregnant for more than 3 months. When she heard this, Lin Wanyi's original smile was still hanging on her face. But it suddenly turned into dismay. When was this? Lin Eveningyi's question caused the emperor to have a hint of irritation. You mean to ask me? Looking at the emperor's somewhat irritated expression, Lin Eveningyi quickly understood. Noble White, her child is not yours. Humph. Is she worthy? At the mention of this, a murderous streak flickered in the emperor's eyes. A person who even dared to attempt to confuse the royal bloodline was truly bold. If it wasn't for Lin Eveningyi's 2 children here, he would have just let someone end her. Keeping it now was just borrowing her name. In case there were really 2 sons, then naturally he would have to share one of them out. What's going on? Lin Lianyi was full of doubts. Noble White used to be such a proud person. How could it be possible? Can it be that she has changed her nature after being confined to Chongming Palace? So he looked up at the emperor, waiting for his answer. After a few moments, the emperor slowly said, Do you still remember the incident at the end of February when Master Ziyuan brought people into the palace to perform a puja? Lin Lianyi nodded. The child is one of the young monks. He and Noble Lady Bai were once old friends. And then after Noble Lady Bai entered the palace, he disappeared in a fit of anger. Who knew that he would actually meet in the palace? Just half a month's time. But it gave them the opportunity to rekindle their old feelings. So there was a child. The emperor did not call for the honor of Bai Guiran. She is pregnant at the moment. Clearly saying that she has given the emperor a cuckold. She shouldn't be so stupid to keep this child either. Right? Isn't this waiting to give someone a handle? Where did the news come from? Did Chu promise? Well, the 2 of them live in the same palace. Chui kept an eye on the matter. So they made a scene. Lin Lianyi didn't even need to think about it to know how lively it was outside. A palace concubine who hadn't won the holy favor having a pregnancy in March was simply a fantasy. This was something that could punish 9 clans. I'm sure that Noble White was scared to death. Approximately. She is also wondering in her mind why I am giving her a guarantee that I once favored her. Things have anomalies, there must be a demon. This is the unchanging truth from ancient times. Unfortunately, white nobleman in the palace is not much power. In the palace outside the head is not much can climb the person. and coincidentally encountered such an opportunity. So again regained life. Not only restored the original white concubine position, but also gave the residents of the Chongning Palace of the main hall, at the same time as the flow of the same reward and tonic to her temple to send. Instead, that Chu promise eyes are angry red. I have already ordered. Let Chu promise to help take care of Bai Guiren's fetus. With her jealousy towards Bai Guiren. Watch. Naturally there will be a good show. The emperor did not like being betrayed. This was something that was beyond doubt. Especially also in the palace head in the hall, to give him a cuckold. This change in the head of who is also cannot be said. Therefore, this white noblewoman is not right. Is the white concubine is only afraid to blossom and have time. Thinking of this, Lin Lianyi could not help but sigh. Just she is also clear. Some words she is not in a position to ask. But for the sake of her own child being able to accumulate some blessings, Lin Lianyi only opened her mouth and said, Your Majesty, if that child is born successfully, can you spare his life? No matter what. His arrival has blocked some disasters for the child in my belly. If it really, I know. I don't want to make things difficult for a child. If he can be born successfully, send him to Baolin Temple. Master Ji Yuan is a respected and virtuous monk. He will see to it. As for how it would be handled, that was not the emperor's concern. Hearing this, Lin Lianyi's heart was a little more touched. For some reason, she felt more and more that the emperor was much softer than before. Perhaps it was because he was going to be a father again. So he would also consider these many things. It's so good. It's so good to be in the company of your majesty. She snuggled into the emperor's embrace. Obviously hot. But she didn't feel annoyed at all. Instead, she had a little more peace of mind. The days rushed by. And soon it was the day when everyone departed for the palace to escape the summer heat. Lin Lianyi was grounded. Naturally he couldn't go. And last year's list, Lin Guifei is not there. Lan Fei is gone. But added an additional high-powered Empress Dowager. An aide to help take care of the fetus Chu promised. Yi Fei took the opportunity to say a lot of good words in front of the emperor. So, this is very good. Chu promised to restore the original position. Became the Chu nobleman. After a line of people went to the palace, Lin Lianyi felt that the head of the palace all of a sudden quiet a lot. For some reason, even the weather doesn't feel stuffy anymore. That afternoon, she sat on the couch, eating a chilled watermelon, while watching Yunxiang pull the second princess to learn how to walk. Wobbly. Very funny. The second princess was now white and tender, wearing a set of cool summer shirt. Chapter 282. Gathering to visit family. 3 or 4 white teeth came out of her mouth, and the top and bottom were symmetrical. Yaowa screamed, and then the chubby thighs followed Yunxiang step by step forward. There were a few times, but also wanted to break free of Yunxiang's hand. Unfortunately, this second princess is a golden nobleman. Even if you let Yunxiang let go, she does not dare to do it. Sister Ji is a bit older. If she pulls her hand so much every day to practice walking, her waist can't take it. So she kept saying at the side. Second princess slowed down, slowed down. Lin Lianyi looked at this scene and laughed. So the laughter reached the ears of the second princess, only to see her turn around and try to run in Lin Evening Yi's direction. Unfortunately, the strength of this person's calves wasn't enough either. So naturally she was going to fall. Fortunately, Yunxiang was quick on her feet and immediately pulled up. Instead, he didn't fall. Okay. Carry the second princess over. This melon is not cold anymore. Let her try a small taste. Hearing that there was food, the second princess' eyes lit up. Walala, like she was clapping her hands. Yunxiang smiled and carried the second princess over. Lin Lianyi's stomach is now towering high. And the second princess, who used to love to bounce on her, seems to have grown up, knowing to avoid it. Behaving well. She sat beside her and opened her mouth to swallow a piece of watermelon the size of a fingernail cap. About the time the sweet flavor entered her mouth, the second princess arched her eyebrows in delight. Ah! It couldn't speak, but it had a long mouth to signify. Lin Evening said this and picked another piece to feed her. While feeding, she said, Can only eat 2 more pieces, cannot be used more. Greedy belly will hurt, no. Finished, pointing to her round little belly. The second princess hemmed and hawed and smiled. That appearance to be more cute and adorable. That is, Nyang loved the second princess. Only let the second princess eat watermelon it. If they were to say ah, they wouldn't dare to feed it. They were afraid that if they ate something wrong, They couldn't afford to lose their own lives. There's no harm in it. I asked Dr. Doe. He said it wouldn't hurt to use less. Try a little bit of it. Try a little bit of everything. And your appetite will be good in the future. Hearing this, Sister G also couldn't help but nod her head. That's right. I was worried that the second princess would walk late. But now I'm afraid that she'll be able to walk steadily for another 2 or 3 months. Once the child walks steadily, she'll grow faster and faster. And slowly learn to run. Learn to jump. And then she'll be just like a little fish in the water. Swimming and running. When Sister G finished saying this, everyone burst out laughing. Just as they were having fun, they heard Xiao Ming come from outside and say, Your Highness, the Dong family is here. Oh, is it mother and second aunt? Quickly have mercy. What Lin Wanyi is most looking forward to nowadays is the visits from her mother's family every 10 days. Although she was still under confinement, there were no restrictions other than her not being able to go out. Once upon a time, she had borrowed the light of the second princess. But now, Dong could legitimately come to the palace to see her. As they spoke, they saw that the visitors were indeed Dong and the second lady. But this time it was different, as there were also Elder Lady Dong and Grand Lady Dong. Compared to Dong and the second lady, the first lady was a little more formal. This was her first time in the palace. And when the Emperor's oracle was delivered to the Dong family, the whole family was surprised. They had to sigh. Their own Shallow really has a very strong holy favor. And Lin Wanning was also quite surprised when he saw them. Grandmother, great aunt, you guys are here too? Shallow nah. Grandmother can be some years days have not seen you. Roughly counting, it had been almost 2 years. It had already been more than a year since she entered the palace. And before that it had been a long time since she had visited the Dong family. Therefore when she saw the old madam at this moment, tears filled her eyes with excitement all of a sudden. Grandmother, getting up without waiting for them to salute, he first half squatted. Frightened, everyone immediately came forward to help. Your mother, be careful. Daughter, beware. Shallow. With 7 hands and 8 feet, Lin Evening he helped her up and sat down steadily. Only then did he open his mouth. Good. Before day after day, I heard them say that everything is fine with you in the palace. But my wife was always worried. I was afraid that they were swindling me. But now that I've seen your face and appearance, I really believe it. Old Lady Dong was very fond of this granddaughter. She had raised her for several years, which was why she was so concerned. Lin Wanyi also snuggled into Elder Lady Dong's arms, as she did when she was a child. Feeling the familiar scent of her body, her eyes were full of contentment. Their grandparents and grandchildren were warming up to each other here, so they ignored the second princess on the side. So she raised her voice and seems to be saying, Where am I? Where am I? How come no one cares about me? With this opening, sure enough, everyone's eyes were cast over. Now, the arrogant second princess was satisfied. Smiling, she revealed 4 small white teeth, then raised her hand at Yun. This action made the aside Madame Dong look very surprised. The princess actually likes her younger sibling so much? It's about the many days of treating the princess. The second princess loves it when second auntie comes, because she gives her candy every time. It had to be said that Yun was indeed formidable. It had taken the better part of a year to develop somewhat sweet-flavored pills. Since then, it had become easier for the second princess to use the medicine. As a result, second auntie also became the second princess' favorite person after Lin Evening E, Sister G, and Nurse. Every time she saw her coming, she would reach out and beg for a hug. First Lady Dong had always felt that her sister-in-law had a cool temperament and wasn't very approachable. But after so many years of living together, she has long since grown accustomed to it. She thought that she didn't have much of a childlike nature, but it turned out to be a slap in the face. Strangely enough, Yun's temperament was indeed cool. Even her own daughter was not too close to her. And after she was born, she was basically brought up by Elder Lady Dong, while she followed her husband to sit in the medical center. But whenever she saw the second princess, she was always more fond of her and loved her. Perhaps it was a sense of accomplishment to see such a fragile little life step by step from the brink of death to today's colorful appearance. So with a smile in his eyes, he took over the second princess and said, Second princess, follow me to check it out first. As if she understood this, the second princess happily hugged Yun's neck and followed her away. Lin Wanyi and the others were used to it, but they envied Madame Dong to the point of envy. It's a good thing that you didn't go to the palace. Or else seeing her mother this close to other children. I'm afraid she'd be jealous. Her flirting words instantly made everyone present laugh. Madame Dong was originally a sharp-tongued woman. And as long as she was willing, she could coax even the magpies in the sky to come down. Therefore, with her in the room, the main hall of the Ihua Palace was filled with laughter. Chapter 283, Tailoring Clothes. The ladies of the Dong family could stay in the palace for 3 hours, and leave after the evening meal. This was what was mentioned in the Emperor's oracle. Therefore, the small kitchen in Chuanchi was busy again. Everyone hadn't seen each other for a long time. So apart from the second lady, who was busy checking the pulse of the second princess, and Lin Evening E, they were all talking enthusiastically. Near the time of the evening meal, the second prince came back from outside. Originally, he should have followed everyone to the palace to escape the summer heat. But the Emperor and Empress Dowager asked several times. He was not willing. He said that he was afraid that there was no one to accompany Lin Evening E. So he asked himself to stay and take care of her. In addition, his studies and riding and archery have made a little progress. And he does not want to be idle, or intends to practice more, can reach a better level. Therefore, he did not force himself to do so. He didn't know that the Dong family was coming today. So when he entered the door and saw so many people, he was a bit surprised. But he soon realized that these were all the family members of Empress Lin. So he respectfully went forward to greet them one by one. My son has greeted Empress Lin. I have greeted maternal great-grandmother, maternal grandmother, and the 2 aunts and grandmothers. As a royal son, his status was higher than everyone present. Naturally, there was no need to be like this. But as Lin Avini's son, it was more than appropriate for him to greet his maternal relatives. So after old lady Dong and the others struggled and said that they couldn't do it, they were still forced to accept his salute. Afterwards, they immediately went forward and pulled him up and said, "Good boy. Quickly get up. We are an ordinary family without so many rules. Many thanks to maternal great-grandmother." This sentence, shouted old lady Dong, was in a state of bliss. It was strange to say the least. Obviously, the second prince and the second princess did not have any bloodline relationship with Lin Evening E. However, in the eyes of the Dong family, they felt that they resembled Lin Evening E more and more. Therefore, when they saw the second prince, they were extraordinarily happy. "We went to the palace today in a hurry and didn't bring anything suitable. When we go back, we will prepare some good things for both the second prince and the second princess, and let people send them to the palace, so that you can have some fun." In terms of good things, the Dong family is rich as a nation, but it can't be compared to the imperial goods in the palace. It's not good to give away medicinal herbs as soon as you meet. It's weirdly embarrassing. So what Madame Dong meant was to prepare some interesting folk knickknacks. Those things, they must have never seen in the palace. So it's not bad to make fun of them. The second princess didn't know whether she could understand or not, but she just kept on laughing, and then clapped their hands. Instead, the second prince is more stable than before and a lot of, see the head and spring pulled up a lot. And then Lin Evening, he said with a smile, amusing or not amusing is still a small matter. The second prince recently grew up too fast. This just made new clothes not wear a few days it is short. Usually the 2 children's clothes are also in the palace own people do. So but they are busy. The second prince was suddenly given a point by Lin Evening E. There was a hint of a sarcastic smile. But on second thought, it was a good thing that he had grown in size. So he didn't say anything else. Instead, these words fell on elder lady Dong's ears. So she instructed her own daughter. "Cloud Embroidery Pavilion recently came a batch of good materials. See if you can have the opportunity to drag someone to send over. Those materials do not necessarily have much expensive, but very soft and delicate. Used to do the child's clothes is very suitable. The color is also fresh and elegant. Mother, don't worry. Wait for my daughter to take a look. If it works, then send it in." But Dong felt that since they didn't have enough manpower, they might as well do it themselves. And she had nothing else to do at the moment anyway. Ever since her eldest son Lin Xingji got well, he rarely had time to go home. And her youngest son Lin Muji was even worse. The younger son, Lin Muji, is even more so. After entering the Imperial College, basically except for the annual break, he will not come back easily. Therefore, she alone guarded the large new house is not much to do. Might as well give her daughter to share some of the pressure it. So she opened her mouth and asked, "I have nothing to do nowadays. Why don't I make some clothes at home for the second prince? The second princess and the child in your womb? I just don't know if it's in order. Lin Lianyi was very happy when she heard this. That would be more appropriate. Mother's craftsmanship is 100 times better than my daughter's. I'm afraid that after they wear what you made, they won't be able to look at what my daughter made. And then mother will have to work hard. No hard work. No hard work. As long as they like it. Even if they make dozens of sets a year, I will be happy to do so. Whether it was embroidery skills or the ability to read materials. Everything Lin Lianyi learnt was taught by Dong. In addition to being in charge of the Cloud Embroidery Pavilion for many years, Dong's craftsmanship was naturally stronger. Children's clothes are not like adults' clothes that need to be embroidered with all kinds of patterns, but are still mainly simple and comfortable regular clothes. So really dozens of sets. It is not difficult. So Dong walked over to the second prince and asked in a soft voice, "Second prince, is it feasible for me to make clothes for you? For this grandmother?" The second prince actually did not have much contact, but the peaceful and gentle breath on her body could always let him relax. So he raised a smile and said, "Grandson, thanks grandmother. I will wear it well." "Good. Then I'll show you the size of the clothes." The second prince initially thought that this look at the size of the clothes, either to measure it by hand, or to take the clothes back for reference. Who knew that Dong just pulled his hand from side to side, and stood still for a few rounds before finishing. And then a look of confidence. But let the second prince strange. "Grandmother is done with this? Finished?" Hearing this, the second prince's two eyes were wide and full of surprise. "It's not a great thing. There are at least 10,000 pieces of clothing that have passed through my hands. So it's naturally easier to look at them more often. This is the same as the story of the oil seller. Tens of thousands of pieces." It had to be said that this Cloud Embroidery Pavilion's business was really uncommonly good. Hearing this, the second prince was vaguely starting to look forward to it. Even Empress Lin had praised it as good. He also wanted to see just how good it was. After a lot of small talk, Yun also looked at both the second princess and Lin Eveningyi's pregnancy in between these conversations. The second princess's disease is considered almost good. The next also do not need to carry out the needle. Only need to use half a year of medicine to stabilize 1 or 2. In the future with the normal people in general. And will not be disturbed by the childhood injury. Hearing this, Lin Lianyi and the Ji sister who had been taking care of her for many days, the nursing mothers, and so on were all overjoyed. At last, the emperor's sky is not responsible for the painstaking work of the people. In the future, no one will ever say that the second princess has problems again. On the contrary, this sweet melons and fruits were used less. Otherwise the fetus is raised excessively large. Difficult to give birth in the future. Being so named by her second aunt, Lin Lianyi had a few moments of weakness. It's about too hot. So she loves to eat this chilled watermelon lately. Chapter 284 Trouble Comes. But second aunt was right. She actually felt it herself. The child seemed to be growing faster in the past 2 days. When she thought that she couldn't even see her feet when she looked down and only had a round belly to hold up. She felt that it was better to be obedient and control it. "Second mistress, the slave girl has remembered. It's a good thing you're here. Or else the Empress would still be talking about eating ice cheese. This ice cheese is the 2 years from the foreign clan to come in. In the summer, with a bowl of the most heat. But eat too much is not good. Hurt the spleen and stomach, only afraid of autumn and winter to suffer. But Lin Eveningyi now a body 3 times as hot. Every time you take a nap for a while to be hot to wake up. Putting more ice in the house won't help much." Thinking about this, they were incredibly greedy for the days of summer in the palace last year. It had to be said that it was still much more soothing under the shade of these green willows. "Alright. I won't eat his all. Xiaoan has learnt the hard way. She even knows to tattle in front of second auntie." Once Lin Lianyi said this pout, the crowd laughed again. Not long after the words fell, Chun-Chi brought people to send food over. A table full of dishes, all of which everyone loved to eat. She is now in the kitchen, is in charge of several cooks plus eunuchs. So the whole person then just entered the palace when more stable. Just day in and day out the oil smoke is very strong. So the person also than before to be much fatter. The second lady looked at her and said, "Later I will give you a prescription. As water to drink is. Guarantee you can return to the former." Women are all love beauty. Especially Chun-Chi's age is not too old. Naturally is slim and proportional some medicine look good. Nowadays, this fat is not a healthy fat. so it is better to control it. Hear this, Junji. Eyes are bright. Rush to say. Or the second lady understands slave girl's heart. Since entering the palace, slave girl's body is like a barrel filled with water, getting heavier and heavier. The first 2 days are still anxious about it. The second lady is here. Slave girl must be good to drink, and will never let down the second lady. The way she swore. She made the crowd laugh again. A table of people ate a reunion dinner happily. In the end, they were late for half an hour before sending the people out of the palace. Once they left, Lin Wani here sighed again. If only we could live like this every day. How comfortable. Xiaoan sniffed and smiled. Your Highness is thinking of simplicity, isn't she? When the child is born, there will be a lot of crying. Can't you remember what happened to the second princess back then? Lin Wani deeply agreed. So touching her round belly she said, Second auntie is right. I still need to walk more for the birth later. Otherwise if I get paralyzed from exhaustion, you guys will have to suffer. Slave girl will help you here. Go to the garden to take a look. I heard from Xiao Luzi that some new flowers have been delivered. They are all raised by the flower house with great care. They are very pretty. Well, let's go. Nowadays, in the entire palace, except for Yihua Palace, there is no other palace with a master. So no matter how lively she is here, she won't be in anyone's way. On the contrary, there is trouble in the palace at the moment. Ying Fei see with their own eyeballs, like the fourth prince unexpectedly fell into the water, although then saved up. But people are still choking a lot of water. Plus the child is only 10 months. That afternoon on the fever, frightened Ying Fei is woke up fainted. Fainted woke up. Clothes do not take care of their own son, not to mention, but also accompanied the fourth prince out of a group of slaves and maids eunuchs all came to death. For a time, the entire palace for the former gentle and courteous Lady Ying Fei but avoided. The Empress Dowager, when she heard the news, was not very good, opened her mouth and said, Killing is too heavy. It is difficult to have a blessing in the future. A simple sentence will say all the Ying Fei future end. At this moment, some crazy Ying Fei looked at this weak son in front of her. All heartache. As a mother, this child is how many years she looked forward to get. Natural heart treasure love. Seeing him suffer like this, she couldn't wait to replace him herself. Well, these people's bodies are dragged down to the palace, chopped up and fed to the dogs. The palace is to let those stupid people outside to see. Dare to lay hands on the palace's son. The palace wants them to pay for the life of the 9 clans. The tone of voice vicious, not to mention. The eyes are also covered with blood. It is at the side of the comforting Mu Chongzai. At this moment she also feel very afraid of it. Once upon a time, she would choose to join Consort Ying's door. But because Lin Wani did not take care of her, facts have also proved that she did not take the wrong path. Lin Avini's bumpy ride wasn't something she liked. Nor was it something she could accompany. So whether Consort Ying was promoted or had a child, it went smoothly, which was also good for her. However, since the Pei family's accident outside the palace last time, along with her mother's family also followed, the status in the dynasty declined a lot. I don't know where the news came out that the fate of Princess Ying has a problem. That's why her mother's brother died prematurely, and her father was paralyzed by a leg injury. This is gossip. But the people of the people do not care whether it is true or false. As long as enough curiosity. That is their favorite topic of conversation after dinner. Over and over again. The rumor is even more god. There are many words. What is fortunate that the emperor has the dragon power to protect his body, so it is not subject to the intrusion of her destiny. On the contrary, the fourth prince since birth has not hurt him how active. So that is said to be her as a mother to Grams. The rumors are not true. But the place where the fourth prince fell into the water, obviously no one has ever approached. But such a thing happened. It has to be said. It is even more fueling this kind of argument. In addition, there were more than 10 people that she caned. So for a time, she committed a public outrage. All of the palace people were unanimous in their detours. Now, those palace maids and eunuchs who were forced to be sent to serve in her courtyard were also shivering badly. 10,000 careful wait. Afraid of a little mistake. They also fall into a small life is not guaranteed. When the big palace maid Ronglu walked in, Consort Ying held the fourth prince in her arms and kept coaxing him. Next to the sister looked very distressed. Went forward and said in a soft voice, Your Highness, the old slave to hold it. You have been held for several hours. The body cannot stand all. But Yingfei seems to be deaf to General. Has been holding him so coaxing. I don't know whether this fourth prince is asleep or unconscious. Anyway, not a word. And the little face is still a little flushed. At a glance is not much fever it. Behind Ronglu stood Chung Tai Doctor. He took care of the fourth prince also has some days. So on his physical condition or more understanding. So he stepped forward and said, Your Highness, give the fourth prince to me. I'll take a look at his condition. Yes, Your Highness. Imperial Dr. Chung is here. Chapter 285, Where's the Accident? Hearing the news of Imperial Dr. Cheng's arrival, that concubining only seemed to have come out of her own world. With tears in her eyes, she said, Dr. Chung, you quickly look at the fourth prince. How to save up when still good. At the moment people are like this? Crown Prince Dr. Chung heard the words, and hurriedly came forward to see. After reaching out, and touching the fourth prince's forehead, he resumed, Your Highness still put the fourth prince on the bed. So I can also diagnose him. Good. Good. The small fourth prince was once very lively. But now it is as if there is no sinews in general. Soft and limp asleep. Consort Ying couldn't restrain herself from crying. If not for the side with Ronglu's support, I'm afraid I would have fallen down. After carefully checking her pulse, she said with relief, Your Highness, don't worry. The fourth prince choked on water. Naturally some fever. The body's cold also forced out. Don't need to be too anxious. The micro-minister to open a few pairs of medicine to eat will be good. Hearing this, Sister and Ronglu were quite relieved. But Consort Ying frowned and said, Dr. Chung, I'm sure you know. This palace just caned those inattentive dog slaves. If you're inattentive like them, be careful that you're the next one to have your head removed. Understand? Chung Imperial Doctor was so rebuked that his legs and feet went soft. He was the Imperial Doctor. His nose was naturally sharp. Just as soon as he entered this courtyard, it was filled with the smell of blood. How could he not smell it? The heart is afraid. But then afraid also have to be tough to give the fourth prince medical awe. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Yingfei will not spare him. The Emperor there is also not good to explain. Your Highness, don't worry. I will do my best. After receiving Dr. Cheng's repeated assurances, Consort Ying let him go down to write the prescription. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But Consort Ying secretly commanded, I don't really trust this Dr. Chung. Ronglu thought to go out and take the prescription to the famous doctors outside to make sure it's correct. Then give it to the fourth prince. Your Highness. But the fourth prince still has a fever now. If there is a delay, will something happen? Humph. When is it your turn to question this palace's decree? Ronglu was rebuked by her, and immediately shut her mouth. So after getting the formula, she started looking for excuses to go out. The poor fourth prince didn't even know that his own life was almost cut short by Consort Ying's overcautiousness. The Emperor originally was living in the proximity hall. But before it was for Lin Lianyi to move to the west. Now, for the sake of convenience, he naturally remained in the east. When he slept most of the night, Dong Yuzhong suddenly came to report in a hurry, saying that the fourth prince was not well. Frightened, the Emperor woke up from his sleep in a flash. What's going on? Didn't Imperial Dr. Chung go and have a look? Said it's nothing serious. Back to the Emperor. Chung Doctor did go to see. Also opened the prescription. But Yingfei lady worried about the prescription problem. So let the side people took the prescription out to see. This go is most of the day. Now have not come back it. Originally in the afternoon. The fourth prince is only slightly hot. But now said that people are burning convulsions. Nonsense. Is Consort Ying crazy? The people I sent are suspicious. If it delays the fourth prince, I will take her life. For the Emperor, these concubines were nothing more than a pawn that he had used to hold back the previous dynasty. I can't say what is sincere or not. Naturally, the Emperor's son was more important. He didn't have many sons. Not counting the one in Lin Eveningyi's stomach. There were only 3 now. The second prince belongs to the first recovery from a serious illness. The third prince has been healthy. The fourth prince was once also considered healthy. But by the Yingfei so tossed, do not know how the situation. He was naturally anxious. So he hurriedly put on his clothes, and went straight to Consort Ying's courtyard to enter. As soon as he entered the door, he heard Yingfei's shrill voice crying out. The Emperor's heart thumped. A bad feeling came up. Sure enough. See the fourth prince of the whole person burning hot. The once white and tender child was like a fireball at the moment. And his lips were dry and cracked. And below, Imperial Dr. Chung was kneeling and had been talking non-stop. Your Highness, quickly put down the fourth prince and let the micro-minister administer the needles off. Otherwise, if we let the fourth prince continue to convulse like this, there will be serious problems. No. No! You must be trying to harm this palace's son. Back then, the Grand Prince had this same fever. And it was you quacks who administered needles on him that made him end up sick and die. It must be like this. It must be like this. It's you guys. It's you guys. Consort Ying spoke as if she was mad, holding the fourth prince in her arms in death. She went crazy and naturally ran around. The fourth prince was also thrown around by her, and looked to have rolled his eyes. The emperor immediately rebuked and said, "A room full of waste? Go forward and press Consort Ying. Snatch the fourth prince out." Yes. Sister and Rong Jia went forward together. But the strength of two people could not press Ying Fei to. The emperor didn't care about anything else when he saw this, and stepped forward to start snatching the child. Unfortunately, I don't know what Ying Fei lost her mind or what, suddenly bit on the emperor's arm, and refused to relax. It hurt so much that the emperor sucked in a mouthful of cold air when he was in pain. Dong Yuzhong scared half to death, and immediately said to the guards behind him, "Protect the emperor. Protect the emperor." Then the whole person also jumped up, not caring about anything else, and tugged at Consort Ying with a deadly grip, trying to pull her away from the emperor. The guards were strong, and it didn't take much effort to separate the three. Sister escorted the fourth prince, first carried to the Chung doctor to see, and the emperor's arm fell on a deep teeth marks also with blood. The piece of flesh to see are bruised, and Princess Ying also because of too much emotion fainted. The maidservant Rong Jia rushed forward to help. Imperial physician. Quickly call the Imperial physician. His Majesty is injured. It was only when Dong Yuzhong called out that the entire courtyard of Consort Ying reacted. How dare their Empress to lay a hand on the Emperor? Wasn't this going to drag them all to their deaths together? In an instant everyone was trembling as they fell to their knees, shouting for mercy. The Emperor was distracted. The pain in his arm was some, but it was not as bad as his concern for the fourth prince. After pushing away Dong Yuzhong's hand that was holding him, he said to everyone, "Make every effort to save the fourth prince. If he has a short or long life, you all don't have to live either." Yes. When Imperial Dr. Do hurriedly arrived, there was a mess in front of him. Seeing some faint blood stains on the emperor's bright yellow clothes, he immediately came to see. And then when he saw the wound that was as deep as bone, he still couldn't help but knit his brows. The emperor these days to pay attention. Do not touch the water, and also on the food. Otherwise the weather is too hot. The wound is easy to repeat. Well, Do Tai doctor finished looking at the wound, and then go to look at the Ying Fei. I see she seems to be in the general evil. Chapter 286 Ridiculous Ideas. The emperor cannot say where it is wrong, but it is where it does not feel right. Ying Fei, although some small mind, but usually also still dignified and decent people. Why this crazy today? He felt that there must be something fishy behind. Dr. Do went up to the Ying Fei detailed post-diagnosis, only to see the face more and more bad, and then shook his head at the emperor and said, "I can't diagnose it for a while. But Princess Ying seems to have a damaged heart." Heart vein damaged? The moment these words came out, the palace maids present even ambled their heads even lower. Ever since Consort Ying came back from outside the palace, her originally calm mood seemed to have become bad, always suspecting this and that. Last time the fourth prince's chicken paste is also the same. The investigation to the end of nothing. But Princess Ying does not believe. Think there must be behind the Yi Fei and the ghost. So again quietly disposed of the people serving. Now her heart pulse will be damaged. And I do not know if it is the cause of too much temper recently. Here, Consort Ying's situation is not yet clear. On the other end, Imperial Dr. Cheng's face did not look too good either. Your Majesty, the fourth prince has not been medicated since he fell into the water. Originally it was just a simple cough, but now it is dragging serious. Fever and convulsions. I have already applied needles to stabilize it. But what will be the situation when he wakes up in the future? I don't dare to make any presumptions. At these words, the emperor could not help but roar. All of them are wastes. Dr. Do, you go and see. I'm not okay. A good child can have an accident just by falling into the water. Imperial Dr. Do hurriedly went. But after careful examination, he found that what Imperial Dr. Chung said was not false. Even if Yun was at the scene, it does not see a better result. So Imperial Dr. Do told the Emperor the truth as well. In an instant, the Emperor's attitude towards Consort Ing was extremely disgusting. If it wasn't for her, the fourth prince wouldn't have been delayed like this. Is she worthy of being a mother? Pass on my decree. Send the fourth prince along with his nursemaid and the others to the Empress Dowager's courtyard. As for Consort Ing, just recuperate well, and talk about it when you're not crazy anymore. Hearing this, Rongjia all knelt down to plead for his own master. Unfortunately, it was useless. He could only watch as the fourth prince was carried away. Poor Ingfei people have not woken up. Her only hope is gone. Tossed all night, the emperor also did not have the heart to sleep. He stayed in the courtyard of the Empress Dowager, quietly looking at the four emperors who had calmed down at the moment. In his mind kept echoing the words just Ingfei said. The eldest prince was once so sick and died. This sentence seems to have another meaning. Could it be that Consort Ing had made some special discovery? That's why she said such words. Or perhaps this matter was not unrelated to her, and it could not be said that she was the one behind the poison. Either way, the emperor could not forgive. It was about his child, so it must be investigated to the end. Thinking of this, the anger in his eyes could not be quelled. The Empress Dowager raised him for a while. Naturally can detect his mind. So comfortingly said, the fourth prince in the mourning family hear no harm. The emperor stayed up all night. Or go back to rest early. Mother, you said that I don't have abundant heirs. Why exactly? How is it that each and every one of these women are so greedy? It's not enough to give status and esteem. They don't even spare the children. When the emperor said this, he was talking about the children as well as himself. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager also couldn't help but sigh. The late emperor passed away early, and thus didn't leave behind many children. Apart from you, there are only Hui Xian and Hui Yu. But you are still in the prime of your life. If possible, it is better to leave more heirs. The reason why the Empress Dowager said that if possible, she actually saw the emperor's intention. His exclusive favor for Lin Wani destined that there would be no other concubines in the palace to intervene in the future. If so, even if Lin Wani can give birth, she can't always give birth. Compared to the emperors of previous dynasties, his is indeed less. Even the sons and daughters of ordinary officials and eunuchs only had a few more. Unfortunately, when the emperor heard this, there was no hesitation at all, and he said, I once promised. This life is only a concubine. If she is willing to regenerate, naturally good. But if not willing, I will not force. After this matter, I have understood. There are too many women in the palace. So many that everyone wants to take action against my child. Therefore, I have the intention to release a batch of them. If they are willing, they will receive a dowry and take it away. If they are unwilling, then I will not be blamed. When the Empress Dowager heard this, her first reaction was absurd. Since ancient times, where is the only person in the emperor's harem? Isn't this risking universal condemnation? Besides, even if there was really such a decision, the lower-ranked concubines might be fine. But what about these higher-ranked ones? Not to mention, even concubine E would not agree. At that time, the Lu family is furious. The entire Northwest is not going to be in chaos? Therefore, the Empress Dowager's tone suddenly became serious. Emperor Prudent, I know the pain in your heart. But this is not a small matter. You cannot turn back once the line. Then do not say cannot be. That is, you are willing to sink the boat. Have asked Yi Ning noble concubine is willing to accompany your road to the black? To bear those things that she may not be able to bear. But also the disaster of family members? Not only not to say, the Empress Dowager is really good at hitting the snake to find 7 inches. With a short sentence, she let the emperor lay this thought to rest. The emperor really wasn't sure if Lin Wani was willing. After all, with her nature, it was always better to do more than less. If she really did this, I'm afraid that there would not be fewer fishy waves in the former dynasty and the harem. After a moment of silence, the emperor spoke. It was my son who was reckless. Seeing him loose his mouth, the Empress Dowager's heart was also relieved. But it was just words under a moment of anger. And the Empress Dowager did not take it too seriously. On the contrary, the emperor had taken this matter as a seed and planted it in his heart. Now that he has gathered most of the power in his hands, the only thing missing is the power of the Marquis of the Northwest and King Zhan. When both of them withdrew from the imperial court, he believed that with Lin Xiang's intelligence, he should know what to do. Thus, On the surface, he pretended to ignore this matter. But in his heart, he was secretly calculating the possibility of implementing this matter. Early in the morning, Consort E received news about Consort Ing and the fourth prince. To say that she wasn't surprised was naturally a lie. Consort Ing is also really overly careful. And it looks like it's also an unclimatic one. She used to regard Consort Ing as a short-lived formidable enemy. But now, her fighting strength is less than 1/10 of that of noble Consort Lin. Obviously are the daughters of civil ministers. How is it that Lin Guifei is so difficult to deal with? Thinking about this matter, she was also very annoyed. However, soon her worries will be completely solved. Chapter 287 Princess Ying's Memory Loss. It was because she had received news that her grandfather, Marquis Northwest, and third uncle were already on their way back. Northwest is more than 3,000 miles away from Shengjing City. Even if it's a fast road, it will take more than a month. By then, it will be mid-autumn. Thinking about last year's mid-autumn, she was a little upset. However, when she thought of the fact that noble Consort Lin had gone to Mount Tai and hadn't come back so far, the bad anger in her heart was much better again. Since my cousin's death, grandmother has not paid attention to me for many months. I don't know what her old man is angry about. This time, when grandfather comes back, we can let him talk about grandmother. Don't want the reputation of the Liu family to be buried in our hands. The old lady of the Liu family is dissatisfied with Yifei. Yifei is not satisfied with her. Therefore, the grandparents and grandchildren are holding their breath. Naturally, contact with the outside of the palace is much less. Pei's family before and their Liu family do not seedlings. Now C is also defeated. If she falls, there will be no one in the palace to hold her back. Even if Lin Wani gave birth to a prince. So what? Want to compare with her third prince. Still early. Thinking of this, there was another burst of pain. It was as if the heat wave outside wasn't so unbearable anymore. Yingfei woke up when, already 3 days later, as if a long sleep, headache. Not only that, but her chest was also clogged up. Shaking her head, many messy memories whistled through the inside of her head, as if it were a piercing wind. Rongla, the palace maid Rongla, who heard the commotion, walked in quickly, and said with tears of joy, "Your Highness, you have finally woken up. I've been asleep for a long time? It's been 3 days. If I don't wake up, Imperial Dr. Do won't be able to do anything." Hearing this, Consort Ying's expression was even more strange. This palace is just taking a nap for a moment. How come it still alarms Dr. Do? Not long after she said this, Rongla froze at the scene. "Your Highness, can't you remember anything? What does this palace have to remember?" Rongla couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Is this Dr. Do's formula okay? How come instead of stabilizing the Nyang's condition, she also lost her memory and forgot things? So he said soothingly, Nothing. The Empresses these days worry too much. So it will be like this. Wait, slave girl to go to ask the Do doctor to say. Turned and ran towards the outside. Consort Ing is getting more and more strange. How come this girl is so out of sorts today? Shaking her head. Still feel the pain. Simply lie down again. Dr. Do came all the way in a hurry. At first heard Rongla said that the situation when there is some doubt. But after carefully checking the pulse, his heart has some eyebrows. Your Highness had a headache and chest tightness before? Never. I don't know what's wrong. Just like being knocked on the head. Well, there's no harm in it. It's not a big problem. With 2 pairs of medicines it will be fine. In that case, I would like to thank Dr. Do. At this moment, Consort Ing seemed to have returned to her former self. Completely different from her crazy appearance 3 days ago. Imperial Dr. Do gave a wink to Rongla and went out to write a prescription. Rongla let Rong Jiao wait for Yingfei. He followed out, and only then did she ask with an anxious face, Dr. Do, what exactly is going on here? Aunt Rongla, have you been following the Empress since childhood? Well, the slave girl is a domestic child. So when the Empress was 3 or 4 years old, it was the slave girl who was taking care of her. Then have you ever seen anyone else in the Pei family with similar symptoms, such as forgetting things after great sorrow or great joy? Asked by him, Rongla fell into deep thought. Seeing that she had some difficulty in speaking, Dr. Do knew that his guess was correct. Say it. If you don't say it, I can't give the Empress medicine. Hearing this, that Rongla couldn't care less. Yes, slave girl remembered that 2 or 3 years before the eldest young master passed away, He would always forget things. And in the end, he even forgot about his own illness. Your Highness, it can't be that it's the same kind of illness as what the eldest young master had. Right? Rongla had 10,000 worries in her heart. After all, the matter of Pei family's young master's illness and death was right in front of her eyes. And if Consort Ying had the same disease, she was only afraid that she wouldn't have a few years of good days ahead of her. I haven't seen the Pei family's young master, so I don't dare to presume that the Empress's illness is related to him or not. But the Empress's condition isn't very good. Look at her forgetfulness just now. I'm afraid that similar situations won't be uncommon in the future. So you guys need to be careful to wait. Dr. Do, don't worry. There is nothing the slave girls won't do. Handing over the good here, Dr. Do went to prescribe the medicine. When the medicine was boiled and sent to Consort Ying's hands, she frowned slightly but still drank it. Go get some candy fruit. This medicine is also too bitter. Yes, Your Highness. Only after the candied fruit entered her mouth did Consort Ying's frown stretch out. The whole person returned to her former gentle and skillful appearance. Where's the fourth prince? Why didn't nursemaid carry him over to play today? At this moment, Consort Ying's condition is still unclear. Rongla did not want to add more trouble. So she said, Has Your Highness forgotten? The Empress Dowager said that the courtyard is too quiet. So she let the fourth prince go over to play with him for a few days. And when we return to the palace, we will naturally be able to see him. Empress Dowager? Yes. Or the grandma beside the Empress Dowager came to say so. And the Empress Dowager also agreed very happily. When she said this, Rongla also had a heart attack. But concubine Ying was about as headache-ridden as they come, and was surprisingly not suspicious of such loophole-ridden words. Instead, she said with some relief, It's good that the Empress Dowager can like the fourth prince. This makes up for a lot of my mother's family's weakness, and will greatly benefit his future. Seeing Consort Ying consider the future for the fourth prince so seriously, Rongla was saddened to the point of shedding tears. If she knew that because of her own momentary bewilderment, she almost caused the fourth prince to be lost, she still didn't know what kind of sadness and self-condemnation she would have to go through. Memory loss is also good. At least it will not be sad. Forced to hold back the sadness in his heart. Continued to serving Fei. She here thought really as Rongla said it. Do Doctor has reported the situation to the Emperor. When the Emperor heard the news, his face was not very good. The first line of questioning is, The fourth prince may also be like this situation? I dare not speak out of turn. But if the Pei family's eldest young master is also like this, then it's highly likely that it's hereditary. But isn't the Pei family's second oldest still alive? But the old minister has also heard that both of Mrs. Pei's parents passed away very early. Hearing this, the Emperor's heart sank most of the way. Never would have thought that the Pei family would still have this hidden medical condition. So to Imperial Dr. Do, he then commanded, This matter should not be publicized first. You should first find out exactly why both of Mrs. Pei's parents died before you make a statement. Yes, the old minister understands. By the way, will the second lady's golden needles be effective in this kind of illness? Chapter 288. Virtue doesn't match the position. He was treating Yun as the last straw at the moment, always thinking that she could save the second princess, and perhaps the fourth prince as well. But that hope was snuffed out by Imperial Dr. Do. Your Majesty, it's not that the old minister has to pour cold water on it. If this disease is indeed hereditary, then even if Watua were to come back, he wouldn't be able to cure it. Hearing this, the Emperor deeply felt that these children were really more pitiful than one another. Some died at birth. Some died of a disease. Some were dragged down by their mothers. And some still don't know what will happen to them in the future. Thinking about this, he shuddered, grabbing Dr. Do's shoulder. He said, Your concubine's fetus will definitely be born safely, right? His eyes were filled with worry, and he couldn't wait to rush back immediately to guard Lin Evening Yi's side. He was afraid that she would have a problem. And he was also afraid that the child would have a problem. Imperial Dr. Do replied with incomparable firmness. Your Majesty, don't worry. Your concubine, everything is fine. There are old ministers in. There is also the second lady in. We'll definitely keep your concubine safe delivery. What I want is for both mother and child to be safe. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Hearing this, the Emperor's worried mind finally smoothed out a bit. Right now, the fourth prince's situation was still unstable, so it wasn't good for him to leave. When he woke up and saw that there was nothing serious, the Emperor still had to leave. For one thing, He had promised to give the second princess her birthday. And for another, he had to guard Lin Evening E, so that those cow ghosts and snakes gods' calculations will not fall on her head. Worrying and worrying like this, the days went by for almost a month. On the day before the Mid-Yuan festival, the emperor returned from the palace. Lin Wanming was shocked again when he saw the emperor come out from the dark passage. "How come your majesty didn't show any news at all? My concubine thought that you weren't coming back." There was a little bit of pouting in her words. But the emperor was not in the mood at the moment. Seeing the emperor's face is not good, Lin Wanyi only put away the joke. Faced with worry, asked, "Your majesty, did something happen?" The emperor sniffed, buried his head in her arms. The whole person was just like an aubergine that had been beaten by frost, permeated with a disheveled atmosphere. Even Lin Wanyi felt a trace of wetness. Is the emperor crying? After having this thought, Lin Evening E couldn't think of anything else and immediately hugged the emperor back, even if her stomach was in the middle of the two of them. At this moment, she wanted to let the emperor know that she was there. The fourth prince fell into the water a few days ago, but was delayed by concubine Ing to save him. And Imperial Dr. Chung said that he can no longer hear in his left ear. What? Lin Wanyi was clearly shocked by this news. She had only seen the fourth prince a few times, but she knew from looking at his physique and giggles that he was a top strong child. How could it be? How could Consort Ing delay the fourth prince's rescue? Isn't he the child's mother? Lin Lian did not understand how Consort Ing, who had always regarded the fourth prince as a treasure in the palm of her hand, could delay the child's rescue, which made her a million times more puzzled. Consort Ying's family has a hereditary disease, when the attack is like madness. So she didn't let the fourth prince eat the medicine prescribed by Dr. Chung. So from noon to midnight, the child was delayed from choking on a few mouths of water into feverish convulsions fainting. And when he was rescued, his left ear went deaf. Hearing this, Li Liani only suddenly realized. Immediately said, "Second aunt's golden needle can be saved?" The emperor shook his head and said with grief in his eyes, "Already asked the second madam to go over to see. Unable to return to heaven." When she said the four words, Lin Wanyi felt the emperor's stoicism and pain. As a father, she believed that the emperor was very sad at this moment. And the disabled left ear also meant that the fourth prince had no possibility of inheriting the throne even if he grew up peacefully. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes would focus on the second and third prince again. Although the possibility of the second prince wasn't great, but is gradually getting better nowadays. Everyone could see it. Therefore Lin Lian had to be on guard. "I know what you are worried about. I have told your brother to choose a few guards with superior kung fu to guard the second prince closely. As for the third prince, Consort E looks after him well. But there has never been a mistake." Once these words came out, Lin Wanyi vaguely felt that she had missed something. But for a moment, she couldn't say. "Your majesty is well thought out and properly arranged. The second prince would be very happy if he knew." Shallow. "I only have 2 emperors now. It would be good if you could give birth to an intelligent and healthy emperor for me." This prayer of the emperor, if it was heard by other palace concubines, they would only jump for joy. But Lin Evening knew the truth that virtue is not worthy of a position. So she was very worried. Therefore didn't answer the emperor's words positively, but only reassured him by saying, "There will be. There will definitely be." The emperor sighed a few times, found a position to lie down and lean against Lin Evening Ye's side, and fell asleep. As if only by her side, the emperor could sleep more peacefully, looking at the emperor's frown even in his dreams. Lin Evening Yi touched her stomach. Worry turned into determination. The news that the emperor had returned to the palace didn't make many people suspicious. After all, the matter of the fourth prince and consort Ing was so heated that even if he wanted to, he couldn't hide it. In the back, the emperor simply pretended to brush off his sleeves and left the palace. Yi Fei for the fourth prince's situation also have more pity, but can be less a future to fight for the people. She is also still from the heart happy. It is a pity that those who want to compete for favor, 1 or 2 of the road cannot block the emperor. And now even more people are separated by dozens of miles. How can still get favor again? The entire palace? The most calm than the Empress Dowager and modest nobleman. Both know why the emperor chose this time to return to the palace. To put it bluntly, it was for Lin Wui and the child in her belly. The fourth prince had folded, and the royal family was without a healthy prince. So the Empress Dowager was looking forward to the child in Lin Avini's womb at this time. It would be best if one of them was a prince, which would make up for it. But if there are two, it doesn't seem to be as bad as before. At least in terms of the current situation. One more prince is one more solid point. Thinking of this, the Empress Dowager will do enough to look. Began to yell day after day headache. To concubines take turns to serve the sick. In this way, they do not have much other mind to care about other things. Other people do not understand the reason. More or less slightly complain. However, noble Qian understood the mystery, and thus understood it as well. It looks like the Empress Dowager on this matter has also long been acquiesced. So she will not go to the eggs touch the stone. So in serving the Empress Dowager on this matter, the most serious is her. One after another is into the eyes of the Empress Dowager. For the Empress Dowager, who has experienced great storms, her favorite is such as Qian Guiran, this kind of person. Chapter 289 Simple Birthday Celebration. The most important thing is that she is a good person, not a troublemaker. So I paid attention to this former did not care about the modest noblewoman. On this day, the modest noblewoman in the house accompanied the Empress Dowager to take medicine. Outside came the news. Said the fourth prince yelled refused to sleep. The Empress Dowager is also some years old. Take care of a 4 or 5-year-old Princess Mingrua is not a problem. But the fourth prince is only less than a year old, and coincides with the deafness of the natural day and night crying more than. Therefore, the Empress Dowager is also a headache. On the contrary, it is the humble nobleman. A change in the former not to cause trouble attitude. Came out and said, Empress Dowager, let the maidservant try. It's not a solution for the fourth prince to cry like this. You can coax a child? When mentioning a child, a moment of sadness flashed across Noble Humble's eyes. At one time, she was also someone who had a child. But it was a pity that the child was lost right after it landed. The servant girl has never raised a child. But there is still some patience. The servant girl is willing to give it a try. The Empress Dowager gave her a deep look. And seeing that her eyes were full of sincerity, she agreed. Noble Lady Qian went out to coax the fourth prince. It didn't take long for the child to quiet down. The Empress Dowager sighed serving sister when said with a smile, this noble person Qian is really good. She was able to coax the fourth prince to be quiet after just going. The Empress Dowager did not reply, but instead stared at the bright window and thought. In the palace, each has their own luck. Yihua Palace at the moment is full of warmth. Born in the middle of the Yuan festival is a not very auspicious day. But the second princess does not seem to be affected by this at all. Her character is becoming more and more lively and active. These 2 days, she vaguely seems to be about to sprout teeth again. So what she grabs is what she nibbles. Sometimes even her own fingers. Therefore, they are always with a clean handkerchief to clean her hands. For fear that she ate something unclean. Back to affect the spleen, and stomach diarrhea will be troublesome. Today she is a birthday person. So dress also more festive. The flower bud-like dress was made for her by Lin Wan-yi herself during her spare time. Simple, but it suits her. A peach blossom fairy. Very cute. Every time I see these, the emperor's heart is full of emotions. If it is not Lin Wan-yi now pregnant, he is also really want to send the fourth prince over. After all, the second prince and the second princess in her treatment. That is unprecedented. But soon she will be born again. All of a sudden more 3 children. This Yihua Palace is afraid to make a lot of noise. Lin Wan-yi saw the emperor's eyes. Deeply feel powerless very. If she does not have a child now, pick up the fourth prince over to raise is also possible. But in another month or 2, she herself should be ripe for the picking. If she was to divide her mind to go out and treat other children, I'm afraid that it would really be beyond her capacity. Your Majesty, give me a year's time. When the children are older, if you still feel that the others aren't taking good care of them, then send the fourth prince over. And by then a house full of children will be quite lively. Really? But won't this be too tiring for you? In fact, I can't say I'm too tired. Basically the children all have nursemaids and sisters and maids to take care of them. But I have to be the judge with an unselfish iron face. And I have to break the case for them day after day. How? 2 or 3-year-old children. But the dog is too old. Natural fights must have. Today you snatched my toys. Tomorrow I snatched your dolls. Are common. But not have to break the case. Said here, Lin Wan-yi will smile open. Instead, the emperor began to think about the feasibility of this matter. If it was really necessary to raise 5 children, then Yihua Palace was also afraid that it wouldn't be able to accommodate so many. So, either expand the palace or move it. What the emperor wanted was for Lin Yuanyi to move directly into the Empress Chengqian palace. But look at Lin Evening Yi's appearance. I'm afraid is not willing. So the emperor thought about it and said, Yihua Palace rear hall is connected to the Zhaochun Palace. I will tell the people of the inner court department, the Zhaochun Palace and into the Yihua Palace, so that there are a few more children, but also enough to live. A few more children? Lin Lianyi somewhat didn't understand the meaning of this at once. Remembering what the emperor had once said to her, she suddenly understood. From the looks of it, she was afraid that her stomach wouldn't be able to stay idle in the future. Since she loved children, she wasn't afraid that more children would be noisy. So she answered, His Majesty's arrangement is, if the back temple is repaired, it's fine if the fourth prince wants to come over earlier. Anyway, one child is also raised. Several children are also raised. The second prince on the side also nodded his head when he heard about this matter. Quite solemnly, he said, Father, don't worry. My son is now grown up. He will definitely help Andy Lin to bring his younger siblings. You see, isn't the second younger sister bringing them up very well? When he said this, the crowd burst into laughter. The second princess didn't know if she understood his words or not, but she pounced over and gave him a kiss on the face. The second prince didn't mind his sister's saliva at all, and even smiled as he picked her up and hugged her. Seeing this warm and moving scene, the emperor's heartache was also smoothed out quite a bit. In addition to the fourth prince, there will be no other children in Yihua Palace in the future. Ming Rua had the Empress Dowager, and the third prince had consort Yi. There is no doubt on this point. Even if there were other children in the future, it would only be from Lin Evening Yi. Thinking of this, the emperor reached out and covered her belly. His eyes filled with the expectation of being a father. Because of the fourth prince's matter, the second princess's birthday banquet was not complicated. After a simple meal, the weekly catching ceremony began. Grandma Ji had prepared quite a few goodies early in the morning, waiting for the second princess to come and look at them. Large dongdu, exquisite fabrics and silk threads, thick books, and many other things that contained beautiful symbols. And then the second princess was placed on the round cushion of brocade. Opening her mouth, she said, Second princess, come and take it. It's all good stuff. Oh. Voices came from all directions. She was looking left and right, not afraid of life at all. Instead, she giggled and laughed. The emperor looked at his own daughter this way. Always feel the second lady this gold needle is not accidentally tied in the wrong position. How this child day happy with a happy Buddha like. So opened his mouth and also said, Shirua, come up and take it herself. Take whatever you want. Seemingly hearing the father's encouraging voice, the second princess cocked her little head to think. Then suddenly crawled over on all 4 hands and 4 feet. Everyone thought that she was going to take the biggest dongzu in front of her, but she didn't expect her to skim right over everything on the mat. Instead, she climbed to the front of the emperor, reached out and reached for his jade spanner, and happily kissed it. This time, everyone present froze. The emperor's jade trigger finger. This is a symbol of power. Catch the weak want to catch this. It is difficult to not the second princess later want to be a female emperor not. Chapter 290, Behind the Catch of the Weak. The emperor also raised his eyebrows and looked at the second princess. However, she looked back at the emperor without the slightest fear, which made the emperor laugh. Shirua likes this? Heh heh heh. The second princess couldn't speak yet, but the meaning couldn't be clearer. The emperor then took the jade trigger finger down and handed it to her. Seeing this, Sister Ji immediately said anxiously, Your Majesty, please don't. Please don't. Although she can't reason. If this jade trigger finger is given to the second princess, it can't be a good thing. A room of slave girls all kneeling. Obviously they understand these things. If too much glory falls on a princess, I'm afraid that before she grows up, she will be killed by the crisis from all sides. On the contrary, it was Lin Evening Yi who opened her mouth after thinking and asked, Go and bring over the set of golden needles that second aunt left here. Yes. Everyone was curious. What would this person do with the golden needles? Only after it was brought over did they realize that there was a jade button bolted to the outside of the cloth and silk wrapped around the gold needles. The color and appearance is naturally not as good as the emperor's jade trigger. But as soon as the second princess saw the cloth and silk, she let go of the emperor's hand and stumbled towards the cloth and silk. Afterwards, she happily took it over and hugged it in her arms, as if she had gained some precious treasure. Seeing this, All of us can only breathe a long sigh of relief. The Emperor also smiled, and looked towards Lin Evening Yi. It looks like in the future, Shi Ruo will be worshipping Second Lady as her teacher. Your Majesty won't stop the princess? Why stop? The Emperor's rhetorical question instead caused more surprise in Lin Evening Yi's eyes. It had to be said that the Emperor's open-mindedness many times was something that made Lin Evening Yi somewhat incredulous. Although a woman practicing medicine is not a big deal, but the princess practicing medicine is somewhat against the ancestral system. Seems to see the meaning of Lin Evening Yi. The Emperor looked at her with a faint smile. I said with you, the world of women are also my subjects. Should be treated equally. If you can start from the princess to untie some of the constraints, the world will also have a place to emulate. Hear, hear. Lin Wanyi for the Emperor is not a high regard to eyes. This world affairs must know that the difficulty does not lie in thinking, but in moving. On the surface, just the second princess to learn medicine, so simple a thing. But behind the scenes, but with a lot of meaning. Once the world's women also can be up or broader world, then the days of mothering will no longer be the only. It was not good for those old pedants who value patriarchal power. Therefore, the obstacles that the Emperor would encounter in the future could also be seen. But Lin Evening Yi felt the Emperor can make up his mind. He should contribute. So she opened her mouth and said, Your Majesty wants to do something. I will definitely accompany. The two looked at each other and smiled. Everything is in words. In the following days, Yun's visits to the palace were more frequent than before. Every 2 or 3 days, she would have to come back, fearing that Lin Lianyi would suddenly go into labor, and the palace would be in a mess. In the late afternoon of this day, Sister Du brought 4 women to see Lin Evening Yi. Your Highness, these are the lactating mothers and sisters that the slave girl has found to look after the child that is about to be born. After entering August, Lin Evening Yi's stomach became more and more rounded. Second Lady Yun had taken a closer look, and it was obvious that this stomach was somewhat in the basin, and could give birth at any time. That's why Grandma Du rushed to bring someone here just in case. Lin Lianyi sat up and took a closer look. They are all white faces, well-proportioned, and kind-looking characters. This Sister Du's hand was naturally extraordinary. Therefore Lin Lianyi also trusted it and asked, What are these sisters called? Only to see the 4 of them each come forward and just salute and say, Slave girl Zhou Tsuyin meets the Empress. Please be at peace. Slave girl Wangke greets you. Please be at peace. Slave girl Gume greets you. Please be at peace. Your servant Ban Yuxiang greets you. Please be at peace. Their movements were regular, and they didn't look like they were fawning over the rich and powerful. Lin Wanyi looked very satisfied. When Sister Du came forward, she said, Grandma Zhou used to be the Queen's palace's teaching grandmother. There is no one better than her in the rules of the palace. If the Queen gave birth to a princess, Grandma Zhou will definitely be able to teach her in a royal manner. Turning to point to another, Sister Wang used to serve in the late Emperor's royal court. So pen, ink, poetry and books also know some. The most important thing is that Sister Wang also has some kung fu in the body. If the birth of the Queen is a son of the Emperor, Sister Wang care up to be able to handle some. Then the other 2 are the wet nurse. Well, the slave girl also chose a few spares. If these 2 can't make it, then they will be replaced. Hearing this, Lin Wanyi was also very satisfied. Sister Du has worked hard. Your intentions are excellent. This palace has remembered them all. What is it that your Highness says? These are all things that slave girls should do. The 4 of them were kneeling, and Lin Evening Yi's clothes were worn loosely, so she didn't particularly notice that her stomach was somewhat unusually large. Only after they all went out did Sister Du walk into Lin Evening Yi's side and said, Your Highness can rest assured that the birth is. These people's slave girls have already checked with their family members for 3 generations, and distant relatives and neighbors. There is nothing wrong. Well, it's just that I'm afraid that when the child is born, the news will leak out. This point slave girl has also arranged. As long as the lady has the birth of the movement, all the people who wait for you will be replaced with close people. Will never leak the news. Just that the Empress may have to suffer some. If the eldest is born, the latter will have to bite the bullet. After all, the sound will spread out. Lin Lianyi had already prepared for this. Not to mention her. Even Yun had prepared some special pills. Not only could it help reduce the pain when she was giving birth, it could also ensure that there wouldn't be any hematochezia due to excessive energy consumption. And the house where she was going to give birth was also prepared. Now in the palace, In addition to a few of their close people know that Lin Wanyi is a double birth. Other people do not know it. So they all thought her child would be born in September. But now look. Can't wait. In the early morning of the 4th day of August, Lin Wanyi was still asleep. Suddenly heard a crash. Scared her, immediately woke up. Immediately after that was the onslaught of pain that came one after another. She didn't even need to get up to feel that the bed couch was already wet. Xian. Xian. Lin Lianyi's tone had some urgency in it. And she didn't need to be told that she was about to give birth. Xian, who heard the commotion, also immediately ran in. As soon as she saw the scene, even though she told herself day after day to be calm, there was still a brief moment when her mind went blank. After swallowing a few times at the end, she said anxiously, "Auntie, don't be afraid. Slave girl will call someone." Chapter 291 Accidental Fall. And then said at the top of her voice, "Come to the people. Help. The Empress has fallen. The Empress has fallen to her stomach." This is the words and techniques that they had discussed long ago. Otherwise, why would they have a premature birth for no reason? Hearing this, the originally calm morning instantly came alive. Xiaoming was guarding the outside and woke up with a start, only to see both Chuanqi and Xiao Luzi hurrying in. And their faces were calm after their training. "Are all the arrangements made?" "Eunuch Xiao, don't worry. Everything is in order." "Well, you go and call Sister Du first. Then go and stand guard in the kitchen. No one is allowed to touch all the hot water and imported soup and food. And all the cooks are sent to stand outside." Xiaoming instructed Xiao Luzi. "Miss Chuanqi will stay in the maternity ward. Don't leave for a moment. Wait for the baby to be born and see how it goes. And listen to everything that Sister Du tells you to do." Yes. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Only after seeing Sister Du come over did Xiaoming get up and leave, personally rushing to Qianan Hall to report the news. Originally, this matter only needed to be told to the guards at the door to watch over them. However, as the birth of a concubine was a major event, the guards at the door did not dare to stop them. Followed by a trot forward. Qianan Hall. The Emperor approved a day's work. Tired, just rested for a quarter of an hour. He heard the news from outside. "Your Majesty, your concubine is giving birth." Hearing this, the Emperor abruptly opened his eyes and hurriedly got off the couch and shouted to the outside, "Come in and say," only to see Dong Yuzhong bring Xiaoming and run inside. When he saw the Emperor, he was already dressing. "Why go forward to help?" While dressing, while saying, "Just now, Your Highness was thirsty at night and wanted to drink water. So she accidentally fell off the couch and hit her stomach. And now the baby is afraid to be born early." These words are all set before. So the Emperor understands in his heart. But understand to understand. That anxious is real. "How is your concubine now?" "The midwife is ready. Before I came, Sister Du commanded people to move the queen to the maternity ward. Quickly. Dong Yuzhong, you personally go to the Dong family to bring the second lady and your concubine's mother into the palace. With them there, I feel more at ease. If it is really 2 imperial sons, then immediately have to follow them to send one out of the palace." These were also arranged long ago. Hurriedly rushed to the Yihua palace. Standing outside the door, the Emperor heard inside Lin Wanyi stoic crying and the sound of the midwifery sisters keep talking. "Go. Call out someone who can talk back. I want to know the situation of your concubine." "Yes. Soon." Sister Du walked out from the inside. There was urgency on her face, but no panic was visible. "Sister Du, how is your concubine doing?" "Emperor, don't worry. The situation of the Empress is fine for the time being. It's just that the first birth will take more effort. When the second lady comes to take a look, it will surely be smooth and safe, that is." Hearing this, the Emperor's anxious heart only slowed down for a moment. He is not the first time to be a father. Before, there are other women for him to have a child. But only this time, the anxiety in his heart was even harder than when he was dealing with the affairs of the court. Standing in the courtyard, he looked fixedly at the head of the house. From time to time, there were people coming in and out to bring hot water. His face was even more sullen than the color of the night. I don't know how long it took, but the second lady and Dong clan both entered the palace. Both of them did not look any better than the Emperor. Although they knew that Lin Wanyi was probably going to give birth in the next few days, they were still a little surprised. After all, it was really early. It was only 8 months old, and the child couldn't help but come out. "My wife, Lin Dong's, meet the Emperor. My wife Dong Yun's meet the Emperor." When the Emperor saw them, It was as if he had seen a straw that saved his life. Immediately personally helped up and said, "The two ladies do not need to be polite. Quickly go in to see Shallow. She has been in pain for almost an hour." Yes. In front of the birth. Also cannot care about other things. Yun and Dong immediately entered the house, only to see that on the bed and couch, Lin Wanyi's hair was soaked. She still looked energetic. But when the labor pains came, she couldn't speak and could only grit her teeth and hold on. When Yun saw this, she went forward and immediately took her pulse, and then took out a pill and stuffed it into Lin Wanyi's mouth and said, "Eat it. You'll feel much better." Lin Lianyi swallowed with difficulty. Originally, she thought that the pill was a bit big, and she was only afraid that she would need to use water. Who knew that the medicine was as if it would melt? It was gone as soon as it was ingested. Then it was as if there was magic appearing, as if the dry field was moisturized by fine water. The pain also became less obvious. Exhaling a long breath, Lin Wanyi raised a smile. "Thanks to second auntie. I feel much better." "That's good. I'll go see how things are going now." Yun went to the end of the bed, while Dong took her place at the head of the bed. Taking her hand, she realized that it was all sweaty. It's fine, it's fine. Mother is here. Shallow will be fine. Just like when she was a child and she had a cold attack." Dong gently patted her arm while comforting her in a low voice. It was about the effect of the medicine or the familiarity of Dong's voice. Gradually, Lin Yuanyi's sleepiness came up. It didn't take long for her to drift off into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Dong immediately turned back to Yun. "Second sister-in-law. Shallow this. There's no harm in it. I added some sleep aids to the pills. Eat them to let her save some energy. And when the child has a big movement, it will naturally wake up." "That's good. That's good." Yun's words just didn't need to be questioned in everyone's mind. However, the midwifery sister had never seen it before. So she said with some concern, "If the Empress falls asleep, how will the child be born?" "Don't worry. Just sleep for an hour. Later I will use the golden needle to adjust the position of the child, and then wake her up." The midwife had heard of powerful doctors who could correct the position of the fetus with a single needle, but she had never seen it before. Now it was an eye-opening experience. Only one needle is a bit exaggerated. There are still several needles. Yun looked at the situation while sticking needles around Lin Hui's stomach. The child, who was still quiet, slowly moved again. Seeing that the belly was still reacting, Yun reached out and pushed down a bit. When there was no reaction, she let go. After repeating this for more than 30 times, the midwife said in surprise, "The mouth of the womb is open. Your Highness needs to push. The baby is coming out." Everyone got excited with her shout. Never before had I seen a woman in labor give birth to a child like this. It was basically sleeping and waking up halfway through labor. When Lin Wanyi gradually turned awake, her stomach still had a very obvious pain, but it couldn't reach the point of tearing her heart out. Every time a bout of pain came, Yun would make her exhale long and hard and then push down. Chapter 292 Safe Birth. And her hands weren't idle either, just pushing and driving rhythmically on her belly. After repeating it for I don't know how many dozens of times, the midwife said in surprise, "I see the child's hair. I see the child's hair. Your Highness, push." Lin Wanyi was a little weak at the moment. Not because she didn't have the strength, but the pain came too fast and too quickly. She was still holding her last breath. But the pain came the next moment. Yun saw the situation, a gold needle into her pupil. She was a little pained. And all of a sudden, she gave a fierce push. Wow! The entire body as if some heavy burden had been lifted. All of a sudden it was much easier. Born. It's a little prince. Little prince. Naturally, it doesn't look as good as those children born at full term. But apart from being smaller, the voice crying out was louder than anyone else's. Lin Lianyi had no time to say anything. Before Lin Wanyi could say anything, the pain came again. She had no choice but to keep pushing. She casually grabbed a handkerchief from the side and stuffed it into her mouth. She remembered what Sister Du said. She couldn't show any sound. Dong was also very sad to see her like this. But there was nothing she could do. So everyone deliberately shifted their voices to the prince, who had already been born. And here in Lin Evening E, the connecting sisters all kept their mouths shut and helped with the birth. I don't know how long it took, but a new cry finally came. Sister Du was about to say that it was a cry from the little prince. Just then, she saw the midwifery sister cry out in joy and said, "Your Highness, It's the little princess. It's the little princess. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief when this cry was uttered. Finally, all the things they had prepared before could be used without having to. Lin Wanyi's twin children could grow up in the palace openly and honestly. Not only that, this was also the first pair of dragon and phoenix babies since the beginning of the dynasty, signifying that the dragon and phoenix were auspicious. Everyone was so happy that they shed tears. Dong Yuzhong, who had been listening at the door, was also smiling from ear to ear, immediately ran to the emperor, kneeled down in front of congratulations and said, "Your servant congratulates the emperor. Congratulates the emperor. The mother gave birth to a dragon and phoenix." Hearing him say this, everyone in the courtyard also knelt down. "Congratulations, your majesty. Congratulations, your majesty." Hearing this mountain of congratulations, the emperor only then reacted. The corners of his mouth slowly grinned to his back teeth, smiling so much that he couldn't even see his eyes. Reward? Reward? The entire Yihua palace, everyone thick reward 3 years of monthly routine. Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, your highness. Originally, they thought that if concubine Gui was grounded, they would also have to suffer some cold treatment. Who knew that apart from not being able to go out, there was no shortage of anything in the palace. Now they can also get 3 years of monthly rewards. That is, all over the palace. There are no slaves and maids as comfortable as they are. Right? Therefore, everyone's heart remembers Lin Lianyi's kindness. The pair of dragon and phoenix little masters, who were just born, are also very grateful. Lin Yinyi was extremely tired and couldn't even feel any other sounds. She fell into a deep sleep. The midwife's sisters carefully cleaned the child and wrapped it in a soft brocade quilt before sending it to the inner sanctum. Although this time is August, the day is hot, but now even the sun has not yet risen, so there is still a slight coolness. Sister Zhou's arms are holding the little princess. Sister Wang's arms are holding the little prince. The two children were very small because they were born prematurely. The emperor glanced at the red and wrinkled-skinned child, and there was such a hint of dislike in his heart. "I and your concubine were both born beautifully. Why do the royal son and princess look like this?" As soon as the emperor spoke these words, everyone froze. Instead, it was Sister Du who held back her laughter as she stepped forward and then explained. "The child is small, so it needs to be long. The emperor, don't worry. The slave girl has also seen some children born. But such as our 5th prince and the 3rd princess, this beautiful and clean, is not common." The emperor listened to this, then assured Xiao Li, then opened his mouth and asked, "How is your concubine?" "Emperor, rest assured. The Empress all good. The second lady powerful. Although it is a double birth. But a little bit of danger have not seen. Just tired to sleep." "That's good. I want to go in and take a look." "Your Majesty, wait again. The inner room, there is still some blood smell needs to be dispersed. Later Xia and girl out please. You then go in is." "Good." The emperor had never been cautious in his treatment of Lin Lianyi's affairs. The rules must not be broken. So he stood outside and waited all the time. After not sleeping all night, people didn't feel tired. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that Lin Lianyi gradually turned awake. At first glance, she saw the emperor beside the bed. When he saw her eyes open, he was filled with joy. "Shallow, you finally woke up. It's been several hours of sleep." After giving birth, her stomach had deflated a lot at once, and there were still some fine pains underneath the body as well. Only all of these could not compare to the happiness of having a child. "Your Majesty, where is our child?" The nursemaid carried it down to feed it. "If you want to see it, I will ask them to carry it in." "Good." As soon as the emperor opened his mouth, Xian, who was waiting outside, went to call. Not a moment later, the nursemaid carried the child and appeared in front of Lin Yinyi. "Which one is the princess? Which one is the imperial son?" "Back to your highness. The one within the yellow brocade is the royal son. The one within the pink brocade is the princess." Xian guided from the side and quickly divided them. Lin Wanyi wanted to get up and take a look, but moved her wound and it hurt terribly. The sound of her inhaling was heard by the emperor, and he hurriedly and anxiously asked, "But where is it uncomfortable?" Lin Lianyi shook her head and said comfortingly, "Nothing. My concubine is just a bit anxious." The emperor pressed down on her shoulders as she prepared to get up, and said, "Don't exert yourself. The second madam has said that you need to nourish yourself properly. Otherwise your waist will hurt in the future." And then to that nursemaid then said, "Come up and show your concubine." Yes. When Lin Evening saw the children's first glance, tears filled her eyes. This was a mother's instinct. A natural mother-child bonding. From after this glance, Lin Wani understood. In the future, no matter what the waves of the sea were like, she would protect them with her life. Reaching out and touching that somewhat reddish and delicate little face, she smiled. Smiled lightly. Smiled gently. The Emperor looked. Also tightly held her hand and said, "Shallow. Hard work." Lin Wani looked back at the Emperor, her eyes full of tenderness. Soon, an imperial decree came out from Yihua Palace. Yi Ninggui's concubine had worked hard to give birth to a royal heir, and it was a rare dragon and phoenix. As a result, she was promoted to consort. Later history books called Yi Ning concubine, and her enthronement ceremony in the royal sun and princess full moon time with the same organization. As for once said the grounding matter, naturally, it is also unsettled. When the news reached the palace, the Empress Dowager's illness worsened again. Chapter 293 Silent Strike Back. Everyone felt that this was the Empress Dowager's silent retort. According to reason, such a great joy. The Empress Dowager will not return to the palace to celebrate the strange. But see the news only said to the second day. Do not see the Empress Dowager under the decree to return to the palace to visit, but is more and more sick. The palace doctors are all trapped in the courtyard. Morning and evening diagnosis and treatment. But diagnosis and treatment to diagnosis and treatment. And did not come up with any results. Including Consort E. Including everyone. All feel that this Lin Evening E really back to bump into the gun. So what if you have a dragon and phoenix? The Empress Dowager is not happy to such an extent. And you don't want to have a good future in the future. The one who said this was noble Lady Chu, who was now sitting right here in Yifei, complaining with a full stomach. She was gnashing her teeth in hatred at this news. To have a son and a daughter, and to be promoted to consort. It's really a good fortune. It's a pity that the Emperor likes it. But the Empress Dowager is not satisfied. Thinking about this, Chu Guiran was in pain. Sitting next to her was Lady Jinxiu. She had hoped that she could come back to the palace and be promoted again. But now the basket is empty. Lin Wani had already climbed to the position of consort. But she was still an ordinary maiden, even if she had a title. So what? She still couldn't even meet the Emperor. If it was true that a year ago, she still had some heart to climb up the ladder. But now, she didn't find it interesting anymore. As long as she can hold on to the big tree of concubine E, she can live peacefully in the harem. That's all. Therefore did not participate in the topic of Chu Guiran. Silently sat and listened without uttering a word. For Chu Guiran's words, Yifei obviously did not believe much. Twin fetus? Surprisingly, it will be a twin fetus. And Do Tai doctor previously did not find out. How could he have waited until it was born to announce it to the world? In this way, she seems a bit passive. Yi Ning concubine. If on the title, Lin Liani, then she is half a step higher. This is simply a joke. It's only been a year and a half since she joined the palace. And she's climbed up to her head. I had underestimated this Yi Ning Fei's luck. How could it be so good? All the way to climb up smoothly. Yi Fei's heart has a lot of confusion. And that Chu Guiran still do not know how to die of whining and croaking. The last was Yifei quite impatient to blast out. Made a face of their own. And Yifei here a turtle. Chu Guiran has no place to take the anger. So they have no choice but to Jinxiu lady. Out of the courtyard. On the high and mighty said, Jinxiu mama is really sorry for you this title. The same are double word title. Look at others are now consort position. But you? Or a small little lady. Even the end of the promise are not counted. But also really do not strive for it. Jinxiu matron was so snatched by her. Her heart is not comfortable. But there were no words to retort. After all, the two people's family lineage and status were placed there. And she could only silently allow noble Lady Chu to insult her. People are like this. The fist in the cotton will not have much meaning. After speaking for a while without seeing any reaction from he, she didn't bother to continue. Forget it. Instead of wasting time with you here, it would be better to go back and eat a bowl of iced cheese. Let's go. Welcome Frust. Welcome Frust is originally Yifei given to Chu Guiran's courtesan. For people steady and solid. Sex is not impatient. When she heard that noble Lady Chu was shouting at Lady Jinxiu, she had intended to go and console her. But then she heard that the Northwest Marquis had returned, and thought that the situation in the palace had changed again. At a time like this, it wasn't good to offend the palace concubines of the Northwest faction, so did not say much. But Jinshio matron is not the dough that can be kneaded. Naturally the hatred is remembered in the heart. Wait and see. There will be a time for you to fall in power. When that time comes, don't blame me for stepping on it. After saying that, he let out a cold snort and left from the opposite direction. In Consort Ying's courtyard. Nowadays it is no better than the courtyard where the Empress Dowager is located. The morning and evening decoctions are made, and Dr. Do comes in and out quite frequently. Since the onset of her illness until now, more than 2 months have passed. Sometimes good, sometimes bad, or as in the beginning that, crazy up when no one can stop, can return to normal, and is a faction of the gentle and kind. Serving her Rongle and Rongjia is a day raised day sad. The two of them even discussed it in private. The queen's condition is very aggressive. How once upon a time the eldest young masters could still be delayed for 2 or 3 years. Look at the queen's condition. It's much more serious than his. What can we do? Outside the palace, the old master's leg injury has not yet recovered. The palace head of the 4th prince and this situation. The queen here we do not dare to tell. Really make it difficult for people to die. They grew up with Princess Ying, and were not people who had experienced great storms smoothly over the past 20 years. Now encountered internal and external problems. A time but no idea. 2 people are talking. See the Do doctor came. Simply greeted up and said, "Do doctor. The mother of the day are taking medicine. How not good ah. Just went crazy again. Smashed a lot of teapots. This way down. Not to mention serving the Holy Spirit. I'm afraid the mother of the day is not beaten into the cold palace is the Bodhisattva blessed. You do good. To our mother to take a good look at it is ah." Hearing this, Dr. Do was also in a difficult position. He carefully investigated. Before Mrs. Pei's parents passed away, there was also a situation where she was so crazy. Only the 2 oldest passed away because of an accident. So not many people outside know. And young Master Pei once fell and hurt his head. And then appeared fragmented symptoms. To the outside world, he kept saying that it was an attack of head disease. Together with Mrs. Pei, and the rest of the Ling family did not show anything unusual. And one way or another, everyone did not notice. Until now Ying Fei also due to the family's illness. All the people only after realizing. Now learnt the news of Mrs. Pei. Grief is not greater than hard death. If there is not a paralyzed husband needs to take care of. I'm afraid she would have been crushed by this bad news. Obviously this time last year. It was their Pei family glory time. Her daughter gave birth to a child, and was promoted to consort. And it looked like the Pei family, and the Ling family were going to follow her to the top. Who knew that the good times hadn't lasted long. But everything had changed. The Pei family's youngest master had fallen through his forehead before he went crazy. So I surmised that the Empress had also activated this problem after giving birth. And that's why it erupted altogether after the 4th prince fell into the water. And with so many things happening lately regarding the Pei family, the Empress' emotions fluctuated so much that her heart and veins were a bit damaged. And this damage, along with her condition, made it all a bit more serious. So it's not that I'm not saving, but I can't do anything about it. What I can do now is to bring Lady Ying's condition under control, and reduce the number of times she has an attack. But if you ask me to cure all of them, I'm sorry, but I really can't do it. When Rongle heard this, she only felt that everyone in the Pei family was so miserable. They were all cursed. Obviously they were all gentle people. How come they all ended up in the same miserable state in the end? Chapter 294 Promotion Opportunity. The thought that her own mother would end up like the Pei family's youngest master, who didn't even know what would happen to him in the end, made Rongle's heart very sad. Consort Ying's problem, there was not yet solved. But on the contrary, the 4th prince's side was getting along with noble Lady Qian more and more harmonious. His left ear deafness not only affects the speed of speech later, along with the originally very healthy body is also some of the medicines do not leave the mouth. Today is not a fever. Is tomorrow some cough. Compared to the original 2nd prince is no less. The Empress Dowager's courtyard. Modest noblemen came more and more frequently. Basically, in addition to sleep at night time to go back. The humble nobleman with long in the Queen Dowager's courtyard is the same. There are naturally some rumors outside. Said she will climb. Said she is scheming. There are all sorts of things to say. But noble humble person doesn't care at all. Because to this day, if she doesn't know how to move up, then she is really stupid. seeing as how consorting is no longer a climate. This fourth prince, although deaf in his left ear, will not have a chance with the miles of rivers and mountains in the future. But this will also take him out of the whirlpool. In the future, to be a rich idle prince is certainly able to. That Qian noblemen want to dip this light. Naturally, to become the fourth prince's rightful foster mother to do. Otherwise, how can you enjoy your old age? Although Wei does not have any concubine martyrdom system. But this does not have a son and a half of the daughter support. Basically also with the peace and stability of the day has no edge. She served in the palace long enough. Long enough to her heart is hot cool. Cool hot. Good not painful. Now looking at the fourth prince in her arms. She seemed to have found a little bit of comfort from the past. At least, it was no longer the swaddling clothes in her arms that had broken off. But a prince who would soon turn a year old. Just as when Lenavini took in the second prince and raised him in her lap. She wanted to follow Lenavini's example. She also wanted to follow Lin Wanyi's example and raise the fourth prince in her lap. In that case, it would only be a matter of time before she was promoted to concubine. However, at the moment, she can't say anything to the emperor, and she is counting on the Empress Dowager. If she could get a decree from her old man, the promotion would be justified. Therefore, in the care of the fourth prince has both selfish and public reasons. Naturally to be extra attentive. And it is so. She got into the eyes of Princess Mingruo. Under the corridor, Princess Mingruo should have been in the backyard to learn the rules. But now it is motionless standing here, looking at the way noble Lady Qian coaxed and hugged the fourth prince. Her eyes suddenly became more envious. Her mother consort has been away from the capital for a year. Last year's mid-autumn festival they mother and daughter have not been together. This year see this look is also not able to. Once upon a time, she always felt that the mother consort nagging. So her teachings are also left ear into the right ear out. Nowadays, the people under the fence, only to know that the days are difficult. The Empress Dowager is about the time in the Wutai Mountain stayed a long time. So very like clean. To her is also not day to day ear to ear. But the more so, the more she felt she was ignored. When the fourth prince also moved to this courtyard, there was a moment of panic. Since ancient times, princesses are not as good as princes. This is also what Lin Guifei said from day to day. Therefore, when she learned of the news that the fourth prince was deaf in his left ear, her heart was secretly happy. At least such a brother wouldn't take away her position here at the Empress Dowager. Especially when noble Lady Qian appeared. She hoped that noble Lady Qian would try harder. It would be best to take the fourth prince away and raise him in her lap. Which would be the best thing ever. Thus thinking of this, she raised a smile. Turning to Sister Qi, who was accompanying her behind her, she said, "Let's go. Let's go see Imperial grandmother. Isn't her old man not feeling well? This princess, who is a granddaughter, should be more diligent." "Yes, princess." Sister Qi looked at the princess, who had become more and more decent these days. Her heart was both touched and saddened. The former bratty and capricious, but bright and generous Princess Mingruo had finally disappeared. And now this is to understand the rules and etiquette, but no longer in the eyes of the childish Princess Mingruo. Thinking of this, Sister Qi also had a sigh of relief. In the inner room, the Empress Dowager leaned back on the Kong, reading a book. Her face was very rosy. Not at all like she was sick. Granddaughter Mingruo greets Imperial grandmother. Imperial grandmother golden peace. Hearing this movement, only then did the Empress Dowager's gaze move away from the book and turn to Princess Mingruo, who was kneeling on the ground. "Well, get up. Come to the morning, family, but is there something?" "Did not. Granddaughter just heard that Imperial grandmother is sick, so she specially came to visit." "Oh, I see. You have a heart. However, morning home's disease is heart disease. A moment will not be good. You do not need to worry. Have time to follow the sisters to learn more rules. And when the age of the next day, also go to the study for a few days. More understand some reason is always good." For the Empress Dowager, never feel what a woman without talent is virtue. On the contrary, she felt that reading more is good. Reading can make people smart, but also make people understand reason. Especially the royal princess. Every move represents the dynasty. So it is even more important to be disciplined, so as to set an example. Unfortunately, her first cousin, Hui Yu, is already a waste. It is Hui Xian who is still polite and understanding. The Mingruo in front of me was spoiled before, So the Empress Dowager is not in a hurry to let her learn what axioms. First cold on 2 years. Grinding temperament, quiet heart, and then say other. Granddaughter knows. Many thanks to Imperial grandmother for teaching. Well, if there is nothing to go back to rest. This day is still hot. Don't consume here. Thank you Imperial grandmother for your understanding. Mingru knows. However, when Mingru came, she happened to see noble Lady Qian coaxing the 4th Imperial brother. I have to say, she has a really good temperament. And the 4th Imperial brother is well behaved in her hands. Unlike before when he was crying. Hearing her speak like this, the Empress Dowager instantly understood. Dare to say that the little girl is waiting here. Young but not allowing people. Tuan looked at this mind of hers right now, and knew how noble consort Lin had taught her during the weekdays. So her eyes deepened. Deliberately pretending to be amiable. She asked, "Is that so? I didn't really pay much attention. What have you seen? Say it to the mourning family to hear it." How old was Mingru? How could he possibly fight the Empress Dowager? Still thinking that her little ploy had succeeded, she immediately said, "Imperial grandmother is not seen. Modest nobleman has been the 4th Imperial brother in the arms. Coaxing to coax. I see her arm is sore also not change. Visible must be to treat the 4th Imperial brother very good people. Is that so?" Getting a question back from the Empress Dowager. Mingru thought that the Empress Dowager was interested. Then she said, Yes. I also looked at it. What she body jewelry are gone. Can imagine is afraid of the 4th Emperor brother scrape touch. So deliberately take it. She treats the 4th Emperor brother, but really with the heart. If the 4th Emperor brother can get his pro-raising, will be able to grow up well. Chapter 295 Self-Recrimination. When the words came to this point, before Mingru could react, behind her, Sister Qi had already fallen to her knees. Shivering, she begged for mercy. I beg the Empress Dowager to spare her life. The princess is still young. She doesn't know what to say. It's all the slave girl's fault. If the Empress Dowager wants to blame, only blame the slave girl is. Mingru did not react at all to why Sister Ji was pleading like this. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to have someone to share the responsibility of raising the 4th prince for the Empress Dowager? But seeing Sister Qi with such an attitude, she didn't dare to continue standing, only to kneel down and also lower her head and say, "Granddaughter's abruptness. Please forgive Imperial grandmother." The Empress Dowager sitting on the Kong glanced at her, and knew that she simply did not know where she was wrong. So her heart sank 3 points. If she is not properly disciplined, I am afraid that she will be the second Huiyu in the future. So he opened his mouth and said, Mingru is now grown up. The princess of the faction also has. When I grieve in the palace of things also turn to you to make the decision? Do you think that noble Lady Qian takes care of the children carefully? Then why don't you move to her? I believe that with her nature, she will be able to take good care of you. After saying that, he waved his hand, signaling for her to step back. Was not the least bit of mind to speak with her again. Hearing this, Princess Mingru became frightened. She was the daughter of a noble consort, and being raised at the Empress Dowager's knee was considered raising her status. But if she was raised under noble Lady Qian, wouldn't her future be ruined? Thinking of this, she immediately cried out and begged for mercy on her knees. The current appearance was a little more sincere than just now. Imperial grandmother, granddaughter doesn't dare. Never dare again. You don't want me, Don't want you? Didn't you say that noble Lady Qian is especially good at taking care of children? Now that you are there, you will be raised like an ancestor. Respect? Not good? No. My granddaughter was just saying. Not really thinking that noble Lady Qian would take care of the child. Oh, then you mean that only the 4th prince can go over? And you should stay here in my home? The Empress Dowager pressed the question sentence by sentence, and froze Mingru to the point where her cries were intermittent. At this moment, her heart was full of remorse. What was she doing talking too much? Seeing that her expression was much more sincere, the Empress Dowager then composed herself and said, Once upon a time, you raised in your consort's palace. What is living in the days of arrogance? I'm too lazy to care. But since the Emperor will send you over, that is to prove that your consort raised you raised and not good. So those faults should be corrected one by one. Don't think of the whole day from your siblings to step on the upward. Need to know that the royal family is the most ruthless. If you deal with other people at the moment, other people will deal with you in the future. Understand? If you deal with others now, they will deal with you in the future. Understand? Ming Ruo was so young that she heard these words half-heartedly. But behind her, Sister Qi understood the reasoning. But once upon a time, due to the power of the consort, did not dare to say anything more. Now the Empress Dowager's eyes are clear and her heart is bright. If the princess can follow and learn well, there will be a great future in the future. So 2 steps forward, kneeling and continue to say, I implore the Empress Dowager to open the grace. From the previous things are slave girls not, to the princess more pampered. Thereafter will not be. But also please the Empress Dowager never send the princess out only good. She followed you. Is the best. The emperor does not have many heirs. Although the princess does not have much possibility of taking the throne. But if she was not taught well, she would also be a nuisance to the people of fish and flesh. Around the time Hui was abolished, the Empress Dowager also did not want Ming Ruo to follow her old path. So, this is why she patiently continued. Once upon a time, the noble consort taught you those. To the mourning family all forget. Go to the Buddha hall kneeling for 2 hours. Think. If you are the 4th prince of this left ear deafness, will not be willing to leave here, to go elsewhere to live. When the words came to this point, Ming Ruo was no longer ignorant, but also heard and understood. Her nature was arrogant and somewhat intolerant. But to say that she was vicious, she had not yet reached this point. She has not experienced the loss of hearing in her left ear, but leaving a familiar place to go elsewhere to be a fence. She knows it very well. She herself is still sound, and is still a big child. But she is so sad. Not to mention the 4th Imperial brother. For a moment, Princess Ming Ruo's face flashed with some self-reproach. The fiery-eyed Empress Dowager saw it. More or less a trace of solace. In the end, the child is still small. Correction still have a chance. If older, the mind also set, and then want to correct will be difficult to ascend to the sky. Therefore, the Empress Dowager feels that after this wind, she is still good to personally teach. Save the people underneath not attentive. Will be the crooked seedling more and more crooked to raise. That would not be good. Noble Lady Qian did not know what happened in the inner room. Only saw Princess Ming Ruo out of the door. Red eyes. She also felt strange. From before, when she saw this princess, she was proud of herself day in and day out. These low-ranking concubines in her eyes. As if they do not exist. How can I still see her crying today? So her eyes stared at the inner room, pondering. These days, she was in the Empress Dowager's courtyard. A moment to serve the illness. A moment to take care of the 4th prince. So busy. But the Empress Dowager also never said much. She only occasionally gave her some knickknacks. Or food or something. Don't know the outsiders think she much to the Empress Dowager like it. But only her own heart clear. She is here in the Empress Dowager. But nothing counts. Therefore, she played this calculator fine useless. Still need the Empress Dowager to pass there. So, she used her mind more on the 4th prince's body. Hopefully, when she returned from the palace, she would get what she wanted. Speaking of which, concubine by now got what she wanted. But she didn't have a happy heart at all. It was clear that both she and the emperor knew that this child was by no means a royal heir. But why did the emperor still want to keep her alive? And even reset her status as a concubine, as well as sending people to take care of her carefully. I thought that my little life in the Chu nobleman revealed to be dead. But smoothly lived to now. Her heart is the more lived the more afraid. As a result, she raised this fetus trembling, and her face didn't look too good. From time to time, her heart is depressed. And the child in her stomach does not like to move. Counting the days, she is now also almost 6 months of the stomach. But the clothes were some loose. Do not see that she is pregnant. The doctor carefully diagnosed. Said the child is too small. Let her eat more. But the heart of this white concubine how can eat? So the water like tonic is into the Chu Gairen's stomach. Therefore, these months of pampering down. She is white and plump. She was very pregnant in general. This day, she will be given to the white concubine of the snowbird's nest to eat. Eat on eat. But coincidentally, just bumped into Yi Chang'an to visit the white concubine. This woman more places more right and wrong. Although usually head Yi Chang'an and white concubine did not more intimate. But she saw the things are sent to the courtyard of Chu nobleman. All of a sudden will not be happy. Chapter 296. Status of Respect and Inferiority. How in heaven can there be such a thing as a pregnant concubine being oppressed like this by a barren and unloved noblewoman? Is there any respect for status? Yi Chengzai spat at Concubine Bai. Concubine Bai was not as high and mighty as she used to be. She used to be the most beautiful person in the palace. Who wouldn't find her stunning? But now? This waxen face. Day by day clustered eyebrows. As well as the thinness of the body is not like pregnant. There is really no blessing at all when you look at it. About being reminded of her own past. Yi Chengzai was genuinely relieved. No matter what. The child is always innocent. You do not eat well and sleep well. The child does not grow. I see you, this stomach is not as big as when I was 4 months. The child is too small. Born difficult to feed. White Concubine heart a burst of bitterness. This child. Still don't know whether to give birth to it. Once upon a time. She didn't understand why the emperor would be so patient with her and this child. But now, when Lin Wanyi's twin babies landed, she finally knew the reason. Dare it be said that her living, or this child's living, was fundamentally for the sake of others to do the dowry. Thinking about how she had once even mocked Lin Evening E. But now, people are young concubines with 2 sons and 2 daughters. But they are like boiling oil in the palace. Now there is no more use for her. So she is afraid that her days should come to an end. The only thing I feel sad about is that it involves a former lover. I don't know whether the emperor has behind the back secretly to check this matter. If he did, I'm afraid that the person wouldn't survive. The moment she thought of this, her tears fell down like beaded threads. Aya, the more you talk, the more you cry. Pregnant people can't cry casually. If you cry too much, the baby in your tummy will also be sad. Yi Chengzai was originally a straight-talking, warm-hearted person. But after spending a long time in the palace, she became a bit mean and unreasonable. But no matter what, she always had a pity for the child. She looked forward to but could not. Others are so bad. How can she not be anxious? Concubine Bai wiped her tears and stopped crying. Slightly thankful said, "Many thanks to Yi Chengzai's relief. At this time, it is you who have the heart to come to this palace here to say these words. The Empress Dowager is sick. The 4th prince also needs someone to take care of. She and noble sister is staying in the Empress Dowager's courtyard day after day. The servant girl has no place to go alone. So that's why I thought of coming to take a look at you." And then pointed to the few small shirts that were brought. All for the newborn child. The servant girl is afraid to bring food to make people suspect that I want to be unfavorable to your child. So I didn't take it. This small shirt are all I made these days. The stitching is not as good as the embroidery. But it is also a piece of the servant girl's heart. Later on the eunuchs come, you let him take a look at it. There is no problem, and then give it to the child. I don't want to have a piece of my own good intentions to be counted in. Yi Chengzai's blunt words made Concubine Bai burst out laughing. This was the first time she was happy these days. I didn't know that Yi Chengzai was this interesting before. But it's a pity that I've only made friends with you now. And I don't know if I'll have the chance to talk more in the future. No harm. If Concubine Bai does not mind the servant girl talking too much, I can come and keep her company for 3 to 5 days. Anyway, the servant girl in the courtyard is also very boring. The emperor is not in the palace. There is no hope at all. Yi Chengzai said this, but from the bottom of her heart. Indeed, as she said, after the emperor left the palace, all the concubines that followed him showed a rare calm. Concubine E did not like to go out. Nor did she love to put on a show like noble consort Lin did before. So there is no need for them to go and guard her courtyard day after day to talk. And noble Lady Qian was busy taking care of the Empress Dowager and the 4th prince. And even more so, she couldn't see anyone. White concubine pregnant also should not go out. The former has always been active. Ming Chong in these days is also very quiet. Do not know thought she is hiding what it. Chu Guiran is noisy. But this is no opponent with the game. Naturally no interest. Day by day are looking forward to return to the palace. She has saved a stomach of anger want to give Lin Evening E to find unpleasant it. Therefore, the entire palace is permeated with a rare harmony. After gossiping for 2 or 3 sentences, Yi Chengzai said the other purpose of her trip. In a couple of days, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival. The servant girl sees that we won't be returning to the palace. I don't know if Lady Yifei has any arrangements. Last year, Consort Yi's arrangement of the 7 Charms Festival was praised by everyone. If she had the intention to do it, I'm afraid that this year's Mid-Autumn Festival would be another one to look forward to. Yi often in the past, and Yifei cannot have anything to do. That is, now want to go to the front of a lively also useless. Concubine Bai used to be a popular person in front of Yifei. so she should be asked. But unfortunately, since the concubine's pregnancy was revealed, Yi Fei does not pay much attention to the concubine. About the Northwest Marquis to come back, Yi Fei need to prepare for a lot of things. So do not have the heart to care about these I don't know, but I think it shouldn't be a big event. After all, the Empress Dowager and the fourth prince are both ill, and I'm afraid that being overly extravagant will make people unhappy. Well, not to say to live more lively, just think and get together to eat and drink is also good. The deep palace was lonely, and nowadays, the emperor didn't have anything to say about extra favor to anyone. As a result, the girls didn't have much of a mind to fight back and forth. Therefore, it wasn't out of the question that there would be some of their joyfulness at the right time. The two of them were talking here, and Noble Chu in the courtyard next to them also got the news. This Yi Chengzai is also a brainless person. She doesn't even know how to find the right person to hold her thigh. It's hard to believe that she thought that concubine Bai's child would be born without any problems. Chu Gairen's eyes were full of disdain. She was not very old, but her heart was very dark. What belly child? Her people life. As long as it is in her way, all will not have a good end. Go. Keep a good watch. When Yi Chengzai leaves, come and tell this noble. I would like to go and see what good things this Yi Chengzai has sent over. Next to her stood the waiting Yingfang, who dared to be angry at Noble Chu's behavior these days. She didn't know what the inside story was about concubine Bai's pregnancy. But to blatantly cut off concubine Bai's nourishing stuff into her own stomach like this, Yingfeng was still a bit shocked. The Chu family at least is also a dignified figure. How to raise a daughter this kind of heart? As if everyone is not dealing with her in general. If it is not Yi Fei behind the Northwest Marquis Lu family support, I'm afraid that this Chu nobleman's spearhead is also to be aimed at her. People dislike the dog does not hear. Is about to say Chu Gairen this kind of person. I'm going to open my mouth and try to persuade her. Chapter 297, Thinking Highly of Yourself. Little master. After all, the white concubine is pregnant. You are no longer right with her. It is not good to be so blatant at this moment. If you tell the others to know, will not be unfavorable to you. What Yingfang said was loyal, but unfortunately, it was just a little bit against the ear. In the beginning, Chu Gairen to Yi Fei allocated to her a palace maid, and eunuchs still have more guarded and polite. Now, see Yi Fei is not mine to care about her here trivial things. The more powerful and crazy up. I have to say, her temper really do not know with who. What are you afraid of? District white concubine only? If not that piece of meat in her stomach, you think she can return to today's position? Humph. If it's not that piece of meat, I'll have to watch the show. Just as Yi Chengzai thought. Not long after she left, Chu Gairen went to concubine Bai's place. At a glance, she saw the shirts she had just sent. Without her consent, she picked them up and examined them carefully. See not this Yi Cheng in the usual is a mouth is not forgiving nature. Do some small shirt craft is not bad. Just do not know the white concubine mother's belly in the dragon seed. Is not really able to wear it. You? The reason why noble Lady Chu dared to have such an attitude was because she was betting that the child in her womb was not a dragon seed. She and concubine Bai both lived in Chungning Palace as well. So how could she not know each other's whereabouts? Therefore at the time of the revelation, the emperor's defense made noble Chu momentarily stunned. But later, the emperor never came to see concubine Bai. Her heart about the bottom. Just never knew why. The emperor want to protect. Until 2 days ago, she learned from the mouths of a few older sisters about the royal family's avoidance of twin births. Finally came to understand. Therefore, this white concubine is also considered to have clutched the handle in their own hands. So she is blatantly dealing with the white concubine, not afraid of the emperor to find fault afterwards. Perhaps, they will also be rewarded. After all, for the emperor to dispose of the sins, is for the dignity of the royal family cover the cloth of shame. So the tone of voice more and more unkind up. Are pregnant people. Look at people. What day? The palace sent a message to say is the emperor this time not to return to the palace over the Mid-Autumn Festival. Think also no. This is to accompany Yi Fei and 2 just-born childed. As she spoke, her eyebrows were filled with disdain. On the contrary, it's concubine Bai. How do you think this tummy of yours is so ungrateful? From the past to serve the emperor so many times. Is not once in. But after a march have on it. But no one asked. You say the Emperor let me to take care of you, this fetus. Stored what is the mind? Noble Lady Chu's words were like a sharp sword thrust into concubine Bai's heart. She was already on edge, worried and scared. And now, after being singled out by Noble Lady Chu, she was even more flustered. At this moment, what she wanted was no longer glory, and wealth, and the Emperor's favor. It would be good if she could stay alive. So with a frightened face, she asked Chu Guren, "What do you mean by that? Is it hard to believe that the Emperor wants you to do something to this palace?" The hand caressed her stomach. Feeling the amplitude of that bulge, a shudder ran through her heart. Chu Guren wasn't stupid. To do something to her in such a grand manner was not so bad. So she raised a calculating smile and said, "Your Highness is too much to worry about. The Emperor let me take care of your dragon seed. Nature is to be careful care of it. As for whether it can be born and raised to live, that can be another thing. This child in the palace is always difficult to grow up some. This you should also know, right?" Hearing this, concubine Bai's other hand, which was squeezing the table, was already white and showing veins. At a glance, it looked like she had exerted herself too much. If it was in the past, if Noble Lady Chu dared to threaten her in such a reckless manner, I'm afraid that she would have already cleaned up this bitch. But now, she asked herself in her heart to hide the heartache. Naturally, on the flame to be 3 times shorter, coupled with a prolonged period of excessive worry. All of a sudden, her chi and blood reversed up. The pain in her stomach made her unable to resist looking down, only to see that her trouser leg was already somewhat wet. As soon as she lifted the dress, she only saw that red had fallen. Fear crept over her at once. No. This is only 6 months old. No! Turning to Noble Chu, she shouted, "Call the Imperial doctor. Call the Imperial doctor." Don't look at Chu Guren, shouted cheerfully, but really saw the blood. Still have been scared. Immediately back 3 steps. To the white concubine said viciously, "I didn't touch you. Don't want to rely on my head." Turned to look at the small shirt that has not been packed up and said, "It must be Yi Chengzai who had a crooked mind. I'm going to go find her to argue." After saying this, Chu Guren fled. After running back to her own courtyard, she even gave a warning glance at Yingfang. Then she commanded, "Today's matter, not a single word is allowed to leak out. Otherwise I will ask my father to take you back to the northwest and find any lowly kiln to sell you, so that you can be that shameless 10,000 people's rider. Do you understand?" Noble Chu was after a military general, and when her temper came up, her scolding voice was naturally full of threats. Yingfang hadn't gone through any big storms, and being scared by her, she immediately fell to her knees and just cried and nodded. "Slave girl doesn't dare. Slave girl doesn't dare." Thinking of the white concubine with blood on that trouser leg, she herself gritted her teeth. Seek your own good fortune. When Noble Lady Chu left, she didn't care about concubine Bai's death at all, and her side serving Bai Ji and Bai Ling, as early as after she was found pregnant. One after another out of things. Either they made a mistake and were relegated to the tucked-away court, or they accidentally died in the well in the palace. As a result, she was now surrounded by no one who was competent. Feeling the increasing amount of blood underneath her, she had a panicked feeling of life passing by. Noble Chu had run away, and she was just screaming for help in this courtyard. The only way to have a glimmer of life was to go out on her own to find the Imperial doctor. But she was now not to mention moving. Even getting up from the stool felt difficult. "Child, but you must hold on." Concubine Bai didn't know exactly what she had in mind for this child. Before the Emperor found out, she wanted to abort it. After all, she knew exactly how this child came to be in her heart, but raised in the stomach so many months. The occasional fetal movement let her heart have disintegrated. It was also sincere to say that she did not want to give up. At this moment regret, indignation, helplessness, all the emotions surged up. But more than that, it was a sense of powerlessness and drowning. Therefore, she also knew that what Noble Chu said was not false. Having lost her value, how could the Emperor still stay? It is the pity of their own children, not yet born, to see the outside world. Everything is over. Weakly holding the table, want to stand up, to go outside, to find a way to live for themselves and their children. Chapter 298, Fetal Death. Unfortunately, the person had not yet reached the corridor, but was attacked by a pain, lost his footing and fell down. There weren't many stone steps, just 2 or 3, But concubine Bai's condition nowadays where she can still withstand this kind of tossing and turning. All of a sudden, the blood that was still just pattering suddenly stopped. Concubine Bai tore her voice and kept screaming. Next to Chu nobleman's courtyard, in fact everyone heard. But in the way of Chu nobleman's threat, who did not dare to move. But in their hearts, when they heard this voice, they were filled with fear and dread. Not to mention them. Even Chu Guiran also feel panicky. Standing in the courtyard pacing back and forth, she kept chanting. It's her own problem. It's not me. It's not me. I didn't touch her. Ing Fong's face is anxious. At this time do not think to go to the Imperial doctor, but also here to say these words. What is the meaning? Her footsteps backed up a little. In fact, there is no big movement, but was already afraid of the Chu Guiran to find out. Up is a foot. This kick is a full force. When even Xiao Luzi can kick half dead. Not to mention Ing Fong, such a thin body girl. With a poof, Ing Fong was kicked to the point that blood spurted from her mouth and nose. The whole person smashed on the ground. So painful that she couldn't even lift her head up. Drag it down. And the next one who dares to act differently. Ing Fong is the end. Yes. The eunuchs and palace maids, who were there to wait for her, came up to helping Frost one by one with their hands in a flurry. With tears in their eyes. They didn't dare to say a word. This kick seemed to have kicked away all of Chu Guiran's fears. And at this moment, she was not too afraid to hear concubine Bai's pleas for help. Strongly suppressed the fear in her heart. Picked up the tea in her hand and poured a mouthful. The sharp eyes swept the side of the moon pillar, said. After half a quarter of an hour to go to ask the doctor. Did not have a courtyard head living. She had an accident, we have not reacted. Half a quarter of an hour, to say the least, is not much time. But for the hemorrhaging concubine White, is life-threatening. When Dr. Chung came in a hurry, he saw a pool of blood under the steps. And his heart thumped. In such a scene, the child could not be saved. Even the adults don't know if they can survive. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Chu Guiran wiping tears beside her. Crying so hard to suppress her emotions. She said. Chung doctor quickly give concubine White lady look. The emperor, but let me look after her, this child How Yi Chang'an came to look after a glance. People are like this. While saying this, she was also putting on a show. Fear that others cannot see her sadness, as if. Chung doctor went up to see the face as white as paper White concubine. Vaguely through a greenish purple. And then look at the stomach under the body. About the impact. Has long been no movement. Even the blood stains sticking to the clothes are dry and hard. At a glance, one could tell that this White concubine should have been bleeding for a longer period of time. After a careful examination, it was just as Imperial Dr. Chung had expected. The child is already dead in the womb. Right now, concubine Bai's life is also difficult to protect. If she can still wake up, the micro-minister can put a needle to promote birth and give birth to the child. She may still be saved. But now, what Chu Guiran wanted was for concubine Bai and the child to die together, so that she wouldn't be afraid of things being exposed. At best, it would just be some gossip. Maybe the emperor knows that after the death of concubine Bai and the child, he will also greatly reward her. Therefore, her heart was filled with joy. And this scene happened to be seen by Dr. Chung. But what could he do if he saw it? He is just a doctor. What can he do? As long as he can save his life. Not to be involved in the disputes of the harem. It is good. But let him look at the White concubine just like this dead. In the end is a little heart. So to Chu Guiran said, small mane or not, let someone send a message to Lady Yifei. In the palace, in addition to the Empress Dowager, is Lady Yifei is honored. Now the White concubine is pregnant with the dragon's descendant happened. Non-microkin and small mane can do the lords. When she heard this, Chu Guiran pretended to say, good. If the Imperial doctor doesn't say anything, I've forgotten in my anxiety. Quick! Go and invite Lady Yifei over. When concubine heard this news at first glance, her entire body froze. Concubine Bai had fallen and given birth prematurely, and had also died in the womb? This news was no less of a shock than Lin Evening giving birth to a twin child. The thought that the person had an accident in the palace, and that Noble Chu was the person everyone knew she was. All of a sudden, she shuddered. Could it be that someone is deliberately stirring the pot? Doing this behind the scenes, in order to pull Noble Chu down. And in the meantime, put her on the spot? So immediately hurriedly rushed there. Unfortunately, by the time she arrived, Concubine Bai was only breathing her last. After seeing Yi Fei come, Imperial Dr. Chung trembled and knelt down and said, "Your Highness, rest your anger. Concubine Bai can't pull through." Even if he didn't say it, Yi Fei's eyes. He saw it and also felt powerless to return to heaven. Is there still a method to make her wake up? If you use a golden needle can. But I'm afraid it won't last long. Zap. This palace wants to know what exactly happened. Yes. When Noble Chu heard this, she was scared to death in her heart. She wanted Concubine Bai to die like this more than anyone else. After all, if she opened her mouth and said she didn't care, Concubine E wouldn't let her off the hook. So she quietly retreated to the back and hid in a place next to her where Concubine Bai couldn't see. When the golden needles fell to the sixth needle, Concubine Bai took a sharp breath. Her eyes were all bloodshot, and she stared at Concubine E. Rarely was Concubine E used to big scenes, but at this moment, she was also shocked by the monstrous hatred in these eyes. Concubine Bai. Who harmed you? Chu Gairen's throat was raised to the mouth of her throat, fearing that the next sentence by Concubine blurted out would be her name. And she was just thinking about how to respond to it, when she was covered by Concubine's miserable smile. Harm me. Everyone in this harem has harmed me. Seeing death and saving me. Being thin-skinned and unsympathetic. I'll turn into a severe ghost even after I die, and make you all pay for your lives. Raging hatred gushed out from Concubine Bai's mouth. And just as the words were finished, the person broke off. The walk was very determined. Her eyes were wide open when she died. There was even a vague sense of blood flowing out. To die without resting in peace. This was Yi Fei's first reaction. But why on earth did she say this? Yi Fei is also a little puzzled. Seeing death? Thinly veiled? Who is this talking about? Turning to look at Chu Gairen. The suspicion in her eyes was self-evident. Chu Gairen's heart was startled. And when she was about to explain, she saw Consort Yi open her mouth. First give Concubine Bai convergence. Then send mourning. The news said back to the palace. Before the Mid-Autumn Festival out this kind of thing. When it is really bad luck. In words, more than anything else, she felt that it was not the right time for Concubine Bai to die. Rather than feeling sorry for the matter of Concubine Bai's two lives in one body, the palace is really the coolest place. A touch of incense so leisurely. From now on between heaven and earth swept away. Chapter 299, Two Lives in One Corpse. Concubine Bai died. But the rest of the stall had to be continued by someone. So Consort Yi said to Imperial Dr. Chung. Dr. Chung has also had a hard time taking care of Concubine Bai. Go back and rest. The matter here? This palace will explain to the Emperor is. Chung two doctor's heart cannot bear. But also have nothing to say. He only glanced at the lifeless Concubine Bai on the bed. And said with regret, "Yes, I'll leave." After the doctor left, Rui brought someone to cover the white concubine with a white cloth, and then ordered to go down to arrange the afterlife. As the main house was like this, Concubine and the others also felt that it was bad luck and didn't want to stay longer. So Liv stepped to go to Chu Nobleman's house, and then looked at the head of the house standing in twos and threes of idle people. Gave Rui a look. Saw her take people back. Chu Gairen naturally understand. This is Yi Fei want to speak with her alone. But who knows, the words have not yet opened it. Yi Fei's slap came. Chu Gairen did not guard against Yi Fei's move. Until the slap fell. The cheeks of the fiery pain will pull her back to reality. The slap was clear and decisive. Rui and Ruan, who were guarding the door outside, looked very serious, while the people in Noble Lady Chu's original courtyard knelt on the ground, not daring to say a word. Your Highness, why is this? Chu Gairen covered her face, making a look of complete disbelief. She was still planning to use the bitter trick, but was recognized by Concubine E at a glance. The blood on Concubine Bai's body was almost dried before you sent someone to call this palace. Noble Chu, you yourself are sick of living. Don't drag this palace and the Lu family to suffer with you. Bitch. After saying this, he gave her another kick. Although this kick was not as hard as the one Chu Gairen kicked Ying Fong with. But it also made Chu Gairen suffer some pain. The right arm pain is terrible. For Chu Gairen, this from a young age on the pampered growth, naturally is not experienced. But in her heart, she still dared to be angry with Consort E. The power of the Marquis of the Northwest for these concubines from the Northwest can be seen in general. So, the heart again dissatisfaction. But face still have to pretend a pleading said, Your Highness, spare your life. Your Highness, spare your life, ah. The servant girl is stored a little thought to let the white concubine suffer some crime. But who knows she herself is not fight. A breath of air can't come up to the child also suffocated to death. How can this be blamed on the servant girl? It? Humph. Still dare to argue. You and concubine Bai have not been in conflict for a day or two. The emperor asked you by name to take care of concubine Bai's fetus. Is this how you take care of it? If the emperor is angered, how many heads do you think your Chu family has enough to chop off? At the mention of the scourge of the family, Chu Guowei was truly afraid. Not caring about the pain in her arm, she immediately knelt and moved in front of Consort Yi, pulling the lapel of her hem. She said anxiously, Your Highness, our Chu family is loyal to the Northwest Marquis Ah. You must not care about the servant girl's life or death Ah. Seeing her crying in pain, Yi Fei's heart is disgusted. But even if she was disgusted, it was still like what noble Lady Chu had just said. The Chu family was indeed a great general for the Lu family. Even if she makes a big mess here, she has to take the family into consideration. Otherwise the death of a Chu noblewoman does not matter. But if the Chu family has the idea of dissatisfaction, it is a bit troublesome. After weighing the gains and losses, they asked Chu Guoren, concubine white before she died. There may be something wrong. For example, can be someone to visit. Can bring something. Or she had eaten something? After Yi Fei so mentioned point, Chu Guoren, that paced brain finally awake for a moment. Immediately in a hurry, said, Your Highness, Yi Chengzai came to see concubine Bai. Also sent a small shirt. Concubine Bai has touched this before the beginning of the tummy ache and bleeding. Must be she put something in it. So it will make concubine by accident. Your Highness, really does not have anything to do with the servant girl. As soon as she opened her mouth, concubine Yi's attention turned over. Countless thoughts flashed through her eyes when she thought of that little shirt. Seeing that Consort Yi hadn't opened her mouth, Noble Chu was anxious. She was afraid of dying, and was also afraid of implicating her family. Her heart was in her throat as she waited for Consort Yi's answer. After a while, Yi concubine coldly opened her mouth and said, That is to find a scapegoat for you. You do not want to be so smooth to take yourself out. White concubine, this body of 2 lives, only to punish the district of Yi Chengji. How can the emperor calm his anger? Hearing this, Chu Guoren also panicked, fearing that it would really implicate the family, no matter what else. Immediately opened her mouth and burst out the shocking secret. Your Highness doesn't know. This child may not be the dragon seed. What did you say? Consort Yi was obviously stunned by her words. But seeing the certainty of noble Lady Chu's expression, she immediately asked back, Be careful with your tongue. You have to be responsible for saying these words, or else this palace can't protect you. Understand? Yi Fei did not intimidate Chu Guoren. Just her own stupid, so cannot care about the other. Straight to their own suspicion of the idea set out. Doesn't your Highness think it's fishy? The matter of concubine by being pregnant. Counting. It was around the end of February. But during this period, the maidservant lived with her in the same palace day in and day out. So if she really had received the holy grace, why did the maidservant know nothing about it? This is one. There is also Lin Wanyi's double birth. This news is covered tightly. If not, she gave birth to a boy and a girl. I'm afraid that one of the children will be put to death. If the emperor does not want his own child to be harmed by the palace rules, is it not necessary to find a proper way out for him? It just so happens that concubine Bai is pregnant, and the emperor has recognized this child. Your Highness, is this really a coincidence? This is the second. As for whether concubine Bai is committing adultery with the guards or someone else, the servant girl didn't find out. But look at these days. She looks like she's in a trance. Where is the arrogance of having a baby? She doesn't eat as much as the maidservant every day. Is this someone who wants to protect the dragon's fetus? This is the third. Chu Guoren is usually arrogant and domineering. But it doesn't mean that she is really as stupid as a pig. This point of mine, it was still possible to guess through. The only thing that made her unhappy was that in this matter, the only one who had the upper hand was Lin Evening Yi. And they were just pushing the boat to do the grafting for her. Only after hearing this did Consort Yi have some second thoughts. She is not very interested in the emperor. So the threat to the third prince of the people, she simply do not care. But now it was different. If it was really as Noble Chu said, concubine Bai and the child in her belly were both meant to be alternatives for Lin Evening Yi, then this had to make concubine Yi wary. The fact that the emperor was attentive to Lin Evany meant that he wouldn't be bad for their child. Lin Evany was now the one with a real son, so she could have more confidence than the former noble consort Lin. When she thought of this, the thought that she would rather kill 1,000 people by mistake than let one go came to her mind. The killing chance in her eyes flickered, and after a moment, she said to noble Lady Chu, Chapter 300, A Glimpse of Recognition. Take care of concubine Bai's matter. Since you have already chosen a scapegoat, you must press death. Your Highness, don't worry. Yi Cheng's eye is that there are 10 mouths, but also can't speak clearly. The small shirt was in their hands, and it would be easy to paint it with something that could harm people. Yi Chengji, you have no one to blame but yourself. Who made you go to concubine Bai's house for nothing? Chu Gairen's mind began to calculate how to frame Yi Chengji to get herself out of the way. On the other hand, there were still dead people in the courtyard, and concubine Yi was not willing to stay longer. So after explaining everything, she left, originally intended to return back. Thought about it, or move to the Empress Dowager's courtyard. Suddenly died a concubine's maiden and an unborn heir. This news if one does not personally send. I'm afraid that the Empress Dowager there is not good to explain. Go and see the Empress Dowager. Yes. Consort Yi's carriage went straight to the Empress Dowager's courtyard. But what she didn't know was what kind of bloody storm she would have to face next. In the Empress Dowager's palace, there is a rare harmony and warmth at the moment. After several days of treatment and the careful care of noble Lady Qian, the fourth prince is much better than when the accident first happened. Today's spirit is good. Can sit and play by himself for a while, holding a kaleidoscope in his hand. It is a good thing from the foreign tributaries. That is, the Empress Dowager here to have such a thing. That is, such as the second prince, 2 princesses. They are not seen before. Fourth prince deafness in the left ear is always a thorn in the heart of the Empress Dowager. Although the things before and after the first glance are because of the Yingfei, can be calculated in detail is not so. Let's say why the fourth prince will fall into the water. Let's say that Yingfei why early not crazy late not crazy. But in the fourth prince need to save the time crazy? Several questions related to this matter. The Empress Dowager did not figure out one of them. But in order not to alarm the snake, can only first avoid this burst of wind, and then detailed investigation. So when she looked at the fourth prince playing with the kaleidoscope, there was a lot of pain in her eyes. Once upon a time so lively and healthy child, now sick and thin too much. Even outsiders will feel pain when they see it. Noble Lady Qian is indeed patient. Always accompany the fourth prince to play. Always tireless. When you speak, you mostly rely on his right ear to speak. This heart in the eyes of the Empress Dowager. See is understandable. The eyes reveal complex emotions. Even the next serving the Empress Dowager all her life. Sister Wen also do not know the reason. Just as she was thinking about it, she saw Feng Anhai walk in. Empress Dowager. Empress, he has come to greet you. It was not early or late at this time, and this was a strange way for her to invite peace. But she didn't stop her. So she waved her hand and said, Let her come in. Yes. Yi Fei took a deep breath, and then walked in with a somewhat grave expression. In addition to the Empress Dowager, there was noble Lady Qian and the fourth prince. Concubine greets the Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager Xian. Concubines please ask the Empress for golden peace. Noble Lady Qian's rules were also well done, probably related to her former status as a palace maid in the palace for many years. It was rather impossible for people to pick faults. Well, get up. Thank you, Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager did not nibble her voice to ask the next sentence. And Yi Fei was not good enough to remain so stagnant. So she acted a little difficult to speak, and said, Empress Dowager, forgive me. All is my concubine's not. A moment of negligence will let people take advantage of the opportunity. White concubine just over the body. Consort Yi's words instantly broke the calm. When noble Lady Qian heard this news, her face was stunned. A face of disbelief. On the contrary, the Empress Dowager was calm, as if she had already known this news. A couple of coughs. That the Wen sister will understand. Noble Lady Qian is not stupid. Know that the Empress Dowager wants to speak with Consort Yi alone. So dismay to dismay. Got up and hugged the fourth prince and left. After everyone had left, Consort Yi's heart was as worried as a drum. She had been in the palace for a long time, but she hadn't spent much time with the Empress Dowager. Therefore, she could not understand the Empress Dowager's temperament. People are seated, but the heart is very up and down. But the situation has been so stalemated is not a matter of fact. So Ambush Low Body said, I'm incompetent. Please punish the Empress Dowager. But Concubine Bai has already passed away. And even the child in her tummy was not saved. I really do not know how to explain this matter to the Emperor, but also asked the Empress Dowager to show. Concubine ultimately did not hold her tongue and spoke first. She originally thought that she had spoken like this. The Empress Dowager would have to open her mouth for a few words of relief. Who knows that when she heard the Empress Dowager's unperturbed words, it scared Consort E into a cold sweat. Chu's heart is not correct, causing the white concubine a corpse of 2 lives. Exactly how to dispose of. Your own heart has a number? The foot before she just told Chu Guiran to find a good scapegoat. But now the talent died without half an hour. The Empress Dowager here already know the cause and effect? For a time, she was also a little flustered. But compared to the Chu Guiran's weakness, Yi Fei in this matter really never moved. So she is not so afraid. And so attempted to argue a couple of sentences in Chu Guiran's defense. Empress Dowager's discernment. This Chu noblewoman does have the sin of failing in her duty. But the child didn't go out because of her. When I went I heard that Yi Chengzai had visited Concubine Bai before her stomachache. I wonder if the two things could be connected. Just as the words came out, Yi Concubine felt a sharp sword-like stare that pierced her juniors. Only hearing the Empress Dowager snort coldly. The words she spoke made her sweat like rain all of a sudden. Northwest Marquis life, loyalty to the king, and love of the country. People upright. Mourning how to see you as a human granddaughter is not learn the benefits at all. Plot to frame the play. Mourning home to see more. Such as you like when the face of mourning home dare to climb at will bite is really rare. A sentence. Scared Yi Fei from the stool on the slide down to kneel. Even if she does not want to admit it is useless. Compared to the Empress Dowager, her Dao is too shallow. Lowering her head. In her heart, she cursed Chu Guiran. I don't know how to do it carefully. But when it comes to the Empress Dowager's ears, it's impossible for her to protect her. Fortunately, she is kneeling. If she looks directly at the Empress Dowager's eyes, I'm afraid that she will also reveal her cloven foot. The Empress Dowager rests her anger. My concubine is at fault. The Empress Dowager's might did not lie in hectoring and impatience. It was always the most shocking words spoken in the calmest tone. Rally Concubine wanted to stall for Chu Guiran for a couple of sentences. But in the end, the words didn't even come out before she was defeated. The eyes seemed to burn 2 holes in her back. She was the strict consort E, and also the outstanding first granddaughter of the Northwest Marquis. But when facing the Empress Dowager, she still felt as small as dust. Not worth mentioning. So after weighing 1 or 2, had to abandon the car to protect the marshal. Anyway, this Chu Guiran has not helped herself much since she entered the palace. So she simply gave up. Chapter 301 Wrongly accused and arrested. Just give up to give up. But cannot let the Chu family thus born a suspicion. This matter must also be carefully arranged to be good. After thinking about it, he cautiously opened his mouth and said, The Empress Dowager draws attention to. I went to today when the white concubine has been dying. The child has long been dead in the womb. So that Chung Tu Doctor Acupuncture awake. I also asked who harmed her. But her words are ambiguous. And did not completely identify Chu nobleman. So I just lose her for a moment. If this matter is really related to her, I will definitely look into it. At the end to the Empress Dowager. She then bent down and said, I ask myself that I am not as clear and open-minded as Empress Su. But I am not someone who does not distinguish between loyalty and treachery. If Concubine Bai's death is really due to Chu Guiran, I will definitely punish her severely in order to rectify the rules of the palace. After saying this, she even cowed out heavily. Consort Yi's attitude is already very telling, implicating a Yi Chong in what ability. Behind the real evil people should pay the price for this. White concubine thing. The emperor has also long passed the gas with her. The child is indeed not the heir. And white concubine should also be executed. But such as this 2 deaths in one body. Or against the way of heaven. White concubine's funeral good to do. No matter what the dust of the past. The child is always innocent. Not come to the world to walk a life will end. To say also a pity. Remember to find someone to do a good job of overcoming him. So that he can ascend to the world of ultimate happiness early. Yes. Empress Dowager is kind. I will definitely handle this properly. Seeing her being so sincere, the Empress Dowager could not say anything else. In fact, the Empress Dowager also has no ear to report to the god, but only with the intuition of many years to save her many times to blackmail consort E just. Who knows really put behind the person to swindle out. The heart a burst of disdain. These newly promoted concubines one by one tender, with the melon seedling like. Even schemes are made so unbearable. But thought of the palace Lin wanting born 2 children. The Empress Dowager still cannot help but knock some. Yi Fei. Think about yourself, and the 3 Imperial sons way out in the future. Living in a high position. The most important thing is not to have any unspecified, and not exhaustive favoritism. Or else harm their own future is not yet known. The Empress Dowager's words of warning are very strong. Yi Fei is not stupid. Naturally hear and understand. Yes. I am grateful for the Empress Dowager's guidance. I will be cautious in the future. Well, go and do it. When Yi Fei left, her back felt a piece of cold sweat out of the wet back. The simple dialogue with the Empress Dowager was only 3 or 2 sentences. But it gave her a feeling that it was 100 times harder than dealing with the Emperor. Under the corridor, noble Lady Qian looked at Consort Yi's back as she left, with much contemplation in her eyes. What exactly did the Empress Dowager say to her? It would make the always formidable concubine Yi hang her head like a defeated deserter. I can't help but think of Princess Mingru's moment, which was also similar to this situation. In her heart, she was even more fearful of the Empress Dowager's power and authority. Sister Wen just happened to see this scene with a sideways glance. And for some reason, with her intuition, she felt that this noble Lady Qian was not as calm as she had shown these days. It seems to be another person, with a deeper understanding of the city. Noble Lady Qian did not notice Sister Wen's gaze, holding the 4th prince back to the inner room. The Empress Dowager waved her hand. Take the 4th prince down to rest. The mourning family is tired. Yes, Empress Dowager. Only after she left did the Empress Dowager say to Sister Wen, what do you think? The slave servant feels that I'm afraid I'm in this mountain. And I don't know where the clouds are deep. Sister Wen played a riddle. If let outsiders guess only not guess. But the Empress Dowager quickly understood the tone of indifference on the command. Check it carefully. Yes. After putting the 4th prince to sleep in the side room, noble Lady Qian had time to think about other things. She had been here with him for some days, but she hadn't waited for the word she wanted. The Empress Dowager let her take care of the 4th prince, but she never completely delegated her authority. For example, the sisters who originally took care of the 4th prince were here, but the Empress Dowager also sent 2 more. On the surface looked because of the 4th prince's deafness, and specially said to take care of the 4th prince, but in fact has not been used to monitor the modest nobleman. They are not nosy people themselves, and they also get along well. Just around the eyes have been staring. Really more uncomfortable. Noble Lady Qian attributed this to the fact that the Empress Dowager was not completely at ease with herself. But on second thought, he took care of the 4th prince is not hands and feet place. So also not afraid of others to probe. Just think of the death of the white concubine. More or less a few sighs. Once upon a time, this person is also the most colorful concubine in the palace. Unfortunately, but did not live long enough. This kind of death. Do not know how to do the afterlife. In her heart, she thought that if she had the chance, she should go to do her part. But not waiting for her to see the funeral ceremony of the white concubine. The first to hear that Yi Chengji and Chu Guren are in trouble. Consort Yi has always been quick and accurate. Yi Chang'an just learnt the news of the white concubine over the body. The mood has not yet reacted to it. See Yi Fei under the sisters came a group. Up to the front of the great circle. What is this doing? He often in a face of bewilderment. But look at one of the sisters with a serious face went forward and said, did the young master visit concubine by? And even gave her a small shirt? There is this matter is not false. But when I went with the white concubine said, let the doctor carefully see no problem after the child to use it. Needle and thread fabrics are here. You if you think I moved the foot. Just take it to check is. Yi Chengji did not do anything wrong. Naturally not afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. But she forgot one thing. The door touching ghosts in the harem is also common. In that case, then the old slaves will not be polite. Search. Yi Chengzai was indignant and dissatisfied. But at the same time, there was nothing she could do. The person who came was a sister under Yi Fei's hand. How many lives could she have to go against Yi Fei in a dignified manner? The only thing she felt sad about was how she had been blind, and stood up for noble consort Lin's team in the first place. The good life has not been a few days. Lin Guifei is grounded. And then even more by the emperor stayed in the Taishan palace. She has become a rootless duckling again. Looking for a number of times, Du Ma'am also did not see any response from her. It is true that the foster mother is just ruthless heart. In her heart, she thought about these things over and over again. She was not afraid here. But she was not afraid that those sisters had already turned out the poison. Young master. What is this? Looking at the bottle that she had never seen before. Yi Cheng's eye also looked innocent. I've never seen it before. How would I know what it is? A sister was alarmed when she walked up and took a closer sniff. This is a secret medicine left over from the previous dynasty. A little bit of powder can make a pregnant person bleed more than once. If you accidentally swallow it into your stomach, I'm afraid that you'll have to go through your intestines and stomach instantly. When she heard these words, Yi Cheng's eye thought for a moment that there was something wrong with her ears. Chapter 302 Resistance is useless. Waiting until the rope to tie herself up. She only reacted and wanted to make a scene. But Yi Fei sensed the hand. This matter do not want to erase from Yi Cheng's eye body. So the rag stuffed the mouth. The sisters even dragged the person to take away. Poor next to follow Yi Cheng's eye's courtesan Qiu Yun is not much better. The master and servant were taken down. But it was a matter of a moment. Therefore, Bai Concubine's funeral report was only sent out of the palace not long ago. Followed by Yi Chengji's imprisonment also came out. Yi Cheng's eye was originally framed. But at this time, someone can share some of the emperor's anger towards Chu Guiren. At least not a death. So Yi Fei does not care about the wrongdoing. Straight to the arrest of the person detained. As for Chu Guiren, she is still in the last second in a million happy. Feeling that she was taken out of this matter. The next second, she was shocked by the people sent by Yi Fei. The person who came was none other than Consort Yi's right-hand eunuch, Wan Ming. He has never been a meticulous smile. The expression is frightening. At this moment is even more serious to make Chu Guiren language have trembling. Behind him are some small eunuchs. Looking at a low-eyed. But Chu Guiren is not really stupid. Instantly understood. Eunuch Wan. What is the meaning of this? What do you mean? I think you should also know. The death of concubine Bai must be someone responsible for this matter. Yi Chengji has been arrested. Chu nobles also don't make it difficult for slaves. Go. Eunuch Wan. What does this matter have to do with me? I am the Empress person. Little lord, be careful with your words. In this harem, all the concubines can be the emperor's people. The Empress has nothing to do with this matter. You don't want to climb on the bandwagon just to get off the hook. Be careful, understand? The meaning of threat is self-evident. Chu Guiren never thought that she would be abandoned by concubine Yi. How could she endure this? Immediately, she stepped forward and hurriedly said, No. No. Your Highness said she would protect me. You must have misheard the order. Right or wrong? Right or wrong? Looking at noble Lady Chu's unnecessary struggles, Wan Ming felt very unhappy. This person's mouth is also too unreliable. At any time to implicate the Lu family and Lady Yi Fei. I'm afraid I can't stay. So pressed the killing heart. Deliberately stimulate her and said, Chu noblewoman, good big style. Not only unauthorized to cut off the original to give concubine white tonic food, but also deliberately went to a concubine white courtyard. Words between more shouting and insulting words. Not long after the white concubine fell on the stone steps. You a courtyard living in the head of the people. But delayed for a long time before calling people to go to call the Imperial doctor. Hard to drag the white concubine and the child to death. Chu nobleman. Is your father Chu General came? Is also to pay for this life. Hearing this, noble person Chu's entire body froze, like a wooden chicken. Turning to it, she roared angrily. Who is it? Who is it that is chewing the cud in front of the Empress to frame me? Eunuch Wan. This isn't even a thing. Why are you slandering me? Yingfang was severely injured by her kick, so she was about unable to open her mouth. The other people in the courtyard were all her inner circle, and could not have defected so quickly. Thinking about it all, she couldn't find any clues, and was frantically stomping her feet and slapping the table, but never thought. See, a person walked in. Seeing him, Chu Gui talent reacted. Huang Boli. It's you? The eunuch looked up. His eyes filled with resentment towards Chu Guiren. Welcome Frost, and he were originally from the side of Yi Fei dial over. The two are hometown. So weekdays walk around also more. Welcome Frost, good temperament. Appearance is also good. When serving under the hands of Yi Fei after the life is also easy and comfortable. Can come to the side of Chu Guiren, but often be scolded and blamed. She kicked the foot when she was angry, nearly killing the welcome Frost. How could Wang Bali tolerate this any longer? So when he learned that Consort Yi wanted to investigate this matter thoroughly, he rushed to report the situation. Chu Guiran for being exposed by the water. Hate the teeth itchy. But now is not the time to entangle with. Will make things bigger. I'm afraid she can have a way out. Immediately, she said in a wildly climbing manner. You do not just like to welcome Frust. And I do not want to give her to you spoiled? Because of this matter? You are so cynical that you go around biting me? Simply tired of living. Eunuch Wan. Mingjian Na. This Wang Bali is a rootless thing. Can you believe what he says? The words were not in her head. And after she spoke them, Chu Guiran regretted it. With the phrase rootless thing. Didn't she scold Eunuch Wan Ming as well? Only to see that his already serious face was even more mocking. Not bothering to talk more with Noble Chu, he directly shouted outwardly. Tie it up. Yes. The one who made the move was Huang Bali, with several other small eunuchs. One or two of them had been trampled on by Noble Lady Chu with their words, and naturally stored hatred. When they did it, they wouldn't be merciful. But Chu Guiran is also not that son of the hands of the people who have no strength. Her hands are not considered to be what the top. But life is enough. So up one knocked over one. Not long after a group of small eunuchs are asleep, Wan Ning glanced at Chu Guiran, a hint of killing intent flashing in her eyes. What does little lord mean by this? To go against Lady Yifei? Chu Guiran knew deep down that she was afraid that this trip would not have a good outcome. So she simply vented all of her dissatisfaction right out. Bah! Going against her? I am not against her. She has never protected me. Just entered the palace was banned. Now it is not easy to restore the position. Because of a bitch thing, and want to pull me to block the knife. I am not a fool. The big deal is that the fish is dead, and the net is broken. Saying that, she pulled out a soft whip from her waist. Her whip was the one that rushed to Lin Evening Yi's courtyard to cause trouble. I don't know if she didn't search it out at first. Or if she got another one. Snapping it on the ground. It was soon a few white marks. The posture of the daughter of a military general was set up sufficiently. She used to be afraid of flipping with Yifei. But now if they really tied up, I'm afraid there is no return. It is a matter of her life. She is to break the sky, but also to fight back. Unfortunately, she did not know who she was facing. If she had known that Wan Ning was so merciless, she would not have rushed out to attack in the first place. Eunuch Wan Ning glanced at this action of hers. Rather disdainful. Have you thought about it? Anyway, going with you is also a death. Not as good as pulling a few more cushions. It had to be said that this Chu Guiran was truly formidable with courage. After saying this, she swung her whip towards Wan Ning. Unfortunately, she was underestimating the capabilities of the Lu family. Since concubine Yi was the only granddaughter of the Lu family, the matter of entering the palace would naturally be arranged properly. None of the people around her were useless. Let's say this eunuch Wan Ming is a person with excellent martial arts skills. See Chu nobleman's whip fell over. Not the slightest block. Directly rushed over to grab the rope on a back pull. Chapter 3031 Move Kills. Chu Guiran never thought that the usually immobile eunuch Wan Ming would be such a powerful person. The surprise in her eyes hadn't even finished falling yet, when her neck was viciously strangled by him. Don't. As Wan Ming's strength increased, Noble Chu's face turned red. Green veins erupted, and her speech was slurred. The entire person was picked up like a small chicken. Her eyes were filled with terror as she tried to ask Wan Ming to let her go. Unfortunately, Wan Ming was not a person who had any pity for her, and with a cold snort, he even said without any emotion in his eyes, "Dare to threaten the Empress and the Lu family? You're not the first. But those who preceded you did not have a good ending. Noble Lady Chu, if you follow me today, you may still be able to stay alive. But now, I regret. Keeping you is also a scourge. So I'll send you on your way." After saying this, his hands violently exerted force, and a click was heard. And that originally still struggling Chu Guiran, at this moment like a kite with a short string, completely soft down. As soon as her hand was loosened, the entire person slipped out of Wan Ning's hands, completely out of breath. Until her death, she did not understand why she died. Unfortunately, her life was considered to be over. But no one has a trace of pity, but more pain. The wall fell. The monkeys scattered. Used here is more than appropriate. That Huang Bali is a discerning. Beckon a few people to come forward. Carry Chu Guiran's body to the pillar, violently hit the past. This collision, naturally, is full of head and face of blood, and Chu nobleman neck of that blue and purple crisscross. Also not very important. Chu Guren is also a high-minded eunuch. One just want to catch her back for questioning, even to prove her innocence. She touched the pillar and died. It is really a pity. Huang Baoli's words. Even the excuse for her death are good. Poor Chu Guren lived for more than 10 years. Really did not understand anything. People are gone. Ruan Ming squinted at Huang Baoli for a moment, with much praise in his eyes. Difference when good. Back to report to the mother. Mention you to serve in front of it. Thank you. Eunuch. Huang Baoli fell to his knees and thanked. Ruan Ming also did not idle. Immediately said, gather the people well. What to do don't need me to explain it. Eunuch, rest assured. The palace self-murder is a big crime. Will endanger the family. So Chu nobleman, this move is completely trapped in the Chu family in peril. Slave this, let people burn this courtyard. Clean a little traces or not. Well, do it. Yes. Eunuch. Speaking of God's help. It rained heavily that night. The lightning and thunder. As if God was going to punish some evil person. In Yi-Fei's courtyard. The lights were dim. Ruan Ming did not hide it from concubine Yi. After all, they were in the same boat. Dead through and through? The slave personally moved the hand. Dead through and through. Dead then dead. Save alive is also let the palace is not worry. But the news do not spread out. Do not let the people know. And to cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Yes. Your Highness, don't worry. Chu nobleman's body. The slave will personally deal with it. Will not leave any handle. When the matter of third Duke Liu escaping from prison was handled by Ruan Ming. His methods were sharp and dry. And he was the one who would not leave any traces behind. So for him to handle this matter, Consort Yi was very relieved. Just not happy now these two things collide together. If the Emperor took away her power of the palace is not impossible. Ruan Ming saw clearly what Consort Yi had in mind and immediately said in relief. Your Highness, don't worry. The Marquis will be arriving in Shunjing in a few days. When he comes back, Your Highness will be able to sit steadily in the harem. Hearing this, concubine Yi also felt very reasonable. In contrast, that bit of impatience washed away quite a bit. As the night passed, the courtyard where concubine Bai and noble Chu were located was burned to the ground. Lightning had struck the place, and it burned badly even in the heavy rain. Huang Baoli had poured a lot of tung oil into it, so naturally it couldn't stop burning, involving the two courtyards next to it, not to mention almost letting the Ming Guiren, who was still bent on hiding in the courtyard to meditate, also followed by being burned to death. When she was rescued from the fire, several parts of her body were injured, and the left cheek attached to her neck was a mess. Even if it was carefully healed, it was going to leave scars. Everyone present saw this scene and understood that this noble Ming's favor had come to an end. Pity that she is still people have not come to their senses. Otherwise I am afraid that I would rather die than become like this. In the palace, Qianan Hall. Geng Kaiyu of the Department of Schools sent the news to the Emperor in front of the time. People are also false. Concubine Bai is dead. And so is noble Chu. Yi Chengzai was arrested and presumably heavily tortured. And Ming nobleman wounded in. Still in medical treatment. All of a sudden folded in 4 people. This is not even the increasingly serious condition of Ying Fei. When he knelt on the ground, his heart is also drumming general fear. Unfortunately, the Emperor's focus of concern was not the same as his. Ruan Ming, a eunuch, even dared in the palace to a dignitary directly to the death. It's evident that the people who come out of this Northwest Marquis residence are some kind of domineering characters. Thinking of the Northwest Marquis that he would be meeting in a few days, the Emperor's heart was also abhorrent. Old, stubborn, and domineering was his deep impression of the Northwest Marquis. He had not seen the Northwest Marquis since the incident of the military's restructuring. Counting, it had been several years. Then the corner of his mouth sketched out a hint of calculation. Once upon a time, he was too weak to resist the might of the Northwest Marquis. But now, he would let the world see who was the true and righteous ruler. Cover the news well. When necessary, reveal it to the Northwest Marquis to hear. Let him see how the people of the Liu family are reckless of the palace rules. Yes, I understand. They, the Department of Canonical Schools, did this kind of shady and private things. So there was a way to learn about it. And naturally, there was a way to keep the evidence. Only after he had retired did the Emperor call Dong Yuzhong over. Pass my decree. will be white concubine and Chu noblemen are well buried it. As for Yi Chengji, demoted to the maiden, grounded in the palaces, and do not have to be tortured again. The emperor also knows that Yi Chengji was wrongly accused. But the current situation, a thorough investigation will only set off more royal scandals. Therefore, it was better to let it go. 3 deaths, 1 madness and 1 surrender. This August is really not peaceful. The good thing is that this happened in the palace. So sitting in the month of Lin Evening Yi and other people do not know. This day, the emperor came to see Lin Evening Yi. The emperor came to see Lin Evening Yi. He entered from the main door of Yihua Palace in a dignified manner. Chapter 304, Recuperating the Body. As expected, after Lin Eveni gave birth to a baby, the order to be grounded became a thing of the past. The emperor had come. So naturally, there was no such thing as grounding. The winds in the palace changed drastically. Therefore, Yihua Palace has become the hottest place in the palace. And all the lackeys in the palace want to go here with their heads cut off. Even sending things over is a good thing to do. Unfortunately, Qiuming's place is not open to their imagination. Not only is this the case externally, but internally it's also very strict. Lin Xingji was busy repairing the royal family's secret passage these days. So he didn't have much free time to come over to see his sister and nieces and nephews. Instead, his mother, Dong Shi, stayed in the palace, accompanying Lin Wanyi and his 2 grandchildren. The second lady also didn't leave the palace, carefully tempering Lin Evening Yi's body. Therefore, the Mid-Autumn Festival was also spent in the palace. Last year's Mid-Autumn Festival, they still spent it in the palace. Only Lin Evening Yi and the second prince, the second princess, this year was much more lively. They didn't know everything that was going on in the palace, so it was all done in a big and lively way. However, they didn't go out of Yihua Palace, so it wasn't extravagant. At first, Lin Wanyi also asked the emperor, want to take the empress back to the palace with it. Unfortunately, the emperor said with a smile, mother sent a message back, said she still want to live a little clean days. So with Ming rule and the 4th prince in the palace over, and so after October and then return. Hearing this, Lin Wanyi also felt that it made sense. When the Empress Dowager returned to the palace in October, the 2 children were almost 100 days old. People grow up and look white and tender. At that time, the Empress Dowager will also like it more. But what she does not know is that the reason why the Empress Dowager stayed in the palace is for the aftermath of various matters. The entire Yihua Palace is busy for the Mid-Autumn Banquet, and Lin Yuani had discovered a problem in between her monthly sittings. Since she gave birth to 2 children, the emperor's favoritism towards her was no longer hidden. Today he gives her this. Tomorrow he gives her that. It is not enough to empty the coffers of the inner court department. Now Qin commanded the repair Zhaochun Palace and Yihua Palace. Just how many days passed? Look has been the beginning of the scale. It will be repaired before winter. Fortunately, the right side of the Yihua Palace is large enough. So the temporary arrangement of the 3rd princess and the 5th prince there. But also very convenient. Autumn cool. A few days ago, the palace had a good big rain. All of a sudden the summer heat of that boring energy to dissipate. Now the air is only a little warm, which makes the 2 children avoid the possibility of heat rash. As Sister Du had said, Sister Zhou and Sister Wang were very attentive to the care of the children. Therefore, after only 10 days or so, the children look bigger. The milk of the wet nurse is also good. The 2 children eat happily, being able to eat and sleep. They naturally grew fast, although their size is still weaker than a full-term child. They look very healthy, especially the 5th prince. That cry is called an earth-shaking. Every time Lin Lian rested, but always be woken up by the sound of his crying. I don't know if this child was a Swana in his previous life, but the sound was so loud that it could go through walls. She privately asked her second aunt several times, fearing that there was something wrong with the child that caused him to cry like this. But the result is the same. That is, the 5th prince extraordinarily loved to howl some. Lin Lian helpless. But the emperor and Du Mam is very happy about this. They always said that a child with a big voice means that he has enough energy, and his body will be great in the future. Lin Wanyi didn't feel that there was any necessary connection. But every time she heard this, she couldn't help but feel proud to be a mother. She was in a very comfortable mood during this month. Not only did she have nothing to worry about, she also had someone to take care of her every day. The child was also taken care of, so her body recovered very quickly. The second lady knew that there were many beautiful concubines in the palace, and although her niece was born with a lot of strength, she could not be too indulgent. So she took Chuanqi and researched a lot of dietary supplements together. When Lin Hui came out of the month, the whole person was glowing. Not to mention, even the figure has been restored as before. This was something the second madam herself hadn't expected. I thought you still needed half a year. Who knew that this body was really gifted? When she said this, she brought a few hints of flirting. For some reason, Lin Lianyi always felt that the current second aunt had a few more points of fireworks on Earth than the cool second aunt in the past. And this was all thanks to the second princess's good nature of kissing everyone. In Dong's words, it is an iceberg that encounters the fire of samadhi and burns into a pool of water. Yun didn't refute this, and basically stayed by the second princess' side every day, except for checking the health of the two children and Lin Evening. This makes the second princess not feel neglected at all, and her nature is also more and more fun. The sun and moon changed. Summer turned into cool autumn. On the 4th day of the 9th month, it was the day Lin Evening left her womb, and it was also the day when the two children were full moon. The most important thing was also the day Lin Evening was promoted to the throne. Early in the morning, Dong Yuzhong came over with the royal decree of enthronement. The smile on his face never fell, and the entire Yihua palace was also honored. Lin Wani dressed in the concubine's uniform, quiet and decent, kneeling in the courtyard on the brocade futon, listening to the imperial decree. Her face was not arrogant, and she was calm. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees. Evening noble concubine character noble. Sex capital sensitive. Coupled with the birth of the emperor's son and princess has merit. Specially enshrined as a consort. Given to live in the Yihua palace. Chiness. The same thing. On this year's New Year's Eve, Lin Lani had experienced it once. Last time when she was appointed a concubine, she had more scruples in her mind. But this time, it was more of an acceptance. Right now, she also knows that there are things that can't be hidden. Therefore, the only way to protect the people who are important to her is to stand up on her own. Therefore, no longer shirking. No longer want to think about the East and West. Princess of the position of dignity. That is, Rongkong Sheriff C. Also have to bow respectfully. She is also finally able to have the ability to protect the people around her. So the tone of voice is firm. Not humble and not supercilious after receiving that imperial decree. Then respectfully said, I thank your majesty. Long live the emperor. Dong Yuzhong placed the imperial decree and the register treasure in a gold lacquer tray and handed it to Lin Evening. And then with a false hand, he politely said, Nyang Nyang, quickly get up. The ground is a bit cool. Don't freeze your knees. In fact, across that futon cushion, it would not be cold. But Dong Yuzhong's words still made Lin Evening feel genuine concern. Since she entered the palace, Dong Yuzhong had taken care of her. And no matter what his intentions were, Lin Wani was also committed to his love. So she raised a gentle smile and said to Dong Yuzhong, You are welcome. Chapter 305, Promoted to Consort. After the ceremony of enthronement was over, it should have been Lin Evening who went to pay her respects to the emperor, who knew that the emperor couldn't wait and came over from Qianan Hall on his own. Even if he came alone, he was followed by two people. When she saw them, Lin Evening was more than a little surprised and immediately greeted them. I have met His Majesty. I have met the 4th prince. And I have met the 4th princess. Greetings to Consort Yining. Your Highness. Golden peace. Nowadays, Lin Evening has more of a flamboyant aura than when she first entered the palace. The old saying that red qi nourishes people was true. At this moment, she was in the midst of her springtime. However, there was no arrogant expression on her face. Instead, she was as skillful as ever. The consort's uniform was worn on her body, appearing decent and honorable. However, Lin Wani herself still preferred regular clothes, which were comfortable to wear. 4th Wang Fei hated to meet her, but unfortunately, she was not allowed to enter the palace to pay her respects since the palace banquet. Now it's not easy to wait until she is released from her confinement. So she rushed to enter the palace with the 4th prince to congratulate her on her promotion. Your Highness, today is a very auspicious day. So my wife begged the prince to bring me into the palace to get a cup of wine. Your Highness will not be offended. The 4th Wang Fei spoke politely. And Lin Lianyi was also very sentimental about those things that the 4th Wang Fei had said during her confinement. So she was also rare and warm. It's only my concubine's delight that the 4th prince and the fourth Wangfei can come. I have a maid under me who is an excellent cook, so I'll let her show a few more hands today. Good. Then we won't be polite. Talking and laughing, all of them entered the main hall. In the main hall, there was already a lot of color and light, and the things given by the emperor at this moment were even more richly decorated. But look carefully. But there is no vulgarity, but rather a sense of precious precipitation. If you look at the house, you will know its nature. The fourth princess obviously threw this hall furnishings. Lin Evening Yi's good feelings increased quite a bit. The emperor took the upper seat, and the fourth prince accompanied her. Lin Evening Yi assisted the fourth Wangfei also fell on the first right. But it is a rare humility. Fourth Wangfei is not someone who will be polite with Lin Wui. She sat down without saying anything. Your Highness looks really good. Not at all like a woman who just got out of the womb as a Dima. All is everyone take good care of. Second aunt and Chunchi day-to-day sent soup over. I originally thought to get fatted. I did not expect to be unconsciously thin. Thin is thin. But what should be plump is still plump. Compared to before she was born. She had a few more hints of a woman's flavor. And the emperor's eyes looked deeper and deeper. He had been vegetating for a long time, since Lin Wui became pregnant. Now see her like this. Is also very happy. A few days ago, I also privately asked the second wife of the Yuns. Only need to be good contraception can be. The other as before is. The words here. The fourth prince if you still do not understand the emperor's favorite. That he is a blind. He is a bold nature. People are also quick and easy. Rush to flirt with. The old minister this is considered to know that the story of King Yu of Zhou, in order to win the beauty of a smile. Beacon fire play all the vassals. Is not a swindle. Although the emperor is not so ridiculous. But they will be hidden through this. Or let the fourth prince some unhappy. Once upon a time, the nephew who followed behind his own buttocks, and begged for a hug, grew up how nothing resembles the emperor's brother's frankness. Instead, it is like the queen dowager. Deep so that he did the imperial uncle do not understand its mind. However, on second thought, this Lin Evening Yi thin arms and legs. If the emperor's feelings are really revealed, I'm afraid I won't be able to live today. The emperor knew that he was deliberately flirting. So he also flirted back. I remember my father is still in the time. Said that I let me more with the four royal uncle to learn. I but will listen to this word in my heart. For royal uncle and for royal aunt love. But the world knows. I'm not easy to find a person of interest. Naturally. If you want to treat with care. One sentence. Said all the emperor's love. Lin Lianyi was mentioned by the emperor. And could not help but blush a little. Although she had already been a mother for some time. Her temperament was still sometimes as easily shy as a lady of the court. Unlike the fourth prince and the fourth princess, who had both experienced great storms. She did not blush even when being flirted with by the emperor. Good boy. If your father is still around, seeing you like this will surely also rejoice. When the three words good boy left her mouth, the fourth princess' face turned pale. The fourth prince was also too complacent. This was not a prince, but a mature emperor who had already succeeded the throne for 18 years. So when he was about to get up and confess, the emperor waved his hand. In consort Yining's case, the two of you are my elders. So today, regardless of monarchs and ministers, only uncles and nephews. The fourth princess took a long breath in her heart and glared at the fourth prince with slanted eyes. The fourth prince smiled sarcastically. He was just having a quick tongue. And now he also felt embarrassed. Many thanks to the emperor for not investigating, regardless of the fact that the emperor chased or did not pursue. But the fourth prince still made a full courtesy. Seeing that the scene was so awkward, the fourth prince changed the topic and said, "Where are the fifth prince and the third princess? Have they gone to bed? If not, on the carry to the old minister to see it." Wangfei ordered people to build white jade gold locks. We also brought to the two children also a joy. Hearing the fourth prince say this, Lin Wanyi smiled, and then said to Xia and behind her, "Go and have sister carry the children here. Then tell sister Ji that the second princess will come along as well." Yes. After having her own children, Lin Wanyi hadn't forgotten about the second prince and second princess. She was still as attentive to them as before. Seeing this, the fourth prince had more appreciation in his eyes. Not being humble. Not being overbearing. Treating all the children equally. At this point, Lin Wanyi had done very well indeed. Not long after, the three children appeared in the main hall. The fifth prince and the third princess were still small. naturally wrapped in a brocade quilt. The second princess, however, was now able to walk steadily, and when Sister G led her in, her entire body was like a little child under the bodhisattva's seat. Pink and cute. How long has it been since I've seen you? The second princess can walk. Children all really can grow when they see the wind. The fourth Wangfei was a bit older, and was naturally fond of children. There are several grandchildren in the family, but there is no female doll. Now look at the second princess, this lively appearance. Like what? The second princess is not recognized, although it will not please speak. But the meaning is clear. Lin Wanyi smiled, and explained to the crowd. Our second princess is greeting His Majesty. The fourth prince? And the fourth princess. Good. Good. The second princess is well behaved. The fourth prince entered the palace today, originally to deliver gifts, naturally bringing a complete set. In addition to the white jade golden locks for the two swaddled children, he also prepared something for the second prince and the second princess. The second prince's gift is a gentle and well-behaved pony. It was just right for practicing riding and shooting. Chapter 306, Dragon and Phoenix. The second princess's, on the other hand, was a dendrobium of pearls, each of which was round, not to mention very good in color. Now you can give the second princess as marbles to play, when she grows up a little bit, ordered to be made into a bead chain or earrings or are beautiful. The second princess looked at this dendrobium pearl. Eyes are straight, not polite at all. She took all the things into her arms. Seeing her like this, everyone laughed. About the gift of the fourth prince and the fourth princess also did not expect. Later this dendrobium pearl's end was ground into powder. Was the second princess as the practice of the medicinal herbs with into the prescription swaddling clothes was somewhat ignored. The fifth prince seems unhappy. Wake up, the first thing is to howl a few times. Seems not to roar on a few voices. He this day is not comfortable like. On the contrary, next to the third princess, day after day are quiet asleep. Dong said. The third princess is exactly the same as Lin Wui when she was a child, and will grow up to be a stable and quiet nature. The two swaddling clothes, one struggling to seem to scurry out as if the other is lying obediently. The character of the very different can be seen at a glance. The two are now full moon. The most obvious thing is to grow up. A moment like the emperor, a moment like Lin Evening Ye's. There were always changes from day to day. Carry the child in some to show fourth prince and fourth princess. Yes. When sister carried the child closer, fourth Wangfei's delighted expression was as if she was seeing her own grandchildren. Full of compassion, reaching out, she took the third princess from the sister's arms and teased her in a glutinous manner. Our third princess is really pretty, just like your mother. In the future you will grow up to be a beauty. The third princess is skillful. Hearing these words did not have much reaction. She only yawned softly, which made the fourth Wangfei laugh. Why is this child so sleepy? Lin Lianyi also cried and laughed along with her. This brother and sister were strange to say the least. One moves like a rabbit, and the other is as quiet as a virgin. The third princess obviously slept much more than the fifth prince on a daily basis. But every time she saw her, she had a look of not sleeping enough. Don't mess with me. So that Lin Evening the mother, didn't know how to take care of it. Only to explain and say, sister said that the princess is still young and was born a little early, so she loves to sleep. Sleeping more is a good thing. When you sleep a lot as a child, you grow faster. Turning to the third princess, she then said, our third princess sleep well. When you grow up, fourth granduncle grandmother will take you to the countryside to embark on a green walk. Okay? Hearing this, the third princess didn't have much of a reaction. But it was the second princess, who was standing on the side, who steadily walked over, nestled in Lin Evening Ye's lap, grinning up at the fourth Wangfei. The small white teeth were clear. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Good. First take our second princess to see. Okay? The second princess nowadays can't say anything. But what others say, 3 or 2 of them still understand. Immediately clapped her hands and said yes. Looking at the emperor, and the fourth prince also followed and laughed out loud. Nyang Nyang will raise children. Look at these 1 and 2 children just like little urchins. Each and every one of them is smart. When the fourth prince said this, he meant it. The emperor also felt that it was indeed true when he heard it. Instead, it was Lin Evening who felt that they were flattering them. So she spoke out to explain. It's still the work of the grandmothers. You see how attentive they are. And the princesses and emperors are inseparable from each other day by day. Know that she is modest. So the emperor did not lead the conversation to this. Rather, he remembered something, opened his mouth, and said to the fourth prince, Shidi yesterday sent invitations to, said this year's pilgrimage when the second prince to bring the princess and 2 children back to visit their families. It is estimated that the next month will be able to Shangjing. The second prince of Shidi? Wasn't his consort the eldest daughter of King Zhan, who had been the first wife of Princess Ira's peacemaker? She had been married off for more than 10 years. And she had never heard of any movement from her. How is it that she suddenly wants to come back for good reason? The fourth prince's brows were slightly furrowed, and it was clear that he was not at all happy about this news. No wonder King Zhan has tried everything to come back. There is really no profit in it. Only to think of that niece who cried into tears before getting married. But in the end, for the peace of Great Way or married in tears. Much emotion. The old minister knows. This will start to arrange. Going home to visit one's family was not much of a big deal. But that person was King Zhan's first eldest daughter. And that was different. Things in Zhan Wang's mansion have been going on for decades. And even if he didn't want to know what the fourth princess often said, favoring concubines and destroying wives to the extreme, said Zhan Wang. In the large royal residence, the master of the house is the wayside consort. On the contrary, the Wang Fei and the first line was sidelined useless. Wang Fei daily ritual Buddha. The first eldest daughter was forced to marry. The first young son everyday idol in Shangjing city head is a famous playboy. Whenever the fourth Wang Fei talked about these things, she always sighed and felt sorry for this bosom friend of hers. This was all because of County Princess Rongkong. And thinking about this, the fourth Wang Fei's loathing for her went up a notch. Feeling the fourth Wang Fei's rising anger, Lin Lianyi was a little puzzled. How is it that when it's about Zhan Wangfu's matters, the fourth Wang Fei seems to be as indignant as if she's suffering with herself? Seeing this, the fourth Wang Fei said with a shy smile, The old things of the past. Some other day have time to say with you. Today's day is good. Do not mention it. Lin Lianyi is not a talkative person. Hearing this, she understood, and then shifted the topic to taking names. The fifth prince and the third princess have already been born for a month, but both have yet to be named. I wonder what His Majesty has prepared for the 2 of them. When Lin Lianyi said this, the fourth prince and the fourth princess also became curious. Since ancient times, taking a name was a big deal. So a milk name could be called something simpler. But the name had to be taken seriously. When the emperor heard this, his eyes became 3 times more proud. Opening his mouth, he said, The fifth prince gives the word coronation. The third princess gives the name Danruo. How about it? Coronation? Hearing this, Lin Lianyi couldn't help but feel that the emperor was a little too biased and partial. The word coronation never meant the ceremonial hat that emperors and generals wore. With this word coming out, one could imagine the emperor's high hopes for the fifth prince. The fourth prince could hear it. The fourth princess could hear it. And naturally, this other people could hear the meaning behind it. Your Majesty, would this word be too big? My concubine thinks that morning is good. And it also matches the meaning of the 2 children being born before the morning sun. Although Lin Lianyi knew that once the children were born, there were many things that could not be avoided. But she also didn't want people outside to put too much attention on the fifth prince. A single name alone can cause a lot of trouble, regardless of anything else. I'm afraid that this Princess E is the first to be dissatisfied. This is not obviously to fight with her third prince? A milk doll cannot resist how many people outside the dirty means. But the emperor insisted on this. In his eyes, he is looking out of the corner of his eye. Chapter 307, Death of the Empress. Don't worry. Since I dared to take this word, I will be able to protect it. The supervisor of the Qin Tian supervisor has already approved the destiny for the fifth prince. It's even better than mine. He is worthy of this word. Lin Lianyi heard here. Even though there are 10,000 reluctance in the heart, also know that cannot be dissuaded. On the contrary, the fourth prince looked at the swaddling clothes of the fifth prince for a while, but was shocked by his cry and howl. This child, his voice is really extraordinary. He is also a person who has been in the army for many years. Not to mention the child's cry. Even the sound of arrowheads close to the ear does not scare the fourth prince. On the contrary, this sound of the fifth prince, unexpected, but also some deafening it. Seeing this, the emperor personally embraced the fifth prince in his hands, his eyes full of joy. It seems that the more loud and clear the fifth prince cried, the more he felt that there is someone to follow in his footsteps. Lunch is the emperor and Lin evening E. And the fourth prince and the fourth princess and the second prince used together. The second princess because to nap. So eat lunchtime a little earlier. Did not eat with them. After eating, the emperor and the four princes have something to say. So back to the Qianan palace. And the fourth princess had a hard time finding an opportunity. Naturally she wanted to talk more with Lin Yi. I heard that your mother and second aunt are in the palace to take care of your monthly period. Why don't you see them this time? Without the emperor around. They got along loosely. Mother has something at home. So a few days ago went back. The second aunt also together out of the palace. Well, this is good. To say the outside people have to talk again. When it comes to you, is another piece of trouble. Hearing fourth Wangfei's concern for their family, Lin Lianyi was naturally grateful. Suddenly remembering something, she asked, Godmother, I'll ask you about someone. I wonder if you know. Who? The daughter of the Feng family. Vice commander of the Imperial City Department. Have you heard of her? That's natural. This Feng family girl is a famous person in Shengjing City. Before she reached maturity, a number of people have come to the door to propose. But they were all stopped by the vice president and his wife, and didn't agree to a family. Fourth Wangfei, how exquisite mind, immediately asked with a smile. What's wrong? Your family is also thinking about it. Well, I won't hide it from my godmother. Mother went back this time just for this matter. My elder brother is now 24. No longer have a family. I'm afraid to delay the big. So mother day by day for this headache. Good. If you can marry his family, it's a great thing. Do you know? The Feng family's son, Feng Qi, works under the king, and was the captain of the youth team during the dragon boat races back then. Originally, Lin Wanyi did not know much about the Feng family. But now that the fourth Wangfei said this, she was instantly put into the right place, thinking that Feng Qi's integrity. Then feel that if this marriage can be accomplished, it will be a great thing. In my heart, I feel more at ease. The fourth princess is also an idol. Immediately opened her mouth and asked, why don't I make a match between your two families? How about it? Lin Lianyi was overjoyed. Originally thought it. Afraid that the Feng family do not see their big house, as well as brother's age. If the fourth Wangfei makes a move, I'm afraid that this matter will be half done. Of course. Thank you godmother for taking the trouble. If my big brother can really find a good daughter-in-law, I will definitely give godmother a pair of the best embroidered matchmaker shoes. As a thank you gift? Ha ha ha. Fine. Then I'll wait to wear your matchmaking shoes. The two of them were talking happily. But in the Qianan palace, the fourth prince's face did not look too good. Holding in his hand was the very folders that Zhang Wang had submitted. As thick as a volume of books. Empress Su died of illness. Really found out a lot of cats and dogs. The head of the detailed right clearly how the Lan family is persecuted by the eldest prince. And then how to poison Empress Su. Piles and pieces, including dead witnesses, living objects, are all listed in the book. Anyway, Lan Fei is now dead without evidence. Lan's family cannot send in people, followed by a lot of decline. So this folding, what is their lives? Only how many things in it were moved over. The emperor knew at a glance. The death of the empress. They have pushed it away. The news sent back by the people around the imperial uncle is also here. The imperial uncle will take a look again. The fourth prince entered the palace today. In addition to coming to see Lin Wanyi, he also stored the idea of discussing this matter with the emperor. Receiving the secret letter and taking a look. Sure enough, King Zhan would rather wipe the slate clean of what noble consort Lin had been involved in. By the way, he gave her an image of a weak willow. Unfortunately, the two present are not fools. What is the character of Lin Guifei? Are mindful of the very. What does the emperor intend to do? Empress Su is innocent. And my eldest prince is also innocent. I won't let the Lan family go. And I won't let noble consort Lin and the Zhan royal family go either. Hearing the emperor say this, the fourth prince had a plan in his heart. There is an open road. And there are dark piles in the dark. Now that the evidence is conclusive, the Lan family is trying to shirk their responsibility. But it is also impossible. It's just a pity that the second princess, the body still retains the blood of the Lan family. This point, a lifetime cannot change. The fourth prince's heart thought. The emperor also knows. So he said expressionlessly. The matter of the Lan family has nothing to do with the second princess. As early as when Consort Lan caused the second princess to almost die, this child is no longer related to the Lan family. Her mother's family nowadays is the Lin clan's big house. The Dong family, not the Lan family that killed the Empress and the Grand Prince. The fourth prince nodded. So it is best. Then he arched his hand to the emperor and said, Empress Su is a kind person. The eldest prince is humble and courteous. Duke Su is even a pillar my way. They were all killed together. This matter is left to the old minister to deal with it. We'll make the Lan family pay the price of blood. Good. I am also this intention. But the imperial uncle has to hurry up. I do not want to let outsiders look at the joke of my way. The emperor's meaning is very obvious. That is, he hopes that before the second prince of Shidi and others arrive in Shengjing, this matter will be closed and the dust will settle. The fourth prince also had some means in his possession, so he didn't find it much more difficult. After receiving the order, he went to deal with it. A month later, the entire Lan family was involved in the deaths of the Empress and the Grand Prince, all of whom were apprehended and confessed to the crime. In order to save the lives of his family, Grandmaster Lan left a confession and killed himself in prison. But the fourth prince was not affected by this matter. The kill, the exile of the exile, the prison of the prison, the sharpness of the means, so that people are scared. Dynasty and field vibration. After all, is the university scholar's house full of glory overthrow. So everyone has something to say. Unfortunately, among these talkative people, it does not include Minister Lin. Obviously, Lan Dowager used to be the right person under him, but now he abandoned it without blinking an eye. On the contrary, with the crowd in the opposite direction, to help the fourth prince force row bad public opinion. When the dust settles, the Northwest Marquis returns. Chapter 308 Big Brother's Affair. And noble consort Lin and Prince John quickly rushed back to Shengjing City. The Imperial City, which had been quiet for many days, was about to begin another dark and turbulent fight. Meanwhile, the fourth Wangfei was not idle either. Previously promised to give Lin Xingji and Miss Feng matchmaking things also have a brow. The autumn days in Shengjing City were very short, and as soon as they entered October, they started to cool down. Mrs. Feng and Miss Feng, who had originally taken their daughter to visit her mother's family overseas, had returned. This Miss Feng is none other than Feng Qi's sibling, now just over 17. Is the whole Shengjing City head, is known as a virtuous person. The people who want to marry her are all over the threshold. Mrs. Feng can't bear the thought of her daughter marrying high and suffering low, so she has stayed until now. Therefore, after inquiring around, Dong's heart has a favorite. The Feng family has a simple population and a good family history. Although Feng's father is only the vice president of the Imperial City Department, compared with the Lin family, a lot of weak. However, if compared to the Lin family's big house alone, it is a step above. Most importantly, Feng's father and son were both military generals. Feng Qi, in particular, had been Lin Xingji's superior in the Imperial Armor Army. Therefore, if this marriage was concluded, Lin Xingji would have the support of his father-in-law's family in the future. So when Dong knew that the fourth princess had come forward to make a match between the two families, she was so happy that she didn't sleep for days and days. The Feng family was initially surprised by the match, but after learning more about it, they were also happy. The Feng family was initially surprised by this marriage, and after learning more about it, they were also happy. Whether it's the situation of the Lin family's big house or Lin Xingji's person, the Feng family has no choice. The only thing I feel is that Lin Xingji is a bit older. He was 6 or 7 years older than Miss Feng. However, this was not a problem in Lord Feng's eyes. Hsong's temperament and ability are all first class. If he hadn't been dragged down by his family's affairs in the past, he wouldn't still be unmarried at this age. With Feng Qi as his own brother as a guarantor, one thing led to another, and the marriage was settled in front of the adults of both families. When the fourth Wangfei rushed to send the news to Dong, she met Lin Xingji on his return. After half a year's hard work, the royal family's secret passage has finally been almost unblocked. He had been given half a month's holiday to rest. Unexpectedly, when he rushed back, he heard that he was to be given a marriage. Slightly surprised, the fourth prince valued Lin Xingji, and the fourth princess naturally looked at him with the closeness of a junior. As soon as she saw him enter the door, she smiled and said, "Looks great." The rest Xian. Hearing this, Lin Xingji was embarrassed for a moment. Dong was naturally happy to hear her son being praised and immediately said, "Still not quick enough to greet the fourth Wangfei. My subordinate has met the fourth Wangfei." The voice was loud and clear, similar to their old man, and at first glance, it was a good body. So the face showed joy. Squire Lin is blessed. The Feng family has already agreed to this marriage. And Lady Feng said that if it could have been earlier, they would have been able to cooperate. After all, after turning the year over, Lin Xingji would be 25. Under the environment of Great Wei, where a man marries at the age of 17 or 18, he is indeed an older man. It was better to get married earlier. Hearing this, Dong was deeply convinced that she had chosen the right marriage. Before they even married, they were so sympathetic to their difficulties. This is really a good marriage, she also said with a smile on her face. Don't worry, fourth Wangfei. Leave the rest to me. I will make sure Miss Feng's family enters in style. Good. Then this royal consort will wait to drink your cup of wedding wine. Yes. After sending off the fourth Wangfei, Dong pulled her son into a sigh of relief. At last, I'm looking forward to the end. When you get married and have a wife, my mother will be able to unload this burden and give the family to your daughter-in-law to manage. The bittersweetness has come to our family. While saying this, she also wept with joy. Lin Xingji was not opposed to the marriage. When he heard that it was the Feng family's daughter, he was even more so. He had never met her, but by looking at Feng Qi, he could tell how the Feng family's family rules were. Therefore, this future wife from the Feng family, he is willing. Exit then turned to Dong and comforted him. Mother has worked hard, but you are afraid that this burden will not be loosened. Have you forgotten that I have a younger brother? Mentioning this youngest son, Dong is also very pleased. Although from March into the state prison, have not seen once. But every time, the letters sent back to the family have much mention of academic progress. Lin Muji is already smart. Now can enter the Imperial College. Is like a fish into the water, as free and easy. In the future, the vastness of heaven and earth, all depends on him to break through. For you three siblings, I'm not afraid to work even harder. Mother and son looked at each other and smiled. Everything was in the air. Since the two families had already finalized their plans, they were afraid of getting into trouble. So the speed of the betrothal was faster and faster than usual. The two families had already decided on a date, so the engagement was quicker and faster than usual. By the time the news reached Linwani, only half a month had passed. In Yihua Palace, everyone is doing their own thing. The second prince is still attending school. The second princess in the backyard accompanied by Sister Ji and other people, playing kickball. In the middle of the main hall, Lin Lianyi's fifth prince and third princess were napping. Both children are sleeping peacefully in the rocking bed. More than a glance feel cute to no end. This rocking bed was specially made by Grandmaster Lin. And because it was a twin, it was much more spacious. The two children didn't feel cramped even when they slept in it. But instead it was more cozy. Brother will be getting married at the end of the year. Our family has finally waited for this day. I have to think about what gifts to prepare for him and his new sister-in-law. As for the candidate for the new sister-in-law, Lin Evenyi was satisfied. When everyone heard that the Lin family was going to settle for the Feng family's young lady, they all complimented her. Only then did Lin Wanyi feel completely at ease. The one who accompanied her, apart from a few grandmothers, was Xian. When she heard this news, Xian was also happy from the bottom of her heart for big brother Lin Xingji. And that little bit of her small mind was ultimately packed away without anyone knowing about it. Didn't the emperor reward the empress with a Su-embroidered rosewood screen earlier? The embroidery on it just happens to be a unicorn sending off a sun. Does your highness think this is feasible? Being reminded of this by Xian, Lin Wanyi instantly brightened up. This is a good idea. The unicorn delivering a sun is also a good intention. And the thing is rewarded by His Majesty. It is also considered a heavenly favor. Let's set it. In a few days find someone to send it out of the palace. And tell mother to put it in big brother's newly wedded room. Yes, your highness. After finishing these words with Xian in a low voice, Lin Wanyi suddenly remembered something. Big brother's marriage was naturally to be notified to the Sangha. This marriage would definitely be in the middle of the newly installed courtyard of the big house. But if Master Lin Xiang and County Lord Ronkong were to go there, they would only have to play the pie again. The new sister-in-law just entered the door. Lin Wanyi does not want to big brother's face because of the old story and damage. So he thought about whether he could ask the emperor for a favor and make a trip to the palace. Chapter 309 Sisters Reunion. The first is to use their own consort status to suppress the Ronkong County princess and other people's anger. And the second is also want to see with their own eyes the happy event of their brother becoming a family. Thinking about this, she said to Xian, "You go and tell Qiuming to make a trip to the Qianan Palace later to see if His Majesty has nothing to do. Then invite him over for the evening meal." "Yes." The words were spoken softly for fear of disturbing the two children's naps. The two of them were now more than one size bigger, soon to be 100 days old. The emperor's intention is to have a big party. And the palace side also handed over the news. Said the Empress Dowager, and other people are ready to depart back. Thinking about this, Lin Lianyi knew that this short period of peace and quiet would not last much longer. The things in the palace, she has heard about them one after another in the past few months. The emperor's harem was originally quite abundant, but now it seems to have withered. Lan Fei died. Ying Fei crazy imprisoned in the palace. Concubine Bai has been killed twice. Chu Guiran touched the pillar and died. This incident is implicated in the Yi Chengji also down to Du Nyangzi. Confined to her yard, did not follow the return. And the injured Ming Chengji also stayed in the palace to recuperate. So this time, can neatly follow the Empress Dowager and come back together. In addition to concubine Yi, there is noble Lady Qian, Mu Changjia, and a Lady Jinxiu. In addition, counting Lin Evening Yi, and has returned to the Lin noble consort. The palace can serve the emperor's famous concubine. Only 6. Lin Guifei this time back on the first day. Will meet with Lin Evening Yi. A change in the past, that kind of strong and domineering attitude. Become extraordinarily kind and considerate. A mouthful of her own sister's name Lin Evening Yi. But this does not allow Lin Evening Yi to relax her vigilance. On the contrary, it is more and more attention. Hey, the palace is not in this period of time. All the sisters are hard. Especially you. I heard that the birth of a dragon and phoenix double child. This is a good thing. This time to come back in a hurry. Did not bring you anything good from the outside. But the former emperor rewarded a copper enameled fan is very rare. Outside the clan also only made this one. The palace remembered that you are very bitter summer. Although this is about to enter the winter. But the summer next year. The same with on. Next year. The same summer use. This will be sent to the Yihua Palace. It is also considered a congratulatory gift from the palace. Noble consort Lin's words were well spoken. Those who didn't know thought that she was really a good sister to Lin Evening Yi. In terms of titles, this Lin Evening Yi and noble consort Lin could be on equal footing. One is a double-lettered consort, and one is an unsealed noble consort. Her return had caused the Lin Xiangfu to have a lot more anecdotes, such as a family of 2 beauties, both of whom were in high positions of power in the harem. I think I know where such heartbreaking words came from. Yi Fei now has the power of the palace, and these 2 days on the will be back, waiting for her to come back. The palace should be lively again. Once upon a time, the 3 legs of the tripod. Now the soup does not change. Lin Lianyi thought about some things in the past, and Xiaoying came in just in time to see it. The 5th prince's gradually robust little fat legs kicked off the cover of the small brocade quilt. Mouth two bubbles. Lin Wanyi's thoughts were also interrupted, looking at these 2 round children with a loving face. Her heart was full of strength. Noble consort Lin came back. Don't even need to think. Must be staring at her children. Dan Ruo was fine. I'm afraid that she was determined to get the 5th prince. However, Lin Wei has never been a weak person to be bullied. Just because she couldn't do it before doesn't mean she can't do it now. Even if noble consort Lin had the Xiangfu and Zhan Wangfu behind her, she was not afraid. 5th prince, this love to kick the quilt problem still can't change. Forget it. In the future, his clothes this palace let mother make slightly thicker. Not cover, it shouldn't be. Your Highness is right. Mrs. Lin's craftsmanship is really no match. You see now the royal princesses. Which one is not wearing both comfortable and beautiful? Xia En's words gave Lin Evening Yi much comfort. Her mother's family and mother's family were not as powerful as noble consort Lin. However, they were completely devoted to themselves and never had any reservations. As long as a family's heart is willing to work together, the days will naturally get better and better. This was the case with the Lin family's eldest house. It wasn't long before Qiuming came to report that the evening meal was ready to be served. Lin Lianyi asked Chuingqi to prepare and make more of the emperor's favorite food. The time wandered on, and it was afternoon. When the emperor came, Lin Wanyi was waiting at the entrance of the palace early. At first glance, there is something to ask for. So extraordinarily enthusiastic. The longer the emperor gets along with her, the more he understands about her temperament. Before Lin Evening he could open her mouth. He said, "Has your brother's wedding date been set?" "It's set. It's on the 18th of December. The emperor said while purifying his hands. "Well, then at that time, I will go with you. And a few children will be brought along to liven things up." Lin Lian was quite a bit in disbelief when she heard this. The emperor himself was present at the sight of his brother's marriage, and he still didn't know what kind of reaction this news would have if it got out. After being stunned for so long, she smiled sarcastically and said, "My concubine had planned to go by herself." The emperor squinted at her for a moment before saying with particular solemnity, "Aren't you afraid that County Princess Runkong and the others will cause trouble and give your parents and brother a face? Can you go to town?" Before Lin Lian heard the emperor say this, she felt that she could town it. But now, she changed her mind. Such a good Buddha. Not using it for nothing. She just couldn't believe it. If the emperor went too, who would still make trouble? Again, tired of living. More than gossip. She was more concerned that her brother's wedding day would be smooth and peaceful. This is related to the happiness of his life. So be said. Left, but she pretends to be deaf and dumb is. So after thinking about this matter, she raised a smiling face. "Or your majesty is well thought out. Then at that time my concubine will go with your majesty. And also bring a few children to see uncle's big happy event of getting married. Well, congratulatory gifts I'll let the inner court divisions prepare. You don't need to prepare them. But I want to send that unicorn to send a son of Suzhou embroidered screen to brother to enjoy. If your majesty then prepare will not be too much. Kirin's screen? You don't need to send it out yourself?" The emperor was clearly not very happy with this move of Lin Wui's. This thing had an extremely good meaning, and he had sent it on purpose. So the meaning was self-evident. Lin Huai would do a favor. Yihua Palace didn't even use it. Rushing to send it to his brother. With a cold snort, he decisively stopped it. "That screen is specifically for you to stay. Not allowed to send out. As for your brother there, I then give him to re-prepare a good words to say here. If Lin Evening still force for it, is asking for fun. Anyway, as long as it is sent out from the palace, there will never be a difference." Unexpectedly, when Lin Wui saw that the screen embroidered on the sand field autumn pointing troops. Face all green. Chapter 310, The Joy of Returning to the Palace. There is no way to put such a screen in a lady's chamber. The brother also feels that the Holy Grace is great. Every time before performing the ritual of the weekly public ceremony should seriously stand in front of that screen for a while. The emperor's good intentions. The Empress Dowager led the concubines from the palace back before the palace head down a light rain. Not big, but pattering some sadness out. The second prince's long-awaited autumn hunt was cancelled. The reason is that the sky is dry. There are farmers in their own fields to set fire to burn wheat straw. Accidentally blown by the wind scattered. Ignited the mountain fire not to mention. Even with the foot of the mountain that part of the royal palace also have damage. Burning is not serious. Soon to be the royal army to extinguish. But the moral is always bad. And this burn? A number of animals also lost their lives. If you want to go to autumn hunting, I am afraid it will affect the next year's spring breeding. So the emperor waved. It cancelled this year's autumn hunting. The second prince prepared and prepared. Practiced and practiced. But in the end, it was not useful. Rather, Lin Evening looked at him like this. Then up to comfort his mind. On this day, the second prince had just returned from school and came to pay his respects to Lin Evening. My son has met mother consort. Since Lin Avini's ascension, the second prince's title had also changed. Once upon a time, he was called Empress Lin. But now, he was called mother consort. Nowadays, his height had also increased quite a bit. And he wasn't much shorter than the third prince, who used to be taller than him. And because of the whole spring and summer have practiced riding and shooting. So people also black and strong some. Looks not like before that gloomy and weak. More a few points of young men should have the vigor. But today his expression. But drooping. Lin Lian then put down the needle and thread in her hands and asked Xiaoan to bring him a cup of chrysanthemum hidden tea. Drink a couple of mouthfuls first to moisten your throat. You'll have your meal later. Receiving the tea in Xiaoan's hand. He didn't think much about it and dried a cup with his head covered. This appearance. But it made Lin Wanyi add a few points of worry. What's going on? But when you go to school, Taifu said you? No. Is the son of the long-awaited autumn hunting to go? The heart some pain just. But this reason. Your father is not privately with you said again? Still can't figure it out? Hey. Think through. Just son has never been out of the palace it. Also thought they can get what you want. Now it seems to wait another year. A look of sighing. Let Lin evening he look and laugh. Alright. Be careful of eating too much gas. You won't be able to eat later. Don't you just want to leave the palace? When your great uncle gets married. Let's go out to the palace together to congratulate him. Really? The second prince's eyes lit up when he heard this. In fact, whether or not to go to the autumn hunt was not the most important thing in his case. What was important was whether or not he could cross out of this palace gate. True. This is what your father said to me. When the time comes, we'll all go if the sky comes down with knives. Okay. The second prince swept away the unhappiness just now. At this moment, his eyebrows curved. His voice was loud and clear as he shouted. Success? In his heart, Mother Consort's words were much more reliable than Father Emperor's. So the promise Lin Lianyi made, he also firmly remembered. Immediately purifying his hands, he waited for dinner to begin. At the dinner table, the second princess was already able to say some simple iterative words. To be, pointing to this one time, pointing to that one time, looking at Sister Ji's eyes dazzled. Since the birthday of the week old, the second princess can eat more. Right now his almost 1 year and 4 months. Not only the road walked steadily, the words also gradually began to spit out clear words. For the second prince and the second princess can eat. So things are light-mouthed. Occasionally, if Lin Wanyi has a craving, Chun-Chi will prepare a spicy dish for her. She ate with relish. But it was the second princess who was curious. She refused to listen to her advice and insisted on trying it. And after being spiced up and crying, she would never be interested in what Lin Wanyi ate again. Also because of this, Lin Wanyi's dinner table is finally more delicious to eat. The second prince was happy in his heart. So he specially gave dishes to the second princess. In his case, being an elder brother is to know how to love your parents and help do what you can. Let's say taking care of the second sister and spending more time with the fifth and third brothers. Last time when I went to see the fifth brother and third sister, they even smiled at me. Because they had heard and understood those books I read day in and day out. So they thanked me. The books in the second prince's mouth were the ones that the emperor had sent to him. He said that the Empress Dowager had given them to him before. Lin Wanyi had read them carefully. They were all rare and good books. There are stories of reasoning. There are also atlases. There are some folk anecdotes of the record. All in all, it is not a book bag of those who talk a lot, listening to people drowsy. It had to be said that Lin Lianyi felt that the Empress Dowager was much more powerful than her in the matter of raising children. She is still in the situation of letting the children eat, drink, wear and feel happy. But the Empress Dowager's raising of children is an all-round grasp. And she knows how to grasp the big and let go of the small. Let out what you are not good at. And do what you are good at. Lin Lianyi once thought that the children are the same as the hard treatment is good. But now she changed her mind. Compared to the fifth prince and third princess, who were still waiting to be fed, she should focus more on the growth of the second prince and the needs of the second princess. One was already more than 7 years old and gradually began to have his own views on the human world. One was about to turn 2 and was at the age where she loved to talk and dance. Thus, she thought about it and came up with a method. In addition to school and writing in the daytime, and then let the second prince to go to the Empress Dowager's palace to stay for a while. On the one hand, it is to fulfill the filial piety. On the other hand, it also lets the Empress Dowager make up for the fact that the second prince's insights are not far-reaching enough. Lin Lianyi was raised in the Lin family house. Everything is good. The only thing is not wide enough to see. Once upon a time, he followed his grandfather's family in the outside world, talking about the people's life, folk days. But if we are talking about the past and present, the Empress Dowager's knowledge is hundreds of times stronger than her thousands of times. I don't want to delay the child because of myself. So I have this idea. Only have not yet raised it. When the Empress Dowager returns to the palace, Lin Wanyi will talk to the emperor again. This book was prepared by the Empress Dowager for your father. You should also take a good look at it. It's always good to have more insight. Mother Consort, don't worry. Son took note. The family ate the evening meal in a lively manner. At the turn of autumn and winter, there wasn't much fun. Therefore, those who warmed their books warmed their books. Those who did needlework did needlework. A peaceful scene. 3 days later, the Empress Dowager and the others finally returned to the Imperial city. And Yuan he 18 years. Only 2 months to turn over a new chapter. This time to welcome the Empress Dowager back to the palace. The Emperor side only 2 concubines standing. One is Lin Guifei, who has just returned, and the other is Lin Evening, who has just been promoted to the throne. Chapter 311 Pink Ink. The Empress Dowager's expression did not change much. On the contrary, Consort E was filled with scorn when she saw the 2 of them, the Lin sisters, standing on the left and right sides of the Emperor. Luckily, Grandfather Northwest Marquis had returned. Otherwise in this harem, I'm afraid that their Lin Songfu family would really be the only one to rule the roost. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but give a wink to Mu Chongzai and Lady Jinxiu behind him. So the 2 of them were dressed grandly and took half a step forward. Did not exceed the Empress Dowager. But with Yi Fei is also about to flush. Instead, it is the humble noblewoman. Or as her title. As always, low profile and smooth. This does not compete. Fall in the Emperor's eyes. Added 3 good impression. My son greets Mother Empress. This journey has been hard. I have met the Empress Dowager. Please be kind to the Empress Dowager. Well, I'll get up. Counting on her fingers. Lin Wan Yi and the Empress Dowager, or the sisters of the harem, have not seen each other for half a year. When she was grounded in April, she was still a concubine. But now she is Consort E Ning, who has been credited with giving birth to both a dragon and a phoenix child. Therefore, except for concubine E, all of them have to bow. Your servant maidservant has met the Emperor, has met noble concubine Lin, and has met Consort E Ning. Lin Lian E gave Consort E another flat salute alone. This time, she didn't address concubine E in a distant manner, but instead added an extra sister at the end. When Yi Fei heard this, she couldn't help but laugh coldly in her heart. I think she is relying on this modest nature to deceive all of them. Take white concubine. Even Chu Guiran for their own future paved the way, but is really good means. So he opened his mouth with 2 points of disdain. Yi Ning concubine is polite. Your position now is above me. This sister would not dare to be. Just come back to Lin Evening E. The Emperor is naturally not happy. However, Lin Evening E still looked like she was smiling and feasting. Yi Fei's sister jokes. You entered the palace days longer than me, and gave birth to the 3rd prince. Whether it is family history, character, or ability, integrity are above the younger sister. So respect you as sister deserved. Being able to bend and stretch. Lin Lian E had lived this kind of life before. She was not arrogant because of her promotion. And at this point, concubine E could barely see past it. So she smiled and didn't reply. On the contrary, it was noble consort Lin, who had always been at odds with her, who hadn't uttered a word since they met. Such as this kind of lowly, obedient and humble appearance. Yi Fei is not adapted at all. So slightly provocative look to the Lin Guifei. But see her eyes become softer. A trip to the palace. How the temperament has changed. Can't it be that Taishan Palace raises people to such a point that domineering can become docile? Yi Fei thought in her heart. First back. I have a bad headache. Not to eat palace noodles. And so rest on a few days. Eat 2 children's 100 days of wine is. 2 children. Talking about the 5th prince and the 3rd princess born by Lin Liani. The Empress Dowager had already spoken. So naturally the others were not in a position to say anything more. Instead, it was the Emperor who made a point of speaking to Consort E. These days there have been many incidents at the head of the palace. You have handled them well. Hard work. Consort E still thought that the first thing she did when she returned to the palace was to give power to noble Consort Lin, who knew that the Emperor had come up with such a thing. This is a sign that she can continue to do the business of the palace? Thank you for the Emperor's sympathy. I'm ashamed to take responsibility. This time to go to the palace. A number of sisters have accidents. And now brought back so 3. Hey. In the final analysis is the subject of my control is incompetent. Yi Fei to retreat for progress. Once again tested the Emperor's mind. Well, the cause of the thing after I already know. And you have nothing to do is nothing. Do not want to feel sorry for yourself. Otherwise the head of the harem thing is still more. You deal with it is not tricky? This time, is to give Yi Fei a pill. Regardless of the Lin sister's position is not really higher than her. But there is a high position without real power. But also in the harem is useless. So sincerely thanked the emperor. And then got up and looked at the two of them with a smile on her face. Lin Lianyi is frank. Anyway, this whole palace affairs, she does not want to intervene. On the contrary, it was noble consort Lin Yifei thought that she would show her dissatisfaction. But she saw that she still had a faint smile. Let Yifei heart but more a point of doubt. The emperor still has political affairs. Naturally back to Qianan Palace. The rest of the concubines pretended to exchange pleasantries, but also back to their respective palaces. Lin Lianyi turned around and walked a few steps. Then saw someone behind him chasing up. Listening to that voice, I knew that it was Mu Chongzai, who used to be in a palace with her. She dresses up today is very attentive. And she just entered the palace when the age of this is smaller. Now look is more and more lovely. Unfortunately, such a good flower. Hard to be in the palace had hard to keep nothing to look forward to. Thinking of this, Lin Lianyi also have a few regret. Sister. Lin Evening stopped in her tracks when she heard this. Concubine misspoke. I thought elder sister was a former person. Now I should call you Empress Ning. No harm. The title is just a title. Mu Chongzai can call her whatever she likes. From the beginning of her entry into the palace, Lin Lianyi had never thought of being friends and sisters with any of the concubines in the palace. So she wouldn't take the initiative to provoke or follow anyone. Getting to this point today was entirely due to luck and the emperor's love. But these? That is, she said out loud now also no one reply. Let's say that Mu Chongzai in front of her is a look of envy. Sister these days. Early thought of when with sister in the Yihua Palace in the head of the day. At that time how carefree also can eat sister side of the spring chi girl handmade noodles. That taste still remember it. Mu Chongzai likes to eat it. So later on, let Chuanqi make a bowl and send it to the inviting Moon Palace. Lin Lianyi didn't need to think deeply to know the reason why Mu Chongzai was getting close to her. She just wanted to see if there was a chance to go back to Yihua Palace again and use her favor to get the emperor's attention. Once upon a time so. Now also so. But unfortunately, she is not Princess Ing. Neither need anyone to help her solid favor. Also do not need who with her together to count others. Being Fei's little thoughts about her. Lin Lianyi has not forgotten. Mu Chongzai has been following her for so long, saying that he doesn't know how it's possible. Therefore, Lin Evening he has the heart of compassion for others, but not the intention of universal life. What Mu Chongzai will be in the future is her own business. Since Yihua Palace had now returned to her. Apart from the fourth prince, she was not going to let any other outsiders enter. Mu Chongzai wasn't blind. Lin Lianyi's seemingly kind, but actually cold meaning was obvious. Her words were on her lips, but she still couldn't open her mouth to say it. So with a smile, she said, why bother Miss Chuanqi to make a trip? Sister will let Miss Chuanqi make a bowl when she goes to her sister's door some other day. In that case, then let sister as she wishes. If there is nothing else, this palace will go back first. Chapter 312, Where the Prince Goes. A sentence of this palace. Status disparity. Clear as day. Mu Chongzai originally wanted to say a few more words to get close, but was rejected by Lin Evening Yi, and could only reveal a sarcastic smile. Looking at Lin Evening Yi's distant back, his heart was also secretly dissatisfied. When he returned to the back hall of the Moon Inviting Palace, he was slightly in a trance. The move to join consorting. She had always felt that it was the right move. But now, she was unsure. Moving from the side hall to the back hall. From a promise to a permanent presence. It was clear that step by step, she was moving up. But how did it give her the feeling that she was gradually moving away from the emperor? If she still stayed in Yihua Palace, or with Lin Evening Yi has been good friends, would it be a different situation? She was still pondering here. But at the other end, noble Lady Qian was like in the palace, putting all her efforts into taking care of the fourth prince at Xianing Palace. When the emperor went to visit the Empress Dowager, it so happened that she was also there. Concubine has met the emperor. Please be at peace. Well, level off. Thank you, Your Majesty. After noble Lady Qian got up, she saw the fourth prince clapping his hands and pouncing on her, wanting her to hold and play with him. Under her careful care these days, the fourth prince had recovered quite a bit physically. Other than being completely deaf in his left ear, he was much better. Imperial Dr. Do and Imperial Dr. Chung had been thinking of ways to regulate him, and were finally seeing results. Therefore, The fourth prince is now smiling more, giggling and looking more carefree. Seeing the fourth prince's improvement, the emperor's heart was also happy. Reaching out to hug the child, he was rejected by the fourth prince. Muttering his little mouth, he leaned tightly in noble Lady Qian's arms, not willing to let go for a moment. Seeing this, the emperor also did not forcefully say that he had to carry it over, but only smiled lightly and said, "The fourth prince, and you are quite a match for noble Lady Qian." The emperor basically did not have much favor. For one thing, at first, she would be lucky, completely drunk and out of sorts. On the other hand, since the child landed and disappeared, he also felt a little guilty. And Qian in itself is not loved to compete for favor of nature. This 1 to 2. Naturally, there is no intersection, but is occasionally some summons just to be able to take care of the fourth prince. Is the servant girl's blessing. The child is small and suffered some sins. Stay with him more, and he will be fine. Your Majesty, don't blame the fourth prince. When he is bigger, he will know to look for his father. Noble Lady Qian explained word by word. Her intentions were good. The emperor looked at it with a faint smile and did not answer. Hearing someone talking outside, the Empress Dowager also walked out from her bedchamber. My son has met the Mother Empress. Concubine has met the Empress Dowager. The emperor is busy with political affairs, so he doesn't need to come to Xianing Palace every day to ask for peace. It doesn't matter if it's every 3 to 5 days or half a month. Mother, don't worry, the son of the court will not be delayed. On this point, the Empress Dowager was relieved. After all, the current situation of the country's prosperity and people's peace is the result of the emperor's hard work. Sit down. The Empress Dowager gave a wink towards the emperor, who was not polite, and went straight to the couch. And then he asked the Empress Dowager, "Mingruo and the fourth prince are here at the Empress Mother's place. They are being raised very well. I see that both children are much more spirited. Especially Mingruo. It's only been a few days since I've seen her. The whole person looks much more stretched out. This, needless to say, must be the benefit of the Empress Dowager's careful teaching." Thinking of this, the emperor was infinitely grateful. The child is still small. More teaching will be good. The emperor should be nothing. Have something to say straight. Mother's wise eyes. Mingru older. Stay in your place is no harm. On the contrary, the fourth prince is still small. Day after day nuisance you. I'm afraid to sleep also noisy some. So my son thought, it's better to move him to Yihua Palace. There is a lot of activity there nowadays. The 4 children are raised together. Even the place to play has been set aside separately. He will be familiar with it for a few days, and then he will be fine. When she heard this, noble Lady Qian's heart tightened. She was still counting on being able to keep the fourth prince by her side to ensure peace for the rest of her life. But now, this opening from the emperor basically blocked her path. In the future, if she still wanted to have such an opportunity, I'm afraid it would be difficult. The heart is quite nervous to look at the Empress Dowager. How to look forward to her old man can say something for themselves. Who knew that she agreed in one breath? The emperor so arranged or good. The children grow up together. In the future also deeper feelings. But Yihua Palace enough so many children live? Mother, don't worry. That Jiaozuan Palace has been expanded into. Not to mention the fourth prince. Is to live 2 more children in the future is also enough. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager smiled. But because of the presence of noble Lady Qian, she did not ask anything more. Noble Lady Qian is sad that she wants but can't get. If the fourth prince really went to Yihua Palace, what should she do in the future? When she thought of this, she was ruthless and violently pinched the fourth prince's thigh while he was not being pinched. The child ate the pain and immediately cried out. All of a sudden, the emperor and Empress Dowager's attention was attracted over. The emperor frowned, looking at the fourth prince crying sadly. Tears were flowing down in large drops, while noble Qian was also coaxing with a somewhat sore nose. The Empress Dowager did not speak from the side, but quietly watched. Fourth prince, don't cry. When you go to Yihua Palace, you will have both elder brothers and younger siblings. How nice to play with you together. Don't cry. Don't cry. Her words, on the surface, sounded like she was coaxing the fourth prince. In reality, she was saying that the fourth prince was bawling because he was reluctant to go to Yihua Palace. This was something that the emperor and Empress Dowager were not stupid and naturally heard. Are you the one taking care of the fourth prince these days? Back to the emperor. Is the servant girl in the care? The child is sick after extraordinarily difficult to bring some So will not be noisy Yi Fei and the 5th prince. The 3rd princess they. Or let the 4th prince to stay in the Xining palace. The servant girl will come over to help take care of 1 or 2 day by day. She wasn't that stupid to come up and say that she wanted to look after the 4th prince. With her status, she is not qualified to teach consort Ying's son. Even if she was willing. She was afraid that the Pei family would disagree. Noble Lady Qian has been in the palace for many years, and hasn't made many enemies. She didn't want to hastily increase her rivals because of the 4th prince's matter. When the emperor heard her words, he didn't immediately take a stand. He looked at the Empress Dowager and waited for her to speak. After all, it was the Empress Dowager who ultimately made the final call on this matter. So other than the crying 4th prince, everyone's eyes were gathered on the Empress Dowager. Well, it's not that big of a deal. It's always a matter of getting used to it. It's better to send the 4th prince over. If the emperor is afraid that Yi Fei's side is too busy, it is possible to send the 2nd prince over to the mourning family to take care of. The child is bigger and also does not make a fuss. The mourning family look at Mingru is also to look at. Look at the 2nd prince also look at it together is. The Empress Dowager's words. The matter will be completely nailed down. And let the emperor's 2nd matter also landed on the ground. When noble Lady Qian heard this, her face did not look too good. Chapter 313 Mother and Daughter Meeting. Lin Lianyi and the emperor had said that he wanted to send the 2nd prince to the Empress Dowager to learn more. When the Empress Dowager opened her mouth, it saved the emperor's mouth. He was naturally happy to do so. Mother said yes. But the emperor's son ultimately to be naughty. Not if he and the 3rd emperor's son after school to mother here to listen to the rules. Live. Or each back. You think how? Well, the emperor is thoughtful. Let's do it. Both are the emperor's sons. It's not good to be biased in favor of anyone. If the 2nd prince came, the 3rd prince did not come. Yi Fei there will have to think again. Rather than because of a small matter to make the harem unsettled. It is better to have a bowl of water. All sent. Naturally there is nothing to say. This point, the emperor's consideration is thoughtful. Mother and son too said a few words. Also did not stay. Instead, when the emperor left, he said to noble Lady Qian, these days you will work harder. Will be the 4th prince's things are ready. After 2 days I and Yi Fei together to pick him up is. Noble Lady Qian could not say what she was suffering from, but could only agree with a stiff upper lip. After all, the 4th prince is not her son. Even if she does not agree, what can she do? After the emperor left, Qian Gurn was ruthless. Towards the Empress Dowager kneeled down, said with a slightly crying voice, Empress Dowager, concubine has something to ask. These months and the 4th prince get along very well. The servant girl asked her own identity is humble. Can't afford to raise the 4th prince's heavy responsibility. But once upon a time Yi Fei raised the 2nd prince, and the 2nd princess at the side of the time. Is also the identity of the nobleman. So the servant girl thought, this identity does not matter. The most important thing is still to the child is good. The 4th prince and the servant girl have been together for a few months. Feelings have been cultivated. Can you let the servant girl take care of the 4th prince? The servant girl guarantees that she will definitely treat the 4th prince as her own. There will be no mistakes at all. After saying this, also violently counted a few heads. That attitude of sincerity. Let a person look moved. Unfortunately, she was facing the Empress Dowager, who looked amiable, but actually had a cold heart. Therefore, crying and selling misery in her here is not useful at all. In a calm tone, she said, if you really for the good of the 4th prince, you should know that in his case, the support of brothers and sisters is the most important. The deafness of the left ear is a disability. In the future this throne, and he can say nothing. If even the siblings' love cannot be kept, you tell him to grow up how to deal with themselves? You take care of the 4th prince. It is a good thing. But if you put the 4th prince's future at risk for your own selfish desires, it is your fault. Do you understand? The Empress Dowager's words were not heavy, but they fell on noble Lady Qian like a 1,000-pound stone, pressing her to the point where she couldn't breathe. Noble Lady Qian raised her head, and tears came to her eyes. The sadness wasn't just that her dedication these days hadn't paid off, but also the feeling that her future had been snuffed out. Thus, her emotions towards the Empress Dowager were also a little different. Once upon a time, she was respectful and afraid. But now there is more of a resentment. Yes, Maidservant knows. Her rules made the Empress Dowager quite satisfied. She didn't beat her to death. Instead, she said, the fourth prince went to Yihua Palace. You can also free up some time. If there is nothing else, you can often come to Xianing Palace to sit. Accompany me to talk is. Cut off her way to take care of the fourth prince, but gave her some special treatment. The Empress Dowager likes quiet. Not everyone can be so free in and out of Xianing Palace. Can get this point. She later in the harem also counted more a weight of protection. Noble Lady Qian was obviously not expecting this, so she nodded her head and said with a grateful face, Concubine, thank you, Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager did not say anything, only took the rattle in her hand to the side of the fourth prince, and cooed again. The storm in Xianing Palace had subsided. Instead, there were bursts of crying coming from Lin To Palace. Noble consort Lin and Princess Mingruo had not seen each other for more than a year. Mother and daughter this meeting. Naturally to cry. Looking at her daughter, who had grown a lot taller than before. Noble consort Lin was both sad and happy in her heart. Mother consort is not in the palace these days. Can suffer? Mingruo shook her head, then nodded. Her eyes were red, and her nose twitched as she cried. Mother consort, my daughter misses you. In this huge palace, my daughter is not comfortable staying at all. Hearing Mingruo's words, noble consort Lin was also saddened in her heart. One wrong step. One wrong step. If she had known that she would not be able to return to Taishan for more than a year, she would not have followed the emperor to join in the fun. Said good sound is to stay there to check the old case of Queen Su, but in fact is to alienate her just, waiting for her to come back. Sure enough, the day of the harem is changed again and again. Those who were in the way before were gone one by one, but the neglected ones gradually came to the fore. This makes Lin noble consort also feel not very good, especially Lin Evening E. She was surprised by how fast she climbed. Even if Lin Evening E had now given birth to the Imperial son that she had longed for many years. So what? With her current position, if she wanted to snatch the child over, there was basically no such possibility. Either she could still move up the ladder, or Lin Wan E would hit rock bottom. Both of these possibilities seemed bad. So for a while, noble consort Lin could only bide her time and wait for a new opportunity to arrive. The Empress Dowager there didn't make things difficult for you, did she? No. Imperial grandmother is very good to her daughter. Only that she teaches his sister a bit harshly on weekdays. But when father came to see her daughter, he praised her several times. Hearing this, noble consort Lin was somewhat comforted. She only came back now. It is not good to ask for her daughter back. Even if she opened her mouth, she was afraid that the emperor would not agree. After thinking about it, she still felt that she should wait and see. Therefore, she could only hand over the words. Since this is the case, then you should stay well by the Empress Dowager's side. Mother consort will find a chance to talk to your father, and will definitely ask you back again. Mingruo, after these few months of teaching, her mind was corrected a bit. Regardless of anything else, she herself recognized that she had been arrogant in the past, so she had changed a lot. However, when she heard noble consort Lin's words, she still nodded her head in anticipation. Although the Empress Dowager was good, but noble consort Lin was her real mother. It was only natural for a child to want to return to her mother's side. In this regard, it wasn't just noble consort Lin and Princess Mingruo who thought so. Consorting, who was far away from the palace, also missed the fourth prince when she was awake. Her whole person now seems to be closed inside the general. Even if it is not sick, people are not much spirit. Day after day, she took the clothes and toys of the fourth prince and wept alone. A few times, Romla looked along with the sadness. But she is a slave girl, and what can be done to interfere with the emperor's decision? Chapter 314, Spreading Tears in the Palace. What's more, they are now as if they have been abandoned. They are staying in the palace to recuperate. But what's the difference between this and being in jail? Other people can come in, but they can't get out? Then that also in recuperation, Ming noblewoman. I do not know how many times worse. Mrs. Pei learnt the news outside, and was saddened to faint and wake up. And wake up and faint. Consort Ying's collapse meant that their Pei family and Ling family would have to follow suit. Originally, the two families in the dynasty did not have much power, and now is even more despondent. Where is the snow to send charcoal? Did not fall into the well even if Pei adults are usually good and kind to get the blessing of the. This day, Mrs. Pei begged for a long-time relationship. Only got the Emperor's permission to go to the palace to see Princess Ing. As soon as she entered the door, she saw her daughter sitting under the bright window, staring blankly with some bewilderment and dullness. Eyes without ripples. Even if she as a mother came in, there is not much reaction. Dr. Do said, "Your mother's illness needs to control her mood, not to be sad or happy in order to delay some more time. So most of the medicine is to stabilize the mind. So your mother is very quiet now. Madam will not be offended if you look at her." Lady Pei suddenly remembered Rong Li's special instructions before entering. Originally she thought that she could endure, but never thought that when she really saw her daughter like this, her heart was cut like a knife. And it was hard not only how to vent. "Nyang nyang. Nyang nyang." Rongla called out several times before awakening Consort Ing from her own emotions. She now even lifted her head to become much slower. Obviously only in her 20s, but more than those in their 70s and 80s. But also a few points of old age. When Mrs. Pei saw this, she couldn't hold back any longer. Immediately jumped up and hugged Consort Ing, bitterly crying and said, "Our family is the creation of what sins. Your brother when he left, my heart is followed by a large part of the death. Now your father is still lying in bed. You have another incident. How can I live?" After Mrs. Pei learnt the source of Consort Ying's illness, she hated herself to death. But what could she do if she hated herself? It was not good to blame her parents, who had died many years ago. If she had known that her children would have ended up in this situation, she would not have wanted them to come to this world to suffer such a crime. Therefore, she cried her heart out. This crying does not matter, but on Ning Fei a few more points of stimulation. Originally quite calming Fei, suddenly as if remembering something, immediately asked at Ronglu, "Where is the fourth prince? Why don't you see nursemaid carrying him over to play? Mother has entered the palace. Of course she wants to meet this dear grandson." Rong Li's heart was bitter, but it was useless to be bitter. They have been with Consort Ing for many years, and have seen her once so gentle and courteous turn into such a bewildered person. How can they not feel sad in their hearts? But sadness is useless. They could only speak out to console her. "Your Highness has forgotten again? Didn't the slave girl say? The Empress Dowager likes the fourth prince, so she will carry him over to play for a few days, and then send him back after a few days. Didn't she also send someone to talk to you before?" When Consort Ing heard this, she cocked her head, seemingly thinking, "Is that so? Yes. Didn't your Highness say that it's good to be closer to the Empress Dowager, and that this will also benefit the fourth prince's future? Right?" Hearing this, concubine Ing finally changed from doubt to joy. "Well, that's right. As long as it's good for the fourth prince, this palace will do whatever it takes." With that, she said to Madame Pei with a few apologies, "Mother's visit to the palace this time is not coincidental. The fourth prince is not by my daughter's side. Next time, when my mother enters the palace, my daughter will make sure to let him get close to you." Mrs. Pei couldn't stop her tears as she listened to her daughter's seemingly serious speech. She is now as if she has no thoughts of her own, and she remembers everything that others say. But she can't remember when the son was the same situation, only from the onset of the disease to this point. The middle also held some days before slowly getting worse. But her daughter's situation seemed to have been expedited. She went out of the palace to deal with her own husband's broken leg only a few months ago. And the person became like this. How could Mrs. Pei endure this? Unable to restrain herself, she cried more and more sadly. But on the contrary, Consort Ing was just like a person who was fine, quietly listening to her cry. And the face is no longer as calm and collected as in the past. All the drug after the blank and do not know. After a good venting, next to the Rongla only hit the water to wash her face. Otherwise this way out of the palace, I'm afraid there will be people talking again. She originally thought of talking more with Consort Ing, but she hadn't thought that after taking the medicine, she would fall asleep. Only after the person was completely asleep did Rongla guide Mrs. Pei to the outer room to sit and talk. Your Highness is now relying on medication to hold her over, so she hasn't been sick. But then she hasn't been awake much, and she sleeps most of the time day after day. The Imperial doctor can say how long the Nyang situation can be delayed. Dr. Do did say that if she can always stabilize her emotions, it's about a few more years of protection. But if she's badly stimulated, I'm just afraid that if she's stimulated once, she'll have to shorten her lifespan by a few months. Mrs. Pei sniffed, tears falling like rain. She was a woman in the back of the house, She couldn't be there for her husband in the Imperial court. And she couldn't be there for her daughter in the palace to plan her future. The only thing that she has to worry about now is the fourth prince. Daughter, now this situation. Want to raise the fourth prince is already impossible. But a small child in the harem. If there is no one to protect, I am afraid that even growing up is difficult. So she was worried. Once upon a time, she didn't have any acquaintances in the palace. So she opened her mouth and asked, "What is the situation of the fourth prince now? Who did the emperor give it to raise?" Hearing this, Ronglo was also saddened. When he left, he was sent to the Empress Dowager. But the slave girl heard that it has been noble Lady Qian who is looking after him. And I don't know if he is still there after returning to the palace. Noble person Qian? Well, her maiden name is Yi. I heard that her father serves in the Dalizi. But the specifics are cast in that door. The slave girl is not clear. Lady Pei had some idea in her heart. The young secretary of the Dalizi and their Pei family were quite close. This time, when Lord Pei was injured, he had also come to visit many times. It was possible to inquire with him to see what this household was like. Well, you guys don't need to care about the outside things. Just take good care of the Empress. Medicine, remember to eat? Can delay one more day is good. I also look outside. If I can find a miracle doctor, may be able to cure one or two. Although this is a bit remote. But it is better than no hope at all. Moreover, for the fourth prince, it was always good to have a consort's mother still around. While Lady Pei was so calculating for her grandson, the fourth prince was unaware of it. Now is following the second prince and the second princess. There are two swaddling clothes in the milk doll in the Yihua Palace to make a fuss. Chapter 315, 100 Days of Joy. After a few days of dilly-dallying, the fourth prince was still picked up by the emperor and Lin Lianyi at Xianing Palace. Noble Lady Qian initially thought that the fourth prince would be very unhappy. But who knew that there were also the second prince and the second princess traveling with him? The two children swindled the fourth prince as you said one thing, and I said another. Don't worry, Empress Dowager. I will definitely teach the fourth prince as if he were my own child. And will never shirk my duties. Well, that's fine. In front of noble Lady Qian, the Empress Dowager didn't show how active she was towards Lin Yui. On the contrary, noble Lady Qian's eyes were red, looking at the fourth prince leaving. Much sadness. The emperor also knows that she previously took care of the fourth prince for a good period of time. Is also you sincerely. After thinking about it, he said to noble Lady Qian, "Pass my will. Jean Qian nobleman for the Qian concubinate. In the future will be more to Xianing Palace walk. For me in front of the Empress Dowager more filial piety." Once this word came out, the most surprised person is no more than noble Lady Qian. Lin Wanyi and the Empress Dowager was as if she knew in advance. Not much consternation. On the contrary, Dong Yuzhong stepped forward and said to noble Lady Qian with a smile on his face, "Your Highness, why don't you quickly thank the Lord for his great kindness?" When she was a noble, she was naturally called Little Lord. But after she became a concubine, she was Your Highness. Dong Yuzhong's title changed quickly. This Qian Guiran. Oh no. Now it's Qian concubine. In the palace head boiling oil like simmering this many years, is finally boiled out of the head. Other not to mention, at least in this palace, she is also considered a consort position below the first honorable people. So hold down the heart-excited mind. To the emperor on his knees and said, "Concubine, thank you for the emperor's great kindness." Turned to the Empress Dowager and said, "I also want to thank the Empress Dowager care." This is said on some of the instructions. If Lin Evening E is a heavy heart, only to think that this matter is not the Empress Dowager in front of the emperor, to give her to ask for the reward. Only a pity. Lin Evening E did not fall for her. When concubine Qian got up, said with a smile, "Congratulations to concubine Qian on her big day." "Thank you, Your Highness." Although the age of the concubine is older than Lin Wui, but the status is placed there, the concubine should be as respectful and disciplined salute. With this happy event as the bottom, the fourth prince was picked up. There is nothing out of the ordinary. Into the Yihua Palace. The fourth prince's bedchamber is also prepared early. All food and clothing are prepared according to a few children. Only different colors and styles. The two sisters who came over this time were given by the Empress Dowager herself. Looking at the bedchamber that Lin Wanyi had decorated, they were also very satisfied. Your Highness is really heartfelt. All the places with sharp corners are surrounded by brocade covers. Even if the fourth prince bumps into it, nothing will happen. Well, I see that the bed couch is also specially made. A lot shorter. This way, the fourth prince will be able to get up and down conveniently in the future. I have to say, after experiencing noble Lady Qian taking care of a child, and then looking at Lin Evening here, sure enough, it's still a big difference. In the past, the fourth prince was like growing in the hands of noble person Qian. Day after day either coaxing or holding. The child is fattened up a bit, but also looked timid a lot. The end of the look is also sick before the second princess, but through a burst of force, which is to let the two sisters feel admired. When the fourth prince first entered Yihua Palace, he still felt a little strange. The little man is nestled in the grandmother's arms, do not like to move, but cannot help but have the second princess of this sex lively open up, pull his little hand to go outside, as if to introduce him to some treasure. When the grandmother carried the fourth prince to a large room next to the bedchamber, only to find a surprise. Inside this room did not put what furniture, but the wall with brocade soft pillow to wrap a circle. Look very safe. Inside the blanket is also 2 layers of thick. It is not too painful even if you fall. The most important thing is to put a lot of things inside. These toys, both dongs picked from the folk sent in, but also Master Lin personally handmade. The first thing I want to do is to make sure that I have a good understanding of what I'm doing and what I'm doing. Look at the fourth prince is dazzled. The side of the Lin Evening Yi will explain said. Here is the original preparation for the children to play place. And in some days will be winter. The children have no place to go. If the day are coiled in the house is also stifling, but not as good as here to play and cry. So you can cultivate the feelings between them. After hearing this, the two sisters had admiration and respect in their eyes. For this alone, they were 120% in favor of the fourth prince being sent to Yihua Palace. Your Highness is well-intentioned. The fourth prince will definitely get along well with his siblings in the future. While they were still talking here, the second princess had already taken off her shoes and socks and got on the soft cushions. Now that it was November, this weather had cooled down quite a bit. Therefore, the ground dragon has long been burnt up. After getting on the soft cushion, she didn't feel cold at all. Instead, she felt hot when she was running and jumping. See, the second princess greeted, as if to say, fourth brother, quickly come to play. The original is still a little bit of restraint of the fourth prince. These are also not shy. Happily also ready on the cushion. Sisters have followed suit to help him take off his shoes and socks. Is ready to go up it. It was blocked by the second prince on the side. There's no harm. I'll lead fourth brother over. He was so young, but he had a sense of stability about him. The grandmothers were also relieved to see him. Sure enough, the second prince pulled the fourth prince onto the mat. But there was not much restriction. Running towards the second princess. The second princess is not petty. Came up and stuffed a lot of things into his arms. Happy to the fourth prince. See, this also feel fresh. See, that also feel fresh. There is no longer any strangeness or fear. Children's world is simple. Fun is the most important. These toys look ordinary, but in fact they are all screened by Lin Evening intention. Hands and brains can be had. As for the fifth prince and the third princess, they are still practicing lifting their heads, so they stayed in the right side hall. The fourth prince went to Yihua Palace on the third day. Is the dragon and phoenix baby's 100 days of joy. Before the full moon wine is only in the palace to eat some random. So this time, the full moon wine is much more grand. The palace banquet was ordered by the Emperor Dong Yuzhong and the inner court department to jointly organize, but did not let Lin Guifei and Yifei pick out any faults from it. Your Highness, would it be too plain to dress like this? Today is the 100th day banquet after all. A good day. There's no harm in it. It's good for the children to excel. There's enough buzz about Yihua Palace these days. It's better to be cautious. Lin Evening Yi today wearing a lavender lotus pattern lapel dress. Then the pink added a solemn, but not too dark show old age. In addition, her skin is already white. From a distance, it looks like a water lily in the water. Very beautiful. That edge with white warm rabbit fur to a circle. And that purple is complementary. As today's main character. The two children dressed more expensive than before. Chapter 316 Palace Banquet. The two children are wearing 4 different colors around their necks. Both children are hanging around their necks the white jade lock sent by the fourth princess. Now the two have grown up a lot. Is still in the swaddling clothes, but through a smart energy. Especially the fifth prince. born with the emperor is almost a mold carved out. Eyebrows, nose, lips and ears are the same. The emperor look once will be satisfied once. And next to the third princess, the eyebrow long open look is very similar to Lin Evening E. It was no wonder that when Dong took a look at her, she said that she looked like Lin Huai when she was first born. At that time, they thought Dong was just being polite. But now they realized that it was the truth. The two of them are well fed and sleep well. Therefore, they were in good spirits. And their round eyes were turning round and round, as if they were observing the world in general. Second prince, second princess, fourth prince has arrived. Xiao Ming at the door shouted. Not long after seeing a few children walked in. Nowadays, the second princess is walking steadily. As long as she doesn't run wildly, she won't fall down easily. On the contrary, it is the fourth prince. Originally is also a person who can walk after having a serious illness, instead of regressing a little. Fortunately, the second prince walked steadily, and sister pulled him from side to side, so he didn't fall. When the three children stood neatly in front of Lin Evening Yi, Lin Evening Yi's compassionate mother's heart all of a sudden came out. Today's second princess and her wore the same color clothes, looking very harmonious. The second prince was wearing jewel green, and the fourth prince was wearing lychee red. All looked spirited as well. Mother consort, my son brought my younger siblings to greet you. Among the three of them, the only one who would speak in one gulp was the second prince. So he spoke respectfully, while the second princess would only look at Lin Huai and ask for a hug. The fourth prince was still a bit confused about Lin Huai. But when he saw the second princess, with whom he usually played the most, running towards Lin Huai, he also stumbled over to Lin Huai. He also stumbled over. There was no hesitation at all when he jumped into Lin Evening Yi's arms. It was as if she was just one of those interesting toys in the pile. Alright. The two of you can't wrinkle mother consort's dress. We still have to go outside to attend the palace banquet. No fooling around today. Does second sister understand? The second prince was serious. The second princess tilted her head and leaned on Lin Lianyi's leg, as if saying, I'll see what happens. And that fourth prince followed suit. He was now like the second princess's little follower. What she does, the fourth prince has to follow. Alright. Mother consort let Aunt Chuanchi prepare delicious pastries for all of you. Later if you are hungry, eat some first to pad your stomach. Understand? Although the words were addressed to a few children, every single sister in the room answered yes. The 8 treasures food box placed on the round table. One person carried one in their hands. So Lin Wani got up and led the children out the door together. 2 days ago it wasn't that cold. But today when they went out, the cold wind started to pierce their bones. Look at this day. I'm afraid it's going to snow. The first snow of the year has not yet fallen. So Sister Du said, snow is a sign of a good year. If the first snow really falls today, it's also a good thing. All the good things are running towards the 2 children. The parents are naturally happy. But in the palace, if they are happy, it means others are not happy. Therefore, Lin Wani smiled. If this snow falls, I'm afraid that a few children will be frozen. Although today's were our deer skin boots. But after coming back, we still need to see. There is no frozen feet. Your Highness, don't worry, that is. These, the sisters in each place will pay attention to is. Well, that's good. In the middle of talking, they arrived at the entrance of the palace, only to see some palanquins neatly parked. Servant Xinan has met the Empress. Eunuch Xin is polite. This sedan chair is. Back to the Empress. Today's windy. The Emperor specially ordered the slave to send. The Empress Dowager, Lin Guifei and Yifei Palace also sent over. The Imperial princesses are still small, so take the sedan chair to blow less. Xinan purposely named a few other people's big names as well, fearing that he would not let Lin Avini become a target in the palace. As she had just said, these days Yihua Palace had made enough of a splash. If it continued like this, I'm afraid the cynicism wouldn't even fit. Many thanks to your Majesty's great kindness. In that case, let's get on the sedan chair. Don't chill the children. Yes. Lin Lian Yi brought the dragon and phoenix children to sit in the front. The second prince brought the second princess and the fourth prince to sit in the back. By the time this consort and 5 sons of theirs appeared, the limelight of the palace banquet was still stolen by them. All the clansmen and even the houses of powerful officials were invited to the palace. The fourth prince's house, King John's house, Lin Xiong's house, and the Northwest Marquis house. All attended. Lin Evening Yi, on the other hand, caught a glimpse of both her parents, her brother, and the Dong family. They were worlds apart from these court authorities. Naturally, they could only stand at the end of the palace banquet, although somewhat inconspicuous, but they all smiled and feasted. After all, in addition to them, I'm afraid that there are not many present as sincere to eat this congratulatory wine. Consort Yining too. The second prince too. The second princess too. The fourth prince too. The fifth prince too. The third princess too. As soon as the eunuch's long voice landed, all the people's gazes focused over. Jealous, envious, disgusted, genuinely celebrating, and naturally curious and inquisitive. Lin Wanyi calmly brought her children into the main hall under pressure. But she could not tell that she was the second daughter of the big house, Lin Wanyi, who used to live a hard life in the Xiangfu. Instead, she was the highly favored consort Yining, the first person in the Wei dynasty to give birth to both a dragon and a phoenix. Thus, all at once everyone rose. The fourth prince and the fourth princess led the way, bowing slightly and saying, "Old ministers have met consort Yining. Please be at peace, Your Highness." My wife greets consort Yining. Please be at peace, Your Highness. With the status of the two of them, even noble consort Lin wouldn't dare to be arrogant in front of them. But at this moment, they were bowing to Lin Evening in a dignified manner. So what they meant was self-evident. The most senior one had opened his mouth, so the others could not pretend to be deaf and dumb. One after another, they all saluted Lin Evening Yi and said good day. Whether or not the others were sincere, Lin Evening Yi wasn't sure for now. But to see Rongkong County Lord's twisted appearance, Lin Evening Yi's heart is still ruthlessly out of the mouth of the evil spirit. Those days in the Xiangfu house, when they were lowly and submissive, flashed before her eyes like a curtain. She had never seen them bowing down. Where had she seen the high and mighty Princess Rongkong bowing down? Seeing this, not to mention Lin Hui, the entire Lin family's big house, and the Dong family were all very happy with it. All of you are the great Wei's wise ministers and good generals. This palace can't take this gift. But also all please rise. Chapter 317, Strange Faces. Thank you, Your Highness. Lin Lian Yi did not intentionally pretend to be courteous, but she did not want to fall into gossip. Some of these people she had seen before, but there were only two people that were unfamiliar faces. The woman standing next to the fourth princess looked kindly. The woman standing beside the fourth Wangfei was kind and kindly looking. She was probably the handkerchief friend of Wangfei Zhan that the fourth Wangfei had mentioned to her. When she felt Lin Wui's eyes looking over, she also returned a quiet smile. She has a modest nature, and is a good person to get along with. However, she has never seen her come out to socialize before. Why did she come out today? Suddenly remembered that the second prince of Shidi with the royal consort to come to court to visit the things. The royal consort is this Zhan Wangfei's full daughter. It should be for this. So she came out. And the other has been the eyes of the deep look at her. Although no obvious malicious intent. But look also does not seem to be good to mess with. But look at his furrowed face and weak-colored skin. Lin Lianyi can also surmise a rough. It must be the Marquis of the Northwest, who has returned some days ago. Yi Fei's grandfather. He is the head of the Lu family, who is in charge of the northwestern part of the country. When she didn't see the Northwest Marquis, Lin Wanyi thought about how this old marshal, who has been guarding the Northwest for many years, would be like. Maybe like the fourth prince, like bright atmosphere. May also be like the storybook in the head of the military general hot temper. Or maybe it's a martial arts general with a fiery temper like in the storybook. Or maybe it's a bloodthirsty man with a tiger's back and waist. But she was thought. The famous Northwest Marquis is actually a not tall. Looks a little thin little old man. Between his eyebrows there were many more Chuan lines, because he had been wrinkled for years and years. His eyes were gloomy, but very sharp. Looking at anyone was like looking at prey. Full of keenness. Lin Lianyi accepted the Northwest Marquis measurements openly, just as when she faced the Empress Dowager. However, there was a hint of extra caution and scorn deep inside her. After all, the third prince in consort Yi's hands was the Lu family's counting on in town center. And she side of the three princes. Look, although not as good, but in the end is also some threat. After doing her best to show the palace consort's aura, she heard another announcement from outside. Empress Dowager arrives. His Majesty arrives. Noble consort Lin arrives. Concubine E arrives. Lin Lani got up. And the other people also followed. Compared to Lin Liani, these people who had arrived now were the real masters. Naturally, their attitudes were much higher. The Emperor and Empress Dowager entered in unison, followed by noble consort Lin and consort E. Behind them also followed the third prince and Princess Mingrua, and other concubines. The vast group of people entered the palace, and the place that was still somewhat empty was instantly full. Subjects and others have met the Emperor. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Subjects have met the Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager Xian. Subjects meet noble consort Lin. Meet consort E. There was another burst of sound of invocations, and Lin Liani and the children were buried deep within them. After the Emperor and Empress Dowager took their seats, the rest of the people were still kneeling in their original positions. The Emperor said with a wave of his hand, "Today is a joyous occasion. All of you don't need to be polite. All level off." "Thank you, Emperor." Lin Liani got up and looked up. When he saw the first look, he felt that the Emperor had more excitement in his eyes. He seemed to be very satisfied with what he saw. At the same time, towards her direction, he also sent a warm smile over. It instantly put Lin Yuan at ease. Today is the 100th day banquet of the 5th prince and the 3rd princess. All of you should enjoy yourselves to the fullest. I will follow your orders. And then, they looked over towards Lin Evening Yi's side. "Children, let the grandmothers report up to all of you to see my pair of dragons and phoenixes." In the words, there was no politeness missing at all. When she heard these words, the one whose heart was the most unhappy was probably County Lord Ronkong. If her eyes could spit fire, she would have burnt Lin Wui to ashes. Obviously, she was able to restrain her emotions. But on this important occasion today, she made a fool of herself. The root of all this is because of the fight with the 4th Wangfei, John Wangfei's appearance. So that the already upset Ronkong County Lord came up and started to badmouth each other. Originally, it was to let herself out of anger. But I never thought that the 4th Wangfei was defending it. Her status is not as good as the 4th Wangfei's. And her sharpness of speech is not as good as the 4th Wangfei. After being snubbed by her, she was so angry that 1 Buddha ascended to heaven, and 2 Buddhas came out of the world. Therefore, when she looked at Lin Wui now, she didn't even have the heart to hide it. So when she heard the words dragon and phoenix presenting good fortune, her heart was filled with disdain and hatred. Obviously, these honors should be enjoyed by her granddaughter, noble consort Lin. But she never thought that it would be obtained by this damned daughter of the big house. Lin Wui. How could she be willing? The 2 grandmothers who held the 5th prince and the 3rd princess in their hands stepped forward and kneeled down at the Emperor and the Empress Dowager, saying, "The 5th prince greets the Emperor and greets the Empress Dowager. 3rd princess greets the Emperor, greets the Empress Dowager." Looking at the 2 children cleaned up adorably and eloquently, the Emperor's loving fatherly heart overflowed. "Well, get up. Carry them to show everyone." Noble consort Lin had yet to see this look of his that he couldn't help but smile. Her heart was inevitably a little bitter. On the contrary, it was consort E, who didn't care a bit about what the Emperor was thinking. Instead, she looked at the still a tiny bit older 5th prince, who already had a smart look through him, and was a bit dissatisfied. Anyone, as long as is able to threaten to get the position of the 3rd prince, in her eyes must die, even if it is not dead. But also like the 4th prince, that forever with the 9 to 5 supreme position without a chance to do so. As for the other palace concubines, their eyes were obscure. The word envy they were all already thinking through. And this moment wasn't their home turf. So they could only hold their smiles and look at what was in front of them. The last time I saw, the 2 children are still in swaddling clothes wrapped tightly. Now it is a few circles, but also more and more clever and smart. In the end is Ning Fei raised good. The 4th prince's words were all for Lin Evening Yi. Whoever was present could hear what his attitude was now. And Lin Evening Yi was also very grateful for his direct stand. So she smiled back. Many thanks to the 4th prince for his praise. At a time like this, it was useless for her to be modest. Anyway, the ones that should hate her wouldn't stop hating her because of her modesty. It would be better to simply oblige, so that it wouldn't look weak and deceitful. The people from the Lin family's big house and the Dong family were seated a little further back. When the child came to them, there was a great deal of joy and excitement, especially the men. At the head of the family, Dong clan and second lady Yun clan had already seen the children. But this was the first time they had seen them. Elder Master Dong couldn't hide the joy in his heart. and his nose was a little sore. Now he is also a person with grandchildren. He is very happy. He quickly took out a pair of jade pendants from his bosom and handed them over. Chapter 3:18 Different Congratulatory Gifts. A little bit of my heart for the 5th prince and the 3rd princess as a congratulatory gift. Please accept it on behalf of sister. The jade pendant was glowing green with a full head of water. Even the material used by the Imperial household's inner court division did not look any better than this. What's more, this jade pendant looked like a whole jade with lines, and with a fine carving. One could tell at a glance that it was worth a lot of money. The Dong family is a merchant family. When they took out this jade pendant, the sisters were also amazed in their eyes, turning back to look at the emperor, only to see the emperor nodded and acquiesced. In the end is a direct great-grandfather. Out of the ordinary. The old minister's gift and down. The one who spoke was Minister Lin, who hadn't said anything from before. Lin Lani's impression of him was not much. She hadn't even met him as often as Rongkong Sheriff. But when he spoke, everyone's attention went over, only to see him pull out a box from his sleeve. Not big, but the mold is exquisite. Open to see is 2 incense capsules. The workmanship was simple, and it looked as if it was a folk product. This diamond horn bag is a custom from the old minister's hometown. Inside it puts rice that was just harvested in golden autumn. The symbolism is to hope that the children will be warmly clothed and well fed. The old minister also hand-copied a piece scripture inside it, hoping that the 5th prince and the 3rd princess will grow up safely and healthily. The moment his words came out, everyone couldn't help but admire them. Indeed, it was Master Lin. If he didn't make a move, it was already a move. But once he made a move, it was a song, comparing preciousness with royal goods. Old Master Dong's step seemed to be the wrong one. On the contrary, into the Lin phase master like this was simple, but meaningful, carries small things. More show affection. Unknown people all looked at Minister Lin, feeling the love he had for his 2 children. But only Lin Wani looked towards Elder Master Dong, with infinite gratitude in her eyes. Others didn't know, but she did. That pair of jade pendants is the heirloom of the Dong family, and even the 2 uncles did not get it before. It was intended to be kept for the next generation. Instead, it was given to her 2 children. The friendship in this is much more valuable than the jade pendant. It is the gift from Master Lin that is so hypocritical. He has never cared about the lives and deaths of all the members of his family. But now, he is playing the role of warm clothes and food. Who is he playing for? The Empress Dowager's eyes. Just look at the situation on the field will have a rough idea in her heart. She has been in charge of the government for more than 10 years. When she assisted the emperor, and Lin Xiangshi master, but a lot of interactions. That kind of calculating and smart person. How would be willing to let go of the granddaughter and great-grandson that can make the family glory? Thinking of this, his eyes were clear. The emperor has been with Lin Wei for many days, and naturally understands the closeness of the Lin and Dong families in her heart. In order not to make it difficult for the Dong family, he opened his mouth to introduce the topic and said, "In another month, Servant Lin should also get married. How are the preparations going?" Being named Lin Xingji walked out. One knee fell to the ground, then respectfully returned. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. Everything is ready." "That's good. The folk marriage thing. I have never seen it." "Then go to the Lin family to get a cup of wine to drink. Yi Ning Fei and a few children also go together is to give you more popularity. Increase the joy." The emperor's this opening. The crowd's mind instantly from the comparison of congratulatory gifts to the emperor, to go out of the palace also go to drink the wedding wine on this matter. There were those who frowned, those who were elated, and those who opened their mouths to stop them. "Your Majesty is the Lord of the world. Rashly go to attend a guard's wedding banquet. I'm afraid that the outside world will talk. Please think twice." The one who spoke was naturally King John. The news of the Lan family's destruction had become a thing of the past, meaning that the matter of Empress Su and the Grand Prince had also settled, and the matter of the Taishan wonders had also been dealt with by his aftermath. Since the emperor had granted him permission to return to the capital, it was only natural that he wouldn't rehash old matters. Thus, King John once again put on his old look of being a bitter man for the good of the emperor, and opened his mouth to persuade him. Unfortunately, during the year that he left Shengjing City, many more things happened within the court. The old ministers gradually retired, and the new ones, who took the throne, naturally honored the emperor. Those deep-rooted relationships they once had also disintegrated quite a bit. If King John was still thinking of swaying the emperor, then he would inevitably suffer a backlash. King John overthinks. Nowadays the forbidden army up and down the new. Not from the past those wine bags. Out of the palace for a day to see a happy event just. On what the world on the matter. Unfortunately, King John is not relentless. And this time, he also pulled others in. Minister Lin. The emperor wants to go out of the palace to go to your house to see the happy event. You also do not make a statement. When Minister Lin heard King John's words of woe, he didn't have to but laughed. Your Highness has got it wrong. Xingji's wedding is being held outside. Not in the Xiangfu. The old minister can't afford to do this anymore. So let the children be. What he said was the same as what he didn't say. In addition to taking himself and the Xiangfu out of this matter, the matter of the emperor going out to eat wedding wine was not questioned at all. Neither opposing nor approving. Instead, it left King John alone to sing in blackface. Seeing him defeated, the fourth Wangfei on a burst of pain. This kind of thing that turned a blind eye to her daughter-in-law could be no good. So she used her elbow to poke the fourth prince sitting next to her. The fourth prince immediately got up and stated, Your Majesty, rest assured. When the old minister also want to go to discuss a cup of wine to drink, but more with some guards, will ensure that the emperor is safe to return to the palaces. This is what the emperor loves to hear. So will Zhan Wang aside. Turning to the fourth prince, he said, with the fourth prince's uncle, I am very relieved. And then he looked at the Lin family's big house, and the Dong family and said, Dong's second lady healer benevolence. If not her hand, I'm afraid that the second princess's disease also cannot be so fast. Pass my decree to go down. Feng Dong old master for the Huimin Medicine Bureau ambassador. Dong two brothers for the deputy ambassador. Dong second lady into the Imperial hospital into the women's and children's section. In the future, every 3 days into the palace to consult can. But also do not have to sit on duty, that is. Huimin Pharmaceutical Bureau is the way government set up by the people of the Department of Medicine, in order to let the poor people can also be a doctor, both responsible for diagnosis, but also responsible for the delivery of medicine. It is under the authority of the Imperial Hospital. The ambassador is ranked at the 7th rank, and the deputy ambassador is ranked at the 8th rank. It is not much of an official, but it is the real power to do practical things for the people. Dong's family is to rely on medicinal herbs. Can participate in this matter is undoubtedly a great grace. The old master Dong understood in his heart. Although the excuse is to the second daughter-in-law to heal the second princess as the reason to reward the whole family, but for the Lin Wan Yi, thinking of this, is also incomparable emotion. Immediately with the lady son daughter-in-law and other people, they kneeled on the ground. I thank you for the emperor's great grace. Long live the emperor. 100 days banquet. The wine has not even begun to drink it. This Lent evening Yi's mother's family was ordained. Who wouldn't blush at this theory of honor? But no one can pick fault. Chapter 319 Imperial Maintenance. King John is upset that he is being ignored. And County Lord Rongkong is even more so. On the contrary, noble consort Lin was much quieter than before, with no expression of cynicism or displeasure at all. She wasn't even as unhappy as consort Yi. Rongkong County Lord looked at his granddaughter this appearance. The heart that called a hate iron is not steel. Going out this time. Come back even the heart is gone. Surprisingly, she was also stepped on by that group of people in the big house, which was the most intolerable thing for the Rongkong County Lord. Thinking about it, she simply opened her own mouth. Turning to Grandmaster Lin, she then spoke with a fake smile and said, The Dong family is now a family of honor. The oldest of the family cannot forget to give me and Master Xian an invitation when the time comes for Xingji to get married. Otherwise we are not good enough to lick our faces and go and eat this wedding wine. When he spoke, he deliberately pretended to be joking. But who couldn't hear this meaning? It is not saying that the Lin family's eldest couple only care about the Dong family, but not the Lin family. Wei valued filial piety the most. And if the reputation of the big couple's unfiliality got out, I'm afraid that a few of the children would be implicated as well. Dong wanted to open her mouth to argue a few words, but she was stopped by the Lin master at the side. Throwing her a reassuring look, he himself stepped forward to arch his hand and said, Your Highness, don't worry. I will personally send the wedding invitation to the residents tomorrow. I just don't know if Father and Your Highness will be at home tomorrow. If it is handed over to the subordinates it will. I'm afraid that something will go wrong inside. He said this, as if he was talking about the fact that there were many unruly slaves in the Xiangfu who were bullying their masters. On the surface, he was talking about slaves, but behind his back, wasn't he also talking about County Lord Ronkong's incompetence? Ronkong County Lord was stunned for a while. The forest master is not the weak and bullying nature that he used to be. Since the separation of the family, he has never returned to the Xiangfu. Originally, Lin Xingji's wedding invitations were also sent out in the past few days. So if County Head Ronkong wanted to pick their mistakes, she couldn't necessarily do so. After reacting, County Head Ronkong's eyes narrowed. She took a closer look at this stepson. Once upon a time, he did not see him say anything. It is true that he has hardened his wings. In front of everyone, he also dared to refute her face. So said with a smile on his face, "Master to be busy with public affairs. Do not see in the house. But my wife is at home day after day idle. You just send it is. And so Xingji married, or to instruct them to come back to see more. Otherwise master this day after day looking forward to. Since you left the house, we have not even eaten a reunion dinner it. Sentence after sentence. Undoubtedly want to let outsiders know that the Lin family's eldest house has not returned to the Xiangfu since it was separated. It is clear that they want to sit on the reputation of the big house couple as unfilial." Lin Big Master pursed his lips. Those family house internal affairs inconvenient for outsiders to know. Otherwise, it is even more of a joke. He hadn't thought about how to reply yet. When he saw Master Lin Xiang spoke up. "It was for the sake of my life path that the couple moved out with their child. Now that the bad luck has not been resolved, it is naturally not good to come back to see it. So don't argue about this meal." When the people of the Lin family's big house heard this, although their faces didn't show, in their hearts they were all surprised. They have been in the Xiangfu house for so many years. How much suffering they have suffered. But they have never had a word of concern from Master Lin. Now what does this mean? How did he suddenly give them a break? Lin Lianyi looked up at Master Lin. His eyes were calm. But in detail, there was still some puzzlement. Instead, when Master Lin looked at her, he was full of love. It was as if she had grown up next to Master Lin since she was a child. The grandparents and grandchildren here hadn't come to any conclusions yet. But instead, it was County Head Ronkong who was stymied by his words, and didn't know how to answer for a moment. "You should know that once upon a time, no matter what you said, Lin Xiangshi did not care about it. How come today in front of the royal court, in front of so many people, refuted her words? This is not to give her face? According to the big house, separation of the storm has long passed a long time. Not until now to reopen old scores it. Now this is to see Lin evening E to the throne." Lin Guifei show weakness. So to the big house began to look the other way? What is the nature of his own pillow? Ronkong County Princess understands again. If you look at his neglect of the big house for so long, you will know that in his place, affection is not something important. If he is really biased, I'm afraid that the days of the former big house will be the days that they will have to live next. Thinking of this, her heart was worried. But in front of the royal court, she is not good with Lin Xiangshang Master openly angry. She could only smile back and endure this. What the Sangha said is right. I was also thinking about them, and said the wrong thing for a moment. She was able to endure. But the fourth Wangfei on the side saw her being defeated. Her heart was aching. She didn't care about Ronkong County Princess's face. She was intentionally disgusted with her. And opened her mouth to that Lin Xingji, and said with a smile on her face, "We do not need a wedding invitation to invite ourselves. After all, this Wangfei ate a matchmaker meal. I think no one will block it." Hearing this, Dong immediately replied sincerely, "Wangfei, say what you say. This marriage without you, still do not know whether it will be successful or not. You and the fourth prince is our guest of honor. Some other day I and the master and Xingji personally visit the door to send the postas." The post was sent to the Xiangfu residence, but Master Lin went himself. On the contrary, for the post to the fourth prince's residence, the three of them would go. Who among the discerning can't see that this is more important than the other? The two of them are in harmony. So that the Ronkong County is even more disgraceful. But the Imperial court, and do not dare to be angry, can only be suffocated in the chest shortness of breath. The face is also very ugly. Seeing this, John Wang's dislike for everyone's big house has risen to hatred. From before, when I heard Ronkong Sheriff say, I had not noticed. I always thought that they are just deceased Yuan's wife and merchant family origins. Just, what big waves can be set off? But look at this year. They are not in Shengjing City. The family climbed fast. The daughter was promoted to the consort position. The eldest son became the chief of the Imperial Guards. And now the Dong family has also followed into the Imperial court officials. It is really unusual, means it. Individuals have their own luck. Not to mention, if they are in their way, then I blame myself for being ruthless. Therefore, the heart vaguely rose an idea. The corners of the mouth will not feel up. The emperor squinted his eyes, and did not notice King John, who was drinking. Instead, he looked at the deflated appearance of County Lord Ronkong. And his heart was also very happy. This old county princess was very arrogant when she was young. The old John Wang's power is very proud. Later married after convergence of some. He thought it was into the house, after the cultivation of the heart. I didn't expect to change the tormentor to the head of the big house. If he hadn't met Lin Wei, the situation of the Lin family's big house would be irrelevant to him. But now it was different. This is his beloved person's parents and brothers. So the emperor loved the house, and also followed the dislike up. Chapter 320, making a fool of himself. So he raised his hand, and raised a cup of wine. And said to Lin Xingji, I will use this cup of wine to congratulate you on your wedding day. The emperor started, who dared not to raise the cup. Lin Xingji respectfully ended the hand of the wine cup. That accompanied a lamp. Seeing this, the others also followed Lin Xingji's interaction. And the scene was lively for a while. The Dong family, and the Lin family of right and wrong. The Northwest Marquis has never seen before. Today, after seeing a big drama, gloomy gaze, seems to have thought he can be in charge of the Liu family and the Northwest Army for many years. Naturally not vegetarian. The emperor's scorn for him, and King John is not for a day or two. So in his opinion, I'm afraid that the emperor doesn't have much sincerity towards this newly promoted consort Yining. The reason why he is supporting her so vigorously is that he is afraid that he has the intention of taking action against the Zhan royal family. The Liu family had lost a grandson, and the Zhan royal family had been in bad luck for a year. These were not the emperor's deliberate actions behind the scenes. When he thought of this, his mind went on a Machiavellian alert. As for Consort Yi, seeing that the limelight was pretty much snatched by Lin Evening Yi and Lin Xingji, the dissatisfaction in her heart was also long called out. So she opened her mouth and said, Your Majesty today enthroned the Dong family up and down. But let my concubine remember one thing too. A few days ago, the third prince wrote a strategy is about the poor people's land tax. My concubines also do not understand. But listen to Tu Fu said it is good. The third prince is now 6 years old. Can write what thesis? But Yi Fei is dissatisfied that the limelight has been taken up by Lin Evening Yi and her child. That's why she deliberately said this. Just to show how different the third prince is. The people present? Who doesn't understand? Today was the 100th day banquet of Lin Evening Yi's 2 children. And to deliberately say something about the third prince at a time like this. I don't know if this concubine Yi was wrong about that string. The emperor's face obviously sank. Looking at Yi Fei did not speak. The oppression in his eyes made Yi Fei feel embarrassed for a while. The third prince is also a small face full of embarrassment. His piece of strategy. But only a few words. The imperial master looked at but also said, the sentence is not bad. If the father really let him in front of everyone to say a say, is not to dig a pit for themselves to jump into? A time also anxious. Seeing the third prince's face, the Empress Dowager's heart is already clear. These days the second prince and the third prince are in her palace to ask for peace. To her see, this prince although some ability, but good to be great, overly complacent some. With the second son of the calm compared to the flamboyant a lot. But in the end is still a child. If really in front of the crowd made a fool of himself. I'm afraid it will hit too much. So with a rare smile, he came out to make a roundup. So it is the third prince's ability. Some other day to bring the third prince to Xianing Palace. I see him this strategy is good. A sentence. Gave Yi Fei steps. Also let the third prince relieved. Both of them looked at the Empress Dowager as if they were relieved. Their eyes full of gratitude. Respectfully rising, they said to the Empress Dowager, Your servant obeys the decree. Grandson obeys the decree. Thus, the small dispute over favor passed. With the sound and music rising, the palace banquet then continued again. Compared to previous palace banquets, this one was no different. The music played was celebratory. And the dance was joyful. The people were happy to watch and ate and drank freely. However, Lin Lianyi found a problem. That is, this time the music and dancers are quite beautiful. about as aware of the emperor's harem has many vacancies. So 1 or 2 are all hard at work. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but look up at the emperor. I have to say, such talent and power. Who looks not like. The emperor, however, did not know what Lin Wanyi was thinking in his heart, and thought that she was deeply in love with herself. Immediately returned an incomparably gentle look, which made Lin Evening embarrassed for a moment. All the concubines were sitting together, and when the emperor's eyes swept over, everyone could see that they were looking at Lin Evening. Instantly, there was jealousy and envy. It wasn't that Lin Evening couldn't feel it, but she wasn't flinching. She sat upright, with the same decent smile on her face. This palace banquet, the emperor is happier than anyone else. Drinking wine to come. Even if he has a good amount of alcohol, this down dozens of cups of wine cannot stand. In a while, his face was red. Lin Lianyi saw it in her eyes, and in her heart. She was a little worried, so she turned back to look at Xian. Seeing this, Xian immediately bent over and asked in a low voice, "What does the Empress command?" "Tell Chuanqi to prepare some sobering soup and send it to eunuch Dong, so that he can serve His Majesty to relieve the alcohol." "Yes, Your Highness. It's not good to be greedy. Not only is it hard on yourself, but it's also easy to make a fool of yourself." The emperor was the head of a country. If he got a reputation for being a drinker, that would not be good. Lin Wanyi paid more attention to this matter. Xian was quietly retired, and did not cause any attention when he left. The song and dance continued, and the palace banquet did not stop the exchange of cups and glasses. A few children could not sit still, so Lin Lianyi asked Grandma Du to take them to the side hall to rest. When she left, she also asked about the third prince and Princess Ming Ruo. Unfortunately, both of them were sitting upright in their seats, indifferent to Sister Du's offer. Sister Du looked at them and did not force them. She then took the children of Yihua Palace and left. Not long after Sister Du left, Xian also returned, nodding slightly at Lin Evening. And when Lin Evening took the opportunity to lift her wine glass, she glanced at Dong Yuzhong. Dong Yuzhong was also someone who had a plan in mind, and quickly understood what Lin Wei meant. A few steps in front of the emperor he whispered, "Your Majesty, I help you to go down to drink a bowl of sobering soup. More wine hurts the body." The emperor's consciousness was somewhat beginning to lax, but did not refuse. Dong Yuzhong used some strength to help the emperor to go down, and see the emperor left. A number of concubines are stupid. This time if you can get the emperor's pleasure, I'm afraid that in the future will be much better. So 1 or 2 of them also began to pretend to be drunk. The Empress Dowager coldly looked at the appearance of these palace consorts. The heart is quite disdainful, if not for the ancestral rules placed there. She is also the situation of the 3,000 palace concubines quite displeased. So many women for a man. Do not fight for the hell. Face slightly sunken on the command. Imperial wine drunkenness. Send them all back to their respective palaces to sober up. Yes. The Empress Dowager issued an order, which palace people do not follow. The poor concubines who had thieves' hearts hadn't even made a move before the Empress Dowager snuffed out the little flame. But it was concubine Qian who looked at the Empress Dowager and changed her past low profile. Getting up and saluting then said, "Empress Dowager, I also help you go back to rest. Last time the doctor came to see, said your body is not yet good all. Not easy to sit for a long time." A sentence. Let the scene quiet a lot.